The Half Moon Mountain Range, named for its crescent-like shape, stands as the largest mountain range within an 800-mile radius. One side borders the central Chu Empire, while the other remains largely unexplored, resembling a desolate desert. For a century, those who dared traverse the Half Moon Mountain Range were invariably formidable adventurers. Furthermore, the region is abundant in rare and exotic flora, prompting numerous explorers to form teams and venture into the mountains. Their dual aspirations were to cross over and glimpse the world beyond, as well as to discover a unique and precious herb. However, the number of adventurers who successfully navigate the mountains is exceedingly scarce, and even among those who do, news of their fate remains elusive, leaving their survival a mystery. Yet, despite these dangers, countless adventurers continue to enthusiastically embark on expeditions into the Half Moon Mountain Range. At Half Moon Lake. Oh, where am I? My head aches terribly. At this moment, Zhong Hui found himself reclining by the shores of Half Moon Lake, nestled within the mountain range. The vast expanse of the lake stretched endlessly before him. He straightened up, supporting his head with his hand, striving to recall the events that had led him here. He had saved a drowning woman, only to be swept away by the river's whirlpool, after which he lost consciousness and now lay by this tranquil lake. Having pieced together the chain of events, he sat by the lakeside, surveying his surroundings. Everything here was unfamiliar to him save for the sunlight, the water, the trees, and the stones. It was a desolate place, reminiscent of a primordial forest. Faced with this scene, a multitude of questions filled Zhong Hui's mind. Where is this place? Why have I never been here before? Why is there not a single soul around? Hello, is anyone there? If so, please make a sound. Upon hearing this voice, Zhong Hui could no longer suppress the confusion within him. He was eager to ascertain his whereabouts and the source of the sound, disregarding the pain coursing through his body as he rose and ventured into the forest. After a considerable time, Zhong Hui was met with disappointment. He swore that this location was certainly not part of the world. He knew everything here was alien to him: strange trees, unfamiliar birds, and unknown stones. A wave of astonishment washed over him as he realized that merely saving someone had transported him to a different realm. This was truly intriguing to him. As he pondered this, he made his way towards the riverbank he had encountered earlier. Since he had arrived in this unfamiliar place, it seemed prudent to prioritize his own survival. Unfamiliar with his surroundings, it was better to find a safe spot to remain for the time being. He sat by the lake, gazing at the water while reflecting on his life back on Earth, his parents, and how they would react upon learning of their son's fall into the water and subsequent disappearance. They would surely be overjoyed, but alas, he felt unfilial, as he would no longer have the opportunity to repay them. Upon this reflection, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. His mother, a benevolent soul, had never resorted to punishment. Whenever he faltered, he would seek refuge behind her, escaping his father's disciplinary hand. His father, though stern and rigorous in imparting lessons of martial arts and life principles, had always acted in his best interest. The thought of potentially never seeing his parents again overwhelmed him, and sorrow surged forth, causing tears to spill from his eyes. Who claims that a man does not shed tears easily, merely that he has yet to encounter true heartache? With this, he wiped the tears from his face with the sleeve of his garment. At that moment, a rumble from his stomach interrupted his thoughts. Ah, what is past. I shall embark on a new beginning, relinquishing all that has been, and strive to endure in this unfamiliar place. Rising to his feet, he clenched his fists and declared to the lake, "Indeed, the first step is to satiate my hunger." He gazed into the waters, contemplating the prospect of catching a fish, yet he soon realized that even the most skilled swimmer could not grasp a fish without the proper tools. This notion was swiftly cast aside. Instead, he resolved to explore the woods in search of edible fruits, setting his feet in motion towards the thicket. Fortune smiled upon him, for as he entered the forest, he chanced upon creatures reminiscent of monkeys, albeit smaller, and adorned with tufts resembling feathers atop their heads. For now, he would refer to them as feathered monkeys. Zhonghui followed the feathered monkey and discovered some edible fruits, albeit slightly astringent. Nevertheless, for him in his current state, sustenance was paramount. He shed his clothing and gathered a substantial bundle of fruit, making his way to the riverbank. He resolved to construct a rudimentary shelter there before thoughtfully planning his future endeavors. However, the execution of any task is often more arduous than its conception. Lacking any tools, even igniting a fire proved to be a formidable challenge. The prospect of erecting a dwelling, even the simplest of structures, was no trivial matter. After pondering for a considerable time, he decided to gather some timber and hastily assemble a makeshift shelter beneath a tree to endure the night. By the time he completed his preparations, dusk had fallen. He collected dry wood and withered leaves, dedicating nearly an hour to successfully kindling a fire. While staying in the jungle without a proper place to rest was manageable, the presence of a fire was essential. Otherwise, he would surely not survive the night, as wild beasts prowled in search of food. Once these tasks were accomplished, and he had consumed a modest portion of fruit, he climbed up into the tree to rest. That night, a gentle breeze stirred the flames, and amid the inky darkness, the flickering light by the lakeside appeared incongruous against the surrounding shadows. Zhonghui was roused by the morning chill, the dampness of dawn having seeped into his clothes. The previous night, gripped by fear, he had delayed sleep until exhaustion finally overcame him. He had not anticipated such intense morning humidity, which left his garments significantly wet. Had he not possessed a robust constitution, this moisture would have certainly led to illness. Becoming unwell in such an environment would be tantamount to a death sentence. Brushing off the dew from his body, he realized that the fire from the previous night had extinguished, and his clothes remained damp. Aside from his hands, he possessed nothing at all. The mere thought of this enveloped him in a wave of disappointment. I might as well explore the surroundings and see what the situation is. I hope that heaven does not entirely forsake me, he murmured to himself, seeking solace in such words to muster the courage to endure. After consuming a few wild berries, he casually picked up a wooden stick and set forth towards the rising sun, embarking on his journey of exploration. 2 hours later, he found himself in a thicket 2 miles from the lake, cautiously advancing as a tentative explorer. With his knife, he parted the underbrush, glancing around to ensure that no dangers lurked nearby before proceeding further. At that moment, should an unknown creature dart past him, it would surely startle him. Chapter 2. The struggle. His extreme reaction could primarily be attributed to himself. At the outset of his journey, armed only with a stick he had picked up from the ground, he charged forward with a fierce demeanor. However, everything changed upon encountering a 2-meter-long wild boar. As he traversed the forest, tall grass obscured his vision, much to his annoyance. In a fit of frustration, he swung his stick at the grass, clearing a path with ease. Yet, in his fervor, he failed to notice the slumbering wild boar nestled within the underbrush. With a swift strike, he inadvertently struck the creature's hindquarters. The boar, deep in a pleasant dream, was jolted awake by the sudden pain, springing to its feet in alarm. Realizing the disturbance, it cast its furious gaze upon the fleeing figure of Zhonghui, the very individual responsible for its plight. Fueled by rage, the boar charged after him, its eyes ablaze. Zhonghui's mind raced as he contemplated his escape from this ferocious creature. Suddenly, he recalled the trees surrounding him. Drawing upon years of training, he leapt upwards, scaling a tree with agility. From his elevated perch, he believed himself safe, knowing that a boar could not tilt its head skyward to locate him. However, the boar, driven by instinct, charged directly at the base of the tree, showing no signs of slowing down. Zhonghui clung tightly to the trunk, praying for its sturdiness. The tree, of course, remained oblivious to his silent pleas. The enraged boar, undeterred, collided with the tree, creating a resounding crash that echoed through the forest. Both figures were launched backward from the impact. The wild boar, now furious and bloodthirsty, glared at Zhonghui, readying itself for another charge. Meanwhile, Zhonghui crouched slightly, arms outstretched, bracing for the inevitable confrontation. After pawing at the ground, the boar let out a primal roar and lunged toward him. In a split second, Zhonghui bolted toward another tree, but the boar intercepted him. With no time to climb, he executed a daring leap, performing a backflip that landed him squarely on the boar's back. Seizing the opportunity, he clung tightly to the creature as it bucked and thrashed, desperately trying to dislodge him. Although the experience was far from pleasant, Zhonghui maintained his grip, feeling the wildness of the ride. Frustrated by its inability to throw him off, the boar charged toward a nearby tree. Realizing the impending danger, Zhonghui released his hold at the last moment, rolling to safety just as the boar collided with the trunk. The impact sent leaves cascading down as the boar rose again, its eyes fixed on Zhonghui, nostrils flaring. It pawed at the ground, gathering strength for another assault. Observing its fierce demeanor, Zhonghui lamented his lack of weapons. Had he possessed one, the situation would not have been so dire. As he contemplated his predicament, his eyes caught a glint of light from a narrow crevice between the stones. Within lay a knife. Elated by this discovery, he dashed toward the stone crevice, the advancing boar in hot pursuit. In a moment of desperation, he rolled on the ground, grasping the knife's handle and extracting it with determination. With weapon in hand, he felt emboldened, channeling an aura of confidence as he faced the oncoming boar. As they neared collision, Zhonghui executed a nimble maneuver, narrowly avoiding the boar while simultaneously driving the knife into its flank. Utilizing the boar's momentum, he created a gaping wound, blood spilling profusely onto the forest floor. The boar stumbled, its strength failing, collapsing in a convulsion. Zhonghui rose, shaking off the remnants of the encounter, nearly overwhelmed by the boar's force. Confronting the fallen creature, he remarked with a hint of bravado, "I had no desire to spill blood, but you left me no choice. May you be reborn as a worthy pig in your next life." With that, he plunged the knife into its neck, silencing its final struggles. As he regarded the lifeless boar, a sense of relief washed over him. Surviving this ordeal brought fortune. Not only had he acquired a weapon, but he would also feast upon the fruits of his labor. With thoughts of sustenance in mind, he examined the knife, noting its age and dull blade. Suddenly, he considered the possibility that the stone crevice might conceal other treasures yet undiscovered. Chapter 3. The pioneer. He arrived at the crevice of the stones, and, upon pushing aside the pile, indeed discovered a few objects obscured by the weight of the rocks. This revelation ignited an extraordinary excitement within him, prompting him to commence the arduous task of clearing the stones. Once he had removed the obstruction, he was taken aback by the sight of a skeletal remains before him. Though he had trained in martial arts, he had never before encountered such a stark scene. However, fear quickly dissipated as the prospect of valuable finds spurred him on to rummage through the bones. After dedicating half an hour to the task, he finally cleared the area and assessed his findings, realizing the immense rewards this perilous expedition had yielded. The first treasure was the skeletal remains, which upon closer inspection, indicated that this was a human, one whose physique bore resemblance to his own. This suggested that human activity existed in this world. Furthermore, the ancient tools he uncovered, along with an archaic wooden bow and several damaged arrows, illustrated that civilization here had progressed beyond mere barbarism, possessing the ability to forge iron and craft iron-tipped arrows. This indicated a relatively advanced state of society, likely resembling feudalism. Such reflections kindled a flicker of hope within Zhonghui's heart, affirming that he was not alone in this world. He had long harbored fears that he might be the sole inhabitant, a notion he could scarcely endure, as solitude could lead him to despair. Now, he was reassured that humanity persisted here, and hope had become the most significant bounty of his pioneering journey. His second discovery comprised some broken bows, a flint shard found on the corpse, an enigmatic black pendant of unknown material, and several silver square coins. He surmised that these silver coins were the currency of this realm, essential for his future integration into human society. Thus, he carefully stored these items away. By the time he returned to the lakeside, it was already noon. After consuming some boar meat, he reclined by the water to rest, contemplating how to enhance his current living conditions. Remaining in the tree was untenable, as he awoke each morning drenched, which would inevitably lead to illness over time. With a newfound arsenal at his disposal, he resolved to fell some trees and construct a rudimentary shelter. Consequently, he spent the entire afternoon chopping wood and digging, ultimately erecting a small dwelling barely large enough for one to lie down comfortably. Gazing at this modest abode, Zhonghui felt a surge of fervor within him. He declared to himself, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." From this day forth, he had his own nest, a significant stride toward assimilating into this world. Tomorrow promised to be another day filled with hope. Today marked the third day of Zhong Hui's arrival in this realm. Compared to the initial chaos of his entry, he now found himself in a state of considerable comfort. Emerging from his shelter, he inhaled the fresh air of this otherworldly domain. His heart brimmed with yearning for the culture and landscapes of this land, an eagerness to experience its essence. However, the pressing concern was to find a route out of the forest. Once again, a day brimming with hope unfolded before him. After finishing the wild boar meat, he grasped his knife and slung the bow and arrows across his back, setting forth along the crescent-shaped lake to explore. Drawing from the previous day's experiences, he cautiously navigated the forest bordering the lake. Armed with his newfound tools, he felt a stark contrast to his prior explorations. Gripping his knife instilled him with a burgeoning confidence. He believed he could handle any wild beast he might encounter, as his martial arts foundation provided him with assurance, rendering him capable of facing such creatures. After wandering along the lakeshore for nearly half an hour, he encountered only a few small animals, devoid of any larger predators or even herbivores, which puzzled him greatly. What a peculiar phenomenon. Could it be that this world harbors no formidable beasts? He mused, yet his pace remained unwavering. Suddenly, guided by his instinct honed over years of training, he felt a tingling apprehension rise along his spine, sensing an ominous presence he had never before encountered. With no time to ponder further, he executed a swift roll and darted towards the nearest tree, climbing with remarkable agility to conceal himself among the branches. Once safely perched aloft, he surveyed his surroundings, attempting to discern the source of the looming threat. It wasn't long before he spotted, at a slight distance down a precipice, a beast nearly 3 meters in length, its entire body cloaked in a coat of obsidian fur. It resembled a saber-toothed tiger, yet was armored with hardened scales, its tail swaying languidly as it approached the lake for a drink. Relieved that it was heading in his direction, he realized that had it taken an interest in him, he would surely be doomed. Evidently, the absence of wildlife was due to the fear instilled by such a formidable predator. Zhong Hui finally understood why the area was devoid of creatures. If he were in their position, he too would flee at the first sight of danger. Just as Zhong Hui prepared to retreat, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The beast, which had been calmly drinking, suddenly leapt backward, propelled by its forelegs. Before he could grasp the situation, a large, spiny serpent erupted from the water, narrowly missing the tiger. Fortunately, the tiger had been alert enough to evade the strike, for otherwise, it might have fallen victim to this ambush. The serpent reared up in the water, confronting the tiger, creating a terrifying tableau of two fearsome creatures locked in a tense standoff. Their menacing visages exuded an aura of dread, and low growls emanated from their throats, resonating in a way that sent chills down Zhong Hui's spine. Faced with either of these formidable beasts, he knew he would stand no chance of survival. He pondered the serpent's position, realizing that had he approached the precipice moments earlier, he might have become the serpent's next meal. Chapter 4. Survival. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he beheld the two ferocious beasts. Zhong Hui sensed that an epic confrontation was imminent, and in that critical moment, he dared not divert his attention, fearful of missing any thrilling spectacle. Unexpectedly, before Zhong Hui could fully grasp the situation, the dark serpent surged from the lake, launching itself toward the ebony tiger. As the serpent emerged, he realized that only a fifth of its colossal body had surfaced. Viewed from this perspective, the serpent appeared significantly larger than the tiger. Yet, the tiger showed no signs of retreat, charging headlong at the serpent. Upon noticing the tiger's advance, the serpent flicked its tail. At that moment, Zhong Hui observed that the serpent not only bore barbed spikes along its body, but also possessed a razor-edged tail, seemingly even more dangerous. The serpent swung its spiked tail toward the tiger's head. Should it connect, even the tiger's robust hide would leave it dazed and disoriented. However, the tiger was no ordinary adversary. As the serpent's tail swept toward it, the tiger leapt back powerfully, springing into the air to reveal its sharp claws, aiming to strike at the serpent's body. The serpent, caught off guard, felt the tiger's claws pierce its flesh. In a swift motion, it twisted its body, attempting to ensnare the tiger and constrict it to death. Unfortunately for the serpent, the tiger did not deepen its grip, but instead leapt away, escaping the serpent's deadly embrace. Interestingly, the serpent's spiked tail managed to sever a tuft of fur from the tiger's tail in the process. As the tiger landed, it felt a sting at its rear. A mix of pain and humiliation. It emitted a furious roar directed at the serpent. Enraged by its injuries, the serpent retaliated by hissing menacingly, baring its gaping maw as it prepared to strike. The tiger, undeterred, opened its own formidable jaws, baring its fangs at the serpent. In an instant, the two beasts engaged in a fierce struggle, the serpent's spikes repeatedly raking across the tiger's body. Despite the thick armor of its hide, the tiger bled, though not fatally. Instead, it fought with increasing ferocity, using its sharp teeth to tear into the serpent's flesh. Zhonghui, perched on a nearby tree, was captivated by the raw, primal energy of the battle unfolding before him. The visceral scene far surpassed any special effects he had witnessed in films. Each clash between the two titans left scars upon their bodies, though none were lethal. Yet the surrounding trees bore the brunt of their conflict. With each sweep of the serpent's tail, another tree was felled, and each leap of the tiger left a crater in the earth. When the tiger realized it was encircled and prepared to leap, it was too late. The serpent constricted its body, tightening its grip. The tiger's flesh began to bleed as the serpent's barbs penetrated its armor, and despite its desperate struggles, the serpent's hold only grew tighter, threatening to suffocate the tiger. Zhonghui watched in disbelief as the tiger appeared on the verge of defeat. Yet, something remarkable occurred. The tiger's body began to swell and contract rhythmically, gradually forcing the serpent to loosen its grip. At the moment of maximum tension, the tiger's body erupted in a violent explosion, propelling it free from the serpent's grasp. As Zhonghui pondered the nature of the tiger's transformation, he beheld it emerge, drenched in crimson, its armor now absent. It dawned on him that the tiger had unleashed a remarkable tactic, self-detonation. The tiger's willingness to sacrifice its own flesh for survival astounded Zhonghui. It was akin to humans enduring immense suffering to survive. Some might endure, while others succumbed. Regardless of the reasons, the tiger's indomitable will to live filled him with admiration. Standing resolutely, the injured tiger dripped dark blood onto the ground, showing no signs of retreat. It continued to roar defiantly at the serpent, baring its sharp teeth, poised to mount a final, desperate assault. Instead of fleeing, the tiger, now severely wounded and bereft of its armor, confronted the serpent with unwavering pride. It embodied the essence of regal defiance, prepared to face death rather than retreat an inch. Conversely, the serpent, having sustained grievous injuries from the tiger's explosion, began to retreat, sensing the fierce determination radiating from the tiger. Upon reaching the water's edge, the serpent swiftly submerged itself. The tiger, watching intently as the serpent vanished beneath the surface, remained vigilant until the creature's presence faded completely, before finally relaxing its stance and stumbling back toward the forest. Zhonghui observed this entire sequence, deeply moved by the tiger's noble spirit. He was eager to ascertain the tiger's condition, wondering if it would collapse before reaching safety. However, he feared detection, torn between his concern and curiosity. As the tiger's silhouette grew distant, Zhonghui resolved to follow, bolstered by the thought that even if he were discovered, he would not fear a wounded tiger. Climbing down from the tree, he stealthily trailed the tiger, maintaining a safe distance and concealing his presence. Despite its grievous wounds, the tiger remained unaware of its pursuer. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a cave, where a small, underdeveloped cub tumbled out. The tiger gently licked the cub before gently grasping it by the neck and leading it into the cave. Zhonghui, witnessing this tender moment, was profoundly touched by the raw and authentic emotions of nature. He realized that even the fiercest and most fearsome creatures possess a gentle side, displaying strength and defiance toward foes while reserving tenderness for their kin. Chapter 5. A familiar encounter. Zhonghui silently wished for the recovery of the fierce tiger, hoping it would soon regain its strength to care for its young. Perhaps this was his homage to the strong, even if the subject was merely a wild beast. Fate has a penchant for honing individuals through the most fortuitous of circumstances. Following the events of the previous day, Zhonghui awoke early, his thoughts consumed by the tiger's condition. He pondered whether its injuries would heal quickly and if it might pose a threat to him. The mere presence of a formidable adversary nearby filled him with trepidation, making him acutely aware that his life was perpetually at risk. While respect for strength lingered in his heart, self-preservation took precedence, prompting him to investigate the tiger's status further. After hastily consuming a meager meal, Zhonghui gathered his belongings and set off towards the location of yesterday's encounter. To his surprise, upon arriving at the lakeside, once trampled by the two beasts, he discovered a group of roughly 10 individuals setting up camp. Their equipment was of exceptional quality. The weapons they bore, sheathed at their waists, far surpassed the meager blade in Zhonghui's possession, and their gleaming armor glinted in the sunlight. Surrounding the campsite were massive weapons resembling giant crossbows, unmistakably designed for slaughter. At first sight of these individuals, Zhonghui felt a rush of excitement, nearly succumbing to the urge to rush toward them. Thankfully, his prudence prevailed, reminding him to assess the situation thoroughly before acting. A reckless approach could easily result in being perceived as an enemy. In an effort to observe them closely without being detected, Zhonghui cautiously crawled forward, fearing discovery. His concerns proved unwarranted. In this relatively desolate forest, the waist-high grass offered ample cover. As he inched closer and the figures became clearer, he noticed their appearances were not markedly different from his own, alleviating his earlier anxieties about standing out. Had he appeared too dissimilar, he might have been regarded as an anomaly, rendering any hope of blending into human society futile. The weight that had burdened his heart finally lifted, granting him a sense of relief. He began contemplating how to forge a connection with them in hopes of escaping the forest. If opportunities were scarce, perhaps he could follow in their wake, finding his way out alongside them. Through careful observation, Zhonghui discerned that two individuals among the group were distinctly different in attire and demeanor, seemingly being the leaders. Though he could not make out their features from a distance, their physiques were memorable. One was slight and somewhat reserved, while the other exuded a more charismatic presence, likely a handsome figure. He noted that the surrounding individuals were silent, each focused intently on their tasks, indicating they were well-trained and not an ordinary band. Their roles were clearly defined. Some erected tents, others fetched water, prepared meals, while a few examined tools and pointed towards the cliff by the lake, presumably preparing to scale it. It was evident that this group had a purpose, and Zhonghui was eager to uncover their intentions. Just as everyone busied themselves with their tasks, an unexpected event transpired. One individual, drawing water at the lake's edge, was suddenly pierced through the chest by a hook that shot forth from the water, pulled beneath the surface before they could utter a sound. This shocking turn of events startled Zhonghui, who recognized the hook as belonging to the massive snake he had encountered in battle the previous day. He had witnessed the creature's ferocity and was taken aback to discover it still lurked in the lake, ready to claim a life. Concern gripped him. If this snake were to decimate the group, he would be left isolated once more. The mere thought of such a terrifying scenario sent his heart racing, and he realized he might need to intervene. Despite Zhonghui's anxiety, the group on the lakeshore exhibited remarkable composure, showing no signs of panic. Upon realizing one of their own had been slain, they immediately abandoned their tasks, converging around the two leaders and swiftly forming ranks, drawing bows in preparation to confront the beast. Emerging from the water after dragging its victim down, the serpent reared its head, roaring at the figures on the shore. Zhonghui recognized the scene. This was precisely how the creature had made its entrance the day before, devoid of any originality. Yet, the calmness of the group steadied his nerves. As the serpent opened its jaws, the individuals on the shore wasted no time, unleashing a volley of arrows aimed directly at its head. The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed, each projectile targeting the serpent with lethal intent. However, upon striking the creature's hide, the arrows simply bounced off, plummeting into the lake, revealing the snake's formidable durability. Seemingly insulted by the futile assault, the serpent retaliated, lunging at the three who had approached. Yet, these individuals were agile, evading its attack with skill. Armed with gleaming blades, they prepared to strike back at the formidable beast. Chapter 6. The Trap Laid, however. The colossal serpent was indeed a fierce beast, its tough skin rendering the trio's attacks nearly ineffective. Seizing an opportunity when one was distracted, it swept its tail and sent him flying. The sight of their comrade being flung through the air momentarily distracted the other two, and one was swiftly crushed beneath the serpent's weight, unable to react in time. The last remaining member, regaining his composure, charged at the serpent with his blade drawn. The serpent, opening its massive jaws, lunged at him, engulfing his upper body in one swift motion and flinging him away with a violent shake, sending him soaring even farther than the first. While their efforts had momentarily slowed the serpent, it soon resumed its relentless advance towards the two leaders, showing no signs of hesitation. Zhonghui, observing the carnage, felt a surge of urgency, anticipating the intervention of a skilled fighter from their ranks to subdue the beast. One of the guards, wielding a hefty blade, struck at the serpent's head, but the creature, sensing the imminent threat, evaded the blow and retaliated with a fierce bite. The guard, however, was no novice. He rolled aside just in time, slashing upward with his weapon, leaving a deep gash along the serpent's back. Inflicted with injury, the serpent let out a deafening roar, its fury palpable, as it swept its tail towards the skilled guard. Though he attempted to block the strike with his blade, the force of the blow sent him tumbling several feet away, struggling to regain his footing as he leaned on his weapon to catch his breath. The serpent, undeterred by the guard's wounds, charged towards him once more. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, the surrounding individuals unleashed a volley of arrows at the serpent's exposed wound. Though the creature was largely impervious to such projectiles, the sheer number of arrows proved overwhelming, with several embedding themselves in its body. Unable to endure this humiliation from what it deemed mere insects, the serpent altered its course, intent on eliminating these irritating foes first. As the serpent turned to confront its new targets, a colossal net descended from above, ensnaring it within its grasp. The onlookers rushed to secure the net, tightening their hold around the thrashing beast. In the midst of its struggles, a massive bolt, glinting with a metallic sheen, was launched towards the serpent's wound. The creature emitted a pained shriek, thrashing violently and sending several surrounding individuals sprawling. Yet, before it could regain its composure, another bolt struck, piercing through its body. This time, the serpent was silenced forever. Its enormous head crashed heavily to the ground, its muscles slackening as dark blood pooled around it. To ensure its demise, the operator of the crossbow fired one last shot, confirming the serpent's complete defeat. Watching the once mighty creature lying lifeless on the shore, Zhonghui breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the preparation and resolve of his companions that had spared them from despair. He had observed some individuals stealthily maneuvering towards the crossbows, and once the massive bolts had been unleashed, he sensed the battle had reached its conclusion. Indeed, the guard's confrontation with the serpent had afforded these individuals ample time to prepare, first ensnaring the creature with the net, and then targeting its vital areas with their projectiles. In this manner, no matter the serpent's ferocity, it was powerless against the ingenuity of human contraptions. This conflict exemplified humanity's capacity to conquer the ferocity of nature, showcasing their ability to utilize various devices in battle. Regardless of how formidable the adversary, it ultimately met its end. As the group gazed at the serpent sprawled on the beach, their taut nerves finally unraveled. This serpent had posed the most formidable challenge since their entry into the wilderness. Had it not been for their equipment, many among them might have perished today, and the sense of survival weighed heavily in their hearts. Yet, lying amidst the grass, Zhonghui felt an ominous premonition arise from the depths of his being, sending chills down his spine. He suddenly recalled that this land harbored two fearsome beasts, and the ruckus they had just created could not have gone unnoticed by the proud tiger. Realizing this, Zhonghui abruptly stood and shouted to the group, "Beware! There is another beast." Simultaneously, two agonized cries pierced the air. "Ah! Ah!" The tiger, seizing the moment when everyone had relaxed, sprang from the underbrush, launching itself at the two individuals operating the crossbows. They were pierced through the back by its claws, letting out two cries of despair before collapsing to the ground. Their crossbows trampled beneath the tiger's paws. Just as one wave of danger receded, another emerged. Having just expended tremendous effort to slay the serpent, they now faced a tiger that appeared even more formidable, displaying a cunning intelligence as it exploited the moment of complacency to strike, targeting the most threatening members of the group. Originally a team of nearly a dozen, they had now suffered significant casualties, and the expressions of the leaders reflected their utter disbelief at the emergence of yet another wild beast, completely unprepared for a second wave of assault. The skilled guard, still recovering from his injuries sustained in the battle with the serpent, was in no condition to confront the tiger, leaving the remaining individuals utterly helpless against this new threat. It seemed that their fate was sealed. Zhonghui, having inadvertently revealed his position, found that the chaos wrought by the tiger had drawn everyone's attention away from him. He understood that if he did not act swiftly, death awaited them all. Just as the tiger prepared to pounce upon the group, Zhonghui sprang into action. The tiger crouched low, ready to leap, but Zhonghui retrieved his remaining bow from his back, drew the string taut, and aimed for the tiger's flank, releasing the arrow with precision. Chapter 7. The battle of wits, though his archery skills were rather pedestrian. On this occasion, he seemed to be aided by divine providence, as the battered and aged arrow struck the tiger squarely on its rear. The audacity of Zhong Hui astonished the terrified onlookers who were threatened by the ferocious beast. They beheld a ragged youth, wielding a dilapidated bow, knocking another arrow with determined resolve. With a swift whoosh, Zhong Hui released another arrow towards the tiger's hindquarters. But this shot lacked precision, veering off course and embedding itself in the air nearby. The mighty tiger regarded this minuscule human with disdain, frequently provoking him. Its inherent arrogance was further inflamed by the indignity of an insect daring to challenge it. This was the first time it felt such profound wrath. It yearned to crush this audacious ant underfoot, savagely tearing him apart and grinding his bones to dust. No longer concerned with the crowd, the tiger let out a thunderous roar and lunged towards Zhong Hui. In that moment, Zhong Hui discarded his bow and arrows, fleeing with remarkable speed. However, he did not forget the group by the lakeside, calling out as he ran, "Seek refuge in the small cabin by the lake." Without waiting to see if they comprehended his words, he exerted every ounce of strength into his escape. As they watched the duo of man and beast vanish into the distance, the crowd barely had time to feel relief at their narrow escape before they rushed to assist the wounded. Moving along the lakeshore while disregarding the belongings left behind at the camp, the tiger, in no hurry, savored the prospect of disappointing its prey. It had never relished tormenting its quarry, but this situation was different. Prey had always evaded it, never daring to provoke its wrath. Zhong Hui's incessant defiance crossed a line, igniting an insatiable desire within the tiger to toy with him until his very demise. Imagining the moment when Zhong Hui would be utterly exhausted, it planned to draw closer, relishing his fear and listening to his anguished cries before methodically dismembering him, making him aware of the consequences of inciting its fury. The tiger felt no trepidation about the possibility of its prey escaping. No creature had ever eluded its grasp. This sadistic impulse provided Zhong Hui with a fleeting opportunity to devise an escape from the beast. Despite sustaining grave injuries the previous day, he was astonished to find himself fully scabbed over and brimming with vigor to pursue him. The tiger, glaring at the fleeing human, was consumed by rage, eager to impart a lesson in cruelty. Thus, it accelerated its pace. Zhong Hui understood that running would not save him, since evasion was futile. He resolved to confront the beast head-on, choosing to die with dignity rather than in cowardice. He unsheathed the knife strapped to his back, discarding the scabbard, and as the tiger's claws raked toward him, he executed a deft roll, narrowly evading the attack. Rising to his feet, he positioned the knife horizontally across his chest, standing firm against the advancing tiger. They locked eyes, neither willing to make the first move. The tiger hesitated, intrigued by this bold prey. It had never consumed anything that nauseated it. Meanwhile, Zhong Hui remained motionless, acutely aware that any movement on his part could expose him to a fatal vulnerability. However, their standoff was short-lived. The tiger, having observed enough, pounced toward Zhong Hui. He remained calm, relying on years of training to withstand the tiger's onslaught. Though the beast was formidable, its injuries from the previous day's battle prevented it from asserting complete dominance in this encounter. Nevertheless, even in its weakened state, the tiger's ferocity left Zhong Hui breathless. He parried the tiger's sharp claws with his meager knife, but the force of its strike sent him reeling backward. Before he could regain his footing, the tiger's fangs descended upon him. In a moment of sheer instinct, he rolled aside, bracing himself with one hand against the ground, and leaped back just in time to evade a lethal bite. Observing the tiger's escalating aggression, Zhong Hui realized he could not endure much longer and needed to devise an escape plan. As he pondered his options, the tiger lunged again. Zhong Hui rolled to the side, but to his dismay, the tiger's tail swept toward him, propelling him against a tree. With a thud, he propped himself up with the knife, wiping the blood from his lips as he glared at the snarling tiger. He hurled the knife towards the creature's eyes, knowing that they were its most vulnerable point. The tiger, however, deftly sidestepped, swatting the knife away with its tail. When it turned to search for Zhong Hui, it found him already vanished from sight. Sniffing the air, the tiger detected his lingering scent but saw no trace of him. It gazed up at the tree, where Zhong Hui was struggling to climb. The tiger, realizing it could not reach him, crouched slightly and leaped towards the tree. However, as Zhong Hui ascended higher, the tiger found itself unable to follow, resorting to pacing beneath the tree, keeping a watchful eye on its elusive prey. Zhong Hui, unhurried, reached a safe perch and collapsed amid the branches, gasping for breath. Had he not been thrown against the tree, he might not have remembered his ability to climb for refuge. The impact had jarred his insides, leaving him in considerable discomfort. Now, nursing his wounds, he sat on the branch, gradually regaining his composure. The tiger lingered below for some time, observing Zhong Hui's stillness and the diminishing strength of his breath. It contemplated whether to remain vigilant or to abandon the chase, convinced that the prey was nearing its end. Chapter 8. A chance encounter. At this moment, Zhong Hui, perched upon a tree, had entered a state of meditation, focusing on his own breath, oblivious to the intentions of the fierce tiger. The ensuing scene did not disappoint him. The group he had risked his life to save was now resting outside his humble abode, sipping water and enjoying their provisions in a tranquil atmosphere. "I am Guani, and this is my brother, Guan Peng," began a rather handsome man among them, expressing gratitude for the valiant act of rescue. At that moment, Zhong Hui's heart raced as if 1,000 unknown steeds were galloping within him. He recognized a language he could comprehend, albeit with a slight accent. Yet the authenticity of the pronunciation was undeniable. Countless questions swirled in his mind, yearning for answers, but as he opened his mouth, he found himself unable to voice any of them, resorting instead to a courteous response. "I am Zhong Hui. It is a pleasure to meet you." After uttering this, he fell silent, his gaze lingering on the striking figure before him. The man, only slightly older than Zhong Hui, possessed jet black hair, though his skin was somewhat fairer, and his eyes, a vivid blue, sparkled brightly. His demeanor was exceedingly refined, his speech marked by propriety, and above all, he exuded an undeniable charm, albeit with a hint of a delicate pallor. In turn, Guan Yi scrutinized Zhong Hui, noting his antiquated attire, which was evidently not of foreign origin, garments he had never encountered before. Zhong Hui's features were respectable, but his hair was too short, and most striking were his eyes, which were an unusually deep shade of black. Such profound orbs were a rarity in the entire Zhongchu Empire, and his mannerisms were distinctively different from those of the locals, leading Guan Yi to conclude that he was likely not from this region. The warrior's attire and manner of speaking suggest he is not a native of the Zhongchu Empire, is he? Guan Yi pondered aloud. "Oh, I hail from a distant land. I recently arrived and found myself lost in the forest, unable to navigate my way here. I constructed a small hut and was contemplating my next move when I fortuitously encountered you all and lent a helping hand," Zhong Hui explained. Beside Guan Yi, Guan Peng interjected with a voice that bore a hint of neutrality. "You mentioned coming from afar. Could it be that you crossed over from the other side of the mountain?" Upon hearing this voice, Zhong Hui's gaze shifted to the slender figure of Guan Peng. At first glance, he appeared rather delicate, but upon closer inspection, Zhong Hui noted an ambiguity in his features that suggested he was not entirely male, with skin even more refined than that of Guan Yi. A lack of an Adam's apple further implied a deliberate androgyny. As Guan Peng awaited Zhong Hui's response, he suddenly felt the weight of Zhong Hui's gaze upon him, a sensation akin to being scrutinized, which made him increasingly uncomfortable. "What rudeness is this? Not only do you neglect to answer questions, but you also continue to stare," Guan Peng huffed, feeling irked. Realizing the impropriety of his actions, Zhong Hui promptly offered an apology. "I beg your pardon. It was not my intention to offend. I have not encountered another soul in quite some time, and seeing you all so unexpectedly has stirred my emotions, leading me to lose my decorum. I hope you can forgive my lapse in manners." The warrior speaks with humility. "We are all indebted to you for your timely rescue. Moreover, as you are not from this region, it is understandable that there may be some misunderstandings." "It is of no consequence," Guan Yi reassured him. "Might I inquire what your plans are now? I heard you mention being lost in the forest. If it is not too much trouble, would you care to join us as we venture forth?" Zhong Hui, who had been pondering how to accompany them, was pleasantly surprised by the invitation and readily accepted. Hearing Zhong Hui's agreement brought joy to Guan Yi, who quickly instructed others to prepare some food and clean garments for him. "Do you have any idea when we shall depart?" Zhong Hui asked, his excitement palpable as he anticipated leaving this wretched place. Just as Guan Yi prepared to respond, Guan Peng abruptly interjected. "How impertinent! Do not speak so casually. Step back," he retorted, turning away in a huff, refusing to look at Zhong Hui any longer. "Ah, I see you all have come here to gather herbs. In that case, I cannot simply depart. Should you require assistance in any capacity, I would be more than willing to help," Zhong Hui offered to Guan Yi. "Your kindness is appreciated. But as you can observe, we have already lost many lives in pursuit of a single herb. I wish to prevent any further bloodshed of the innocent. I must respectfully decline your offer, Guan Yi replied firmly. Observing Guan Yi's unwavering stance, Zhonghui refrained from pressing the matter further. He decided instead to change his clothes and partake in a meal before discerning the next course of events. With Guan Yi's outright refusal, Zhonghui chose not to insist. He felt that if he ventured alone from the forest, he would be unfamiliar with the surroundings. Armed only with a few square coins salvaged from the skeleton he had discovered, relying solely on such meager resources would likely lead to a dismal existence. Seizing this opportunity to ally himself with these individuals, Zhonghui resolved to assist them in their endeavor, hoping to earn their goodwill. He took a set of fresh garments and entered the small hut, shedding his tattered attire for the new clothes of this world. Once changed, he neatly folded his old garments and set them aside within the dwelling. Chapter 9. The Strong Among Men. As Zhonghui changed his clothes inside the small room, outside, Guan Yi and Guan Peng were engaged in a discussion about this extraordinary outsider. Brother, do you think this Zhonghui is suspicious? Although he saved our lives, I fear he may have ulterior motives. Guan Peng expressed his concerns to his elder brother. Guan Yi pondered for a moment before replying. From his recent demeanor and actions, I perceive no pretense. He does not appear to be putting on an act. Moreover, our outing was clandestine, with no one aware of our departure. So his identity should be unproblematic. Guan Peng continued, but I heard him say he came from afar, and his attire and appearance are notably different from ours, especially his pair of black eyes. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and added, Brother, do you think he could be coming from the Half Moon Mountain range? Guan Yi glanced at his brother and then at Zhonghui inside the room. The Half Moon Lake can only be accessed from the Zhongchu Empire, and he is clearly not one of us. Besides, he could not even enter the Half Moon Lake if he did not come from the Half Moon Mountain. I cannot fathom where he originated. Is that so? I have heard that for centuries, only the dragons among men or the most formidable warriors can traverse the Half Moon Mountain. Do you think he could be the legendary hero our grandfather the priest spoke of? Guan Peng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, do not blame yourself. No one could have anticipated the situation would unfold this way. Our immediate concern is to gather the tianxin grass. With the leader injured and our armor-piercing crossbow seized by the armored tiger, I fear it won't be easy to procure the tianxin grass. Zhonghui, having finished changing, emerged to find the two brothers furrowed in thought, engaged in hushed conversation. Intrigued, he approached to inquire about their predicament. What troubles you, my friends? You seem deeply concerned. Oh, it is you, brave Zhong. You have changed clothes so swiftly, Guan Yi remarked, smiling at Zhonghui. You look more spirited in that attire. We were just discussing the matter of gathering medicinal herbs, and we're at a loss for a solution, so I hope you do not mind our idle chatter. Guan Peng, overhearing this, could not help but chuckle. Haha, you are the first to address my brother as kin. I find that commendable. Zhonghui, slightly displeased, thought. Who isn't a younger brother? Why should you have the liberty to masquerade as a younger sibling, while I cannot play the role of a younger brother? He initially intended to retort, but decided that focusing on the matter at hand was more pressing, giving Guan Yi an understanding look. Turning to Guan Yi, he asked, Brother Guan, you mentioned discussing the gathering of herbs. Might you share your thoughts with me? Perhaps I could contribute an idea that might prove beneficial. This marked Zhonghui's second offer to assist Guan Yi. Considering that an additional perspective could be advantageous, and sensing no ill intent from Zhonghui, Guan Yi decided to disclose the entire situation to him. Since you ask, I shall be forthright. The purpose of our gathering herbs is to treat my ailment. A year ago, I received word that a tianxin grass grows near the cliffs by the Half Moon Lake, and it is now nearing maturity. To seek this herb, I left home without informing my family, believing everything would proceed smoothly. Guan Yi paused, continuing, however, I was unprepared for the presence of a venomous snake by the lake. Although formidable, I had made some preparations, and together we managed to handle the snake. To my surprise, there was also an armored tiger. I had never anticipated encountering two ferocious beasts near the lake. With a sigh, Guan Yi lamented, encountering these two beasts cost me several guards, all of whom perished due to my decisions. Zhonghui, you have just saved me. I do not wish to place you in danger as well. However, if you have any good suggestions, I would be most grateful to hear them. Zhonghui waved his hand dismissively. Brother Guan, do not mention it. Since I consider you a brother, how could I turn a blind eye to your troubles? Assisting you is a duty I willingly undertake. And there is no need for any talk of rewards. This is simply what brothers do. He then patted Guan Yi on the shoulder. This gesture momentarily stunned Guan Yi, Guan Peng, and the guards. So that fearsome creature is called an armored tiger. I had been unaware of its name, Zhonghui chuckled. By the way, if I were to say I have a method to lure the armored tiger away, how long would you need to collect the tianxia grass? Guan Peng, still in shock, exclaimed, Really? You truly have a way to distract the armored tiger? Guan Yi shot a glance at Guan Peng, who promptly covered his mouth. He then turned to Zhonghui and said, If you can indeed lure the armored tiger away, we would need just 15 minutes. However, but what? Is there some issue? Zhonghui asked, concerned at Guan Yi's hesitance. I merely worry for your safety, Zhonghui. If your life were to be endangered for my sake, I could not bear it. Hearing Guan Yi's heartfelt words touched Zhonghui. Although he had his reasons for helping, it was undeniable that the concern expressed for his well-being warmed his heart. It seemed he had not made a friend in vain. Patting his chest, he reassured, Rest assured, I will ensure my safety. However, you must also be prepared for contingencies, as I cannot guarantee success. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, you must flee at once. Do not worry. We will exercise caution. But you, Zhonghui, must prioritize your safety above all. Some risks may not be worth taking, and we can always devise another plan. Although Guan Yi felt a twinge of worry at Zhonghui's promise, the situation was such that he could only hope for Zhonghui's safe return. Chapter 10. Life and Death After Lunch. Guan Yi and Guan Peng convened the surrounding guards to discuss the tasks ahead. When the crowd learned that Zhonghui would distract the armored tiger to buy time for gathering medicinal herbs, they cast admiring glances at him, particularly Commander Cheng, whose eyes reflected a deeper appreciation. The others regarded Zhonghui with a sense of unease. Once the instructions were given, everyone set out. Zhonghui did not inform Guan Yi of his specific plans, despite the fact that the armored tiger posed a lethal threat and had left him in a precarious situation. Zhonghui held a fondness for the creature. He was confident he could divert the tiger for at least 15 minutes. Thus, he took some time to dig a pit of half his height along the way. After estimating that everyone had reached their designated positions, he commenced his operation. When Zhonghui arrived at the entrance of the armored tiger's den, he gazed into the dark abyss without hesitation and ventured inside. He initially thought that capturing the young armored tiger would be effortless, yet it exhibited the fierce spirit of its mother. After much struggle in the darkness, enduring numerous scratches that tore his newly changed clothes, he finally managed to subdue the young tiger by knocking it unconscious and carrying it away. Meanwhile, the group lay concealed in the grass by the lakeside, watching the lethargic armored tiger lounging beside the crossbow, anxiously awaiting the appearance of the adult tiger. Guan Peng, lying beside Guan Yi, began to doubt Zhonghui's reliability, even inwardly cursing him. Nevertheless, they remained motionless, placing their hopes in Zhonghui's ability. Suddenly, the languid armored tiger straightened up, gazing intently towards the forest. The moment they saw this action, the group became alert, brimming with anticipation for the tiger's next move. Indeed, the tiger paused for a second before sprinting deep into the woods. Realizing Zhonghui's plan had succeeded, they hurriedly made their way to the cliff by the lake. At this moment, the armored tiger had shed its rage. It recognized the familiar scent from that morning, one that stirred its hunger. Furious that someone dared to harm its offspring, it roared and charged back towards its den. Zhonghui, however, felt bewildered. He had not expected such a small creature to possess such weight. Hearing the roar of the adult tiger nearby, he felt a surge of panic as he realized he was still far from the pit he had dug. The thought of the tiger's gaping maw sent him sprinting forward, propelled by sheer instinct. The armored tiger, upon returning to its den and finding no sign of its young, detected a blend of the scents of both its child and Zhonghui. Following the trail, it surged towards him. To Zhonghui's astonishment, the tiger glanced into the pit where its offspring lay, its eyes blazing with fury, and let out a deafening roar before pursuing him. Seeing the tiger relentlessly chase him, Zhonghui quickly sought refuge in a nearby tree. As he climbed to a branch, the armored tiger reached the base of the tree. Sitting atop the branch, he wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that he had acted swiftly. Otherwise, he would have been defenseless against the creature's wrath. However, the armored tiger did not wait idly beneath the tree. It repeatedly rammed into the trunk. Although it was a sturdy tree, the tiger's strength was astonishing, causing the trunk to tremble violently, nearly dislodging Zhonghui from his perch. Watching the tiger's relentless assault, Zhonghui was astounded by its determination to eliminate him. He clung tightly to the tree, terrified of falling. After a short while, he felt the tremors of the tree intensify. A dreadful thought crossed his mind. Indeed, after a flurry of impacts, The battered tree began to sway precariously, on the brink of collapse, requiring only one final blow from the tiger. Zhonghui, gripping the trunk, desperately pondered how to escape the jaws of death. No matter how he thought, he could not devise a solution. He felt certain that his demise was imminent. Just as despair settled in, a resounding crash echoed as the tree succumbed to the tiger's final strike and fell. Chapter 11. The Black Flag as the Bell Tolls. Perched upon the great tree, Zhonghui leaps down just as the tree collapses, tumbling to the ground in a desperate attempt to regain his footing. Noticing Zhonghui's fall, the armored tiger approaches him slowly, its shoulders slightly hunched, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of its mouth, eyes glinting with malice. Zhonghui struggles to stand tall, adopting a defensive posture, yet he is weakened from his recent fall, a mere shadow of his former self. The armored tiger, witnessing Zhonghui's feeble state, lunges forward. Zhonghui, taken aback, attempts to evade, but as he springs into the air, the tiger's sweeping tail sends him crashing into a nearby tree, scattering leaves like confetti. Struggling to rise, he suddenly feels a surge of warmth in his throat. With a violent cough, he expels a mouthful of warm blood, wiping the crimson droplets from his lips as he glares defiantly at the beast. Seeing him unable to rise, the tiger's fury ignites, and it crouches, baring its teeth, poised to deliver the final blow. Just as it prepares to end Zhonghui's life, a massive iron-tipped arrow strikes, sending the creature sprawling. Emerging from the underbrush is a throng of armed individuals, bowstrings taut, crossbows at the ready, advancing towards the beleaguered tiger. Wounded by the unexpected projectile and weakened by prior injuries, the tiger finds its footing precarious, swaying as it faces this new threat. Despite its fear of the formidable crossbows, it steels itself for battle, ready to fight to the death. Observing the tiger's stance, the group draws their weapons, prepared to unleash a barrage. Suddenly, the tiger seems to hear something. Disregarding the crowd, it pivots and bolts forward. As the group prepares to pursue, Zhonghui calls out, "Stop!" It must have hurt its young. Let it go. Weakly leaning against the tree, he draws the attention of the onlookers who quickly gather around him. Guani, eager to comprehend the unfolding events, opens his mouth to speak, but Zhonghui's vision darkens, and he collapses. Neighboring Luin Town, named for its proximity to the Half-Moon Mountains, serves as a safe haven for adventurers venturing into the perilous terrain. It provides direct access to the secure periphery of the mountains. Consequently, it attracts a multitude of adventurers, herbalists, leather merchants, and grocers, rendering it one of the most prosperous areas in the vicinity. However, due to the diverse array of characters present, the town boasts formidable defenses, with a detachment of the Black Flag Army stationed nearby. As Zhonghui struggles to regain his composure, an overwhelming sense of weakness besets him, coupled with a gnawing hunger in his abdomen. Having fallen from the tree and sustained internal injuries, compounded by the tiger's assault, his insides feel as though they are on the verge of rupture. Were it not for his martial training from a young age, he would surely have succumbed by now. Summoning his remaining strength, he manages to sit up. Just as he endeavors to rise, the door creaks open and a figure enters, carrying a fragrant bowl of meat porridge. "Brother Zhong, you're awake. I brought you something to eat." Hearing the greeting, Zhonghui assumes it to be Guani, only to discover it is Guan Peng who approaches with the bowl of porridge. "Oh, it's you. Where is Brother Guani?" he inquires. "My brother is busy attending to some matters, so he sent me to bring you porridge. I must say, you've been asleep for a full 2 days." Zhonghui forces a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "By the way, where exactly are we?" Guan Peng fills a cup with water and hands it to him. "This is neighboring Luin Town. We have already made our way out of the Half-Moon Mountains." "Oh, I neglected to express my gratitude. Were it not for you, we would not have so easily gathered the tianxin herb. Here, drink this." Taking the cup, Zhonghui gulps down a mouthful, only to choke slightly, having been too hasty. Seeing him in distress, Guan Peng rushes over to pat his back. Zhonghui glances at him, weakly stating, "It's nothing, just a minor inconvenience. I merely teetered on the brink of life and death. It's not a significant issue. Moreover, how could I not assist you in your troubles?" He hopes to foster goodwill, thinking, "If you face hardships, I shall lend my life. If I encounter difficulties, your financial assistance should suffice." However, it appears Guan Peng is oblivious to the implications of his words. "Ah, just listen to me rambling, and I completely forgot the matter at hand." Hearing Zhonghui's stomach rumble, Guan Peng's eyes brighten as he rushes to place the porridge before him. "Here, while it's still warm, eat quickly." Zhonghui gazes at the porridge, his hunger overwhelming him, wishing he could devour it in one gulp, yet his body betrays him. Having exerted himself, he now lacks the strength to lift the bowl, and he looks up at Guanpeng, hoping for assistance. Noticing Zhonghui's glance at the porridge and then at himself, Guanpeng misinterprets it as distaste for the dish and prepares to fetch something else. What's wrong? Don't you like porridge? Let me see if I can find something else. As he turns to leave, Zhonghui, driven by hunger, musters his last ounce of strength to grasp Guanpeng's arm. However, just as he reaches out, dizziness overwhelms him, and his hand slips, landing on Guanpeng's ass. How slippery, is the sole thought racing through his mind. Startled by the unexpected contact, Guanpeng instinctively jumps back, causing Zhonghui to lose his balance, leading to an unfortunate tumble from the bed. Chapter 12. The Empire. Upon seeing the weary visage of Zhonghui, Guanpeng immediately understood that he was too weak from hunger to be angry about the earlier incident. Without a moment's hesitation, she assisted him to the bed. Observing Zhonghui, who appeared to be on the brink of collapse, his lips moving as if summoning a life-saving bowl of porridge, Guanpeng's heart softened. Realizing that his current state was a result of his efforts to aid her brother, she resolved to personally feed him. Looking at Zhonghui, she remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate today. Were it not for your selflessness in helping my brother, I would not be inclined to feed you myself. Once you regain your strength, we shall revisit your earlier indiscretion." She propped him up, intending for him to lean against the headboard, but his body was too limp, and he slumped over. After several attempts to reposition him, Guanpeng resorted to resting him against her shoulder as she fed him spoonful by spoonful. In a semi-conscious state, Zhonghui complied with her efforts, creating a serene tableau. As Guanpeng focused on feeding him, she noticed his mouth opening and closing, and inexplicably, her cheeks flushed. She forced herself to concentrate on the task at hand, determined to avoid any further embarrassment while continuing to feed him. By the time Zhonghui awakened, it was already afternoon. Turning his head, he spotted Guan Yi reading at the tea table. Upon hearing the movement, Guan Yi set down his book and inquired, "Zhong brother, you are awake. How do you feel now?" Zhonghui propped himself up and replied, "Much better. Thank you for your concern, Guan brother. I felt utterly drained upon waking, but I believe I can rise now." He attempted to get out of bed. Zhong brother, please refrain from moving. The doctor advised that you need more rest. You should remain lying down for now. My younger brother has already fed you some meat porridge, and I suspect you can manage some richer dishes now. I have ordered some food, and it will arrive shortly." He then produced a yellow cloth bag from his robe and handed it to Zhonghui, saying, "This is yours. It fell out when you changed clothes. I prepared the bag to keep it safe for you." Zhonghui glanced at the bag and casually placed it beside his pillow, deeming it of little importance. He was more eager to learn about Guan Yi's future plans, so he asked, "Guan brother, may I inquire where you plan to go next?" Guan Yi settled onto a stool, replying, "There is no rush. Once you are feeling better, we shall set off for the capital." "The capital? Indeed, I am eager to witness what the capital of this nation looks like," Zhonghui said, his heart swelling with excitement, having never seen a grand city before. "Is it true that there is no capital where you are from?" Guan Yi asked, puzzled by Zhonghui's expression. "Oh, there is a capital, but it may differ somewhat from yours," Zhonghui quickly responded, then shifted the topic. "However, I must hitch a ride with you, Guan brother. I hope you do not mind." "Why would I mind? I would welcome it. It would be a pleasure to showcase the cultural richness of Zhongchu to you along the way," Guan Yi replied, not probing further, perhaps sensing the differences between their respective regions. Zhonghui was intrigued upon hearing the name Zhongchu for the first time. "Zhongchu, hearing you mention it, I am nearly ready to embark at this very moment." Just as Guan Yi was about to respond, a knock sounded at the door. "Your meal has arrived, esteemed guests." Guan Yi opened the door to receive the food, turning to Zhonghui and saying, "The food is here, let us eat. You seem quite eager. Once you regain your strength, we shall set out." The Zhongchu Empire, established for over 200 years, boasts a robust national power and a flourishing state. To the west of the Zhongchu Empire lies the Half Moon Mountain Range, while to the southeast is the continent's largest empire, the Dantian Empire. Despite its vast territories, the Dantian Empire is in decline, its ruler ineffectual, with powerful ministers usurping authority, leading to chaos and suffering among the populace, starkly illustrating the empire's decay. To the southwest lies the Wen Nation, significantly weaker than Zhongchu, characterized by its diverse ethnic groups. In recent years, peace has prevailed between Zhongchu and the Wen Nation, with both seeking mutual benefit. The situation to the north, however, is more complex. In the northeast of Zhongqiu, numerous small nations engage in perpetual conflict, with one nation's fall often followed by another's rise. This cycle of dynastic turnover is commonplace. Consequently, those unable to endure the warfare have relocated to more stable countries, leaving behind only the fiercely proud or those unwilling to abandon their ancestral lands. Thus, while the military presence in this region is sparse, its combat efficacy is formidable. Though great powers have contemplated conquering this small area, the incessant warfare has birthed many renowned generals. Additionally, the most influential forces in this territory are not the monarchs, but rather clandestine powers, complicating any ambitions from larger nations. To the northwest of the Zhongqiu Empire lies the Dali Kingdom, which frequently clashes with Zhongqiu. The two nations have harbored a long-standing enmity, often embroiled in disputes over territorial claims. While Dali lacks the comprehensive strength of Zhongqiu, its northern region is home to the Rome Kingdom, known for its exceptional horses and frequent trade with Dali, enabling the latter to cultivate a formidable cavalry, thus maintaining a balance of power with Zhongqiu. The Hung River, a grand waterway formed by numerous tributaries from the Half-Moon Mountain Range, originates there, meandering through Zhongqiu and flowing into the northeastern nations before emptying into the sea. This river's influence has led to the northeastern nations being collectively referred to as the Hungshang nations. In the northeastern region of the Fu County, Chenhe Township, at the northern end of Dahuang Village, a family toils in the fields, 2 men and a woman, an elderly man and a young man, diligently planting crops as spring arrives. Beneath a large tree adjacent to the fields, a woman wearing a headscarf pours cool tea, awaiting her husband and father-in-law to quench their thirst. Among the laborers, the young man is named Ren Feng, while his father is Ren Yen. They possess a modest amount of land and lead a relatively comfortable life. Chapter 13. The fateful life. Ren Yen's ancestors were farmers. In earlier years, they assisted a general of the Zhongqiu Empire as guides and were rewarded with some wealth. Subsequently, they purchased a plot of land, and for generations, they sustained themselves through this land, leading a life that was relatively comfortable, far superior to that of the village tenants. While his family's circumstances were indeed favorable in this central region, Ren Yen was a latecomer to fatherhood. He had 3 daughters prior. The eldest tragically passed away at birth, the second married into the Tian family of the village, and the third, fortunately, wed a scholar from the wealthy He family, thus securing a decent future. When Ren Feng was born, Ren Yen was overjoyed and even asked his son-in-law, the scholar, to bestow a beautiful name upon his precious son. The scholar, recognizing Ren Yen's lineage of farmers, chose the character for abundant harvest, hoping for auspiciousness. Little did he know that this name would become etched in the memories of many in the future. Unfortunately, shortly after the birth of his son, Ren Yen's wife passed away, leaving him to raise the child alone without remarrying. Thankfully, as his son grew, he married, alleviating Ren Yen's lifelong concern. Now, he eagerly awaited the arrival of a grandchild, looking forward to nurturing the next generation. These thoughts encapsulate the genuine and unadorned aspirations of an ordinary farmer, devoid of ambitions for riches or grandeur, merely a desire for a simple and authentic existence. While they toiled in the fields, a sudden sound of hoofbeats echoed from afar. It was Guan Yi, a traveler preparing to journey to the capital. Zhong Hui had been in Linluan town for 3 days and could no longer contain his excitement. He was eager to witness the splendor of the capital. Thus, he incessantly urged Guan Yi to hasten their departure. After much persuasion, Guan Yi finally set forth for the capital on the 4th day. However, the thrill of the journey came with its challenges. The world here was unlike anything Zhong Hui had known before. Many things were different, including the creature he rode, akin to a horse, yet referred to as a foot colt. Though Zhong Hui had practiced martial arts, this was his first experience riding, and the journey proved jarring, causing him discomfort. He felt embarrassed to admit his inexperience and chose to endure the pain. Guan Yi, preoccupied with managing affairs and explaining the local customs, remained oblivious to Zhong Hui's struggle. In contrast, Guan Peng frequently observed Zhong Hui, having already noticed his awkwardness on horseback. She reminisced about her own first experience riding and surmised that Zhong Hui must be inexperienced as well. Yet, she relished the thought of him enduring a bit of hardship, considering his previous arrogance towards her. Interestingly, since that day Guan Peng had fed Zhong Hui porridge, he seldom saw her again. When they departed, she remained silent, trailing behind. Nevertheless, Zhong Hui noticed her stealing glances at him, only for her to feign interest in the scenery whenever he turned around, a perplexing behavior indeed. The discomfort he felt made it difficult for him to focus on anything else. He merely wished to reach the next resting point for a reprieve. As Zhong Hui watched the two farmers laboring by the roadside, he reflected on the countless times he had encountered such scenes during the journey. At times, he felt these individuals lived excessively strenuous lives, devoid of joy. After all, to live a full life without experiencing the beauty of the world seemed a tragedy. Observing Zhong Hui's gaze at the surroundings, Guan Yi inquired, "Zhong brother, having witnessed much of Zhongchu's landscape these days, do you have any insights to share?" Lost in contemplation over the complexity of life, Zhong Hui was momentarily taken aback by Guan Yi's unexpected question. What insight could he possibly offer? The landscape was indeed beautiful, and the people were simple. Did they expect him to expound at length? However, upon further reflection, Zhong Hui realized he did possess some thoughts, though he hesitated to express them without fully understanding the context of those around him. As the saying goes, too many words lead to loss. And Zhong Hui was well aware of this. I do have some insights, but I would like to ask you something first, if you don't mind, Guan brother. Zhong Hui said mysteriously. Oh, please feel free to ask your question, Zhong brother. I shall answer without reservation, Guan Yi replied, intrigued by Zhong Hui's sudden air of mystery. May I inquire about your aspirations, Guan brother? Zhong Hui posed the question. Guan Yi was taken aback. Aspirations? Huh. To be honest, I harbor grand ambitions that I seldom share with others, but since you asked, I shall disclose my lofty aspirations. With that, Guan Yi straightened himself, gesturing passionately as he spoke. I wish for this land to endure for millennia, its legacy passed down through the ages. I hope the soldiers of Zhongchu will bravely wield their arms, farmers will rise with the rooster's crow to tend to their fields, artisans will preserve their crafts, and merchants will uphold their trade ethics. I desire a united court, where emperors of every generation strive diligently to strengthen Zhongchu and earn respect across the lands. If this can be achieved, I would be content. Zhong Hui had only intended to shift the topic, but was nearly unseated by Guan Yi's pompous declaration of his aspirations. He gazed sincerely at his otherworldly companion, unwilling to watch him drift through life in such a deluded manner. It was imperative that he deliver a sobering reality check to prevent Guan Yi from living in a fantasy. Thus, he patted Guan Yi on the shoulder and said, "Having heard your aspirations, I should refrain from excessive commentary. However, I wish to offer a few points for your consideration." Guan Yi's interest piqued. Oh, what insights do you have, Zhong brother? I am eager to hear more. Zhong Hui waved his hand dismissively. They are not particularly profound thoughts. I merely wish to analyze the situation you described. Your desire for an everlasting empire and a legacy of rulers is commendable, but I have yet to witness the soldiers' morale, nor do I possess knowledge of national conditions, so I shall refrain from further analysis. He cleared his throat and continued. Let us discuss the farmers instead. We know that farmers toil on their lands throughout their lives, and logically, their lives should be prosperous and free. Yet, from my observations along the journey, I see farmers who are scarcely clothed, barely fed, and utterly devoid of vitality. They labor tirelessly year after year. Yet what do they gain in the end? They continue to struggle for survival. Why is this the case? Zhong Hui posed the question, seeking understanding. Chapter 14. Unraveling the mystery. Guan Yi was contemplating the words of Zhong Hui, who, not waiting for him to finish his thoughts, continued. Due to their labor over the past year, all the fruits of their toil have gone to the wealthy farmers and landlords. They have toiled ceaselessly, yet in the end, they can barely fill their stomachs. How can such farmers hope for a prosperous dawn? And should they encounter a year of calamity, what fate awaits them? He then spread his fingers and spoke with gravity. Now, let us discuss the merchant. It is well understood that merchants are driven by profit. Once they accrue wealth, their first impulse is to purchase the land from the farmers. In their minds, land is the foundation of survival. Having acquired land, they aspire to become landlords, subsequently seeking an official position. To the merchant, land and rights are the only tangible realities. Hence, expecting a merchant to engage in honest negotiations is clearly unrealistic. Furthermore, he continued, the interests of court officials are invariably aligned. Divergent interests cannot coexist harmoniously. Unless a greater external force disrupts the current equilibrium, such as war, it is utterly impossible to expect unity among officials. Therefore, if you wish for them to act in concert, it is an impractical notion. Observing Guan Yi deep in thought, Zhong Hui remarked, Given all this, my dear Xuan, I must say, why burden yourself with such concerns? Would it not be better to focus on your own endeavors? If your ambition is to secure an official position, how far can you ascend without connections in the court? If you attain a minor post, how can your aspirations be fulfilled? Is that not akin to chasing a mirage? Therefore, one should not set their ambitions too high. It would be wise to establish modest goals, perhaps aiming to secure a high-ranking official position first. With a chuckle, Guan Yi responded, "Zhong, you jest. I offer encouragement," Zhong Hui replied, "for I await the day when we can share in the prosperity together." He harbored his own subtle calculations, having recognized Guan Yi's exceptional nature. Although his ideals seemed far-fetched, his status was evidently significant. Perhaps he was the offspring of a high-ranking official, and thus, it would be prudent for Zhong Hui to align himself with him. "You need not worry. My fortunes will certainly include you," Guan Yi assured him. "I observed your recent actions, and your analysis of the current affairs is remarkably astute, directly addressing the underlying issues. It is indeed a profound discourse. Since you possess such talent, why not consider a position within the court? If you are willing, I shall gladly recommend you, ensuring your abilities are fully realized." Guan Yi gazed at Zhong Hui, his face brimming with hope. Zhong Hui felt fortunate in his accurate assessment. Indeed, Guan Yi was of noble lineage, yet he had no desire to pursue an official career. What he truly sought was a substantial sum of silver to fund his travels across the continent. Thus, he candidly declined, saying, "I appreciate your goodwill, but I am a simple man, truly unsuited for an official role, nor do I harbor such aspirations. I am inherently free-spirited, and if you were to confine me to an official position, I fear I might fall ill from the confinement." Guan Yi was astonished to encounter someone so talented who had no desire for an official post. He intended to persuade Zhong Hui further, but upon seeing his distracted demeanor, he realized that people possessed differing temperaments, and perhaps this Zhong Hui genuinely had no such intentions. He decided to revisit the subject at a later time when opportunities might arise. "Since you have no desire to serve in the court, I shall refrain from further discussion. However, I did find some aspects of your earlier remarks unclear. Might you elaborate for me?" "Certainly. If there are any points of confusion, please express them. I shall clarify them for you," Zhong Hui answered readily. Zhong Hui was unfazed by Guan Yi's inquiries, for he had studied the Confucian classics, particularly excelling in history. Although this world differed from his own, he had observed that its development closely mirrored the societal progress of his previous world. Thus, he could analyze this world's evolution through the lens of historical feudal society, knowing that even if some aspects differed, the distinctions were not significant. As Guan Yi posed his questions, the depth of Zhong Hui's understanding left him increasingly astonished. He had not anticipated such profound insight into the current societal issues, and he realized that there were concepts he had never encountered before. He silently vowed to keep this remarkable individual close. The group hurriedly made their way toward the imperial capital, departing from Neili town, traversing through Xishan County, passing Beifu County, and taking a boat from Hengshui County, ultimately arriving in the capital region after 7 days. Zhong Hui marveled at the sights around him, feeling that his journey to this world had not been in vain. The phenomena he encountered were strikingly real, and as he passed by a general, he was struck by an overwhelming aura of cold ruthlessness. Despite having practiced martial arts since childhood, he had only ever used it for self-defense and had never witnessed such an intensity of killing intent. Walking along the official road, he greedily absorbed his surroundings, inhaling the crisp air with unbridled delight. Beside him, Guan Yi observed Zhong Hui's demeanor with amusement. Here was a man who spoke of agriculture as the foundation of the nation and commerce as its guiding principle. Yet he appeared as though he had never set foot in a city before. This struck Guan Yi as perplexing. Behind them, Guan Peng had remained silent throughout the journey, likely due to the anticipation of returning home. However, upon witnessing Zhong Hui's expression, she could not contain her laughter, prompting Zhong Hui to look at her in confusion, unaware of the reason for her mirth. Guan Yi, however, quickly discerned her intent and shot her a disapproving glance. Guan Peng, caught off guard by her brother's glare, stuck out her tongue, realizing the impropriety of her laughter. She swiftly covered her mouth and glanced around, relieved to find no one paying attention to her, and she fell back into line behind Guan Yi, behaving with decorum. As they continued along the road, more and more buildings appeared on the horizon, which genuinely puzzled Zhong Hui. He had passed through 7 or 8 cities, and in every city, the density of housing outside the city walls was never so great, let alone the presence of tall structures. Typically, buildings were nestled within the protective embrace of thick, high city walls, ensuring their safety. Chapter 15. A city without walls. In this place, the towering walls of a city were yet to be seen. Instead, one was greeted by the congested dwellings surrounding the area, bustling with people, creating the illusion of having entered a city. Gazing into the distance, aside from a grand stele obstructing the main thoroughfare, no trace of fortifications could be discerned, leaving Zhong Hui utterly perplexed. Brother Zhong, we have indeed arrived at the capital. Guan interjected at an opportune moment. This remark only deepened Zhong Hui's confusion. Are you bewildered by the absence of city walls in the capital? Guan, already aware of Zhong Hui's thoughts, recognized that this was a common reaction among first-time visitors to the capital. Indeed, Brother Guan, you mentioned the capital. Yet where are the city walls? Why can I not see a single wall? Have they been demolished? Zhong Hui queried, his eyes filled with curiosity. Guan chuckled softly and replied, Brother Zhong, you jest. This is indeed the capital of the Zhongqiu Empire, Shangjing. Uniquely, this city possesses no outer walls. Throughout the continent, there exists no other capital without fortifications. Without walls. Brother Guan, that leaves me perplexed. Look around. We are surrounded by vast, open plains that would be difficult to defend. If a cavalry unit were to arrive here and witness such an imperial capital, would you not fear it could be easily overrun? Despite Guan Yi's explanations, a myriad of questions lingered in Zhong Hui's mind. He understood that if he could ponder such queries, others would as well. Yet, the stark reality of the unadorned houses before him made it hard to comprehend the mindset of those who initially designed the city. It seemed to contradict all that he knew. Guan Yi smiled and remarked, I anticipated your confusion, Brother Zhong. In truth, this wall-less capital symbolizes the ambition of the founding emperor of Zhongqiu. Fear not, allow me to elaborate. He then proceeded to recount the history of this peculiar city. Over 2 centuries ago, prior to the establishment of Zhongqiu, this area served merely as an agricultural and granary hub, hosting a military garrison known as Shamping. However, due to various conflicts, the place was reduced to ashes, leaving the land wide open. As he spoke, Guan Yi's gaze fixed upon Shangjing. Following the establishment of Zhongqiu, this locale, situated in the heart of the empire and characterized by its flat terrain, faced south towards the Hongjiang River, offering convenient waterways. The founding emperor decided to designate this site as the capital, renaming the former garrison Shangping to Shangjing. In the early days of the dynasty, the population was sparse, and the small confines of Shangping sufficed. Yet, as the populace grew, congestion ensued, prompting ministers to propose the expansion of the capital. A heated debate arose regarding the city's boundaries, but the then Grand Minister staunchly advocated for a city without walls, a notion that received the emperor's endorsement, thus leading to the creation of present-day Shangjing. What does it mean to have a city without walls? Zhong Hui listened intently, though he remained perplexed by this concept. Guan Yi continued, the Grand Minister once proclaimed, if an army cannot defend its territory and the enemy's forces approach the imperial capital, what purpose would a city wall serve? Had they defined the city's limits at that time, it would have constrained its growth. His eyes deepened in thought before he continued. Both the founding emperor and the Grand Minister harbored lofty ambitions, hence they chose not to construct walls around the city. Instead, they reinforced the existing walls of Shangping to guard against potential internal insurrections. This strategy of external openness combined with internal fortitude has ensured that Shangjing has remained untouched by war throughout the years. Consequently, it stands today as the largest capital among all nations, a point of pride for us, the people of Shangjing. Upon hearing this, Zhong Hui could not help but marvel at the tumultuous events of the past. It is difficult to imagine the kind of turmoil that must have unfolded back then. The Grand Minister's insight resonates profoundly. If a nation lacks the strength to repel invaders, what can a mere wall accomplish? This unique perspective has truly broadened my horizons. I am increasingly curious about the character of your founding emperor, who could command such an exceptional minister. As they spoke, they arrived beneath the towering stele at the center of the thoroughfare. It loomed high, requiring Zhong Hui to tilt his head to discern the inscriptions. The stele bore characters reminiscent of ancient seal script, elegantly inscribed in a circular form. 8 grand characters were etched upon it, divided into 2 columns, accompanied by 3 smaller characters in the lower left corner, likely a title. Zhong Hui recognized these 8 characters, though he could not recall where he had encountered them before. He tapped his temple in frustration. Noticing Zhong Hui's actions, Guan Yi assumed he was troubled by the meaning of the characters and inquired, "Brother Zhong, are you curious about the significance of these 8 characters?" Guan Yi was taken aback, for Zhong Hui's demeanor suggested it was his first visit to Shanjing. Yet he claimed familiarity with the characters, prompting Guan Yi to suspect that Zhong Hui's background was extraordinary. With that thought, he explained, "These characters were inscribed by the founding emperor of the Zhongchu Empire himself, reading, 'Mandate from heaven, long life and prosperity.' The essence conveys that the throne is a divine grant, destined for eternal flourishing." What? Mandate from heaven, long life and prosperity. Is that truly what is written here? Are you certain? Zhong Hui bombarded him with questions. Disbelief etched across his face, for these 8 characters resonated too closely with his memory, explaining the familiarity he felt. "Oh, Brother Zhong, why the astonishment? The inscription indeed reads, 'Mandate from heaven, long life and prosperity.' Have you encountered it elsewhere?" Guan Yi's curiosity piqued further. He became increasingly convinced that Zhong Hui hailed not merely from the Banluan mountain range, but from an exceptional lineage. These 8 characters were typically only seen on the stele, making it improbable to find them elsewhere. The manner in which Zhong Hui reacted indicated he had not only seen them before, but held a profound impression of them. No wonder Zhong Hui reacted so. As a youth with a deep appreciation for history, he was well acquainted with these words, which were inscribed on the imperial seal of Qin Shi Huang, the emperor who unified the realm, pinned in the small seal script by Chancellor Li Si himself. As this realization struck him, he could not help but wonder if the founding emperor of the Zhongchu Empire and the Grand Minister were perhaps time travelers. Potentially even Qin Shi Huang and Li Si. However, there were no historical records of such occurrences. Now, he felt an urgent desire to uncover the truth behind these enigmas. Chapter 16. A person of integrity does not engage in underhanded deeds, Brother Guan. Could you please inform me who the founding emperor and the Grand Chancellor of the Zhongchu Empire were, and what their names are? Guan Yi was puzzled by Zhong Hui's inquiry, questioning the purpose behind it. Could it be that you have a blood relation to either the founding emperor or the Grand Chancellor? Nevertheless, Brother Guan, simply notifying me of the identities of the founding emperor and the Grand Chancellor will suffice. I harbor some doubts and seek clarity. Zhong Hui did not respond to Guan Yi's question. Hearing this, Guan felt it inappropriate to make excuses and proceeded to inform Zhong Hui of the true identities of the founding emperor and the Grand Chancellor. The founding emperor of the Zhongchu Empire was, as inscribed on the stone monument's lower left, Guan Xiaofan, while the Grand Chancellor at that time was Su Yu. Zhong Hui had initially speculated that it might be Qin Shi Huang, Ing Zheng, and Li Si, but was taken aback to find 2 names he had never heard before. He pondered for a while, unable to recall any historical reference to these individuals, and found the situation peculiar. Could it be that they were ordinary people who had traversed through time? Perhaps that was indeed a possibility. As he reflected on this, he considered the likelihood that perhaps only one of them was a time traveler, and like himself, an inconspicuous figure who achieved great feats in another realm, commanding the winds and rains. Unfortunately, he lacked such ambitions and felt he was bringing shame to those accomplished predecessors. Brother Guan, Brother Guan, your surname is Guan, right? What did you say the founding emperor of Zhongchu was called? Zhong Hui intended to express his astonishment, but suddenly realized something that sent chills down his spine. At this moment, his mind was blank. He recognized that he had climbed a significant tree, but did not anticipate it to be a pillar reaching the heavens. The sudden turn of fortune left him somewhat bewildered. Upon regaining his composure, he suddenly wondered whether he might become embroiled in a struggle for succession, surrounded by treachery, or whether he might be inexplicably slain while walking down the street, or whether the very Guan Yi before him might, after ascending to the throne, dispose of him as a burden once he no longer served a purpose. In an instant, he contemplated numerous possibilities, leaving him feeling disoriented. At this moment, Guan Yi was oblivious to Zhong Hui's musings, but he held a deep admiration for him. Since his own identity was now revealed, it would be more prudent to invite him into his administration to offer counsel. Throughout their journey, Guan had witnessed Zhong's remarkable talents firsthand. Now that Zhong Hui was aware of his identity, Guan Yi decided against being overly formal and formally invited him into official service, inquiring whether Zhong could exhibit his talents, perhaps even attaining noble rank or high office. Zhong Hui, still in a daze, was thrilled at the prospect of nobility, envisioning himself as a lord or a chancellor. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. For one who possessed little ambition, aspiring to nobility seemed a mere fantasy. Moreover, If he were to genuinely engage in the competition for succession, would there be any peace to be found? It would be far better to receive 100 or 80 taels of silver and then wander the world at will, perhaps even brandishing a sword, embracing the life of a wandering hero. Before Xuan could speak further, Xuan Peng, who had been silently observing, interjected. This time, you are mistaken. My brother is no mere prince. He is the legitimate crown prince of the realm. My brother has invited you twice with sincerity, yet you have repeatedly evaded. You truly do not recognize a good opportunity. Upon hearing Xuan Peng's statement, Xuan Yi rebuked him, saying, How can you speak like that? Be quiet. He then turned to Zhong Hui and continued, My younger brother is rude. Do not take offense, Zhong brother. If you have no interest in official matters, I apologize for my presumptions. However, should you wish to do something for the common people in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall ensure you have the opportunity to fulfill your aspirations. Today marked the second day of Zhong Hui's arrival in the capital. The events of the previous day had yet to settle within him, compounded by fatigue from his journey. He had slept soundly from the previous afternoon until now. Had it not been for the blinding morning sunlight, he might have continued to slumber. Before Zhong Hui could rise, several maids had already gathered outside his door. As he awoke, they rushed in, dressing him, putting on his shoes, and washing his face before he could even react. By the time he comprehended what was happening, he was already fully attired without having lifted a finger. As an independent modern individual, he found this experience quite disconcerting. Being served in such a manner made him feel akin to an imbecile, and he could hardly enjoy such service. Standing by the bedside, he observed his attire, which was rather ostentatious and made of fine, smooth material. However, the garments were excessively loose and ill-fitting, making them rather cumbersome. An older man accompanied by a tailor entered the room. Greetings, sir. I am the steward of the Crown Prince's residence. You may call me Lao Gan. The master instructed me to have the tailor prepare several sets of clothing for you upon your awakening. Are you ready, sir? Upon realizing the steward's identity, Zhang Hui complied with the tailor's measurements. While the garments were indeed luxurious, they were clearly ill-suited for him and appeared rather baggy. The style was also not to his liking, making it necessary to have a new outfit tailored. After the measurements were taken, he specifically requested the tailor to create a set of more fitted clothing. As he observed everyone leaving in succession, the spacious room quickly returned to its emptiness. Gazing at the ceiling, which was made of an unknown type of wood, he fell into contemplation. How should he proceed? Should he remain in the Crown Prince's residence, living in idleness, or should he seek a means to earn a living in this unfamiliar place, accumulating wealth to travel the world? After a brief reflection, he resolved to earn money in this world, aspiring to become a successful merchant, and then to embark on his adventures globally. Though he had never engaged in commerce, he had seen pigs run, if not having eaten them himself. Chapter 17. The beginning armed with the knowledge acquired from Earth. It was certain that one could surpass all merchants in this realm. Perhaps, in the future, he would become someone whose wealth rivals nations. Traveling in a carriage drawn by 8 fine steeds, surrounded by a retinue of bodyguards, confronting anyone who displeased him, raining down gold upon them. And in the comfort of his home, amassing the most beautiful women from across the land. The mere thought of this nearly caused him to drool. Suddenly, he jolted, realizing his own embarrassment. Fortunately, there was no one around to witness it. Otherwise, he would have been humiliated. Having already contemplated the path ahead, he resolved to take action immediately. Every magnificent edifice begins from humble beginnings. Thus, his first step into this new world would commence with stepping out of this room. However, half an hour later, reality proved that he should not have ventured out alone. The prince's residence was vast, and he assumed a random path would lead him to the front gate. Yet, after wandering aimlessly for half an hour, he still could not find the exit. At last, he encountered a maid. Under her guidance, even this individual, who possessed a strong sense of direction, found himself utterly disoriented. After approximately 5 minutes of wandering, he finally discovered a small door, distinct from the grand entrance they had used the previous day. It appeared to be a side entrance. Upon entering through the side door, he emerged onto a broad street bustling with a myriad of people, horse-drawn carriages, and porters, all contributing to a vibrant scene. He chose to walk through the crowded areas, eager to observe this ancient locale rich with character. Along the way, he admired the various shop signs lining the streets. Although some characters were difficult to decipher, not all were round. Many were square-shaped, allowing him to recognize them with relative ease. After walking for nearly an hour, he paused in front of a building named Jubiozai. This establishment was clearly a grand one, towering above any nearby shop with its 5 stories, which alone signified its exceptional status. Convinced that such a prominent store warranted his attention, he stepped inside Jubiozai. Upon entering, he glanced around and noted that Jubiozai bore a striking resemblance to the modest goods shops of his previous life. The shelves were adorned with an array of merchandise, including jade artifacts, porcelain, decorative items, and weapons, all at considerable prices. Even the cheapest dagger cost a full tael of silver. It is worth mentioning that from Guani, he learned about the currency of the Zhongshu Empire. The smallest denomination was a square copper coin known as the xianxia Fanqian. 100 Handong Fanqian could be exchanged for 1 Handong silver coin, and 500 of those constituted a tael of silver. Additionally, there existed a form of currency known as silver notes, with a minimum denomination of 10 taels and a maximum of 100. Managed directly by the Ministry of Finance and Salt of the Zhongshu Empire, akin to a national bank overseeing the currency and production of salt and iron. The ground floor of Jubiozai was bustling with patrons clad in luxurious garments, indicating that the shop was thriving. The attendant, having noticed a uniquely dressed newcomer, approached him, recognizing that he was likely visiting for the first time. "Welcome, esteemed guest. It seems you are new to Jubiozai. May I offer you a tour of our establishment?" Eager to understand the shop's offerings, Zhonghui responded, "Indeed, this is my first visit. I have heard that you are the largest store in the capital. Kindly enlighten me about the basic details of your shop." "Ah, you're discerning, I serves you well. I must confess that our store is indeed the largest treasure house in the entire capital, specializing in rare and exotic goods. We have branches throughout the Zhongshu Empire and even in several neighboring countries. While there are a few other shops in the capital, none compare to Jubiozai in size and repute," the attendant confidently explained. Jubiozai comprises 5 levels. The first floor sells ordinary trinkets, while the second floor features rarities. The top floor is only opened for exceptionally valuable treasures and is sold via auction, accessible only to esteemed guests who receive an invitation from Jubiozai. "Please, allow me to guide you to the second floor." With that, the attendant led Zhonghui upstairs. As they ascended, a well-dressed young gentleman descended the stairs. Adorned in a blend of red and yellow, with an embroidered exotic bird on his attire, accentuated by a deep green jade ornament at his waist. His refined demeanor and sharp features revealed his noble lineage, accompanied by a gaggle of sycophants. The staircase was narrow, accommodating only 3 persons side by side. Upon seeing the young gentleman, the attendant stepped aside and bowed. However, Zhonghui, unfamiliar with the social hierarchy in this new world and having just arrived, did not yield space, as he had just been conversing with the prince himself. The nobleman, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, scrutinized Zhonghui, who was equally unyielding in his gaze. Before he could speak, one of his lackeys shouted, "Who is this blind fool blocking our young master's path? Get out of the way." Initially, Zhonghui considered stepping aside to avoid conflict, but upon hearing the disrespectful remark, he resolved to stand his ground. Fueled by the prince's backing, he dismissed the lackey with disdain, addressing the young gentleman, "You might want to keep your dog in check. If you cannot manage it, I am more than willing to assist." The nobleman's expression shifted as he recognized Zhonghui's fearless demeanor, realizing that this was not a pretense. Rather than engage further, he chose to walk away. However, Zhonghui's retort only intensified his irritation. He believed that a lesson was necessary for this insolent newcomer. Without uttering another word, he signaled for his lackeys to teach Zhonghui a lesson. The group of sycophants, eager to follow their master's command, prepared to confront the audacious newcomer. Meanwhile, the attendant, who had been observing the confrontation, realized that the situation had escalated beyond his control and hurried off to find the shopkeeper. Chapter 18. The master. A swarm of individuals surged towards Zhonghui. At the forefront stood a lackey who had just insulted him. Upon recognizing the incoming threat, Zhonghui drew upon his inner strength, clenched his right hand, and delivered a resounding slap that sent the man hurtling down the stairs, crashing to the ground and howling in pain. Witnessing their companion being flung aside, the others exchanged glances and charged at Zhonghui in unison. Realizing that the narrow staircase was not to his advantage, Zhonghui swiftly retreated to the center of the hall, his gaze fixed on the descending assailants. With a sudden burst of energy, he prepared himself. As they reached the bottom, he advanced, unleashing a powerful punch that knocked one man to the ground. Another attacker lunged at him, but with a slight bend of his right leg and a swift turn, Zhonghui delivered a kick that sent the assailant sprawling. In a mere moment, Zhong Hui had incapacitated 2 adversaries. The remaining attacker, now filled with trepidation, observed Zhong Hui's approach, instinctively retreating. Just as Zhong Hui was about to strike the foremost individual, he was unexpectedly pulled back, and a fist the size of a cooking pot swung toward him. Reacting with remarkable speed, Zhong Hui sidestepped the incoming blow, and upon closer inspection, he recognized the savior as the elegantly dressed young man, who grasped the assailant's collar with one hand while preparing to strike with the other. This was indeed a formidable opponent, Zhong Hui mused. With his legs slightly bent and hands poised before his chest, he assumed a stance, ready to engage in a fierce battle. The elegantly dressed young man, undeterred, secured his garments at his waist, his sharp eyes locked onto Zhong Hui. At that critical moment, the proprietor of the treasure-gathering pavilion hurried down from the upper floor, positioning himself between the 2 young men with raised hands. Gentlemen, let us value harmony above all. There is no need for violence. Why not ascend to the 3rd floor for a cordial discussion? I shall treat you both to tea. What do you say? As the proprietor endeavored to mediate, a mocking voice echoed from the loft. The elegantly dressed youth, identified as Guanxi, turned to the source of the voice, his demeanor shifting to one of nonchalance. "Hanjin," he called out, recognizing the individual. "Very well, I'll grant you this favor today." He then addressed his companions. "Let us depart." Supporting one another, the group made their way out, and as Guanxi passed by Zhong Hui, he paused to cast a glance at him before hastening out of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Once the group had exited, Hanjin regarded Zhong Hui and inquired, "My friend, would you be interested in joining me upstairs for a stroll?" Zhong Hui, eager to express his gratitude but intrigued by Hanjin's invitation, prepared to ascend. He thanked the proprietor beside him and proceeded to the 2nd floor. Upon arrival, he found Hanjin to be an extraordinary figure. Despite a hint of arrogance in his demeanor, his every movement exuded grace, leaving Zhong Hui with a sense of ease. It was evident that Hanjin hailed from a distinguished lineage in the capital. "I am Zhong Hui, and I sincerely appreciate your timely assistance," Zhong Hui expressed, grateful for Hanjin's intervention. "Ah, it was but a trifling matter," Hanjin replied with a smile. "I cannot abide those who bully the weak. And seeing your martial prowess, I surmised you would not fear such a crowd." With that, he performed a courteous gesture towards Zhong Hui. "I am Hanjin, from the Eastern District. Noticing you are not a local, may I inquire about your origins?" Recognizing Zhong Hui's features, short hair and dark eyes, Hanjin deduced he was not from the Central Chu region and grew curious about his background. Zhong Hui, unpretentious, replied, "I hail from the Half-Wheel Mountains, having just arrived in the capital. I know little of this place, merely wandering to broaden my horizons." Hanjin, intrigued by Zhong Hui's origins, recalled tales his grandfather had shared about that region, and his curiosity deepened. He scrutinized Zhong Hui with renewed interest. "I, Hanjin, take great pleasure in making friends. It seems fate has brought us together today, and if you do not mind my company, shall we become friends?" Having recently arrived in this unfamiliar locale, Zhong Hui felt a wave of relief at finding a companion who appeared amicable. "I wholeheartedly agree. Since you have extended your hand in friendship, I, Zhong Hui, gladly accept. Then henceforth, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." With a friendly arm around Zhong Hui's shoulder, Hanjin declared, "Come, I shall take you to Fengxian Tower to savor the culinary delights of Central Chu." Fengxian Tower, renowned as one of the capital's finest establishments, was famed for its exquisite poultry dishes. The 2 young men settled at a prime window seat on the top floor, affording them a panoramic view of the bustling streets below. From their elevated vantage point, they observed the sparse crowd, feeling a sense of detached tranquility that piqued their interest. As Zhong Hui and Hanjin made their way to Fengxian Tower, Zhong Hui inquired about Guanxi. Hanjin informed him that Guanxi, despite sharing the Guan surname, was not related to the royal family. His father, Guan, had been adopted by the late emperor during a time of turmoil. As Guan had saved the emperor's life, following the ascension of the current emperor, Guan was bestowed the title of duke, making Guanxi his sole heir and, by extension, a noble scion. While Zhong Hui and Hanjin conversed, an incident unfolded outside Fengxian Tower. A father and daughter duo were performing in the adjacent square, likely travelers seeking to earn a few coins. The young woman, clad in red and exuding vitality from her years of martial training, caught the eye of a wealthy young man passing by. His malicious intent sparked as he sought to claim her as a concubine, instructing his servants to harass them. Aware of the dangers of provoking trouble in the capital, the young woman and her father attempted to avoid conflict, gathering their belongings to leave. However, the group of thugs had no intention of letting them escape, and as the father and daughter turned to depart, several lackeys moved to seize the young woman, intent on forcibly taking her away. Chapter 19. The hidden dagger. The brazen act of abducting a maiden in broad daylight incited palpable outrage among the onlookers. Yet, intimidated by the might of the affluent young man, they merely whispered among themselves, retreating to a safe distance without daring to intervene. The woman, sensing the gravity of her predicament, recognized that her chances for a peaceful resolution were dwindling. As several lackeys approached, she deftly produced 2 daggers from her sleeves and launched herself at them. In an instant, blades flashed, screams erupted, and blood splattered as she swiftly incapacitated them, ensuring no fatalities but inflicting grievous wounds upon their limbs. The assailants, accustomed to wielding power over the weak, were taken aback by her fierce resistance. They writhed on the ground, clutching their injuries, the crimson fluid staining the cobblestones beneath them, marking their defeat. With daggers in hand, the woman advanced toward the wealthy young man, who, upon seeing her fierce demeanor, fell to the ground in terror, scrambling backward on his hands while attempting to intimidate her. You mustn't come closer. My father is the minister of grain in the court." As he spoke, emboldened by the mention of his father, his stammering subsided. "If you dare to harm me, you will find no refuge in Xianxia. Soon, my brother will arrive with the city guards, and you shall face dire consequences." The woman hesitated, contemplating the wisdom of avoiding further conflict. However, at that very moment, a battalion of city guards rushed in, encircling the 2 figures. From their ranks emerged a commanding officer clad in armor, sword in hand, exuding authority. Upon sighting the officer, the young man burst into tears, crawling toward him. "Brother, this woman has assaulted me, injured my servants, and threatened me. If you had not arrived in time, I fear for my life." The crowd, upon hearing his lamentations, scorned him for his shamelessness. The woman in red was equally appalled by his audacity, her hands trembling with indignation. Meanwhile, her father, eager to clarify the situation, found himself silenced as the officer commanded, "Seize these 2 for their brazen assault on the streets," showing utter disregard for the law. At the officer's order, the guards surged forward to apprehend them. The woman's father, realizing the futility of pleading his case and unwilling to succumb to their fate, drew a dagger from the nearby belongings, preparing to fight back. The father and daughter stood back to back, resolutely facing the advancing guards. "You must capture them, especially the woman. I want her to suffer." The wealthy young man, emboldened by his prior intimidation, pointed at them, inciting the guards to action. Despite being mere entertainers, the father and daughter possessed formidable skills, and the guards, lacking recent training, struggled to subdue them. Had the guards not been well equipped and the father-daughter duo refrained from inflicting lethal harm, they would have likely been overwhelmed. As they fought their way toward the street's end, the young man, desperate, threatened them. The father and daughter were initially poised to break through the encirclement, but upon hearing the threats, the father could no longer contain his anger. He could endure their attacks on himself, but would not tolerate threats against his daughter. Resolutely, he charged at the young man, sustaining several cuts, but undeterred in his purpose to eliminate the loathsome figure before him. Seeing her father wounded, the daughter, driven by instinct, brandished her daggers with fierce determination, following closely behind him and unleashing her fury upon their assailants. The young man, confronted by the bloodied visage of the middle-aged man, felt a surge of fear as he realized the gravity of the situation. As the father reached the young man, he swung his dagger, but just then, a sword intervened and deflected his strike. The commanding officer, having anticipated the middle-aged man's approach, had drawn his sword to save the young man. The 2 men faced each other, one wielding a dagger and the other a sword, surrounded by guards, while the woman in red continued to battle fiercely. Suddenly, the middle-aged man hurled a throwing knife towards the officer. The officer, noticing the incoming projectile, deftly evaded it, using his sword to deflect the weapon. Immediately after, a gleaming blade swung towards the officer's head, prompting him to raise his sword in defense. However, the middle-aged man's strike was a feint. He exerted little force and, seizing the opportunity, delivered a powerful kick to the officer, sending him sprawling. Ignoring the officer's plight, the middle-aged man advanced toward the wealthy young man, who, horrified by the imminent threat, failed to cry out before his throat was sliced open. In shock, he clutched his neck, Disbelief etched on his face as blood foamed from his lips. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing until silence enveloped him. The officer, witnessing the tragedy unfold, felt a surge of rage as he plunged his sword into the back of the middle-aged man, the blade piercing deep. The middle-aged man staggered back, using his dagger for support, kneeling on one knee. "Father!" The woman in red cried out upon seeing her father gravely wounded. Without regard for her safety, she surged forward to support him, and together they fought valiantly amidst the throng of guards. Chapter 20. The Crown Prince's residents seized them at once, regardless of their fate. "Should they escape, I shall hold you accountable." The commander, upon witnessing his brother's demise, was consumed by rage. He glared at the two individuals, sword in hand, striding swiftly towards them, intent on avenging his kin. As he sprinted forward, poised to strike the middle-aged man unaware, a concealed projectile unexpectedly hurtled towards him, dislodging the sword from his grip. Following that, several more projectiles flew forth, incapacitating the soldiers who stood protectively before the father and daughter. Zhong Hui and Han Jin, observing from the Fengxian pavilion, witnessed the unfolding drama with clarity. With a resounding clap on the table, Zhong Hui was filled with indignation at the recent events. From their elevated vantage point, they could see that the city defense troops, initially nearby but indifferent to the affluent youth's brazen abduction of a maiden, rushed over only when the wealthy scion faced adversity, swiftly apprehending the father and daughter without question. This blatant act of collusion enraged him profoundly. Seeing the father and daughter in peril, he was ready to intervene, but to his astonishment, someone else acted more swiftly. Once he saw the pair escape unscathed, his clenched fists finally relaxed. This incident illuminated a harsh truth for him. The world was not as idyllic as he had imagined. Darkness permeated everywhere, and only by becoming stronger could one avoid being oppressed. He silently vowed to himself to grow more formidable, aspiring that next time he would be the first to extend aid in such dire circumstances. Turning to Han Jin, he noted his friend's evident fury. "Brother Han, you witnessed that too. I never anticipated that under the Emperor's very nose, in the heart of the capital, the city defense troops would conspire with the wealthy youth to bully the helpless. Is the security of the capital truly so deplorable?" Han Jin, upon hearing this, gazed at Zhong Hui and sighed. "Brother Zhong, you are unaware that the city defense troops have become a malignant tumor that is difficult to eradicate. Those who rise to the rank of captain and above are typically from affluent families with some influence in the court. They primarily join the defense forces merely to gain experience, each backed by some degree of power. This has led to an arrogant cohort, unmanageable by anyone." Zhong Hui, intrigued, questioned. "Unmanageable? Surely, one could simply enforce military law against those who disobey orders. What is there to fear?" Han Jin replied with a hint of exasperation. "Brother Zhong speaks lightly. Those who dare to enforce discipline reside in places far superior to the city defense troops. They would have no reason to remain there. And what of the others? If you eliminate one today, your family might suffer repercussions tomorrow. How could they dare to intervene? Furthermore, our emperor currently shows little interest in governance, and were it not for the crown prince's assistance, the chaos would be even greater." Listening to Han Jin's words, Zhong Hui turned his gaze into the distance, his expression contemplative. After witnessing the events below the Fengxian pavilion, he lost the desire to continue his outing. He bid farewell to Han Jin, promising to explore other locales together next time. Han Jin, noticing Zhong Hui's fatigue, did not insist on his company. "Very well, let us conclude our day here. Next time, I shall invite Brother Zhong to visit the renowned Yage residence in the capital. It is a veritable paradise where you will surely revel for an entire day." Zhong Hui mused that while the Yage residence sounded elegant by name, Han Jin's captivated expression suggested it might be a dubious establishment, perhaps akin to an ancient brothel. With this thought, he chuckled softly. Looking at Han Jin, he subtly inquired, "Oh, is that so? Then I must certainly visit when the time comes. I cannot let the journey be in vain. Next time, you must include me, haha." Han Jin's eyes sparkled as he assured, "Rest assured, I shall not forget Brother Zhong. When the time comes, I will certainly call upon you. Then I shall take my leave. I will not see you out, Brother Zhong." Han Jin inquired, "What business do you have at the Crown Prince's residence?" Zhong Hui clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Han." Upon returning to the Crown Prince's residence, Xuan was searching for Zhong Hui. The residence was vast, and since it was Zhong Hui's first visit, Xuan worried he might get lost and intended to assign a servant to accompany him. However, upon seeking Zhong Hui, he discovered he had already departed. After inquiring with the gatekeeper, he found no trace of him, leaving him puzzled for quite some time. The following morning, as the maidservants prepared to assist Zhong Hui with his attire and ablutions, he immediately halted their actions, instructing them to set aside their tasks as he would manage on his own. Alarmed, the maids assumed he was dissatisfied with their service, trembling in fear. With a few even brought to tears. Zhong Hui, observing their reaction, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Is it truly necessary for you to be this distressed? I must explain that I am a man of simple tastes, unaccustomed to such personal service. Chapter 21. Mysterious Power dressed in a newly tailored outfit. Zhong Hui stepped out of his room and headed towards the courtyard of the guard captain, Cheng Rui. After reflecting on the events of the previous day, he realized that martial prowess held significant importance in this world. Without some degree of strength, one would inevitably become a target for bullying. He sought to inquire how Cheng Rui had managed to injure the large serpent the other day. Upon arriving at Cheng Rui's courtyard, he found the captain practicing his martial arts. Zhong Hui approached him for a brief exchange. Noticing that Zhong Hui's visit was not merely a social call, Cheng Rui directly asked, "Mr. Zhong, you surely do not intend to discuss what we shall have for lunch this early in the morning, do you? If you have something to say, please speak freely. If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Hearing Cheng Rui's straightforwardness, Zhong Hui awkwardly touched his nose and replied, "Captain Cheng, you are too kind. However, I do indeed have a matter on which I need your help. Please speak, and I shall assist you as best as I can." Cheng Rui promptly encouraged, cutting through any unnecessary formalities. "It concerns a concept known as mysterious power. Are you not aware of it?" Zhong Hui asked, perplexed. "Mysterious power? What is that?" Zhong Hui's confusion was evident, as this was the first time he had encountered such a term. Observing his bewilderment, Cheng Rui proceeded to elucidate the nature of mysterious power. Mysterious power, as its name suggests, is an auxiliary skill employed during combat. It exists in a gaseous form and is devoid of any color. There are two types of mysterious power, innate and acquired. Innate mysterious power is a gift possessed only by individuals with certain rare bloodlines. Those who wield this power are considerably stronger than ordinary practitioners, though they may also face various side effects. Acquired mysterious power, on the other hand, is the more common form, requiring dedication and training to develop. First, one must have access to the techniques of mysterious power, which are typically found within prominent families. Additionally, the practitioner must possess exceptional physical attributes, extraordinary talent, and unyielding willpower. The cultivated mysterious power can be categorized into two types: one that enhances the body, increasing stamina and agility, and another that is employed directly in combat, allowing the practitioner to condense their power, infuse it into their weapon, or project it outward to create devastating force. The potency of this power is self-evident. However, innate mysterious power cannot be condensed. It serves only as auxiliary power, often causing the user to become frenzied, with a significant increase in strength or exceptional agility. Upon grasping the essence of mysterious power, Zhong Hui felt a surge of excitement. Although he possessed martial skills, they were limited to mere physical techniques, suitable for dealing with common folk. Faced with someone like Captain Cheng, he had no confidence in his ability to prevail. In his desire to grow stronger, he resolved to inquire about where he might learn the techniques of mysterious power. Just then, a servant hurriedly approached, informing Zhong Hui that someone was seeking him. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that aside from Han Jin, he had no other acquaintances, and it was likely Han Jin who had invited him to the elegant pavilion. A thrill of anticipation coursed through him, prompting him to temporarily set aside thoughts of mysterious power. Subsequently, they exited the prince's residence and boarded a carriage bound for the elegant pavilion. After nearly an hour's journey, the carriage came to a halt. Before he could alight, the sounds of laughter and merriment reached his ears, causing him to smile knowingly. Indeed, it was as he expected. Stepping out of the carriage, Zhong Hui beheld the elegant pavilion, which was truly magnificent, expansive in size, surrounded by elegantly dressed young gentlemen. Unlike the gaudy establishments of the past, there were no courtesans in flamboyant attire beckoning for patrons. Zhong Hui mused that this was truly a high-class venue, distinctly different from the lowly brothels. Seeing Zhong Hui lost in thought as he alighted, Han Jin approached and clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Zhong, welcome to the elegant pavilion, the most refined establishment in the entire capital. I dare say you have never visited a place of such elegance before. Come, allow me to show you the splendor within." Unable to contain his excitement, Zhonghui followed Han Jin into the elegant pavilion. Seated on a railing chair on the third floor, Zhonghui stared at Han Jin across from him. If he had a blade in his hand at that moment, the languid figure before him would undoubtedly receive more than a few strikes. To his surprise, the elegant pavilion was indeed a venue for appreciating elegance and culture. The pavilion comprised 5 levels, with the lower 3 allowing patrons to view the central stage below, while the upper 2 featured private rooms akin to KTV for performances. At that moment, Zhonghui and Han Jin stood by the railing on the 3rd floor, observing the dancers below, accompanied by a multitude of musicians, creating a scene of serene beauty. However, for Zhonghui, these spectacles had lost their allure, and his gaze towards Han Jin burned with intensity. Han Jin noticed the peculiar look in Zhonghui's eyes, as if he owed him something. However, he dismissed it as Zhonghui's indifference to the performances and attempted to reassure him, "Brother Zhong, do you not find the music and dance to your liking? Fear not. For soon, Xianxia and Yan shall grace us with their talents. Their performances are the pride of the elegant pavilion. And how fortunate you are that they are appearing together today." Zhonghui shot him a sidelong glance, saying, "Brother Han, I have a saying about a steed rolling in the grass. Should I share it?" Perplexed by this cryptic remark, Han Jin inquired, "What do you mean, Brother Zhong?" Sighing, Zhonghui conceded, "Perhaps I am overthinking it. Just by its name, one can tell this is a fine establishment. How could there possibly be any issues?" He chose to focus on the present reality and listen to the melodies. Indeed, the young lady performing below sang beautifully, her voice melodious and captivating, the melodies rising and falling in a pleasing manner. "Ha, Brother Zhong, you are unaware that the elegant pavilion's claim to be the most refined venue in the capital is no jest. On the 4th floor, there are even more exquisite songs and enchanting dances awaiting your appreciation," Han Jin remarked. Zhonghui, intrigued yet confused, responded, "Oh, then I must seize the opportunity to explore further." Chapter 22. A stunning encounter. Rest assured, there will be ample opportunities in the future. But today marks a rare collaboration between Xianxia and Yan. Zhonghui had previously perceived this venue as a respectable place for enjoying music and dance, intending to approach it with an open heart. However, he realized he had perhaps underestimated the nature of the people present, and it would be best to earnestly listen to the music and observe the dance. After a while, an unanswered question suddenly came to Zhonghui's mind. "Han brother, you mentioned that His Majesty neglects state affairs and relies entirely on the Crown Prince for governance. Why is that? From my perspective, the Crown Prince seems quite capable. How could His Majesty be deemed anything less than competent? Yet, in your eyes, why does our Emperor appear akin to a foolish ruler?" Upon hearing this, Han Jin immediately raised his hand to cover Zhonghui's mouth, signaling him to be silent. He glanced around and then sat beside Zhonghui, saying, "Brother Zhong, such words must not be spoken lightly. If they reach the ears of someone with ill intentions, it could spell trouble." With a sigh, he continued, "It is a long story. Our Emperor is indeed a man of temperament. In his youth, he was much like you and me, charming and charismatic." Hold on. It is you who is charming, not I," Zhonghui interjected. "Very well, I shall take the credit. Now, let me continue. Until the Emperor encountered a woman, whose beauty took his breath away at first sight. He swore he would have no other. Thus, His Majesty endeavored by all means to marry her. This woman was none other than the late Empress, the mother of the Crown Prince. Originally, His Majesty had a brother, but unexpectedly, the Crown Prince passed away at a young age. After the death of the late Emperor, His Majesty ascended the throne with the support of the 4 prominent clans. "The 4 prominent clans?" Zhonghui inquired. "Could you enlighten me as to which clans these are?" He thought it prudent to familiarize himself with these local powers to avoid any unnecessary conflicts. Hearing Zhonghui's question, Han Jin paused his explanation and began to elucidate the 4 clans. The 4 prominent clans are the Han clan of Dangjun, the Chui clan of the capital, the Liang clan of Linglang, and the Feng clan. After mentioning these clans, he took a moment before continuing with a serious introduction. "The Han clan of Dangjun, my own clan, has produced 4 generations of Grand Chancellors and 5 imperial tutors, boasting numerous scholars and officials in the court. We can be considered the foremost family in Zhongchu, with my grandfather currently serving as the Grand Chancellor. Next is the Liang clan of Linglang, originally a merchant family. In recent years, they have produced several top scholars, and, due to their substantial wealth, they are subtly rising as the 2nd most prominent family in the capital. However, being merchants, they struggle to gain respect in the court with many sycophantic officials seeking to curry favor with them. As for the Chui clan of the capital, they were once a powerful family, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with my clan. However, their numbers have dwindled. And aside from the head of the clan serving as an inspector in the court, the remaining members are deemed incapable of holding significant positions. Finally, the Feng clan is the only family that has survived since the founding of the state. Their longevity is attributed to their ancestral teachings, which dictate unwavering loyalty to the emperor and abstention from power struggles. Consequently, they have earned the trust of successive emperors. None from the Feng clan have held high office. Instead, they serve in the military, thus maintaining considerable influence in the army. Zhonghui listened to Han Jin's introduction, astonished to discover such a remarkable lineage behind him. Realizing his choice to associate with Han Jin was indeed fortuitous. I had no idea, Han brother, that you are the grandson of the Grand Chancellor. This truly opens my eyes. Han Jin, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Do not make me blush, Brother Zhong. Allow me to continue with the tale of His Majesty. After ascending the throne, he did not take any concubines, choosing only the Empress. Initially, he was diligent in governance and worked tirelessly. The Empress bore him a son. But tragically, she died during childbirth. Stricken by grief, His Majesty began to neglect state affairs. My grandfather, the Grand Chancellor, took it upon himself to shoulder the burden of governance, but due to his advanced age, many matters required the Emperor's direct intervention. As His Majesty withdrew, many state affairs fell into disarray, and the court's customs began to deteriorate. Had it not been for the Crown Prince overseeing state matters in recent years, the court would likely have descended into chaos. Yet, the Crown Prince has been frail since childhood, and now bears such a heavy burden. It is truly a challenge for him." Zhonghui, reflecting on Han Jin's account, could not help but lament. It is astonishing that a single woman could lead one to forsake family and country. I am at a loss whether to commend His Majesty's passion or chastise his folly. No wonder the Crown Prince appears so weary each day. Han Jin waved his hand dismissively and said, "Let us not dwell on such matters, Brother Zhong. Instead, let us enjoy the music and dance, allowing all these vexing thoughts to fade away. Soon, a more splendid performance is to come." Indeed, shortly thereafter, the noise from the first to the third floor began to diminish as the audience turned their attention to the stage below, where a pink curtain appeared, concealing the scene within. Then, a graceful figure emerged, dazzling and leaping, stirring the imagination of all present about the beauty that lay behind the curtain. Suddenly, a resounding note from a zither echoed, plunging the venue into an immediate silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The zither's melody began to flow, resonant and melodious, resembling a gentle stream, pure and untainted, like a soft breeze caressing the trees. Each note intertwined, intoxicating and delightful, lifting the spirits of all who listened, drawing them into a trance. As the zither continued, it surged like waves rising from a stream, the strings vibrating in the gentle breeze, reminiscent of a maiden frolicking in a forest, graceful yet lively. With every stroke, the audience was captivated. As the curtain fell, revealing a woman clad in a purple gauze dress, adorned with a floral belt and a jade hairpin, she appeared as serene as jade, her subtle makeup reminiscent of a celestial being stepping out from a painting, leaving the audience entranced. As the final notes of the zither faded, the dancing maiden slowed her movements, tilting her head slightly, her sleeves brushing against her brow. With a charming smile, she bowed deeply to the audience and gracefully retreated behind the curtain. Zhonghui was spellbound. As a modern individual, he had witnessed many dances. Chapter 23. The King's Decision. Yet, he had never experienced such ethereal dance and heavenly music as he did today. At last, he comprehended why Han Jin held this place in such high regard. Indeed, one visit ignited an insatiable desire to return. After losing himself in the beauty for a while, Han Jin gradually emerged from the reverie and glanced at Zhonghui, saying, "What do you think? I told you it was splendid. This is a phenomenon that occurs only once a month at the elegant pavilion. You are truly fortunate to witness it today." Zhonghui, in jest, replied, "Haha, Han brother, you flatter me." Following this, Zhonghui accompanied Han Jin to savor some exquisite delicacies and to enjoy the dances at the elegant pavilion before parting ways. As Zhonghui sat in the carriage, admiring the surrounding scenery, he heard Han Jin's words and turned with a puzzled expression, asking, "What rule are you referring to?" Feigning mystery, Han Jin replied, "Artists do not sell themselves, and those who sell themselves do not perform." "What does that mean?" Zhonghui clearly failed to grasp Han Jin's cryptic words. On this day, the beautiful maidens at the elegant pavilion were not available for service. As long as one could enjoy the enchanting music and dance, it was understood that overnight stays were not permitted. Suddenly, Zhonghui understood. The elegant pavilion was indeed a high-class brothel, albeit one that catered only to select clientele. Today, it seemed, was a day of rest for the courtesans. Realizing this, he slapped his thigh in realization. I knew it. Han Jin doesn't strike me as the virtuous type. How could he possess such refined tastes? Clearly, I was right about him. Next time, I must experience this exotic service for myself. This thought made him break into a foolish grin. Han Jin, observing Zhonghui's antics, was bewildered by his thigh-slapping and chuckling, wondering if Zhonghui might be unwell. Perhaps he should find someone to treat him or procure some rare medicinal herbs. Suddenly recalling something, he shook Zhonghui awake. Brother Zhong, wake up. I have something to tell you. 3 days from now, there will be an auction at the Treasure Pavilion. I wonder if you are free that day. I would like to take you along to witness this rare auction extravaganza. Zhonghui, lost in dreams of impending pleasures, was interrupted by Han Jin. Initially annoyed, he perked up at the mention of an auction. Having never seen one before and eager to attend, he readily agreed. In the spring of the 23rd year of Zhaoda, the first year of the Zhongchu era, at the prince's residence, Zhonghui began to search the library the next day, discovering over 10 types of martial arts manuals. According to their ranks, the lowest were intermediate-level techniques, with 2 being advanced. Among them, he found a tattered book that, upon closer inspection, turned out to be a royal-level technique, filling him with immense joy. The grading of martial arts techniques is divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and royal levels, based on the power they can generate. Naturally, the higher the level, the more challenging the cultivation. The levels of strength are also relatively straightforward: entry-level, basic, second level, advanced, and master level. Some individuals spend their entire lives unable to master royal-level techniques, while others, despite possessing them, may be outperformed by those trained in intermediate techniques. Thus, although royal-level techniques are rare, advanced techniques tend to be more favored. Zhonghui studied the 3 manuals before him. Body refinement and void condensation were both advanced techniques, while the tattered book titled The King's Decision was indeed a genuine royal-level technique. As he gazed at the King's Decision, he felt a strong urge. The very name exuded power. However, having never practiced martial arts and uncertain if his body was suited for the cultivation of such techniques, he feared that mastering this royal-level method might be beyond his reach. It seemed wise to avoid excessive greed. After dismissing the King's Decision, Zhonghui turned to the remaining 2 books. Body refinement was a supportive technique, while void condensation was a combat-oriented one. Without hesitation, he chose void condensation. Having grown up watching television portray skilled fighters wielding extraordinary techniques, he yearned to master void condensation, envisioning himself capable of employing cunning tactics as those heroes did. With aspirations for the future, he commenced his training in void condensation. From that day forth, Zhonghui immersed himself in martial arts, neglecting food and sleep. Many endeavors appear simple in thought, yet upon beginning, one discovers their true complexity. He diligently sought his own weaknesses as instructed in the manual. Initially, he believed them to be in his acupoints, as his father had taught him some acupressure techniques to seal one's south blood and close one's meridians. However, according to the manual, his weakness was not located in the acupoints, leaving him perplexed. Fortunately, the prince's residence had Commander Cheng Rue, who provided guidance that enlightened Zhonghui. It turned out that his failure to locate his weakness stemmed from not having broken through the acupoints initially, meaning he had not opened the pathways for energy to flow within his body. His weakness resided between the diaphragm and the heart, where energy would ultimately converge. Cheng Rue also explained that due to Zhonghui's age, his acupoints had already formed, and breaking them would be far more painful. Having prepared himself mentally for the challenge, Zhonghui braced for the pain of breaking through the acupoints. The agony he experienced was indescribable, causing his entire body to convulse. Chapter 24. Opportunity, he stifled his cries. Beads of sweat cascading down like raindrops, even his tightly shut eyes squeezed out a few tears. The corners of his eyes twitched, his jaw clenched tightly, and his hands trembled incessantly. After breaking through, he lay on the bed, immobilized by pain. Yet, he could not afford to rest immediately. He had to begin cultivating his profound energy as outlined in the teachings. These past few days of practice had convinced Zhong Hui that such energy was indeed not something an ordinary person could easily master. He diligently followed the methods for 3 full days before managing to produce a meager amount of profound energy. This energy coalesced into a small mass, wandering around the 3 points, Juk, Yumin, and Danzhong, much to Zhong Hui's delight. Although the energy was still minuscule, he remained patient, earnestly refining his skills to ensure a stable foundation, lest he fall into the abyss of confusion. On this day, as Zhong Hui was practicing his profound energy in the courtyard, a figure approached him stealthily from the corridor. Observing Zhong Hui with his eyes closed, the figure assumed he was resting and struck out at him. How could Zhong Hui be caught off guard? He lifted his left foot, easily dodging the attack, and retaliated with a punch aimed at the assailant's face. The figure, clad in casual attire, was of modest stature, exuding a hint of femininity, and wore a self-satisfied expression, seemingly reveling in the earlier attempt. Indeed, this person was Guanpeng. Upon recognizing her, Zhong Hui was about to voice his grievances, but then recalled what Han Jin had mentioned. The crown prince had only one sister, which meant the visitor should be Princess Guan Yu, who was disguised as a man. Guan Yu noticed Zhong Hui's stunned expression and inquired, "What? Can't you recognize me after just a few days?" Zhong Hui rubbed his chest and replied, "It's not that. I merely couldn't fathom how the esteemed princess of the Central Chu Empire managed to come out here. Is it so easy to enter and exit the palace?" Upon hearing Zhong Hui reveal her identity, Guan Yu was taken aback. "How did you discover I am a princess? Did my brother tell you?" "Humph. I knew he was unreliable." She pouted, feigning annoyance. Zhong Hui responded helplessly, "My little princess, I've been in the capital for several days. Everyone knows the crown prince has just one sister. How could I not know who you are?" Realizing the truth in his words, Guan Yu's expression shifted, and she grinned. "Hee, I didn't expect you to be so adept at gathering information. Now that you know I am a princess, why haven't you paid your respects?" Zhong Hui rolled his eyes and asked, "I am curious, princess, how did you escape from the palace? Did you sneak out?" Guan Yu, indignant, retorted, "Humph, look at you. As if you don't want me to come out. I'll tell you, I have no desire to remain in that meaningless palace. I warn you, do not disclose my identity, otherwise you'll regret it." With that, she raised her tiny fist in a playful threat. Observing her antics, Zhong Hui suddenly realized she was not a formidable ally, but rather a mischievous spirit. He needed to devise a way to extricate himself from her presence to avoid future troubles. Thus, he said, "I say, princess, since you've gone through such trouble to leave the palace, why not enjoy yourself instead of coming here? I have nothing to offer, and I am not familiar with the attractions of the capital. However, if you wish, I could introduce you to someone who knows all the delightful spots." Guan Yu huffed. "I didn't come here for you. I was looking for my brother and just happened to see you. Don't flatter yourself. No one would seek out a lecher like you." As she spoke, her face flushed and her voice dwindled, eventually turning away to avoid looking at Zhong Hui. At that moment, Zhong Hui's attention was drawn away as he noticed a servant rushing towards him. Guan Yu also sensed the approach and quickly composed herself. The servant hurriedly announced, "Mr. Zhong, that young master from before has returned to find you, requesting your presence at the gathering treasure auction." Upon seeing the steward, Zhong Hui understood that Han Jin had come to find him, as he had previously mentioned wanting to show him the auction. Just as he prepared to change his clothes, Guan Yu intercepted him, insisting he take her along. Han Jin, who had been waiting at the gates of the crown prince's residence for some time, was taken aback to see Zhong Hui accompanied by someone. As he scrutinized the newcomer, he was horrified to realize it was Princess Guan Yu, the very nightmare of the capital's young masters. Many had fallen victim to her charms. How could Zhong Hui know her? It seemed prudent for him to adopt a low profile today. Indeed, after Zhong Hui and Guan Yu met, Han Jin remained unusually reserved. While Guan Yu chattered incessantly about the surroundings, occasionally playfully slapping Zhong Hui on the shoulder. Each time, Zhong Hui winced in pain, yet he had no choice. After all, she was a princess. Throughout the journey, he frequently exchanged glances with Han Jin, signaling for his assistance, but Han Jin feigned interest in the scenery, ignoring Zhong Hui's cues. Thus, amidst excitement, discomfort, and trepidation, the trio finally arrived at the gathering treasure auction. Chapter 25. The Goddess of Commerce. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, Guan Yu's attention was immediately captivated by the establishment, allowing Zhong Hui to exhale a sigh of relief as she ceased her incessant inquiries. As the trio entered, a servant approached, recognizing Zhong Hui from the previous encounter with a distinguished guest. "Greetings, esteemed guests. How may I assist you today?" Han Jin produced an invitation letter from his pocket and handed it to the servant. Upon citing the invitation, the servant promptly escorted the three to the fourth floor of the pavilion. At the entrance of the fourth floor, a dedicated attendant inspected the invitation, which was elegantly purple in hue. Following this, they were led by a female attendant to an elevated platform adorned with plush leather seating, where an array of exquisite delicacies awaited, exuding opulence. From this vantage point, they could survey the entire auction venue below. Zhonghui noted that the hall had previously accommodated a considerable number of attendees, with newcomers being guided to their seats by the servants. However, he was puzzled by the presence of numerous cloaked figures in black, whose familiarity nagged at his mind, though he could not place them. Dismissing his concerns, he reasoned that their attire was likely a precaution against recognition, shielding their identities as bidders. While Zhonghui scrutinized the auction participants below, two additional groups were ushered onto the luxurious platform by the attendants. As he pondered the identities of these newcomers, Han Jin's voice broke through his thoughts. "Brother Zhong, those newly arrived individuals are prominent figures from the four major families of the capital. The gentleman in white is Liang Feng, the second son of the Liang family. The lady in the blue silk dress is Cui Ying, the daughter of the Cui family head. Pay close attention to her. She is quite formidable. The largest cosmetics business, Huai store, and a significant portion of the capital's pharmacies are under her purview. Though she is a woman, she must not be underestimated. Exercise caution when dealing with her to avoid missteps." Zhonghui was taken aback by Han Jin's introduction of the business-savvy woman. It was unexpected to encounter a female entrepreneur in a realm often regarded as lowly. The audacity of a woman engaging in commerce, especially on such a grand scale, suggested that there were indeed remarkable individuals in this world. He resolved to familiarize himself with such people and acquire knowledge from them. Upon noticing Han Jin and Guan Yu, the two groups approached, greeting Han Jin. Despite Guan Yu's disguise as a male, they recognized her and bowed in acknowledgement. Guan Yu, however, appeared indifferent. Her gaze fixated on the auction floor below. Liang Feng, intrigued by Zhonghui's presence alongside Han Jin, inquired, "Young Master Han, might I ask who this gentleman is?" Han Jin promptly introduced, "This is Zhonghui, a guest from the other side of the Half Moon Mountains and a friend of mine. Allow me to introduce him to you. This is Liang Feng, the second son of the Liang family, and the elegant lady beside him is Miss Cui Ying of the Cui family. Brother Zhong, it is a pleasure to meet you." Following Han Jin's introduction, Zhonghui exchanged polite pleasantries with the two. Upon learning that Zhonghui hailed from the Half Moon Mountains, Liang Feng regarded him with newfound respect and silently committed his name to memory. Shortly after Zhonghui took his seat, the auction hall began to fill with attendees. He glanced at Guan Yu, who was seated beside him in male attire, her eyes darting about with curiosity, and he could not help but sigh, resting his forehead in his hand. It seemed unwise to have brought her along, and he hoped she would not cause any disturbances once the auction commenced. With a bit of time left before the auction officially began, Zhonghui engaged Han Jin in conversation to pass the time. "Brother Han, could you enlighten me on the items up for auction today?" "Brother Zhong, I gather you have not attended an auction before?" Han Jin inquired. "Indeed, I have not. This auction features several remarkable items of great value. For instance, there is the East Sea glowing pearl, as well as the legendary ever-victorious sword. I have even heard whispers of an ancient relic that is exceedingly rare," Han Jin whispered. Guan Yu, intrigued by Han Jin's words, found herself particularly curious about the glowing pearl, yet the mention of the ancient relic piqued her interest even more. "What is this ancient relic you speak of?" Zhonghui asked. "I am uncertain of the specifics, but I have heard it was discovered in a site from the distant Qin era, and it has been well preserved. The details will become clear once it is presented," Han Jin replied. Zhonghui's mind was rife with questions. He pondered why everyone in this world spoke in Mandarin and wrote in characters resembling those of ancient China, with the national titles echoing those from a bygone era, almost as if this place were a replica of that time. Apart from the distinct fauna that differed greatly from his previous world, there were hardly any variations at all. Hearing Han Jin mention the distant Qin site, he felt a stirring sense of connection, as if there was a link between this site and his own inquiries. As their conversation unfolded, the atmosphere in the auction hall began to shift. Before long, an elderly man with graying temples emerged onto the stage from above the hall. Clad in simple linen garments, his steps were resolute. Upon reaching the center of the stage, the crowd fell silent before he could utter a word. Once the room was hushed, The elder solemnly declared, "The auction is now officially underway." With the elder's announcement, the auction commenced. The first item showcased was an ancient sword, measuring 3 feet in length, slightly shorter than the modern 4-foot swords. Its blade bore a checkered pattern, remaining keen and sharp, its streamlined design complemented by a comfortable grip. The elder began by recounting the sword's storied history, revealing it to be the treasured weapon of the founding general of Zhongqiu, known as the ever-victorious sword. Chapter 26. Contest of Strength. The general, named Chang Sheng, true to his name, had rendered remarkable achievements in establishing the kingdom of Zhongqiu. A seasoned warrior, he had never tasted defeat, and accompanying him on the battlefield was a sword known as Ming. After the elder completed his introduction, he commenced the bidding. The starting price for the Ming sword was set at 100 taels of silver. Gradually, bids began to surface, though the increments were modest, ranging merely from 5 to 10 taels. This left Zhong Hui perplexed. According to the elder's account, the sword should command a far higher price. Yet the lack of interest was palpable. "Brother Han, this sword is renowned. Why does it seem that no one is keen to bid?" Zhong Hui questioned. "Is there perhaps a story behind it?" Han Jin, having discerned Zhong Hui's confusion, was about to elucidate when Zhong Hui interjected, prompting him to share his insights. "You are correct, Brother Zhong. This sword is indeed famous. Those who wield it have never known defeat, hence it is dubbed the Sword of Perpetual Victory. However, there exists a sinister legend surrounding it. Every bearer of this sword has ended up alone in their twilight years. Though the sword is exquisite, many are deterred by this curse, resulting in few daring to claim it." After Han Jin's explanation, Zhong Hui grasped the rationale, yet he dismissed such absurd superstitions. The notion of a curse was merely a fabrication spun by the masses, inciting undue fear. He had taken a liking to the sword, but lamented his lack of funds to secure it. Ultimately, the sword was acquired by an elderly gentleman clad in a black coat. Zhong Hui cast a glance at the man, observing that he was flanked by several others adorned in black hoods, exuding an air of mystery. He pondered the idea of adopting a similar guise for himself, envisioning how impressive he would appear. Following the sword, an array of peculiar items was presented for auction. Zhong Hui found little interest in them: snow mountain grass-curtain fish, northern green bears, the war nation's fiery steeds, exquisite jade unearthed from the Hongshan region, and various precious herbs, all valuable yet unremarkable. For the first time, Zhong Hui experienced the fervor of the auction atmosphere, where participants passionately vied for a snow lotus, only to yield graciously when faced with formidable competitors, resembling a cinematic spectacle. However, his curiosity was piqued more by the attendees than the items being auctioned. Among the crowd, some figures stood out, particularly those in black cloaks, who appeared completely detached from the proceedings. Except for the elder who had acquired the sword, the others in black had yet to place a single bid, leaving Zhong Hui to wonder about their purpose. Notably, on the elevated platform, Cui Ying and Liang Feng also refrained from bidding, likely deeming the items beneath their interest as they awaited the more significant offerings to come. Unexpectedly, during the auction, Han Jin secured a residence located not far from the prince's manor, a property of considerable size. Zhong Hui initially thought Han Jin was merely indulging in a whim, but when the steward presented the deed and land contract to Han Jin, he handed them over to Zhong Hui without even glancing at them. This left Zhong Hui astonished. Indeed, the influential families were remarkably affluent, able to part with such a valuable asset without a second thought. At first hesitant to accept, Zhong Hui eventually reflected that although he resided in the prince's manor without objection, the prolonged arrangement might become uncomfortable. Owning a house would certainly facilitate future endeavors, prompting him to graciously accept the gift. The auction continued for an hour, nearing its conclusion as the highlight of the event approached. The elder from the auction house ascended the stage and announced, "Next, we present the piece de assistance of today's auction, the Eastern Sea Glowing Pearl." At his cue, a female attendant entered, holding a platter draped in black cloth. The elder unveiled the pearl, revealing an orb the size of an egg, radiating a brilliant white light. This Eastern Sea Glowing Pearl, sourced from the depths of the Eastern Sea, is a rare treasure, exceptional in its rarity. And such a large specimen is truly unparalleled. Interested parties, the starting bid is 3,000 taels. As the elder's words hung in the air, bids began to emerge, escalating from 3,000 to 4,500 taels. As the price approached 5,000 taels, the number of bidders dwindled. It was then that Xuan made her move, bidding 6,000 taels. Without hesitation, she increased her offer by 1,000, her desire for the pearl evident. She was determined to possess it. Just as the assembly believed the pearl was destined for Xuan, Liang Feng unexpectedly entered the fray with a bid of 6,500 taels. The crowd gasped. Liang Feng was indeed seeking this pearl, and his initial bid was audaciously high. Typically, men were not inclined to compete for such a gem, rendering Liang Feng's actions rather unconventional. 7,000 taels. Young Master Liang, might you show a modicum of courtesy to this young lady and relinquish the pearl to me? Surely, as the esteemed second son of the Liang family, you would not contend with a lady over such a trinket. Xuan jested, her tone light yet firm. 7,500 taels. What a curious notion, Miss Chui. I must respectfully decline your request. If it were any other item, I would gladly concede, but this pearl holds significant importance to me, hence I cannot part with it. Liang Feng replied resolutely. You, 8,000 taels. I refuse to believe you can raise it further, Xuan retorted. While 8,000 taels for a glowing pearl seemed extravagant, it was evident she was committed to her bid, demonstrating a woman's weakness in the face of jewelry. 9,000 taels, Liang Feng stated, unwavering, without a flicker of hesitation. The pearl was of utmost importance to him, and he was prepared to spend liberally to acquire it. Should Xuan persist, he would continue to bid, undeterred until he secured the treasure. Xuan glared at Liang Feng, bewildered by his resolve to contest her over a mere pearl. As a merchant, she was not inclined to waste excessive funds on a trinket, so she conceded. Young Master Liang, you are indeed affluent. Today, I concede this victory to you. Please take it. I shall not contest you further. Though her words were gracious, she had already begun to plot her revenge against Liang Feng, vowing to make him regret this day. Indeed, the adage rings true. It is wiser to provoke a rogue than to challenge a woman. Unperturbed, Liang Feng remained silent, eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps mourning the impending expenditure. Chapter 27. An unexpected interruption. When the luminous pearl was auctioned, Zhonghui discreetly glanced at Guan Yu, only to find that, aside from the glimmer in her eyes, she exhibited no unusual reaction to the pearl. Does the princess not fancy this jewel? Zhonghui inquired. I do appreciate it. Although there are others in the palace, none as radiant or as large as this one, yet there are plenty. Spending nearly 10,000 taels on a single pearl? If my royal brother were to find out, he would surely have me executed, Guan Yu replied with a shrug. Zhonghui, upon hearing her words, found himself both amused and incredulous. It seemed that this young lady had long grown weary of the luminous pearl. Such a stark contrast in their fates left him envious. After Liang Feng purchased the luminous pearl, the final item of the auction was presented. A maid entered bearing a tray covered with yellow fabric, obscuring the item beneath. In a nondescript corner of the hall, a man clad in black robes turned to his older companion. Are we bidding or not? He asked. Wait a moment. Once the elder makes his offer, we shall proceed, came the reply. When the fabric was finally removed from the item, the elder began to unveil its origins. This artifact was discovered in the ruins of the distant Qin. To acquire it, we lost a master of profound strength. Thus, the value of this item should be abundantly clear. We shall commence the bidding at 5,000 taels. Upon first sight of the object, Zhonghui felt an unsettling familiarity, and as he scrutinized it further, his astonishment grew. It was indeed a bamboo slip, albeit its material remained a mystery. The interconnected strips, bound with silk thread, could only be a bamboo slip. This was the first time he had encountered such an item in this world, where writing was typically done on rough paper or fabric. He was certain that this bamboo slip was not native to this realm. The elder's mention of its provenance from the distant Qin piqued his curiosity. He felt compelled to investigate further, hoping to uncover answers to his lingering questions. As Zhonghui pondered the significance of the artifact, the bidding escalated to 7,000 taels. With enthusiasm unabated, he was astonished that such a relic from the distant Qin could command such value, indicating its importance and the difficulty of accessing it. Amidst the fervent bidding, an aged voice called out a price, 10,000 taels. As the crowd wondered who had made the bid, chaos erupted. Clang, clang, clang. At that instant, several men in black, poised in the hall, sprang into action, launching concealed weapons from their sleeves, swiftly incapacitating the surrounding guards. They executed their roles with precision. Some charged the auction stage while others brandished blades at the attendees, inciting pandemonium throughout the venue. The The cacophony of shouts, collisions, and cries filled the air, catching everyone off guard. Such violence had never occurred in the capital, and with no guards in attendance, the guests could only flee in disarray. A few skilled individuals attempted to intervene, but their efforts were limited, and the black-clad assailants proved formidable. Though the assailants seemed intent on creating chaos rather than causing fatalities, they wielded their blades with restraint, targeting non-lethal areas. Observers atop the platform remained astounded that such an assault could transpire in the capital's auction house. Zhong Hui felt a sense of relief that he and his companions were positioned on the elevated platform, believing they would go unnoticed. Yet sometimes, the very fears one harbors manifest unexpectedly. A black-clad figure noticed the calm demeanor of those on the platform and surged toward them, brandishing a knife. Zhong Hui instinctively shielded Guan Yu by pulling her behind him, his focus sharpening as he prepared for confrontation. Despite the unfolding chaos, Guan Yu and Han Jin remained surprisingly composed. Having trained in martial arts, Guan Yu felt not fear but a thrill at the sight of the approaching danger. Just as she contemplated taking action, Zhong Hui had already drawn her behind him, offering a protection she had never experienced before. It was as though she had found a source of reliance, and in that moment, she felt an unusual sense of safety, even forgetting her initial intentions. Zhong Hui's gaze remained fixed on the black-clad assailant, fists clenched in readiness for battle. Unexpectedly, before he could react, another figure darted from the side, kicking the assailant off the stage. Zhong Hui was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that the newcomer was one of Cui Ying's guards. It made sense, being a woman. Cui Ying would naturally require a capable protector when venturing outside. The remaining three assailants, intent on pursuing the fleeing crowd, shifted their focus to the platform. Advancing with knives drawn, the guard, a skilled fighter, held his ground against the three without yielding. Zhong Hui noted a faint aura surrounding the guard's hands, likely indicating the use of profound energy. He hadn't anticipated encountering a master so swiftly and watched intently as the guard channeled his energy. As the guard battled the three attackers, a sword lunged toward him from the side. Just as Zhong Hui opened his mouth to alert him, the guard had already sensed the threat. With a swift motion, he condensed his energy and deflected the sword, producing a resounding clash. Yet, to his astonishment, a foot then followed, catching the guard off guard and delivering a blow. The guard staggered back, eyeing the new opponent. This man, of middle age with short hair, was shrouded in a black cloak, yet his physique radiated strength. For the first time, the guard felt threatened and began to channel his entire energy. The short-haired man faced him, signaling for the other three to step aside, then unveiled his blue combat attire and commenced gathering his profound energy. The stage was set for an imminent confrontation. Chapter 28. Master of Profound Power. The three black-clad figures, having been dismissed, turned their blades toward Zhong Hui and his companions. Upon witnessing this, Zhong Hui clenched his fists once more, bracing himself to confront the assailants. Meanwhile, on the auction platform, a figure rushed forward, intent on seizing the scroll. However, little did he know that the elder atop the platform was also a formidable opponent. Before the black-clad man could discern the elder's movements, he was sent flying, landing motionless on the ground, presumably beyond salvation. Observing this scene from below, the black-robed elder sprang forward in a series of swift strides, an agility that would astonish any ordinary onlooker, especially for someone of his age. The two elders exchanged glances atop the platform, neither initiating an attack. The auctioneer held the scroll while the black-robed elder wielded his sword, both gathering their energies. At that moment, the black-robed elder made his move, unleashing a powerful gust that sent the surrounding curtains fluttering. He lunged toward the auctioneer with his sword, prompting the elder to pivot and condense his energy, extending two fingers forward to release an invisible force. A nearby black-clad man gasped in astonishment at the elder's display. A master of profound power? It was evident that this elder was indeed a true master of profound power, capable of manifesting his essence into tangible combat prowess. Zhong Hui, engaged in a fierce struggle with the black-clad man, felt a stirring in his heart upon hearing the term master of profound power. He yearned to free himself to witness this confrontation. But the three adversaries proved formidable. Despite the assistance of Han Jin and Guan Yu, he found himself ensnared, his frustration mounting. Meanwhile, the black-robed elder, facing the incoming energy, deftly parried it with his sword, dispersing the force while standing firm, accumulating his own power. The auctioneer periodically unleashed waves of energy, all of which were deftly neutralized by the black-robed elder. Suddenly, the latter trembled, his eyes turning a striking blue as he charged toward the elder. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of energy, their forces shaking the very foundation of the auction platform. Their skills were closely matched, yet the black-robed elder, armed with a weapon, maintained the upper hand against the auctioneer. With a multitude of guests present, the elder was mindful not to unleash his energy recklessly, lest he harm the innocent bystanders. In the midst of their fierce battle, several darts flew toward the auctioneer. He managed to deflect them with a surge of energy, only to find a man rushing toward him. The elder retaliated with a powerful palm strike, infused with his energy, aimed at the man's chest. The man, undeterred, braced himself, gathering his strength to absorb the blow, which sent him sprawling and severely injured. However, this momentary distraction allowed the black-robed elder to capitalize on the opening, inflicting a wound upon the auctioneer's arm before delivering a kick that sent him reeling. The scroll slipped from the elder's grasp, but the black-robed man seized it before turning toward the crowd. "Withdraw," he commanded, and the onlookers promptly began to disperse, ensuring to carry away the fallen black-clad man. The black-robed elder assisted the injured man as they leaped through a window. The black-clad assailants, engaged in battle with Zhong and the others, produced spherical devices from their pockets, tossing them to the ground to create a cloud of smoke. Taken by surprise, Zhong and his companions found themselves shrouded in obscurity. When the smoke cleared, the assailants had vanished. Amidst the chaos, a short-haired man, embroiled in combat with Cui Ying's guards, heard the black-robed elder's command. With a surge of energy, he propelled himself toward the guards, sending them flying before leaping down from the platform to escape through the window. Zhong, observing these remarkable feats, felt a sense of awe. These individuals, capable of such extraordinary agility, were indeed in a different league. Once all the black-clad figures had departed, the auction house descended into a state of disarray. The attendees, many of whom were prominent figures from various families and businesses, had suffered varying degrees of injury, and the valuable scroll had been stolen. The city's defensive forces, which should have been safeguarding the capital, arrived too late. By the time they did, the assailants had long since vanished. It was clear that this incident would herald a tempest for the capital. The upheaval in the auction house reverberated throughout the city, as its attendees represented the elite of the capital, and their humiliation at the hands of the black-clad intruders was a blow to the nobility. Furthermore, with Princess Guanyu entangled in the affair, the crown prince's fury escalated, prompting a sweeping overhaul of the city's management and security. Numerous ineffective officials were dismissed, and nearly 100 faced imprisonment, with the city defense corps bearing the brunt of the blame. Yet, at this moment, Zhong remained unfazed by the turmoil. To him, the events of the previous day at the auction house were merely a minor interlude. He had emerged unscathed, and therefore harbored no interest in the unfolding drama. Instead, he hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to the residence gifted to him by Han Jin. His spirits soared, for he had acquired a home in this new world, a stroke of fortune that felt akin to a pie falling from the sky. Not long after, he arrived at the front of a modest dwelling, precisely as indicated by the auction house's attendant. The house, reminiscent of a northern courtyard, was securely locked. Zhong retrieved the key from his pocket, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Upon entering, he encountered a stone wall blocking his path, flanked by an entrance leading to several rooms likely intended for servants. Navigating around the stone wall, he stepped into the inner courtyard, which opened up beautifully, contrasting sharply with the exterior. Flanked by corridors, the grand hall lay straight ahead, while additional rooms extended along the corridors. The courtyard was spacious, featuring a pond to the left adorned with sparse trees, while the right side remained open, reserved for his future training. A cross-shaped pathway traversed the courtyard, connecting the corridors and the central hall. Although the yard was not vast, Zhong was thoroughly pleased. This style suited him perfectly. A larger home would feel uncomfortable, but this moderately sized abode was just right. He proceeded directly to the hall, where he found only 2 chairs and a table at its center, rendering the space particularly expansive. The right side chamber was presumably meant as a bedroom. Chapter 29. Who Strikes First? Within the confines of a modest room furnished with a bed and some simple furniture, there lay an adjacent study to the left, equipped with a writing desk, several empty bookshelves, and a few guest chairs. Exiting the main hall, he proceeded down the right corridor, elevated slightly above the inner courtyard, its wooden floor adorned with draping curtains that obscured the passage. On either side, 3 rooms lined the corridor, extending pathways to each door, while at the corridor's end, leading toward the hall, another path appeared to lead to what seemed to be a woodshed, kitchen, and back entrance. Zhong Hui surveyed the rooms adjacent to the corridor, seeking one to serve as his personal chamber. He began inspecting the rightmost rooms, noting their spaciousness but lack of natural light, unfavorable conditions. Thus, he circled back to the left side. Upon opening the first door on the left, a dagger was thrust against his neck. The abruptness of this encounter startled Zhong Hui, leaving him momentarily frozen. Gradually, he turned to discern the identity of his would-be assailant. "Do not move. Dare to stir, and I shall end your life." A voice, harsh yet tinged with desperation, commanded from beside him. At that moment, Zhong Hui cursed himself for allowing the thrill of house hunting to cloud his judgment, rendering him defenseless. He raised both hands, pleading, "Spare me, brave heroine. I am but a humble citizen, innocent of any wrongdoing. If it is money you seek, I can summon it at once. Whatever you desire, I shall procure it immediately. Be cautious with that blade, it is perilous." Zhong Hui's thoughts raced as he attempted to placate the woman, planning to bide his time until he could escape and confront her later. As he spoke, he subtly turned to face the woman beside him, a figure pale as death, lips tinged with blue, hair disheveled, and clad in ragged attire, stained with dried blood. Her left arm was wrapped in white cloth, indicating a wound. In an instant, he recognized her as the performer who had clashed with the city guards beneath the Fengxian Tower, and he exclaimed in surprise, "It is you?" However, the woman misinterpreted his recognition as an acknowledgement of her status as a fugitive, pressing the dagger closer to his throat. The blade sliced his skin, causing a trickle of blood to flow, prompting Zhong Hui to hastily clarify, "Noble warrior, please. I am not one of those guards. I merely observed the events at Fengxian Tower. I witnessed your unjust treatment and even spoke out against it. Please, do not harm me. I am harmless. Be wary of that knife." As the dagger edged nearer, his words grew increasingly disjointed. Zhong Hui feared that a mere tremor of her hand could seal his fate, and he realized he must earn her trust. The woman, upon hearing him claim he was not an enemy of the guards, relaxed her grip slightly, yet the blade remained poised against his neck, ready to strike should he make any sudden movements. Feeling the pressure of the dagger lessen, Zhong Hui seized the moment to speak. "I see you bear many wounds. If you do not tend to them immediately, they could prove fatal. I understand your mistrust, but you may accompany me to the apothecary for medicine. Should I make any suspicious moves, you have every right to end my life." Zhong Hui's earnest gaze met hers, and after a moment of contemplation, she seemed to find merit in his words. Reluctantly, she lowered the dagger, her voice icy as she warned, "You had better not deceive me. Should you do so, I will take you down with me, even in death." With the dagger now lowered, Zhong Hui felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I would never deceive you. Your choice to trust me is a step toward your own salvation." The woman reflected on the past days of evasion from the city guards, her heart heavy with trepidation about venturing out once more. Yet, glancing at her unconscious father lying on the bed, she steeled herself and followed Zhong Hui out of the house toward the apothecary. Half an hour later, Zhong Hui and the woman, accompanied by an elderly physician, arrived at the bedside of the unconscious man. Observing the doctor and the remedies they had procured, Zhong Hui silently thanked the heavens for having collected some money from the prince's steward before setting out, for otherwise, they would have been lost. The old doctor, displaying remarkable skill, carefully sutured the knife wound, then applied a powdered medicine to the injury. He subsequently wrote a prescription for Zhong Hui to fill, and after ensuring everything was in order, he provided 2 bottles of medicine for the woman, one for oral use and the other for external application, before taking his leave. After bidding farewell to the physician, Zhong Hui prepared the medicine for the woman's father. Upon entering the room, he found her already asleep beside the bed. Observing her slumbering form, Zhong Hui was filled with a myriad of emotions. Here was a young girl, unjustly subjected to such tribulation, forced into hiding without a place to call home. Now, having encountered him, there was hope for her father's recovery, and his own safety was assured. Finally, a weight lifted from his heart. The anxiety of the past days had robbed her of a peaceful night's rest. With this in mind, Zhong Hui placed the medicine on the table, retrieved a blanket from the cupboard, and approached her, intending to cover her gently to shield her from the chill. Chapter 30. Dismissal. As the blanket was draped over the woman's shoulders, she instinctively awakened, ready to strike at Zhong Hui, but upon realizing it was he, she hurriedly withdrew her hand. The moment she recognized Zhonghui, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and hastily offered her apologies while introducing herself. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was you. Oh, by the way, my name is Yi Dai, and this is my father, Yi Hao. It was wrong of me to attempt to harm you with my sword. At the time, I was unaware of your identity in this context." The short sword referred to is essentially a dagger, commonly categorized as a sword. Zhonghui smiled and reassured her, "No worries. Now that you know who I am, you both can reside here. This estate is newly acquired, and as it's undisclosed, you can recuperate in peace without disturbance." Zhonghui thought to himself that having more people would only add to the liveliness of the place, especially since they were both skilled individuals. Having saved them, he anticipated their gratitude once they recovered, and envisioned them staying to repay his kindness. With 2 adept companions in his residence, he would feel far more secure in navigating this world. The upheaval at the auction house incited the prince's wrath, leading to a storm of chaos in the capital, resulting in the imprisonment of over a dozen prominent families linked to the incident. Beyond punishing these families, the primary focus was on reforming the city's defense forces. As a crucial protective force for the capital, it was unacceptable for them to have permitted such wrongdoing in the heart of the city. Furthermore, their inability to apprehend any culprits afterward revealed the extent of corruption within the defense forces. If this continued unchecked, the capital would descend into further unrest. Under the leadership of the 4 major families of the capital, numerous military officials stepped forward, prompting the prince to dismiss the commander of the defense forces for dereliction of duty, assigning the matter to the court for investigation. During this period, the prince was exceedingly busy, and so was Zhonghui. Ever since Han Jin gifted him a residence, he felt a sense of belonging in this world and took meticulous care of his newfound domain. Early one morning, Han Jin arrived at the estate with a large group of servants and maids. In addition to these capable individuals, he brought an array of furniture and decor, intending to assist Zhonghui in refurbishing his home. Zhonghui, caught off guard by such a generous gift, felt both touched and somewhat embarrassed. Given that their relationship had only been cordial, Han Jin did not press the matter, but before departing, he invited Zhonghui to visit his residence when he had the time. Thus, Zhonghui began to plan the establishment of his own abode. Yi Dai stood by his side, observing as he directed the arrangements inside and out. Initially, Zhonghui had hoped she would contribute ideas on how to design the residence, but as he took charge, he hardly paused to allow her input. Instead, Yi Dai quietly prepared tea, waiting for the moment he would need a refreshment after his exertions. When Zhonghui noticed a cup being offered, he accepted it without concern for who presented it, drank heartily, and resumed directing the placement of furniture and necessary renovations. The entire day was consumed with the establishment of his residence. He stocked the inner courtyard's pond with fish, cleared away excess trees, tidied up the weeds, and set up martial arts equipment in an open space for his training. The layout of the reception hall was considerably more elaborate, featuring rows of seating and tables, with 2 grand chairs positioned centrally and a landscape painting adorning the wall. Behind the seating, display shelves showcased various ornaments, modest yet tasteful. One of the side rooms was transformed into a bedroom for afternoon rests, while another became a study for writing letters and hosting friends. The corridors flanking the inner courtyard had previously been obscured by curtains, likely intended to create an air of mystery. Zhonghui promptly removed the curtains, unveiling the hallways and adjacent rooms, which immediately made the space feel more expansive. His decision to eliminate the curtains was not merely for aesthetics, but also to cultivate a sense of security. By the time he completed these tasks, dusk had settled, and he finally shaped the residence to his desires. Observing the neat, minimalist, and rejuvenated estate, Zhonghui felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, a true sense of home. The following morning, having finished the renovations, Zhonghui resolved to visit the prince's residence. It was essential to cultivate a good relationship with the prince. As the saying goes, it is good to rest under a large tree. He also intended to inquire about the aftermath of the auction house incident and offer his assistance if possible. Upon hearing a knock, Xuan welcomed Zhonghui into his study, setting aside his pen to engage in conversation. "Zhong brother, I hope the chaos at the treasure-gathering pavilion did not startle you too much." Zhonghui straightened his posture and replied, "Your Highness, it was merely a trifling matter. Nothing serious. However, I am curious about the princess's current condition." As a modern individual, Zhonghui did not hold any particular reverence for aristocracy, addressing Xuan with respect, but no subservience, which was precisely what Guan Yi admired about him. Chapter 31. Who will care? Strictly forbidding her from venturing outside the palace again, it was unexpected that she managed to sneak in once more, presenting herself at the auction house. This caused great alarm for both the emperor and the high priest, who promptly confined her to her chambers for reflection. If she wished to emerge again, it seemed all opportunities had vanished. Upon hearing this, Zhonghui smiled gently, thinking to himself that the princess was now unable to disturb him, which was a relief. Guan Yi, however, failed to notice the peculiar expression on Zhonghui's face and sighed, lamenting, "Alas, my father's health has been deteriorating, and my sister remains so thoughtless, offering no peace of mind. Just thinking about these matters gives me a headache. Zhong, what do you think we should do?" Zhonghui, upon hearing this, dared not respond carelessly. After all, your sister is a princess. If you cannot manage her, how could you expect me to? I still wish to live a few more years. He deftly shifted the topic to the follow-up handling of the treasure pavilion incident. The princess is still young. She will surely mature in time. By the way, has that band of thieves from the treasure pavilion been apprehended? Guan Yi, realizing Zhonghui had changed the subject, thought to himself, this is exactly what I was waiting for. Discussing the city defense camp was even more troubling. The task of apprehending the miscreants had been entrusted to the city defense camp, yet their personnel were disorganized, their actions sluggish, and their efficiency woefully low. For 2 whole days, not a single shadow had been found, leaving no clues as to who had robbed the treasure pavilion. I have already dismissed the commander of the city defense camp for investigation, and now I must seek a new leader to reform the camp and remedy this blight upon the capital. Indeed, I believe the city defense camp requires management. I have witnessed firsthand how this group has sheltered and condoned lawlessness, displaying utter lack of discipline and committing acts of violence in the streets. If this situation is not rectified, it could lead to dire consequences. The recent incident with the treasure pavilion presents a perfect opportunity to address the issues plaguing the city defense camp. Zhonghui, hearing the crown prince's words, recalled the recent actions of the city defense camp and found himself in agreement. Guan Yi smiled softly, though his expression betrayed a hint of frustration. Do I not understand the nature of the city defense camp? As a vital force guarding the capital, it comprises the elite alongside the imperial guards and the capital garrison, forming the walls of the metropolis. The camp was initially established as a disciplined military force. However, over time, it has devolved into a breeding ground for the scions of wealthy families seeking advancement. I have long harbored intentions of reforming the city defense camp, but have been unable to find a suitable candidate to lead it, which has delayed my efforts. Zhonghui was taken aback by this revelation. Your Highness, do you jest? How could one not find a leader for the city defense camp? Surely, there are numerous capable individuals within the court. It should not pose a problem to find a couple of loyal and dedicated candidates. Guan Yi offered a bitter smile, saying, it is not as simple as that. Among the officials in the court, whose family does not have connections with others, the city defense camp serves as a platform for the various families of the capital, and any attempts to enforce strict management will inevitably offend certain individuals. Had it not been for the scale of this incident, who would dare to confront the powerful families of the capital? If someone were to do so, even with my protection, their future prospects would be fraught with obstacles. These individuals will not take decisive action against their own interests, making it exceedingly difficult to enact meaningful reforms in the city defense camp. With that, Guan Yi shook his head once more. What about the Feng family in the capital? I have heard they have a long lineage of generals. With the Feng family's reputation and abilities, managing a city defense camp should be well within their capacity. Zhonghui suddenly recalled the Feng family. As a military family, they should find it quite easy to oversee such a small city defense camp, especially given their ancestral teachings to remain loyal to the royal family. By all accounts, they should be the most suitable candidates. Guan Yi was surprised to learn that Zhonghui was aware of the Feng family, impressed that he had gathered so much information in such a short span of time. However, there were some aspects he did not grasp. While having a scion of the Feng family as the commander of the city defense camp would indeed be ideal, the current commander of the Imperial Guards is Feng Sheng, the head of the Feng family. Having had one member serve as commander of the Imperial Guards, it would be inappropriate for another to lead the city defense camp. Upon hearing this, Zhonghui understood Guan Yi's concerns. No wonder he was troubled. If he were in Guan Yi's position, he too would feel anxious. This hot potato was a burden no one dared to take on, creating quite a dilemma. At that moment, Guan Yi's eyes sparkled with an idea as he gazed intently at Zhonghui, who sensed trouble and thought, Surely, he does not have his sights set on me. As Guan continued to stare, he suddenly broke into laughter, causing Zhong Hui to feel quite uneasy. I have just thought of an excellent candidate, though I am uncertain whether this person will accept. Guan Yi smiled at Zhong Hui. Ah, I see, it must be me. Zhong Hui thought to himself. At the same time, he had an idea of his own. Guan Yi quickly approached Zhong Hui, brushing off the dust from his trousers. Brother Zhong, no, from now on, I shall call you Commander Zhong. Commander Zhong, I entrust you with the affairs of the city defense camp. In the entire capital, only you are worthy of my trust. I believe that with your capabilities, you will manage the city defense camp admirably. Rest assured, whatever happens, I will shield you from any repercussions. Zhong Hui clasped his hands and bowed, assuring, please do not worry, Your Highness. I would never take on a task I am unsure of. I will ensure that the city defense camp is disciplined and operates with strict adherence to orders. Good. With your word, I am at ease. Tomorrow, I will send Commander Chung to assist you, both to ensure your safety and to intimidate any ne'er-do-wells. How does that sound? Guan Yi, seeing the determination in Zhong Hui's demeanor, felt a surge of joy, yet he was still concerned that Zhong Hui might struggle alone. Hence his desire to have Commander Chung provide support. Chapter 32. Silent resolve, Your Highness. There is absolutely no need for this. If you trust me, simply allow me to handle the matter. I shall bear all consequences, spoke Zhong Hui. He understood that Guan Yi was concerned for his safety, yet he was not venturing alone this time. There was no need for worry on that front. However, if the Commander Chung were to accompany him, it would complicate matters considerably. Thus, he felt compelled to speak firmly to reassure Guan Yi. Guan Yi, reflecting on the situation, realized he had acted rashly and offered an apology to Zhong Hui. The latter quickly waved his hand, indicating that he would prefer not to accept the apology from the Crown Prince. On his way home, Zhong Hui pondered the gravity of his newly assigned role as the commander of the city defense camp. He had already devised a sound strategy in his mind, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to unveil his plans upon taking office the following day. Upon entering his courtyard, the tantalizing aroma of a meal wafted through the air. Feeling quite famished, Zhong Hui's feet instinctively led him to the backyard. There, he found Yi Dai had already set the table. Without a second thought for decorum, he plopped down onto a stool and began to devour his meal. Yi Dai, observing Zhong Hui's unrefined manner, couldn't help but smile. Having known him for only a few days, she had initially perceived him as a kind and diligent individual. But witnessing his current demeanor provided her with deeper insight into his character. Zhong Hui noticed Yi Dai standing nearby and gestured for her to join him. He had little regard for the societal conventions of the world. Otherwise, he would not have set up a large table in the backyard specifically for dining. In his eyes, meals should be enjoyed in the most comfortable manner possible. Yi Dai, hearing Zhong Hui's invitation, felt no need for pretense and sat down to eat. Unlike the daughters of wealthy families, she had lost her mother at a young age and had trained in martial arts alongside her father, unfettered by societal rules. Her candid nature stemmed from her travels and experiences. Since Zhong Hui had extended the invitation, she felt at ease. As Zhong Hui watched Yi Dai eat, a sense of relief washed over him. He had feared that she might comment on feminine etiquette, which would undoubtedly cause him a headache. Seizing the moment of contentment, he shared with her the news of his appointment as the commander of the city defense camp. Upon hearing this, Yi Dai paused, her chopsticks frozen midair as she fixed her gaze on Zhong Hui, silent and attentive. Feeling anxious under her scrutiny, Zhong Hui hastily clarified, "My position as commander is by the order of the Crown Prince, intended to reform the camp. You have seen its current state. If we do not act swiftly, we may find ourselves with no time left." Yi Dai continued to stare at him, and after a moment, broke her silence. "So what is your plan for reform?" "First and foremost, I must establish authority, and the most effective way to do so is through decisive action. This group has grown complacent, and only through force can they comprehend the meaning of discipline." Zhong Hui articulated his thoughts directly. Yi Dai, now fully engaged, responded with determination. "Then take me with you tomorrow." Zhong Hui understood her motivation, and fortuitously, he had already intended to bring her along. This arrangement would not only grant him a favor, but also provide him with a capable bodyguard. However, he cautioned her, "You may join, but you must disguise yourself. We cannot let anyone recognize you as a woman." Upon hearing she could accompany him, Yi Dai was overcome with excitement, nodding vigorously. The thought of finally confronting the captain who had grievously injured her father made her hands tremble with anticipation. She yearned to see him brought to justice. However, Zhong Hui remained grounded, recognizing the seriousness of the task ahead. Observing Yi Dai's enthusiasm, he advised, "Remember to maintain your composure tomorrow. Do not allow any slip-ups. You will serve as my attendant when we enter the camp. For now, let us finish our meal." With that, he returned to his bowl. Although his thoughts were already racing ahead. The next morning, the two awoke early, hastily consuming breakfast before gathering a few guards from the prince's residence and setting off for the city defense camp, located to the east of the capital. The journey from Zhong Hui's residence took approximately 2 hours. When they finally arrived, they were met with the sight of 2 soldiers standing guard on the watchtower and a welcoming officer at the camp's entrance. Upon seeing Zhong Hui approach on horseback, the officer extended a hand. "Deputy Commander, you have arrived. We've been awaiting your arrival." As Zhong Hui held no official title, he was only able to serve as the acting commander until he could secure a permanent position. "Be cautious. The road is uneven," the officer continued, introducing himself as Xuan. "Since yesterday, I was informed of your arrival, and I hardly slept a wink waiting for you. I have been eagerly anticipating your presence." "Enough. Let us proceed inside," Zhong Hui interrupted, unable to listen to any more. "I am the sergeant of the main army," Xuan said, his face beaming with obsequiousness. "Gather all personnel holding the rank of sergeant and above to the main tent. If they fail to arrive within the time of an incense stick burning, they will face military law," Zhong Hui declared in a flat tone, imbued with an air of authority that sent Xuan rushing off to deliver the summons, fearful of incurring the commander's wrath. Chapter 33. Military disposition. Zhong Hui observed as Xuan vanished in an instant, leading Yi Dai and the accompanying guards towards the main tent. Before long, the generals entered the tent one by one. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a young man seated in the principal position, eyes closed in contemplation. Beside him stood a valiant guard, flanked by stern-faced sword-bearers, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Seeing that Zhong Hui remained silent, the assembled generals stood in place, awaiting his words. After the passage of a fragrant stick's burning time, a sparse gathering of individuals occupied the tent, whispering among themselves about the youthful Zhong Hui, many deeming him too inexperienced and merely a scion of a prominent family from the capital. Some even regarded him as a mere child, their eyes betraying a palpable disdain. Zhong Hui opened his eyes, surveying the crowd, just as a group hurriedly entered the tent from outside. Upon spotting the young man in the principal seat, they collectively sighed in relief. One among them approached Zhong Hui slowly, half-heartedly cupping his hands in greeting. "I am Li Gang. I was delayed due to matters at hand, and I hope the acting commander will not take offense." Without waiting for a response, he retreated to stand with the others. Upon seeing Zhong Hui's youth, Li Gang thought to himself that addressing him as the acting commander was already a sign of respect. He had assumed the young man was a figure of considerable significance. Had he known, he would have hurried less. Yet, fate proved otherwise. Realizing the opportunity presented before him, Zhong Hui addressed Xuan in the tent. "Did the envoy not convey my earlier words clearly?" Xuan, eager to observe how the new commander would handle the situation, was startled when Zhong Hui suddenly directed a question at him. He quickly replied, "This subordinate informed the various generals according to your exact words, without any omission." "Very well. How did you convey it? Please repeat," Zhong Hui commanded. The previously murmuring assembly fell silent, not wishing to become targets of retribution, as no one desired to draw fire upon themselves. Xuan, steeling himself, proclaimed, "The commander has summoned all generals of the rank of 1,000-man leader and above to the grand hall within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Failure to comply will result in military disposition." Zhong Hui nodded in satisfaction, rising to issue a stern command: "Seize those who arrived late." "Understood," responded the guards accompanying Zhong Hui, swiftly apprehending Li Gang and his companions, forcing them to kneel on the ground. As Li Gang began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, he shouted defiantly, "Do you know who I am? Do you know my father? How dare you arrest me? You must be seeking to leave this place." He struggled against his captors, but the guards were unyielding, holding him firmly to the ground. The shocking turn of events left the onlookers in stunned silence. Before they could fathom the implications, Zhong Hui spoke again. "Yi Dai, carry out military law on my behalf." At this command, Yi Dai, her voice trembling with resolve, stepped forward in haste, fixing her gaze upon Li Gang. The moment their eyes met, recognition dawned on Li Gang. She was the woman who had escaped him that day. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Yi Dai swiftly drew her blade, severing Li Gang's throat with a single, decisive stroke. Li Gang's eyes widened in shock, unable to utter a word before the cold steel met his flesh. Blood gushed forth, and he collapsed lifelessly onto the ground, the crimson liquid pooling around him. The other generals, witnessing this brutal act, trembled in fear, crying out for mercy. Zhong Hui remained composed, raising a hand to silence them. The guards, swift and precise, executed their orders, and the tent fell into an eerie stillness. The remaining generals, paralyzed by the unfolding scene, had anticipated some display of authority but had not expected such lethal seriousness. The individuals who had been slain were not mere foot soldiers. Li Gang had connections, and the ease with which the acting commander had ordered his execution left them in stunned disbelief. After a moment, Zhong Hui turned to the gathered multitude, instructing Wang Xuan to commence a head count. The envoy, equally astonished by the severity of the situation, realized that such decisive action was unprecedented. Thankful that he had initially shown respect to Zhong Hui, he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had narrowly escaped being the first victim. Report to the commander, Wang Xuan began. Apart from the 3rd Battalion currently patrolling the capital and the 2 individuals subject to military discipline, all other leaders are present. 2 battalion commanders, 5 chief and deputy commanders, 8 chief and deputy officers, and 18,000-man leaders are accounted for, awaiting your orders. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly, as they marveled at the formidable presence of the newly appointed acting commander. Chapter 34. Accountability and retribution, though he feigned ferocity. The mere audacity of his words silenced the crowd. The crown prince was not one to be trifled with. After a brief pause, Zhong Hui continued, "We shall consider today a lesson. However, should the military camp remain in such a state of disarray and chaos by tomorrow, I shall hold you accountable. If you are unable to fulfill your duties, know that there are those far more capable than you who can take your places." Where are the generals of the 1st and 2nd camps? 2 men stepped forward from the crowd. One, a robust figure with pronounced features and a pronounced accent, introduced himself. "I am Zhang Dapio of the 1st camp, at your service, Commander." The other, displaying utmost reverence, bowed and said, "I am Su Hua, General of the 2nd camp, at your service, Commander." Zhong Hui regarded them sternly. "I will return tomorrow. If I find the same disgraceful state of affairs, you shall no longer occupy your positions. Do you understand?" "Understood," they responded in unison. "Commander, I acknowledge my laxity in discipline. Please, punish me as you see fit." Su Hua interjected promptly upon hearing Zhong Hui's reprimand. The demonstration of authority had already made its impact. There was no need for further punishment, especially given Su Hua's earnest demeanor. A few scoldings and a demotion of half a rank would suffice, and no further investigations would be pursued. Once these matters were settled, Zhong Hui gestured for the other commanders to enter, instructing them to remove the bodies from the grounds. After the tent was cleared of all commanders, he dismissed Yi Dai and the guards. Gazing at the pool of blood, he could no longer suppress the wave of nausea that surged within him. He retched violently. Despite his martial prowess, he had never taken a life, and this was the first time he had witnessed such a gruesome scene. The last time, at Half Moon Mountain, he had been too far away to absorb the horror of the guards being slaughtered by a serpent. This time, the death occurred before his very eyes. A consequence of his own orders. He could even smell the metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. As he stifled the tumult within his stomach, Zhong Hui realized that life was not as idyllic as he had once imagined. Indeed, the reality of death was profoundly uncomfortable. After a moment, he began to steady his tumultuous emotions, knowing that he could no longer afford to display such weakness. He understood that he must learn to be resolute, no longer turning away from the sight of death. Such encounters were inevitable, and only by growing stronger could he ensure he would not become another lifeless body on the ground. Clenching his fists, he resolved that the man he had once been was now gone. He would forge a new path for himself. 500 miles east of the capital, atop a mountain known as Firehead Mountain, a band of outlaws made their home. These brigands typically maintained a low profile, refraining from descending the mountain to rob or pillage, which allowed local authorities to overlook their presence, believing it unnecessary to mobilize against them as long as they did not engage in overtly egregious actions. Firehead Mountain was led by 3 chiefs. The eldest, Zhong Danghan, was a man of refined demeanor, exhibiting composure and discretion with a keen sense of timing. Though he appeared frail, he was a master of martial arts, commanding respect without raising his voice. His commands were met with unwavering obedience. And it was his astute leadership that had cultivated the current state of the bandits. The second chief, Wu Mang, was a burly man fond of drink. Possessing strength akin to an ox, he was unmatched in physical prowess among the outlaws, yet he harbored a healthy fear of Zhong Danghan. 2 years prior, he had been a mere petty thief, leading a small gang that resorted to highway robbery. When the authorities pursued them, they would retreat into the mountains, living a life that was neither particularly good nor bad, but certainly less comfortable than now. It was Zhong Danghan who, single-handedly, had come to their domain and swiftly incapacitated them all. Since then, under his guidance, Firehead Mountain had transformed from a modest hill to a formidable stronghold, earning the unwavering loyalty of its members. The third chief, known only as Mountain Rat, was a figure whose real name had faded from memory. He had joined the band during its expansion and was regarded by many as having risen through sycophancy rather than merit. Nevertheless, his effectiveness had led to his selection by Zhong Danghan as the third chief, though many harbored disdain for him, viewing him as a mere flatterer unworthy of respect. In the treasure hall of Firehead Mountain, Zhong Danghan was engaged in conversation with a group of individuals, all adorned with black headscarves. At the forefront sat an elder, a sword resting quietly across his lap. This was the very group that had once caused a ruckus in the treasure hall. The elder occupied the seat once held by Zhong Danghan, who now stood attentively at his side, listening with deference. The guidance of a master is paramount, otherwise, how could an apprentice achieve such progress? Zhong Danghan remarked, bowing in respect to the elder. The elder raised his hand to assist Zhong Danghan, producing the sword and stating, "In addition to obtaining the ancient text from the preaching era, we have acquired this ancient sword. While it is indeed convenient to wield, it is not malevolent, and I have no desire to keep it. You may take it and bestow it upon another." Understood, Zhong Danghan replied as he accepted the ancient sword. Although this mission had been a resounding success, rewards must be accompanied by penalties. Huang Lin, speak up. Where did you err this time? The elder inquired, closing his eyes. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face stepped forward, clutching his chest. Elder, I acknowledge my transgression. I should not have intervened at Fengxian Tower. Yet, I could not bear to witness the injustice. Those soldiers were truly overreaching. The father and daughter had done nothing wrong, yet they were wrongfully accused. And the wealthy youth brazenly assaulted the maiden, with others shielding him. In my moment of rage, I acted impulsively. The elder opened his eyes, fixing Huang Lin with a stern gaze. This world is rife with inequities. Countless innocents perish daily. You cannot save everyone. Your actions, had they exposed us, would have rendered all our efforts futile. You prioritized your personal indignation over our mission, nearly jeopardizing us all. You must be punished. Chapter 35. A solemn meeting. Huang Lin knelt on one knee and said, I understand, and I willingly accept the punishment. Beside him, Zhong Dang looked at the elder, hesitating to speak, until the elder directly urged, if there is something to say, speak plainly. There is no need to beat around the bush. Having received the answer he sought, Zhong Dang felt a surge of joy in his heart. He responded affirmatively and entered, sword in hand, ready to discuss matters concerning his departure. An hour later, in Zhong Dang's study, several influential figures from Huataoqian were gathered, including the second-in-command Wu Mang, the third-in-command Shan Shu, and 6 other rogues, each commanding 700 or 800 men. Although their roles varied, these 6 individuals indeed wielded significant power within the mountain stronghold, second only to the 3 chief leaders. Zhong Dang addressed the assembly. I have been at Huataoqian for 2 years now. In this time, we have transformed this small hill into what it is today. I believe this is not the achievement of one person alone, but rather the result of our collective efforts. It is because of your hard work that we have fortified this place, making it impenetrable. Zhong Dang offered some platitudes, words that might resonate with ordinary generals, but only serve to convey one undeniable truth to these bandits. Their chief was about to leave. The thought filled them with excitement. They had been tightly constrained by Zhong Dang, with no opportunity to seize profits, forced to train daily, wielding excellent weapons, yet hacking at the air under the guise of military drills. Lost in their reverie, Zhong Dang continued, Tomorrow, I must attend to matters far away. During my absence, I will appoint someone to oversee Huataoqian. Whoever I choose, his words will be my words. Do you understand? In unison, they replied, We understand. Good. Mangzi, you come forward. Zhong Dang gestured to Wu Mang. Upon hearing his chief call, Wu Mang eagerly approached, unable to contain his joy. This sword I now bestow upon you. I hope you will keep a close watch over this mountain in the days to come and avoid causing trouble, Xuan said, handing the sword to Wu Mang. Wu Mang accepted the sword with both hands, feeling a swell of pride, until an unsettling thought struck him. What had the chief just instructed him to do? To assist that rat, and to avoid causing trouble? His mind reeled as he stood frozen, sword in hand. While Wu Mang was momentarily lost in thought, Xuan summoned Xianxia. After my departure, you will temporarily take my place and guard this mountain well. Should anything go awry, I will hold you accountable. Xianxia, still somewhat dazed, mechanically nodded. Xuan turned to the others and announced, from now on, you must all heed Xianxia's commands. His words will be my words. Anyone who dares to disobey will face military law. Do you understand? The crowd finally grasped that the new leader was not Wu Mang, but Xianxia, and they replied, we understand. After their response, only Wu Mang stood there, still in shock. Xuan looked at him sternly and asked, what is the matter? Do you dispute my decision? Startled by Xuan's voice, Wu Mang jolted back to reality and quickly replied, no, I accept your command. I will listen to the chief and ensure I follow Xianxia in all matters. Xuan nodded approvingly, indicating for the others to leave while retaining Xianxia. He asked, third, do you understand why I have chosen you to succeed me? Xianxia nodded, then shook his head. I know the chief trusts me and acknowledges my loyalty. I will manage matters diligently, rest assured. Xuan smiled warmly and said, you are only partially correct. I chose you primarily because you possess the discernment that Wu Mang lacks, understanding when to advance and when to retreat. If I entrusted this position to him, my efforts would unravel within a month. Therefore, I hope you will not betray my trust. Hearing these words, Xianxia immediately knelt and pledged, I will not fail the chief's expectations and will manage the mountain with utmost diligence. You can trust me. Xuan nodded in satisfaction. There is no need for you to overmanage. Simply maintain the current approach. Keep a tight rein on these men. Avoid drawing the attention of the authorities and stabilize the mountain. Once you grasp this, you may leave and seek out Lu Han. He will inform you of certain matters. Upon hearing this, Xianxia respectfully bowed and exited. Watching him leave, Xuan felt a twinge of uncertainty. He knew that many looked down on Xianxia. Yet, if he were to hand over power to Wu Mang, given his temperament, it would not be long before the government's forces would storm the gates. Once that happened, holding this mountain would become an arduous task. All he could do was hope they would fend for themselves. There was little more he could accomplish. The following day, Xuan departed with a contingent of cloaked individuals, leaving behind Huataochan, uncertain of its future, never to return. Early the next morning, Zhong Hui led a group of guards from the prince's manor to the military camp. Yi Dai stayed behind to care for her father and did not accompany Zhong Hui. Upon their arrival at the city defense camp, 2 orderly rows of soldiers stood at attention at the entrance. At the forefront of these ranks stood 2 generals, awaiting Zhong Hui's arrival. As Zhong Hui dismounted, the soldiers shouted in unison, "We welcome Commander Zhong." Zhong Hui nodded to the gathered crowd, addressing Zhang Dapio and Su Hua. Immediately assemble everyone and head to the training grounds. I wish to review the troops. Chapter 36, The Vanguard of the Imperial Guard upon receiving orders. The 2 generals swiftly rode off towards their respective camps, leaving Zhong Hui to gaze after them as they receded into the distance, accompanied by a retinue of guards. He made his way to the training grounds. Along the journey, he observed a significant improvement in the appearance of the military encampment compared to the previous day. The oppressive atmosphere had dissipated, and the ground was meticulously cleaned by the soldiers. It seemed that his efforts to assert authority the day prior had borne fruit. However, old habits die hard, and certain inefficiencies persisted, such as procrastination, sluggishness, and a lack of morale, issues that would not be rectified overnight. Zhong Hui stood at the training ground for about a quarter of an hour before the soldiers managed to form a ragged line. The disarray was alarming, with whispers and idle chatter echoing from the corners, an utter lack of organization and discipline. Witnessing this disarray, Zhong Hui recognized the monumental task ahead of him in training the city defense battalion. If he failed to instill order, he could find himself in dire straits. After all, the individuals he had executed the previous day were not without influence in the capital. Without demonstrating his worth, survival would be an arduous endeavor. Determined to achieve success, Zhong Hui wasted no time and thundered at the assembly. "You are the Imperial Guard of the capital, a force that should embody the pride of our empire. As your commander, I should feel honored to lead you. Yet, at this moment, I, Zhong Hui, commander of the City Defense Battalion, feel nothing but shame. He paused for effect before continuing. A mere few thousand of you took a full quarter of an hour to form a line. Do you comprehend the implications of this? In the event of battle, before it has even commenced, you would have already met your demise. This is utterly disgraceful. Under your current circumstances, how can you claim to be the most formidable wall of the capital? I would sooner liken you to the most stubborn pests. From this day forward, I shall subject you to rigorous training. If anyone wishes to withdraw, leave the camp immediately, and I shall not hold it against you. However, should anyone attempt to shirk their duties during training, they will face military justice. Do you understand? The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the intent behind their new young commander's words. They had heard rumors of forthcoming training, but the specifics eluded them. As Zhong Hui's speech progressed, their indignation grew, yet they gradually lowered their heads in embarrassment, fully aware of their tarnished reputations. Zhong Hui, noticing their silence, bellowed, "Are you all deaf? Do you not comprehend my words?" The senior officers at the front, recognizing the gravity of the situation, quickly responded in unison, "We understand." Expressionless, Zhong Hui surveyed the crowd, knowing that they would not grasp the severity of their impending trials without experiencing hardship. He then commanded, "Where is the chief sergeant?" The sergeant, Wang Xuan, straightened his posture, shedding the disreputable demeanor from the previous day, and stepped forward to acknowledge him. Chief Sergeant Wang Xuan reporting. Without acknowledging him further, Zhong Hui issued his orders. "I command you to oversee the troops. Should any soldier exhibit laziness during training, execute them. Should anyone defy military orders, execute them. Should anyone incite discord, execute them. Should anyone deliberately cause trouble, execute them. Should anyone feign compliance while acting in defiance, execute them. Should anyone abandon their posts, execute them." The chilling finality of his words rendered the assembly silent, the temperature of the training ground seemingly dropping. The soldiers were taken aback by the palpable intensity of their new leader's presence, fearing the days to come. Wang Xuan, undeterred, promptly accepted the command and set about his preparations. Zhong Hui then turned to the battalion leaders, his voice commanding, "Listen closely, Captains Zhang Dabiao and Su Hua." The two captains, keenly aware of the weight of their responsibilities, stepped forward. "We are here. 1st Battalion will henceforth be known as the Fiery Flames Battalion. 2nd Battalion will be renamed the Swift Winds Battalion. 3rd Battalion will be called the Thunderbolt Battalion." The unexpected announcement of renaming the battalions astonished the soldiers, but they could not deny the newfound respect these titles evoked. Zhong Hui continued without pause, issuing further commands. "Captains of the Fiery Flames and Swift Winds, heed my orders." The remaining leaders responded in unison, "We are at your service." After a brief interlude, only 6 squads remained orderly on the training ground, while the others had scattered to run laps around the expansive encampment. The distance was considerable, and completing just 1 lap took half an hour, let alone 3. Zhong Hui instructed Sergeant Wang Xuan to supervise the punishment for any infractions of his earlier orders, allowing for immediate justice without the need for reporting. He then turned to the 6 remaining squads, nodding approvingly. "You have performed admirably, showing your willingness to execute my commands. Such soldiers are the ones I value most. I wish to form a personal guard, selecting from among you." The soldiers erupted in astonishment at the prospect of being chosen as Zhong Hui's personal guards, as such positions were typically reserved for the scions of nobility. The audacity of their new commander to select from their ranks left them in disbelief. Ignoring their astonishment, Zhong Hui continued, "Next, I require the selection of the most valiant soldiers. Each squad will nominate 200 warriors, culminating in a total of 1,200 from the 6 squads. Only 300 of you shall become my personal guards. I expect you to showcase your utmost capabilities. Begin now." With that, the 6 squads, under the guidance of their respective commanders, dispersed to designated areas to commence their selection process. Zhang Dabiao and Su Hua, having faltered in their leadership, joined in the punishment alongside the others, leaving Zhong Hui as the highest-ranking officer present. Observing the proceedings from his vantage point, he noted each squad's efforts as they engaged in combat training, systematically identifying 200 candidates from each group through their trials. Chapter 37. The Art of Provocation. By the time all 1,200 participants were gathered, the sun had already passed its zenith. Zhong Hui instructed everyone to partake in a meal and take a respite in preparation for the afternoon's competition. "Excellent. You have performed admirably. Do not shy away from challenges. Should any issues arise, I shall bear the burden. As long as you dedicate yourself, I shall duly acknowledge your contributions. Now, you may retire and rest." Xuan, his face alight with joy, withdrew, realizing that this was indeed the wisest choice he could make. He had sensed that this new commander was exceptional. It seemed the city defense camp was on the brink of transformation, and he must seize this opportunity. Zhonghui addressed the troops below. "This is merely the first step. From now on, such routines will be daily occurrences, and they will grow increasingly rigorous. If you cannot endure this, you are welcome to leave now. The city defense camp does not harbor the inept. Should you choose to remain, you must be prepared to face any hardship, whether you curse or scorn me. I welcome those who wish to stay and bid farewell to those who wish to depart. Now, who among you desires to be deemed worthless? Feel free to leave." Zhonghui's provocative words ignited a fervor among the soldiers, their faces flushed and eyes ablaze. Soldiers possess a natural valor, and even in this decayed city defense camp, none wished to be branded as worthless by their comrades. Thus, not a single individual took a step back. Zhonghui, observing them, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. At least their spirit remained intact, offering a glimmer of hope. It was midday, and earlier he had instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal for the soldiers. Without further ado, he announced the dismissal. Once lunch was concluded, the selection of 300 personal guards from the 1,200 commenced. The remaining soldiers were assigned to their respective duties or training. Zhonghui closely monitored the group, and soon enough, the 300 chosen were revealed. They were all robust men, many bearing scars and covered in dirt, yet each radiated vitality and enthusiasm. Becoming the personal guard of a commander was a matter of great pride. None of them hailed from noble lineage. Most were either farmers or laborers. Never had they envisioned serving as the personal guards of a military commander. Each struggled to contain their excitement. Zhonghui surveyed his motley crew of personal guards with great contentment. Despite their rustic appearance, they felt endearing. "From this day forth, you shall be my personal guards. However, this does not guarantee your position indefinitely. Any sign of negligence will not be tolerated. As my personal guards, you are expected to excel beyond the others. To be stronger and more capable. Always remember your duties. Rest assured, as you accompany me, I shall not neglect your needs. That will be all for today. Tend to your affairs. Tomorrow, we shall commence our training in earnest." The soldiers, invigorated by Zhonghui's words, responded in unison with a resounding affirmation that echoed through the air, capturing the attention of others training in the yard. Go Dan and Ershang, formerly soldiers under the 3rd Squad of Battalion Commander Zhang Dapio, shared a close bond as they hailed from the same hometown. They had stood out during the roll call the previous day, earning their places among Zhonghui's personal guards. This morning, they, along with their fellow guards, were roused by Zhonghui, armed with weapons, and taken on a run around the city defense camp, which he termed a training exercise. Though they were uncertain of its nature, they dutifully followed their commander. Despite the fatigue of running, the sight of Commander Zhong leading the charge spurred them on. None dared to slacken their pace, fearing the loss of this rare opportunity. Go Dan and Ershang were profoundly impressed by their new commander. They had never encountered a leader quite like him. He ran alongside the soldiers, dined with them, and engaged in casual conversations, lacking the aloofness of previous superiors. This approach endeared him to Go Dan and Ershang. After their meal, the soldiers followed Commander Zhong as he wandered through the military camp. Strangely, he did not head directly to the training yard, but instead, under the guidance of the Sentinel Xuan, toured various parts of the camp. Go Dan was oblivious to the commander's intentions, simply following orders, knowing compliance ensured his sustenance. However, Ershang, curious about Zhonghui's actions, continuously speculated on his motives. Go Dan's aspirations were modest. It was only when Zhonghui concluded his inspection and entered the training yard that Go Dan felt a sense of assurance. Only through rigorous training could he demonstrate his worthiness as Zhonghui's personal guard. The training yard, once steeped in desolation, now buzzed with the sounds of battle cries. Soldiers wielded long spears, diligently practicing their thrusting techniques, each movement accompanied by fierce shouts, exuding formidable energy. Observing the monotonous drills, Zhonghui noted that such training methods were ineffective. An army trained in this manner might possess combat capability, but it did not equate to strength. For an army to be formidable, they needed to engage in genuine, practical exercises. As he contemplated instructing Zhang Dapio and Su Hua to implement alternative training methods, he was surprised to find that they approached him of their own accord, accompanied by another individual, an upright and handsome figure, exuding the demeanor of a cultured general. "I am Zhao Ming, currently the commander of the Thunder Camp, at your service, Commander." Zhao Ming was the first to bow respectfully before Zhonghui. Chapter 38. Tu Jiapu, the subordinate generals Zhang Dabiao and Su Hua stood before Commander Zhonghui. Observing the three, Zhonghui nodded in acknowledgement and addressed General Zhao Ming, saying, "General Zhao, your vigilance has been arduous." Zhao Ming, upon hearing Zhonghui's words, promptly clasped his hands in respect and replied, "It is my duty, and I dare not claim to be weary." "Excellent. I wish to summon you to discuss certain matters. Since you are all present, let us proceed to the main tent," Zhonghui declared, leading the trio towards the command tent. He turned to his personal guards and instructed, "You shall practice here." He pointed to the soldier at the forefront. "Dog Dan, you lead the training. Should it falter, I shall hold you accountable." Zhonghui had not given it much thought and simply selected someone at random as he made his way inside. Dog Dan, taken aback by being singled out by the commander, was momentarily speechless. Had it not been for Ershing nudging him, he might have embarrassed himself. Regaining his composure, he responded to Zhonghui, I shall certainly fulfill the commander's orders." However, by the time he finished speaking, Zhonghui had already departed. He began to emulate the methods taught by their former squad leader and organize the soldiers for practice. Surprisingly, Dog Dan managed to imitate the techniques quite well, which filled him with immense satisfaction. Once, he had envisioned himself as a leader like those in charge. Now, fortune had smiled upon him unexpectedly. After a while of training, Dog Dan allowed the soldiers to rest. During this intermission, Ersheng approached him and remarked, "Hey, Dog Dan, don't you think our training resembles that of the ordinary soldiers? It doesn't showcase our capabilities. We are the commander's elite guards. If we train just like them, do you think the commander would be pleased?" Reflecting on Ersheng's words, Dog Dan found them reasonable. They were indeed chosen for their exceptional skills, and merely practicing in the same manner didn't highlight their uniqueness. He inquired, "What do you think we should do instead?" Ersheng pondered for a moment before suggesting, "This is simple. We have 300 men, and our skills are quite similar. Why not pair off for practice? This way, it won't be monotonous, and it will demonstrate our prowess as personal guards." "But, isn't that problematic? The commander only instructed me to lead the practice, not to engage in combat," Dog Dan replied, feeling somewhat apprehensive. "It's not fighting. Just keep it controlled and don't go overboard." "It's certainly better than mindlessly stabbing with our weapons," Ersheng encouraged him. Upon hearing this, Dog Dan playfully punched Ersheng's chest and declared, "What are you saying? Good brother? Am I that kind of person? It's merely a change of method. Come on, let us do it. If the commander gets upset, I'll take the blame." Ersheng grinned at Dog Dan, replying, "All right, we'll shoulder it together." The two exchanged smiles. When the soldiers saw the commander, they immediately responded, "The sentinel is currently engaged in a match." Zhonghui's gaze sharpened. From what he had observed, although Wang Xuan displayed some flattery, his recent actions indicated he was not blind to the circumstances. This piqued Zhonghui's curiosity about what had transpired to prompt Wang Xuan to neglect his duties. He gestured for Zhang Dabiao, who was about to call out to the soldiers, to remain silent as he approached the group. In the arena, Wang Xuan was sparring with Dog Dan, trading blows with each other. Dog Dan, being taller and stronger, occasionally landed heavy punches that staggered Wang Xuan. Conversely, Wang Xuan exhibited agility, dodging left and right, exploiting openings to strike at Dog Dan's vulnerable spots, eliciting cries from him as he became determined to topple Wang Xuan. Zhonghui, intrigued by their vigorous exchange, stepped forward to assess his own martial prowess, clenching his fists as he advanced into the fray. Just as Wang Xuan and Dog Dan were caught up in their duel, Wang Xuan noticed someone entering the arena. Before he could discern the newcomer's identity, a fist hurtled towards him. Wang Xuan feigned forward, adopting a defensive stance, narrowly avoiding the blow. However, the assailant transformed the punch into a palm strike, landing squarely on his chest and sending him crashing to the ground. Wang Xuan fell, but the newcomer did not relent. Pivoting, he extended both hands towards Dog Dan's face. Taken aback by this unexpected intervention, Dog Dan failed to react in time, receiving a sharp blow to the face that sent him reeling backward. In the process, his own punch connected with the newcomer, but Zhonghui deftly evaded it. The sequence unfolded too swiftly for the onlookers to comprehend. As the dust settled, they realized it was their commander who had intervened, prompting a chorus of cheers to erupt. This was the first time the soldiers had witnessed their commander in action. Previously, they had regarded Zhong Hui with a degree of disdain due to his youthful appearance and perceived reliance on family connections. Even though he enforced military discipline, many soldiers held a begrudging respect. However, seeing him effortlessly subdue two burly men caused them to shed their underestimation and foster genuine admiration. Standing amidst the cheers, Zhong Hui felt a surge of pride, recognizing his growing strength. Though his martial spirit had yet to manifest, he had made significant progress. Dan and Xuan, rising from the ground, turned to see who had so boldly intervened. Upon realizing it was their commander, they were startled and immediately knelt to offer their apologies. The two knelt in silence, waiting for Zhong Hui to respond, and began to worry that he was displeased. Dan spoke first, "My lord, if there is to be punishment, let it fall solely upon me. My brother Sheng is innocent." Xuan chimed in, "Commander." Xuan acknowledges his fault and accepts the consequences. Zhong Hui stood still for a moment, finally managing to calm his agitation. Upon hearing Dan's words, he nearly lost his composure again, pondering whether this was intentional or simply a misunderstanding. Chapter 39. Facing the enemy at the last moment, he glanced at Xuan and inquired, "What are you doing? I entrusted you with supervising their training. Yet here you are, engaging in a brawl with my personal guards. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, then you may as well relinquish your position." Upon hearing Zhong Hui's words, Xuan broke into a cold sweat and quickly replied, "Commander." Originally, Zhong Hui, upon hearing the words of Egg, felt a mix of anger and amusement. He had yet to question him, and here he was, rushing forward. It seemed necessary to interrogate him thoroughly. "What is your name?" Hearing the commander's inquiry, Egg immediately responded, "I am called Egg." Zhong Hui, upon hearing such a name, pondered how casual his parents must have been to bestow such a whimsical name upon their child. Egg, what were you just saying you were doing? What was the nature of your formations practice?" Egg, not daring to withhold anything, recounted everything to Zhong Hui, though he omitted the fact that it was Sheng's idea, claiming all was of his own volition. After listening, Zhong Hui discerned that this notion could not have originated solely from the simple-minded Egg. He turned to the crowd and asked, "Who is Sheng? Step forward." Upon hearing Zhong Hui searching for Sheng, Egg hastily bowed his head and declared, "My lord, this was all my own idea, and has nothing to do with Sheng. If punishment is to be dispensed, let it fall upon me. I am bowing before you." Zhong Hui, seeing Egg's fervent display, was at a loss for words. He had yet to express any intent towards Sheng. And yet this man was in such a state of agitation. Not wishing to engage with Egg further, he addressed Sheng. "Ah, so you are Sheng? Very well. Tell me, how did you conceive of this idea?" Egg, witnessing that Zhong Hui was not punishing Sheng, ceased his bowing and observed the two. Suddenly, in a moment of realization, Egg exclaimed, "My lord, it is not related to Sheng. It was all my doing. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me." Zhong Hui regarded Egg, feeling quite exasperated, and chose to ignore him. He said to Sheng, "Indeed, you have a good mind. As it happens, I am in need of a captain for my personal guard. Henceforth, you shall lead my personal troops." Then, stroking his chin, Zhong Hui continued, "However, your name, it's rather unseemly and could tarnish the image of the personal guard. From now on, you shall adopt my surname and be known as Zhong Sheng. What say you?" Sheng, now Zhong Sheng, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He immediately bowed to Zhong Hui, exclaiming, I accept. Thank you, my lord. I vow to serve you loyally." Egg, equally astonished by the swift change in circumstances, joined in bowing alongside Zhong Sheng, genuinely elated for his comrade. However, before he could fully relish his joy, the voice of Zhong Hui resonated once more. "Today marks the 10th day since Zhong Sheng assumed the role of captain of the personal guard. In these 10 days, my perception of that young commander has been entirely transformed. Having spent the last 10 days living alongside the troops, I have slowly begun to grasp the essence of this young man. The more I understand, the deeper my admiration grows. Throughout these days, the young commander has hardly left the barracks, sharing both meals and lodgings with the soldiers. Every morning, he is invariably the first to rise, rousing all the personal guards, who in turn summon the soldiers from various camps to assemble in the training grounds. He leads all the soldiers in a morning run around the camp, a routine that has remained unbroken for over 10 days, while the soldiers of each camp enjoy a 3-day respite during rotations. Only he and the personal guards maintained this unwavering regimen each dawn. After completing the run, they gather for meals. The commander has never dined alone, always sharing his food and drink with the personal guards. Whatever they consume, he partakes in as well, not a morsel more nor a drop less. Most noteworthy, however, is that the commander never leaves behind a single grain of food at meals. This habit has proven challenging for many of the personal guards, some of whom come from affluent backgrounds and regard the camp's fare merely as sustenance, showing little regard for the value of food. They would often leave scraps on the table, oblivious to the waste. It was only when the commander reprimanded them during a meal that they realized he left not a single crumb behind, instilling a sense of shame among them. From that moment forth, no one dared to waste food during meals. The most commendable aspect, however, was evident in the training exercises. Since the inception of his formation practice, which aligned fortuitously with the commander's own ideas, the training methods in the camp underwent a significant transformation. Gone were the monotonous stabbing drills, replaced by a multitude of specialized training techniques, including full battalion exercises, soldier formations, and individual soldier training, each tailored to the specific needs of different troops. Take, for instance, the individual training for infantry, which involved long spear combat, a duel between two individuals wielding staffs, marked with white chalk. Whoever's chalk marked the other first would lose. Another technique, taught specifically by the commander, involved wrestling within a designated circle. The first to be thrown to the ground would lose. For cavalry training, it involved lance charges, where two riders would charge at each other, seeking to protect themselves while attempting to unseat their opponent, as well as mounted grappling, where two riders would engage in combat without charging forward, directly competing atop their horses. Chapter 40. The drill of offense and defense. The archers engaged in rigorous training, practicing strength exercises and advancing archery. This type of archery, distinct from their usual drills, emphasized precision. The soldiers continuously honed their understanding of angles and force. The unconventional names and methods of training were conceived by the commander. Frankly, not only Xuan but the entire garrison's leaders had never witnessed such a training approach. Its novelty was striking. Among these, the cavalry's training posed the greatest danger. Despite wearing protective gear, soldiers frequently fell from their horses and sustained injuries. Nevertheless, the results were evident, as the camp shook off its previous lethargy and became vibrant with energy. This was precisely what Zhong Hui aspired to achieve. Every morning, Zhong Hui engaged in physical exercises, sparred with his guards in the morning, practiced horsemanship in the afternoon, and attended to various military affairs in the evening. His diligent efforts did not go unnoticed by the soldiers of the garrison, especially the 3 battalion commanders. Over time, their admiration deepened. They came to recognize that, despite his youth, their commander was extraordinary, and everyone respected him. Witnessing their leader's relentless dedication instilled genuine admiration within them. As the saying goes, a person of integrity leads by example. Zhong Hui's actions subtly inspired the soldiers, leaving no room for complaint. When fatigue threatened to lure them into laziness, a fellow soldier would remind them, "Look, the commander is still training hard. Do you dare to slack off? You deserve to be reprimanded." Hearing such words and seeing their commander, those tempted to relax would blush and return to their training, abandoning thoughts of idleness. Just as 2 soldiers were engaged in an intense contest, Zhong Hui inadvertently caught sight of a striking figure among the onlookers. With a swift motion, he stepped out of the circle, signaling a pause in the wrestling match, and made his way towards that figure. "Why have you left the courtyard to care for your father and come here?" Upon hearing Zhong Hui's words, he recognized the newcomer as Yi Dai. Embarrassed, Zhong Hui scratched his head. "I've been busy, and besides, who could come to find you while you're in the courtyard? Has he mentioned anything to you?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Hui felt a twinge of urgency as he contemplated certain matters. With no further remarks, he summoned Yu Ho Wang Xuan, delegated some tasks pertaining to the camp, and mounted his horse, making haste towards his residence. Zhong Hui rode swiftly, not daring to pause for a moment. He considered that since Han Jin had sought him out 3 times, there must be something of great importance at hand, something particularly significant to him, aside from the matter of the officers he had dealt with in the camp. With this thought, Zhong Hui flicked the reins, accelerating and leaving Yi Dai far behind. Before long, he arrived at his residence. Without taking the time to secure his horse, he rushed directly to the inner courtyard. Approaching Han Jin, he gently tapped his face. Han Jin, deeply asleep, was startled awake and was about to express his displeasure when he recognized Zhong Hui. Instantly, his anger transformed into joy, and he eagerly pulled Zhonghui outside. Forget everything else, just come with me. Still looking half asleep, Han Jin feigned a gesture to pull Zhonghui again. Zhonghui, however, plopped down onto a chair, arms crossed defiantly. If you don't tell me today, I won't leave. Seeing Zhonghui's resolute demeanor, Han Jin had no choice but to relent. All right, I'll tell you. My grandfather wishes to see you. Zhonghui, taken aback, gaped in disbelief. Did you just say who wants to see me? His eyes fixed intently on Han Jin. How would your grandfather know about me? I'm merely a humble commander of the garrison, unworthy of a personal audience with the Grand Chancellor. Embarrassed, Han Jin rubbed his nose. Well, I mentioned you to my grandfather after our first meeting. He was quite intrigued by your story and asked me to look after you. Recently, when he learned of your promotion to commander of the garrison, he expressed a desire to meet you. I came to find you twice, but couldn't. This time, I absolutely must locate you, otherwise I won't be able to explain myself to my grandfather. Upon hearing this, Zhonghui finally grasped the urgency in Han Jin's words. He felt a surge of frustration. Realizing he had been breathless over something so trivial, his grandfather merely wished to meet him, leading to all this fuss. Knowing it wasn't a matter of grave importance, Zhonghui relaxed, casually picking up a cup of tea and beginning to sip. While Zhonghui remained composed, Han Jin was in a state of agitation, pacing beside him, urging him to set off without delay. Chapter 41. The Ability to Stand Alone. Oh, Zhong, do not fret, but I am quite anxious. You see, several exotic women have arrived at the Yage residence today, and I have heard they possess a unique charm. If I delay, I fear I shall miss my chance. Can you not understand my urgency? Zhong, I implore you, I beg of you, please hurry. If that scoundrel Xuan sure gets ahead of me, I shall be utterly humiliated. Upon hearing Han Jin's words, Zhonghui spat out the tea he had just sipped, casting a disdainful glance at Han Jin as he made his way towards the door. At this moment, Zhonghui had completely surrendered to him. It was best to keep one's distance from such a sight. Han Jin, observing Zhonghui exit the hall, hurriedly followed him, inquiring, Zhong, where are you going? The main entrance is over there. You are headed the wrong way. Without even glancing at Han Jin, Zhonghui replied, I am going to change my clothes. You just wait here. Han Jin was left with a look of despair as he watched Zhonghui leave. As Zhonghui walked down the corridor, a middle-aged man approached him, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Yi Hao. I thank you, young master, for saving my life. Had it not been for you, my daughter and I would have surely perished at the hands of our enemies. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I, Yi, would gladly lay down my life in service. This man was Yi Dai's father, Yi Hao. Zhonghui observed Yi Hao, whose right hand was still bandaged, and waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Yi, there is no need for such formality. I hold great respect for your fortitude. I could not stand by and watch those ruffians act as they did. This is but a trivial matter. No thanks are necessary. After a moment's thought, he continued, however, I do have a small favor to ask of you, Uncle Yi. Yi Hao promptly shook his head. What are you saying, young master? If you require anything of me, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. Zhonghui smiled gently. It is not of great importance. I simply find myself in need of someone to manage my household in my absence. I wonder if you might assist me in this regard. Of course, it is something I had already considered. Since you have brought it up, I shall not decline. Daddy, you should not be out here. You need to rest. Yi Dai rushed forward to support her father. Yi Hao gazed at Yi Dai with tender eyes. I am quite well, my dear. I have recovered significantly. One cannot remain confined to bed forever. It would be unbearable. He gently stroked his daughter's head as he spoke. Zhonghui watched this father-daughter pair, warmth flooding his heart. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed such a profound bond, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips. Yi Dai, noticing Zhonghui smiling at her, felt her face flush with warmth, and she shyly turned away. Realizing his gaze lingered too long, Zhonghui felt a pang of embarrassment. How could he have stared so intently at a young lady? No wonder she blushed. I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, he stammered, hastily departing. Once Zhonghui was gone, Yi Dai turned back, watching him as he left, pouting slightly. Yi Hao observed the exchange with a knowing smile, his lips curling upward. His daughter had truly grown up. An hour later, under Han Jin's guidance, Zhonghui arrived at the Wen residence. The gates of the Wen residence were comparable in size to those of the prince's residence, though lacking its grandeur. Yet, they exuded an ancient charm, indicative of a family with deep roots. Following Han Jin through a labyrinth of paths, Zhonghui encountered various picturesque scenes. elegant pavilions, tranquil groves, babbling brooks, and jagged stones. Entering the Wen residence felt akin to stepping into a microcosm. It was a level of sophistication not commonly found in ordinary families. No wonder the Wen clan was the foremost family in central Chu. Their heritage was truly remarkable. However, Han Jin was not inclined to admire the scenery. He hurriedly led the way, anxious not to lose a moment. Amidst Han Jin's haste, they finally reached the residence of the Grand Minister. The pathway was laid with cobblestones, bordered by quaint trees, with a small stream flowing across the path. A charming arched bridge connected the two sides, and without pausing, they crossed the bridge and stepped onto the cobblestone path leading to the small house. Han Jin respectfully bowed towards the small door, saying, "Grandfather, your grandson has fulfilled your request and brought Brother Zhong." A voice, aged yet resolute, emanated from within. "Ah, understood. Let him in." Though the words were few, Zhong Hui felt an undeniable aura of authority in the voice. Though fragile, it resonated with unwavering strength. Han Jin responded affirmatively and turned to Zhong Hui. "You may enter now. My grandfather awaits. I must take my leave as I have important matters to attend to." "Do not be alarmed. My grandfather is usually very amiable." Zhong Hui shot Han Jin a sidelong glance, pondering what important matters could possibly distract him. Certainly nothing more than seeking amusement. Disregarding his thoughts, he approached the small house, pushing open the door and stepping inside. As he entered, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating his senses. He quietly closed the door and peered inside, where an elderly man with graying temples sat at a desk, deeply engrossed in reviewing documents. Zhong Hui patiently awaited the elder's completion of his task, taking the opportunity to observe the room's decor, the rustic furniture, the thoughtfully arranged ornaments, and the wall lined with ancient texts, all reflecting the refined taste of the elder before him. Before long, the elderly scholar set aside the documents and raised his gaze to scrutinize Zhong Hui. Noticing the elder's attention, Zhong Hui reciprocated the scrutiny. Their eyes locked in mutual assessment until the elder suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, you must be Zhong Hui. Indeed, you are extraordinary. I am Wen Dao, Han Jin's grandfather and the current Grand Minister." Wen Dao introduced himself with a warm smile. "Greetings, esteemed minister. I am honored to meet you." Zhong Hui responded promptly. Bowing respectfully, Wen Dao nodded approvingly. "A young man of achievement, yet humble and composed. Impressive. Your future holds limitless potential. Haha." Chapter 42. The Dragon of the Silver Moon. "Never mind. By the way, I wish to inquire about something." Wang Yun paused, casting a serious gaze at Zhong Hui. Zhong Hui's eyes glimmered slightly as he beheld the longbow named Luo Ho. Xianxia appeared somewhat perplexed. Moreover, through the insights imparted by the ancient overlord, Zhong Hui had grasped the Dao laws comprehensible only to the divine beings of the spirit realm, harnessing the powers of the celestial and the underworld, merging the forces of time and space. The might unleashed from this union was beyond the imagination of mere earthly cultivators. In the memories of the Fire Cloud Emperor, there existed martial groups in various realms that rivaled and even surpassed national powers, known as sentients. Zhong Hui initially aspired to join the late-stage solidification team, but was reluctantly compelled to enter the non-illusory team. Immediately, a furious shout rang out, "To dare speak to me, the eternal ice soul silver monkey, in such a manner is to court death. Do not presume that your telekinetic prowess instills fear in me. In the face of absolute power, you are but a triviality." Upon witnessing Zhong Hui's audacious attack, Zhao Xuan's exquisite visage momentarily froze, completely taken aback. Elder Qian pondered thoughtfully. Hearing this, Fire Cloud gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with a fierce determination not to rest until he had vanquished Ling Ao. "After being afflicted by that so-called skin contact vision loss powder, not only did I lose my sight, but the pain was excruciating and all my strength vanished instantaneously. If not, I would not have been captured by that old fellow." Zhong Hui deftly produced a piece of pure source material, shattering it effortlessly. During Kong Baiwan's introduction, Zhong Hui had already scanned the stone with his spiritual energy and discovered some anomalies, as his spiritual force could not penetrate this beast bone. Intrigued, he inquired, "How much is this worth?" In truth, Zhong Hui merely employed the wood escape technique. Had he not voluntarily dispelled the technique, the elder would have been oblivious to his presence. This incident resulted in the loss of 7 Dao platform realm powerhouses for the Qianquan Pavilion, including an exceptionally promising Purple Mansion realm warrior. Yet Zhong Hui understood the principle of revealing only a fraction of one's true abilities. While his combat prowess had indeed seen a significant enhancement, it paled in comparison to that of a true talent. Engaging in battle with martial spirits wielding unique powers could still pose considerable pressure, especially against those who had reached the minor or major completion stages of the martial spirit realm. Such confrontations could devolve into arduous battles, leaving one with no chance of survival if they didn't fight with all their might. Exposing all one's trump cards would be perilous. Revealing one's true strength could invite assassination attempts with a success rate exceeding 90%. After completing a full cycle of the Great Zhou Tian, Zhonghui still felt unsated, continuing his practice without pause. This sensation mirrored that experienced before the system, as each moment spent cultivating pushed his limits. After executing 15 full cycles, he finally sensed fatigue creeping in. With a sharp crack, sparks flew as an arrow ricocheted to the side. The initial glimmer of hope he held now vanished, compelling him to muster all his strength to withstand the fierce assault of the Ice Soul Silver Monkey. Once the last indentation on its body disappeared completely, Zhonghui took a step forward, stretching and cracking his joints, feeling fully rejuvenated as if the previous tumultuous encounter had never occurred. Zhonghui leaped onto the horizontal craft, beginning a meticulous search. "Is there any secret you might share with me?" he asked curiously. Yet, he remained undaunted. The once agile sword now seemed to stagnate. "Then let us set forth," he declared. However, anxiety gripped the hearts of those around as they rushed to ascertain whether Xianxia had survived. Du Wenjun's brows knitted tighter, his expression growing increasingly grim, for no one in the outer sect dared to challenge him so audaciously. "Fool, it is because you have broken through that your physical strength has significantly increased," Zhonghui remarked with a roll of his eyes. "What is the name of this axe? It exudes such dominance." He Yun Tao appeared exhilarated, clearly enamored with the weapon, which, though somewhat oversized, suited his build remarkably well. Had Zhonghui not succumbed to unconsciousness at that moment, he would have recognized the luminous dragon as the very creature that had once guided him into the Silver Moon continent, albeit now less vivid than before. As he pondered, he continued onward. "No need to seek the source of the poison. It is of human origin. Your Danwang Valley has grown too reckless, attempting to seize control of the public palace, and someone has taken notice." Master Zhu laughed heartily, saying, "We all find ourselves in this perilous situation. Infighting is unnecessary. The presence of one more ally increases our chances of survival. Don't you agree, Liuhua?" Upon hearing the elder from the Falling Sunset sect speak, a look of sheer panic flashed across Zhang Tianmeng's face, swiftly followed by a forced smile. Misunderstanding. For Miss Bailey to wed into the Forgetting Emotion sect as the young lord's wife is a tremendous fortune. I beg your pardon for my earlier discourtesy, Miss Bailey. Jiang Fan roared in fury, his body radiating a green luminescence as spectral power bombarded the nine-headed demon python. Is it possible for a toxin to lethally poison a first-tier gathering soul realm warrior within half an hour? This revelation filled Zhonghui with astonishment. Ling Han nodded apologetically at Zhonghui, expressing, "Once I enter the heavenly sovereign realm, my combat abilities will undergo a qualitative leap, and the reverse step of 9 will reveal its true might, allowing me to attain unparalleled swiftness. To pursue me under such circumstances would be nothing short of ludicrous." With this realization, after 2 years of diligent cultivation, Zhonghui had become adept at rearranging, combining, and freely layering the 9-character mantra, resulting in capabilities that far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 43. The Power of the Immortal according to his usual comprehension of the path of attack. The capabilities resulting from the superimposition of the 9-character incantation were several times greater in speed, force, and momentum than before. "My lord, it's not good." At that moment, as the door swung open, a rich fragrance of rouge wafted in. A plump middle-aged woman, resembling a courtesan, entered, accompanied by 4 vividly dressed, alluring women who swayed their waists provocatively and said, "Gentlemen, these are the finest ladies from our Baiwa pavilion. Indulge yourselves." Alternatively, one might say that the owner of the Ling Manor was himself a member of the demon realm. Zhonghui smiled awkwardly, saying, "A simpler selection would suffice." After the night deepened, Zhonghui exited the system and headed straight for Long Xian's martial academy. Having been there before, he navigated the familiar path and, avoiding the martial students on guard, entered the academy. "Are you familiar with our central plains?" Zhonghui inquired curiously. Its organizational structure is quite similar to most sects, divided into regular personnel, and core members. Chen Xiaogu, feeling utterly defeated, cursed Zhonghui 1,000 times in his heart. However, confronted by the terrifying flames and feathers, he could only emit a heart-wrenching, primal roar. Zhonghui was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this creature could speak like the ice crystal divine heart ice soul beast. Gazing at its massive form, he felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that just as one wave recedes, another rises, and the intensity of the situation was overwhelming. A single phrase clarified much for Zhonghui. He disdainfully curled his lips. Was this not the third form of the 5 swords of the mysterious sect? The momentum was undeniably powerful. Although he felt displeased, he could not simply watch her march to her death. Brother Zhonghui, Han Shuiying, her bosom rising and falling, her jade hands clammy with sweat, felt a tremor of fear at Li Yu's displayed aura, even from her position below the competition platform. Regrettably, at that time, Wang Tianzhua had been utterly crushed. The Tiger King's true spirit defeated, fleeing in disgrace from Yuguan City, and even Lu Mingxing dared not send anyone to investigate the city. Fairy Qingxian, have you forgotten your heart's demon's vow in the ancient secret realm? They could not have imagined that Zhonghui, who merely possessed innate strength a month ago, could wield such a sword. Not only the panicked black-clad assassins, but also the likes of Shangwan Yun and another early-stage spirit master were now shrinking their necks in fear. Zhonghui scratched his head, not responding, and chuckled. Since you call me an immortal, have you ever seen an immortal with cotton insoles in their shoes? The man had a foreboding sense as he glanced back, following Su Xiaotong's horrified eyes, only to see Zhonghui gripping his junior's neck like a chick and, as if crushing an ant, decapitated him. Qin Yu emerged from the room, chuckling, and upon seeing Wang Yuqing standing at the door, said, Yuqing, what brings you here? Come in and talk. Thus, it was destined that Zhonghui would. For instance, a 10,000-year-old ice spirit silver monkey could reach a height of over 10 meters. Naturally, after a millennium, the ice spirit silver monkey could freely change its size without limitations. The binding godlocks technique was integrated into Zhonghui's consciousness, and a hint of enlightenment appeared in his eyes, accompanied by a peculiar smile on his face as the mysterious technique flowed from his lips. A newcomer who had only arrived at the outer sect a few days ago had unexpectedly become a major figure in the medicinal valley. Bang! Gazing at the grotesque, bloodied 9-colored serpent before him, Zhonghui was enveloped by a sense of desolation. In Qinglong City, the little one had faced the city lord alone, evading the pursuit of numerous martial artists, only to be gravely wounded on the vast prairie, barely escaping after finding a healing herb in the secret realm, only to be injured again by the hands of Tsang Tianming. Lin Ying's absence from the manor caught Lin Jingtian off guard. No matter how powerful you are, we will not believe you can survive an assault from our 1,000-tiered demon beasts. The bloodthirsty demon ape sneered, exuding a brutal aura. Subsequently, the troops split into 3, with Zhonghui heading north to the Red Iron Mine. Instantly, the numerous 1,000-tiered demon beasts ceased fighting, roaring as they charged towards the ground. A palm of profound wind unexpectedly landed squarely on Zhonghui's head. The golden crown carving king and the old monster spoke of absorbing purple fire. As the voice of the Qin elder echoed in Zhonghui's mind, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the distance. I just heard you won against Qiu Qianyan from the Shura Academy in the daylight footwear competition. Well done. Long Mei smiled as she spoke. With a resounding slap, she playfully struck Zhonghui on the back of his head, exclaiming, You rascal, your cultivation has caught up with mine. Miss Qiu, are you convinced? Zhonghui grinned at Qiu Qianyan's amusing expression, raising an eyebrow. After a brief search, Zhonghui's gaze inadvertently caught something, causing his body to stiffen. Regardless, this enormous blame had already firmly settled on Lin Jingtian's shoulders. The fatigue in his body had vanished entirely, yet his mental energy had only partially recovered. Zhonghui reluctantly set aside his cultivation of the transformation god technique, and, while stretching his limbs, called out Water Cloud Show's name. Navigating the realm above imperial authority, strength and power were the foundations of survival. The bloodthirsty poison bee was formidable, known for its gregarious nature, and coupled with its small size and extraordinary agility. It was best to avoid provoking such beings, even for peak realm martial artists. At that moment, a slender figure in a gray robe emerged from the swirling black clouds. Evidently, he was the master of the green flying knives, with cultivation resembling that of an early-stage foundation builder. The golden light radiating from the great axe swiftly swept across nearly a third of the array's area, and beneath its brilliance, Zhong Hui's figure was forcibly revealed. Kid, do you think you can breach our combined defenses? Chapter 44. The flower-like youth. Upon hearing the words, the 5 high-tier martial students felt a sense of being underestimated, and immediately glared at Zhong Hui with an intimidating air. Noticing that Zhong Hui's aura was merely at the earth level, they were astonished that he dared to speak so presumptuously. After concocting the beauty-enhancing elixir, Zhong Hui and Shui Yunxiu went to meet Hua Ryu. The first tier of soul lamps exhibited a faint glow, with energies that were not particularly formidable, all emanating a uniform bright yellow flame. However, in the second tier, each soul lamp danced with vibrant flames, exuding powerful energies of various splendid colors. These 2 young individuals were indeed intriguing, especially the young man, who possessed an inexplicable aura that eluded her understanding. Hua Ryu gazed thoughtfully at their retreating figures. Wait, Elders Su and Xian, could there be a misunderstanding here? Anyone who has passed the Alchemist Association's examination to become an alchemist is deemed a member of this association. The robes issued by the Alchemist Association are classified according to the number of stars, which denotes the alchemist's rank. After wiping away the traces of crimson from their lips, both individuals ignited with excitement in their eyes. Let us present these 2 portions to my cousin. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. Lu Ji's heart jolted as he looked in astonishment at Zhong Hui. Yet, as Zhong Hui had anticipated, the heavenly omen ahead seemed to herald the arrival of a waste. Furthermore, within a radius of several thousand miles, he had only encountered one cultivator, an old man with the surname Qin, who was merely at the Qi refinement stage. It was highly improbable that he would encounter an accomplished individual at the foundation establishment or core formation stages. Time flew by, and another 2 months slipped away. Daoist Qing Tian silently stared at Daoist Lu Hua, filled with immense regret. If he had not harbored goodwill, the outcome would undoubtedly have been different. Yet, he could not voice his grievances, for without the intervention of others, he would have perished, and conceding defeat was not an option. His heart-stealing technique had finally reached a level of mastery. Perhaps Yin Yuan possessed an ethereal quality that made her appear unattainable. Yet, she was but a courtesan, which attracted countless admirers from across the city. The enormous axe blade sliced through the air like lightning, its energy rippling forth, shattering the rolling debris into dust. The already dilapidated square was soon marred by vast cracks that swiftly spread under the astonished gazes of onlookers. Ultimately, these expansive fissures obliterated the square entirely. This move was indeed extraordinary, likely achieving the level of royal martial skills. Take your time, there is no need to rush. On the contrary, being able to elevate to a small realm is already a joyous event, and I ought to celebrate. Zhong Hui mused, feeling a surge of happiness. After all, advancement was a positive outcome. The 5 members of the Death God mercenary group, seasoned in battle, moved with unparalleled synergy. Zhong Hui shook his head, choosing to disregard the worthless Qi Jingchun, and leisurely strolled towards the pack of white wolves, his demeanor relaxed as if he were strolling in his own garden, occasionally nodding in satisfaction at their luxurious, pure white fur. This is impossible. Zhong Hui remained indifferent. If Yu Qingfei did not serve as his blood poison, it would be easy to eliminate him, as there were plenty of people in the ancient town of ruins. Fortunately, this elder was known for his intellect, serving as the strategist for Zhuo Bailuan. His martial prowess was not formidable, or Zhong Hui would not have dared to appear recklessly. Lu Yuan is here too? Zhong Hui was at a loss, attempting to cultivate the thunder pulse with a flame that appeared devoid of any earthly might. As the long sword in the woman's hand was about to strike Zhong Hui, a sudden shout echoed, and just as she prepared to intervene, it felt as though her throat had been seized, leaving her wide-eyed and speechless, staring in shock at the distance. Upon hearing this news, Zhong Hui and Fei Lian were both taken aback. 2 demon kings at the Huang Ting realm. Truly, they were genuine beings of Dao spirit. Others also wore expressions of astonishment, and the entire conference hall was filled with an uncanny atmosphere. Feigning ignorance, Zhong Hui widened his eyes and inquired. A curse escaped Zhong Hui's lips. As he recalled Zhao Qingxuan's celestial visage, he yearned to slap this cruel woman into oblivion. This was a sheltered mountainside, basking in sunlight, adorned with countless black beehives, where thousands of lethal wasps were constantly entering and exiting. Following Tian Gu, what do I have to fear? He Yuntao shouted. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting silver rays upon the wooden frame. The jade pendant in Zhong Hui's hand remained unchanged, but under the moonlight, it emanated a faint white glow, its tiny lights swirling around like a miniature waning moon, captivating and exquisitely beautiful. Zhong Hui poured a detoxifying pill for himself and tossed the vial to Su Xiaodang and the others. A dragon's roar resonated as the luminous dragon in midair opened its mouth wide, swallowing the icy star that was directed at it and Zhong Hui. Since advancing to the peak of the blood transformation stage, Zhong Hui's consciousness within his ancestral aperture had grown stronger, enabling him to concentrate fully on 15 tasks simultaneously. Indeed, Brother Lu is straightforward, passionate, and righteous. We have met before. A figure paused before the Mingyue Inn, from which emerged an extraordinarily alluring woman, Lin Yu. Halt. This is a restricted area of the Tianmu Manor. Unauthorized personnel must not approach. However, the materials were exceedingly tough, even with a top-tier yellow-grade sword infused with profound energy. Not a single mark could be left on the altar's unknown materials. To be precise, this should be the altar's seal. Fei Yin was still at the 4th layer of solidifying essence, while Fei Yuan had ascended to the 5th layer of solidifying essence cultivation. It's nothing significant. Zhong Hui drew his sword. Chu Kuang's face lit up with joy, declaring he is doomed. Walking away, he cast a faint smile before turning to leave as well. Yet today, he found himself unable to defeat Zhong Hui, which was a grave affront to him. Ling Han hastily introduced Zhong Hui. The valley was not large, yet the towering trees reached the sky. The climate was mild, providing a refreshing ambience conducive to the survival of bees. With a swish, in their minds, 5 against 1 was already a considerable underestimate of Zhong Hui, but alas, they were mistaken. Those who claimed they would crush the entire Qian kingdom, aside from Shangwan Hong, were left in a pitiful state. Chapter 45. The cracked mountain axe Ning, the benefactor, has arrived at just the right moment. But why did you not come with you earlier? What do you mean? As the saying goes, one must first place oneself in a position of absolute peril and sever all avenues of retreat in order to transcend one's limitations and dispel the inner demons. I cannot explain it. Ever since I awakened, I inexplicably broke through to the Xian Yuan realm, and my father praised me greatly upon learning of it. He Yuntao chuckled while scratching his head. Amidst swirling dust and flying flesh, accompanied by piercing screams, dozens of black beetles were obliterated by He Yuntao's axe, showcasing the overwhelming might of the cracked mountain axe. Zhong Hui inquired, if you do not cultivate the Dao, then what do you practice? He had previously observed that there were no other powerful members from the Xianmu sect around Zhong Hui, indicating that this lad was acting alone. Does this imply that the ancient demon emperor's heavenly demon thunder sound array has also been shattered? Well, I have another question. Why can't my spiritual power penetrate it? Zhong Hui asked. This question was of utmost importance to him. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. Even rocks could not obstruct his spiritual power, yet he found himself stymied before this bone. Previously, Lin Gu and others had been relentlessly pursued by the Golden Leaf Marquis for several days, eventually yielding to hand over 50 million taels to settle matters. At that moment, an elder from the Wen family accidentally knocked a teacup off the table. Shortly after news of the Qing family pavilion's departure, the reclusive immortal residents stirred after years of silence, its aim being to locate Zhong Hui. In an instant, Zhong Hui's name spread throughout every corner of Yizhou Island. Indeed, in the distance, a powerful member of the Lion clan, driven by tremendous fury, raced toward the direction Zhong Hui had fled. No, I still have many things left undone. How can I allow it to end like this? Understood, Yang Ji nodded, responding without hesitation. A mouthful of blood erupted from Zhong Hui, his cracked body expanding once more as he crumbled to the ground. Will you accompany me for a while? A girl as beautiful as I am must have someone to protect her from bad people. Han Shuang's elongated eyes sparkled as she gently clasped the arm of the one before her, her delicate beauty evoking sympathy. At this moment, the donkey felt that this place was even more perilous than the Nine Nether Mansion. But at that instant, collect for me. What of it? The emotion refinement cave. Flames and palm radiance clashed violently, erupting in brilliant sparks, as the entire void was engulfed by a searing fire, blindingly bright. The previously unstoppable palm radiance dissipated as if it were mere moisture, and an enormous palm radiance was reduced to nothingness beneath the flame's consumption. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting his name. Zhong Hui, come help us. We can barely hold on. Before the Sanfeng sword, a robed cultivator was rapidly retreating, his expression fraught with panic. Divine power surged, and the space surrounding Zhong Hui rippled slightly. In an instant, he vanished into thin air. Upon reaching the second floor, he discovered a hidden realm. Observing this, the Yun clan cultivator immediately revealed a faint smile, urging his magical tactics toward the two flying knives. Moments later, the two cleaned up the magical tools around them completely. A voice of authority, reminiscent of a sovereign, suddenly resonated. A colossal pressure crashing down upon Zhong Hui and his companions like relentless waves. The expressions of several individuals turned grave. Shi Yuhua, being at the third level of the Meridian realm, wielded an arrow that, enhanced by his bow, was not to be underestimated even by those at the fourth level of the Meridian realm. Yet upon striking the giant crocodile, it failed to penetrate its defenses. Zhong Hui observed in silence. Aside from this issue, he harbored other contemplations. Elder Su glared. Following a faint grunt, Zhong Hui was violently thrust backward, his feet sliding nearly 10 meters across the ground before he gradually came to a halt, glancing down at his slightly trembling legs, his expression shifting. These two old fellows were evidently beyond his capacity to contend with. How infuriating. It turns out this scoundrel has been deceiving her all along. Zhong Hui casually inquired. Humph. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhong Hui activated the explosive flame fist technique. Within the fiery core, crimson flames flickered, surging along the newly opened meridians. He then examined several corpses of elders from the Xian Yuan realm besides Sun Wuchuan, discovering varying toxins within their bodies. Some had not decayed, but had been eviscerated to extract their hearts and lungs. Boom. In the ruins of the ancient town, at the altar square, listening to Ling Ao's indifferent words, Huiyun felt quite displeased. Equally indifferent, he stated, "My master's mother has vanished here. Shouldn't you assist in the search?" Thus, Zhong Hui proceeded toward the reception hall. He coldly remarked, "If my mother were alive and heard you speak so casually, she would surely regret waiting for you for 15 years." The man's expression turned green. Had it not been for his sister being safe, he would have been unable to restrain himself from giving He Yuntao a beating. This person was utterly shameless. Zhong Hui gazed at Wang Mingqiong. "Didn't you ask us if we had any objections?" "I do have one." His internal energy, once colorless and transparent, gradually transformed into a blend of gold and silver. Then, Zhong Hui grasped the skull lantern, crafted from human bones, emanating an eerie chill. Meng Xian, perplexed, cast a glance at the smiling He Yuntao. Jingyang City, located near the Taiyin mountain range, a region abundant in spiritual herbs and teeming with demonic beasts, boasts a unique advantage, placing it among the top 10 prosperous cities in the entire Sihuan County. The power dynamics here are intricate, making it nearly impossible for external influences to establish a foothold. 20 years prior, a formidable individual unified various forces to form the Jingfu Merchant Association, beginning their dominance in Jingyang City. Is this the Xian-level battle technique? It can actually condense such a massive hand. Ordinary cultivators who had never witnessed a Xian-level battle technique displayed expressions filled with envy. Glancing around, he spotted a concealed cave nearby and immediately dove in without a second thought. He did not wish to expose himself to that monster outside. As for the Long family, they were merely a fortunate minor clan, inconsequential before the Yomi sect. Saying this, Wen Dao stepped away from the desk and approached Zhong Hui, raising a hand. "Please sit." No need for formality. After speaking, he took his seat at the head. Zhong Hui did not hesitate to follow suit. Once seated, Wen Dao continued, "You are a friend of Han Jing. He has a mischievous nature and often lacks discretion in his endeavors. Should there be any shortcomings, I hope you will be forgiving." Hearing this, Zhong Hui quickly cupped his hands. "What you say is unwarranted. Brother Han Jin's care for me has been meticulous. Had it not been for him, I would still be unsure of where I reside. Your words are too generous." Wen Dao nodded, chuckling. "That is good. Are you comfortable in your current residence?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Hui genuinely could not fathom the purpose of this high-ranking official's inquiry, yet it surely was not merely to ask about his comfort. However, he felt it inappropriate to directly question him, so he decided to observe what scheme this official was harboring. "As long as you are comfortable. I see that you do not appear to be from Zhongqiu." "Yes, I am not a native of Zhongqiu," Zhong Hui replied without much thought. "Oh, then from where do you hail? I recall there are no black-eyed individuals in the surrounding nations. Would you mind disclosing your origins?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Hui finally comprehended the situation. It appeared they were inquiring about his origins. However, even if his appearance differed somewhat from theirs, did it necessitate such a grand inquiry from a high-ranking official? It struck Zhong Hui as rather excessive, leaving him somewhat bewildered. I hail from the other side of the Half-Moon Mountain Range. As for the specific location, due to certain special circumstances, I am unable to divulge it. I hope you can understand, he replied. It would be rather amusing if they were to inquire about the situation beyond the mountains, for that would certainly expose him and perhaps even compromise his identity. Therefore, it was best to remain reticent, Zhong Hui mused inwardly. Xuan Dao nodded knowingly and said, Since you have your difficulties, I shall refrain from probing further. It suffices to know you come from beyond the Half-Moon Mountain Range. You appear somewhat fatigued. I shall have someone escort you to rest. In the evening, we can share a simple meal together, if that pleases you. Zhong Hui, taken aback by the honor, quickly responded, This, dining at the esteemed residence alongside everyone is something I could only wish for. I would not dare to refuse such kindness. Xuan Dao smiled at Zhong Hui. Very well, then it is settled. He rose and called out, Old One, please take our guest to rest, and inform everyone that we shall gather for dinner this evening. Immediately, an elderly servant entered and led Zhong Hui out of the room. As he watched Zhong Hui's departing figure, Xuan Dao's gaze deepened, and he sighed softly. What storm might this visitor bring? Under Old One's guidance, Zhong Hui admired the scenery of the Xuan residence, having rushed through earlier without appreciating its beauty. Now, with time to spare, he could fully indulge in the splendid surroundings. Indeed, the Xuan residence was magnificent. Each corridor presented a unique vista, each scene imbued with its own charm. Moreover, the servants were all courteous and poised. The longer Zhong Hui lingered in the residence, the more enamored he became. Such depth of culture was truly exceptional, a rarity not often found in ordinary clans. After a brief exploration and rest, it was time for the main meal. During the banquet, Xuan Dao introduced Zhong Hui to the younger members of the household. Upon mentioning Zhong Hui's position as the commander of the city defense camp and a close aide to the crown prince, the guests regarded him with varying expressions, some puzzled, others envious, some respectful, while a few looked down upon him. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Zhong Hui shyly raised his cup and toasted to Xuan Dao. This was the first time he had tasted such wine. Unlike the colorless liquid of modern times, this wine was somewhat cloudy and had a lower alcohol content, akin to rice wine. He was confident he could manage a few cups of this. After toasting Xuan Dao, he turned to the young men and promptly began to toast each in turn. The young men, sensing Zhong Hui's spirited demeanor, loosened up as well, eager to see if they could bring him down beneath the table. Just as Xuan Bo was about to reprimand them, Xuan Dao waved him off, saying, It has been a long time since our household has enjoyed such revelry. Let them have their fun. He then addressed the group. You young ones enjoy yourselves. I have had my fill and will retire. With that, he rose from his seat. The guests bowed to Xuan Dao and resumed their drinking. Observing the lively crowd, Xuan Bo felt somewhat out of place and decided to take his leave, leaving only Xuan Yuan, an elder, at the table. Xuan Yuan, less concerned with formality, watched the young men cheerfully drinking and called upon the steward to bring up more wine, encouraging everyone to drink to their heart's content. For it had indeed been a long time since the household had seen such merriment. After a couple of hours of drinking, the initial awkwardness dissipated, and the young men began to speak freely about which young ladies were beautiful, the misdeeds of certain young masters, and their own romantic escapades. Fueled by the wine, they boisterously boasted to one another, while Zhong Hui remained at the side, cheerfully accepting their toasts and listening to their tales of glory. Before long, one by one, they succumbed to intoxication and collapsed onto the ground. The following morning, the glaring sunlight pierced Zhong Hui's eyes, prompting him to squint and shield himself from the rays. His head felt somewhat foggy, a clear indication that the effects of the previous night's revelry lingered. After washing his face to clear his mind, he reflected on the events of yesterday, realizing he had underestimated the potency of the local wine. What had begun as a light drink had turned into a strong aftermath, and he could hardly recall when he had become inebriated. Shaking his head, he stepped outside, encountering a young man approaching him. Zhong Hui recognized him as Xuan Bo's son, Xuan Lai, who had shared drinks with him the previous night. Zhong brother, you are awake. You certainly drank quite a bit last night. I, on the other hand, drank less than you but succumbed faster. I must admit, it is rather embarrassing, Xuan Lai remarked. Ah, you jest, my friend. I am well aware of my own limits. No need to elevate my reputation, Zhong Hui replied. By the way, My grandfather mentioned that once you awaken and finish your breakfast, he would like to see you in the study to discuss a few matters. I have things to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Wenlai hurried off. Understood. Take care, Zhonghui called after him, contemplating that the people of the one household were all rather intriguing. After a light breakfast, Zhonghui followed the servants to the study where he had met Wen Dao the previous day. Upon seeing Zhonghui, Wen Dao set down his pen and inquired, "You have arrived. Did you enjoy yourself last night? Thank you for your concern, Wen Sir. I had a splendid time drinking with everyone. It has been quite a while since I indulged in such revelry, and I may have overdone it a bit. I am still recovering," Zhonghui replied, resting his hand on his forehead. As Zhonghui settled into a chair, he remarked, "I imagine that in your youth, you were quite the dashing figure, exuding charisma and commanding respect from all. Ah, you certainly know how to flatter. Unfortunately, I was not as grand as you portray," Wen Dao replied, waving his hand to dismiss the compliment. "Now, I have summoned you here to discuss two important matters." Upon hearing this, Zhonghui straightened in his seat, ready to listen attentively. "The first matter pertains to the individual you dispatched at the city defense camp, Li Gang. His father is the Minister of Grain, Li Hong, a man of considerable rank. However, you need not worry. With the support of the Crown Prince and myself, there is no cause for concern. You should focus solely on your duties at the city defense camp and not let the Crown Prince's trust in you go to waste." Zhonghui took note of this Minister of Grain, though he had never truly worried about the implications of his actions. After all, the authority of such a minister was unlikely to pose any significant threat. For a moment, it felt as if fate had smiled upon him, granting him a powerful ally in the form of a high-ranking official, which could open many doors in the future. With that thought, Zhonghui stood and clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Wen Xiang, your kindness is something I shall never forget." He began to kneel in respect. Wen Dao quickly halted him, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. I appreciate your talents, and if you can contribute to the empire, that is where my joy lies. You need not thank me. I vow to fulfill the trust placed in me by the Minister of Culture, dedicating my utmost efforts to the Central Chu until my last breath. Please rest assured, Minister." "Ha ha, your words alone suffice," the minister chuckled while stroking his white beard. Upon exiting the minister's residence, Zhonghui found himself in a haze of confusion. He could not fathom why the esteemed chancellor of the Central Chu Empire would take an interest in someone as insignificant as the commander of a city defense unit. Was it because he was acquainted with Han Jin? That seemed implausible, for many knew Han Jin. Perhaps it was due to his affiliation with the Crown Prince? Yet, that also felt unlikely. A chancellor would have no need for such trivialities. This conundrum left Zhonghui utterly perplexed. As he walked, lost in thought, he realized he had forgotten how he had arrived at this place. He was unsure of the direction to the minister's residence. To make matters worse, there were few people and even fewer shops around, which compounded Zhonghui's dilemma. Just as he was engulfed in worry, he spotted a familiar face at the corner of an alley. Seeing him filled Zhonghui with a sense of hope, and he hurriedly approached, intending to call out to the individual. The person he recognized was Liang Feng, someone he had encountered at the auction house. After the tumult at the auction, they had exchanged pleasantries, and with the princess and Han Jin by his side then, Liang Feng should remember him. Thus, seeking his assistance and finding directions should not pose a problem. As Zhonghui approached, he noticed Liang Feng entering a narrow alley. It wasn't long before he saw Liang Feng glancing around suspiciously in front of a courtyard, as if engaged in some nefarious act. This behavior sparked a sense of intrigue within Zhonghui. It resembled the actions of someone plotting a scheme. Driven by his innate curiosity, he felt compelled to uncover Liang Feng's true intentions. After a while, Zhonghui covertly peered at Liang Feng, who had stepped into the courtyard and shut the door with a resounding thud. Zhonghui hurriedly approached the entrance, discovering that it bore no markings, leaving him uncertain of whose abode it was. A glance around revealed a dilapidated cart resting against the wall nearby. A sly smile crept across his face as he walked toward it. Chapter 46. The siege. Zhonghui exerted a considerable amount of effort to scale the towering wall, and as he finally ascended, he collapsed upon it, gasping for breath. He had not anticipated the formidable height of the wall, nor the exertion required to surmount it. He was utterly exhausted. The climb alone should not have been so taxing, yet the necessity for utmost caution to avoid detection added to his fatigue. After catching his breath, he was poised to leap into the courtyard when a sudden voice emerged from below. "Lear, are you not still unwell? Why are you out here washing clothes? Put them down at once. Allow me to assist." Upon hearing this voice, Zhong Hui recognized it as Liang Feng's. However, it was unusual for Liang Feng to employ such a gentle tone. During their last conversation, though polite, his words were laced with an air of distance, making him seem unapproachable. Even in discussions with Cui Ying, Liang Feng had been rather aggressive. Thus, it was quite surprising for Zhong Hui to hear such tenderness directed towards a woman, compelling him to remain atop the wall, listening intently. No need, you. A gentleman of high standing need not concern yourself with such trivial matters. I can manage on my own. You should take your leave, the woman replied, her voice delicate yet tinged with an undeniable sharpness. Lear, you are still resentful towards me. Seeing you in this state pains my heart immensely. I cannot bear to witness your suffering. Why do you persist in regarding me with such disdain? Liang Feng stood his ground, his gaze earnest. Placing a hand over his heart, his expression filled with melancholy. Lear ceased her task, gazing at Liang Feng. You know my feelings. You live your life. And I shall live mine. I will not accept you. So you would do well to abandon such hopes. With that, she wiped the sweat from her brow and resumed washing. Liang Feng, undeterred by her rejection, fetched a small stool and settled beside her, observing her quietly. Lear, engrossed in her work, paid him no mind. Their tranquil yet tense exchange left Zhong Hui in a predicament, as he remained precariously perched on the wall. Previously, he could distract himself by listening to their conversation, but now silence enveloped them, and his prolonged position began to wear on him. His arms grew weak and his legs started to tingle, threatening to topple him from his perch. Just as Zhong Hui grappled with his discomfort, an unexpected shift occurred in the courtyard. Lear, without warning, began to shed tears, the droplets cascading like pearls into the basin, mingling with the clothing. Liang Feng, noticing her distress, panicked and retrieved a silk handkerchief, reaching out to wipe her tears. However, Lear swiftly batted his hand away, lifting her gaze to meet his with reddened eyes, tears flowing unabated. Seeing her sorrowful countenance, Liang Feng's heart ached. He yearned to embrace her, but hesitated, fearing it would only provoke her further, leaving his hand suspended in the air. Realizing his intentions, Lear composed herself, turning her head to wipe her tears, and said, You should leave. I am unwell and wish not to see you. From his vantage point on the wall, Zhong Hui was taken aback by what Liang Feng left behind, his eyes widening in disbelief. Goodness, is that not a luminous pearl? Liang Feng must have spent a fortune. Could it be for courting a woman? What extravagance! He observed Liang Feng about to exit the courtyard and, seizing the moment, jumped down from the wall and dashed into the alley, eager to slip away before being discovered. In the courtyard, after hearing the door close behind Liang Feng, Lear slowly turned her head, spotting the radiant pearl on the stool, brighter than the stars above. She lifted her gaze towards the door through which Liang Feng had departed, her eyes hazy with emotions that were difficult to articulate. Zhong, what are you up to? You seem rather peculiar. Are you secretly tailing some respectable lady? Han Jin quipped, an amused expression gracing his face, unable to contain himself any longer. Zhong Hui smacked Han Jin on the forehead, retorting, What nonsense. You think I am like you? I merely observed Liang Feng acting suspiciously. I was following him, not for any other reason. Upon hearing Liang Feng's name, Han Jin glanced around, then asked, Did you see him, Zhong? Zhong Hui, puzzled by Han Jin's demeanor, replied, See what? With a knowing look, Han Jin scanned the area and whispered, Some matters are not suited for discussion here. Let us find a nearby tavern to converse in private. With that, Han Jin led Zhong Hui to a nearby establishment. Once seated, Han Jin ordered a few dishes and a jug of wine, then began to regale Zhong Hui with tales of Liang Feng. Speaking of Liang Feng, I must first tell you about the Liang family in the capital. I believe I mentioned that there are 4 prominent clans in the capital. The Liang family is one of them. Liang Feng's father is the current head of the clan, Liang Jian. Liang Jian holds a significant position in the court as the Minister of Works, wielding considerable power. Many benefit from his influence, making the Liang family formidable in the political sphere, sometimes even surpassing my own when family in certain respects. Zhong Hui interrupted. What you speak of seems to pertain to confidential court matters. How do you know this? Han Jin took a bite of food and replied, I may have overheard it from my father and second uncle. Nodding in understanding, Zhong Hui remarked, That explains it. Please, continue. After sipping his wine, Han Jin resumed. The Liang family originally engaged in commerce, but as their business flourished, they eventually ascended to become the wealthiest family in Zhongqiu. Chapter 47. A clean break. Zhong Hui sat quietly at the table, listening intently to Han Jin's narrative. As Han Jin spoke, he sipped his wine. And with each passing moment, his words became more muddled. Despite the wealth of the Liang family, they were looked down upon by those with deeper roots. A family of merchants, no matter how high their officials rose within the court, remained tainted by the common air of commerce. As he burped, he continued, Liang Feng is the second son of the Liang family. His elder brother, Liang Shi, serves as a right Zonglingjiang in the court, overseeing the capital's military. Their father hopes Liang Feng will achieve similar success. However, Liang Feng was, at first, much like us, a dashing playboy. Upon hearing this, Zhonghui swiftly interrupted, Hey, who is like you? I am nothing like you. Speak for yourself and leave me out of it. Han Jin chuckled and replied, Brother Zhong, do not take offense. Men are all alike, I understand. Who is like you? Forget it, just continue your tale. Zhonghui sighed, eager to avoid further banter, and urged him to proceed. Han Jin quickly resumed his story. At that time, Liang Feng and this Chu Lu were quite close friends. They often frequented places of ill repute together until one day. While wandering in the peach groves outside the city, they encountered a woman clad in simple white attire. Both were instantly captivated by her grace and began to pursue her simultaneously. Was this woman named Lear? Zhonghui ventured to inquire. At this, Han Jin could no longer contain himself. He leaned over the table, clutching his belly with laughter, pounding the table as he did so. Brother Zhong, you have no idea. Huh. I was right beside Chu Lu when he was doused with water. What a sight. Even now, it brings me joy to recall it. Zhonghui remained seated, observing him with a cold gaze, curious to see how long the laughter would last. Before long, Han Jin composed himself, offering an apology. My apologies, Brother Zhong. I simply could not help it. Now, allow me to continue. From that moment on, both Liang Feng and Chu Lu became increasingly enamored with the woman named Lear. Initially drawn by her beauty, they soon found themselves enchanted by her character. They exerted every effort to win her affections, but each attempt ended in failure. Nevertheless, through their relentless pursuit, they became friends with Lear and often invited her out. Unexpectedly, as time passed, Lear grew fond of the more reserved Liang Feng, which took everyone by surprise. Han Jin paused, sipping his tea before continuing. Liang Feng would rush to find Lear upon leaving his home, unaware that she had grown utterly disillusioned with him. Before him, she chastised him for his lack of integrity and compassion, declaring that he should never seek her out again, severing all ties. Upon receiving this news, Liang Feng transformed, becoming a shadow of his former self, morose, stern, and taciturn. Not long after, a plague swept through the capital, and Liang Feng, burdened by his sorrow, fell ill. Lying on his bed, he hovered near death, while the Liang family assumed he had contracted the plague, leading Lady Liang to confront the family patriarch in a fit of rage. Yet, in a turn of fate, Liang Feng's ailment resolved itself without intervention. Zhonghui, perplexed, asked, So he did not have the plague? Han Jin waved his hand dismissively. His affliction was of the heart, not of the body. However, his emotional turmoil would eventually tie into the plague. While he was untouched by the disease, another, Chu Lu, was not so fortunate and soon succumbed to the illness. At this revelation, Han Jin's demeanor shifted noticeably, his mood darkening. Chapter 48. The uninvited guest. He was indeed a good friend of mine. At the time of his passing, both Liang Feng and I were by his side. Chu Lu did not harbor any resentment towards Liang Feng for competing with him for Lyre. Instead, in his final moments, he entrusted Liang Feng with the care of Lyre. It is only now that I comprehend why Chu Lu chose Liang Feng for this responsibility. He anticipated that after his death, his family would cast Lyre aside, fearing she might be mistreated. His love for Lyre was evident, as he wished to shield her from harm, even knowing that Liang Feng's affection for her would endure. By the way, how did Brother Zhong discern Liang Feng's feelings for Lyre? Only a handful of individuals in the entire capital were privy to this matter. Han Jin inquired with curiosity. Well, it was quite enjoyable. I had a pleasant drinking session with your companions. They may appear delicate, but their drinking capacity is surprisingly commendable. Han Jin chuckled heartily. Brother Zhong, do not be deceived by their seemingly frail demeanor. They often engage in drinking contests privately. If you drink with them, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Zhonghui merely chuckled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. On the way back, Zhonghui pondered Liang Feng's situation, astonished that he would encounter such a tale of unrequited love himself. He had always believed that such narratives existed solely within the realm of fiction. It seemed that liars still harbored feelings for Liang Feng. Ah, what a pair of star-crossed lovers. Upon dismounting from the carriage and bidding farewell to Han Jin, Zhong Hui made his way towards his own courtyard. Suddenly, a pair of small hands covered his eyes, followed by a deliberately raspy voice exclaiming, "Guess who I am? If you guess correctly, I shall release you." Upon hearing that voice, a line of black threads appeared on Zhong Hui's forehead. Not receiving a response, the person continued, "Haha, you cannot guess, can you? If you fail to guess, I shall impose a punishment upon you." Punishment? What nonsense. Didn't your brother mention that you were grounded? How did you manage to escape? The palace's defenses are remarkably lacking, Zhong Hui retorted, pulling away the hands and turning around to confront her. Humph. Guan Yu rubbed her hands, casting a glare at him, ignoring his presence entirely as she opened the courtyard door and walked straight in, treating it as if she belonged. Observing Guan Yu's disappearing figure, he promptly followed her inside. Upon entering, Yi Dai approached him, signaling that an unexpected guest had arrived in the courtyard. Zhong Hui nodded, instructing Yi Dai to attend to his father, as this matter required his personal intervention. This young lady was not someone easily managed. He feared that innocent parties might become entangled in the situation if he did not handle it delicately. In the main hall, Guan Yu was visibly fuming, refusing to acknowledge Zhong Hui as her gaze remained fixed on the ceiling. For a fleeting moment, Zhong Hui found her somewhat endearing, but he quickly chastised himself, delivering 2 mental slaps and scolding internally. Am I losing my mind? Why do I find such a tendency towards masochism? He averted his gaze from Guan Yu and took a seat, inquiring, "My little princess, what brings you here? Surely, the emperor is not unduly concerned about your escapade. You are no longer a child. Must you continue to trouble his majesty?" Guan Yu turned to him, huffing in indignation. "I did not sneak out. This time, I came out quite openly." Zhong Hui, bewildered, responded, "You came out openly? I must have misheard. The last I heard from your brother was that you were grounded." Guan Yu immediately adopted a mysterious expression and whispered, "I am here on behalf of the Grand Priest. He wishes to see you, which is why I was sent to find you." With a bright smile, she added, "So, do you understand now why I sought you out?" Zhong Hui was left in a state of confusion, pondering who this Grand Priest was and why he wanted to meet him. Just moments ago, there was mention of a high-ranking official, and now a Grand Priest had emerged. What was happening? Did they truly find him that special? Contemplating this, Zhong Hui examined himself, attempting to discern any distinguishing features. No matter how he looked, he found nothing remarkable. Why did they both wish to meet him? The high-ranking official was one thing. After all, he was akin to a prime minister. But what was a Grand Priest? He had never encountered such a figure before. Thus, he inquired of Guan Yu, "Who is this Grand Priest you speak of? I have never heard of him." Guan Yu regarded him with disdain. "You have never heard of the Grand Priest? Are you from Zhongqiu?" "Oh, right, you are not from Zhongqiu. Very well, let me enlighten you about the Grand Priest, lest you be ridiculed by others when you venture out in the future." Without considering Zhong Hui's exasperated expression, she began to explain the role of the Grand Priest in the Zhongqiu Empire. The Grand Priest was indeed a prestigious position, distinct from the 3 high officials of the court, existing independently from the bureaucratic system, and held for a lifetime. Chapter 49. In a fog, his primary duty was to crown the emperor upon his ascension, presiding over various ceremonial rites such as the initial and final offerings, all conducted by the high priest. It can be said that without the high priest officiating the coronation ceremony, the emperor would lack legitimacy. For instance, my father's coronation was presided over by grandfather priest. After speaking, she glanced at Zhong Hui and asked, "Now do you understand what the high priest is?" Zhong Hui nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Is the high priest's power substantial?" Guan Yu shook her head. "Power? I am uncertain. It seems the high priest holds no actual authority. However, grandfather priest is held in high esteem. Even without any power, everyone, including the emperor, must show him respect. Wouldn't you consider that a form of power?" Zhong Hui pondered this, nodding in contemplation. The high priest, in essence, serves as a spiritual symbol, although devoid of formal authority. He wields significant influence, commanding respect even from the emperor, a figure of considerable stature, indeed. Zhong Hui mused to himself, "I must secure a favorable relationship with him." Curiosity piqued. Zhong Hui questioned, "How does the high priest know of me? I have not accomplished anything noteworthy." Hearing this, Guan Yu playfully stuck out her tongue. "Of course. I informed grandfather priest about you. Who else would know?" Upon realizing this, Zhong Hui thought, "Indeed, who else but this girl would share my affairs with such a prominent figure? But given my status, It seems unlikely that someone of his stature would wish to meet with me. Initially, there was the Chancellor of Xuan, and now the High Priest. Could it be that they were drawn to something I possess? As this thought crossed his mind, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a black pendant he had discovered on his skeletal remains in the Half Moon mountain range. He had kept it close since leaving the mountains, yet they had no reason to know what he carried. Feeling overwhelmed, Zhonghui decided to cease his unfounded speculations, resolving to simply inquire directly when he met the High Priest. Noticing Zhonghui striking his head with his hand, Guan Yu grew concerned and asked, "What's wrong? Are you unwell? Perhaps we should postpone our meeting with Grandfather Priest until you feel better." Zhonghui glanced at her and replied, "I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. I will accompany you to meet the High Priest tomorrow, as I also have matters I wish to discuss with him." After seeing Guan Yu off, Zhonghui reflected on her earlier expression, a thought crossing his mind. She seemed to care about me. If I feigned illness, might she cease her persistent nagging? A slight smile crept onto his lips, revealing a mischievous glint. The following morning, Guan Yu led Zhonghui to the royal palace. Upon alighting from the carriage, Zhonghui was astonished by the grandeur of the palace, marveling at its magnificence. Truly a fitting abode for an emperor. He exclaimed, "This place is simply magnificent. Isn't the High Priest residing here?" He asked Guan Yu. Ignoring his question, she cheerfully replied, "The High Priest lives within the palace," and skipped ahead, leaving Zhonghui no choice but to hasten his pace to keep up. In such a vast palace, he feared becoming lost and being mistaken for an assassin. After wandering through the palace for some time, they arrived at a wooden house that starkly contrasted with its opulent surroundings. The simplicity of the wooden structure, surrounded by blooming flowers, exuded a tranquil atmosphere, creating a striking visual juxtaposition against the grand palace. As Zhonghui gazed at the house, a sense of calm enveloped him, akin to a gentle breeze sweeping over him. As if time itself had slowed, Guan Yu waved her hand before his eyes, breaking his reverie. "Surprised? I was astonished the first time I came here too. Since then, I have visited often. This is where Grandfather Priest resides. Come with me." With that, Guan Yu dashed inside, calling out, "Grandfather Priest, I have brought the person you requested." Zhonghui followed her, and at a stone table behind the wooden house, he encountered the High Priest, a venerable elder with flowing white hair, clad in simple white robes. Despite the wrinkles adorning his face, he appeared vibrant, ever wearing a warm smile. Guan Yu whispered to the High Priest, who chuckled and waved her away. As she passed Zhonghui, she shot him a teasing glance before departing. Once alone, the High Priest addressed Zhonghui. "You are the warrior from the Half Moon mountain range that you mentioned. Please, take a seat." The High Priest's demeanor was immediately comforting, devoid of arrogance or superiority. He spoke in a calm, friendly tone, creating a serene atmosphere that put Zhonghui at ease. He nodded and settled onto a stone bench. "What is your name?" the High Priest inquired. "Zhonghui, at your service," he replied. "Ah, a fine name indeed. A young hero." The High Priest's laughter brought a puzzled look to Zhonghui's face. Noticing the confusion, the High Priest continued, "You must be wondering why I sought your presence." Zhonghui admitted, "Indeed, I am perplexed. I have only recently arrived in the capital and am unfamiliar with everything here. I have not engaged in any extraordinary deeds, so it seems unnecessary for you to summon me. Yet, you had Princess Guan Yu personally invite me, which is quite bewildering." "Ah, well, I will explain shortly. First, I wish to ask, have you met Minister Wen?" the High Priest said, pouring himself a cup of tea from a pot on the stone table. "Do you mean Minister Wen Dao?" "I met him just a few days ago," Zhonghui replied. Upon hearing this, the High Priest regarded Zhonghui with an expression that suggested it was to be expected, leaving Zhonghui even more baffled. Before he could contemplate further, the High Priest resumed speaking. Chapter 50. The provisions come first when Dao solemnly addressed me, stating that my significance stemmed from my origins on the other side of the Half Moon mountain range. "From the other side of the mountains?" Zhonghui mused, perplexed. The High Priest nodded at him. "So what? Has no one ever traversed from the other side?" Zhonghui inquired, sensing that his lingering doubts were on the verge of resolution. It is worth noting that only a handful of individuals are privy to this matter. Since the establishment of the Zhongchu Empire, merely 5 individuals have journeyed from the Half Moon mountain range. Among them was the founding emperor of the Zhongchu Empire, His Majesty Guan Xiaofan, along with 2 others, the steadfast General Chang Sheng and the esteemed Chancellor Lu Yu. The remaining 2 were renowned heroes who rescued the Zhongchu Empire from turmoil and peril. Upon concluding his remarks, the High Priest turned to Zhonghui and said, Now you understand why we hold you in such high regard. Those who manage to come from the Half-Moon Mountain Range, regardless of their means, have invariably been extraordinary individuals over the centuries, heroes who have emerged in times of dire need, akin to divine intervention for our Zhongchu. Zhonghui, upon hearing this, hastily waved his hands. My lord priest, I believe you are mistaken. I am not the kind of person capable of saving a nation from peril, and currently, the Zhongchu Empire is thriving, with its citizens living in peace and contentment. You must have the wrong person. While I may have come from the Half-Moon Mountain Range, I am likely the exception to your illustrious narrative. Zhonghui did not wish to reveal that he was not from there at all. However, if he were to be perceived as one of those great heroes, it would surely lead him to his demise. He had no intention of departing from this world prematurely. Do not be alarmed. These are merely ancient tales, not to be taken literally. I did not claim you to be a great hero. It was merely jest. I wish to share a story of the past. Do not be disturbed by it. The high priest reassured him with a chuckle. Zhonghui quickly wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He was merely a counterfeit visitor from the mountains. And should he be mistaken for a savior of the Zhongchu Empire, he could be burdened with daunting responsibilities. He was well aware of his own limitations. If entrusted with such a heavy mantle, he feared he would not survive the experience. My lord priest, please refrain from such jesting. I lack the capacity to bear it. He implored. It is nothing to worry about. Consider it a mere anecdote. It has been many years since I shared these stories with anyone. The high priest replied with a smile. Zhonghui, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head, still bewildered by the high priest's eccentricity. Very well. I shall conclude our conversation for today. You may accompany Miss Yu outside. I merely wish to see you, nothing more. We can converse at length another time. The high priest stated. Zhonghui, relieved, exhaled and bowed to the high priest before departing. Once Zhonghui had distanced himself, a figure emerged from a nearby wooden dwelling and seated himself beside the high priest. Old friend, did you observe his demeanor? Does he truly seem like someone from that side? The high priest glanced at him and replied, What if he does? What if he does not? Though the empire appears tranquil, with joyous celebrations, it is, in fact, burdened by deep-seated issues. One can never predict when a storm may strike. If he is indeed the destined individual, it would be a blessing for the empire. If not, sigh. The elder's gaze grew distant, staring into the horizon. On this summer solstice, the midday sun blazed fiercely upon the earth, rendering people languid in such sweltering weather. Along the official road from Linglang County to the capital, a large convoy was transporting a batch of provisions. This shipment represented the first collection of provisions from Linglang County since summer commenced. The capital's grain transport officials were anxious for its timely arrival. Thus, to expedite the journey, they had deployed minimal military protection. After all, within the heart of the empire, what significant danger could they encounter? Not far from this convoy, hidden within a mountain hollow, lay over 3,000 bandits, the notorious gang from Hudo Mountain. Today, Wu Mang scouts had spotted a large contingent transporting goods along the official road beneath Hudo Mountain. Upon receiving this intelligence, Wu Mang resolved to seize this fat sheep, ensuring his men would enjoy a few days of comfort. A group lay in wait within the hollow, anticipating the scouts' report before taking action. A messenger rushed over, not pausing to drink, and approached Wu Mang, stating, Boss, I've instructed my brothers to observe closely, and it has come to my attention that this is not a merchant convoy, but rather a military unit transporting provisions for the court, numbering at least 1,000. Marching in tight formation with remarkable speed, Wu Mang furrowed his brow at the report. This posed a formidable challenge. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, What are they transporting? The squad leader replied eagerly, I witnessed it with my own eyes. 32 carts, nearly half a mile in length. If we intercept this cargo, it would ensure a joyous winter for our brothers. Wu Mang felt a flicker of temptation at the prospect of seizing 32 carts of goods, which would grant him an abundance of resources. However, the realization that he faced soldiers, who appeared formidable, instilled uncertainty within him. He had brought only 3,000 men. Should they falter in battle, that would spell disaster for him. Just as Wu Mang grappled with this decision, the scout spoke again. Boss, are you worried about overpowering them? There is no need for concern. I have thoroughly assessed the situation. Though they are challenging, they are merely foot soldiers, and all are lightly equipped. I have a strategy in mind. Chapter 51. Strategic Planning. Wu Mang gazed at the scout before him, a man personally trained by Zhong Dang during his tenure. At first, Wu Meng had not fully grasped the significance of this astute scout, who had been secretly trained for 6 months. Now he finally understood the importance of this clever individual. Had it not been for the scout's extensive knowledge of the enemy's situation and the surrounding terrain, as well as his strategic counsel, Wu Meng might have forsaken this excellent opportunity. Reflecting on this, he patted the scout's shoulder and said, "Well done, my friend. If we succeed this time, I shall reward you handsomely. You may choose whatever you desire." Upon hearing Wu Meng's words, the scout immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed leader. Your might is unparalleled. Ha ha ha. Now, let's proceed to our ambush." An hour later, a troop of officials was indeed spotted on the official road, just as the scout had predicted. Appearing in the canyon path, the deputy commander, riding at the forefront, observed the terrain with concern and asked the general beside him, "General, do you see this landscape? I can't shake the feeling that there may be an ambush. Is it too perilous for us to proceed? Should we send someone ahead to scout?" The young general, looking at the deputy with disdain, replied, "It seems your age has diminished your courage. We are a formidable army heading to the capital. Which foolhardy bandit would dare to confront us? Those ruffians would be paralyzed with fear at our formation." Before he could finish, a piercing arrow whistled through the air, followed by a torrential downpour of arrows raining down from both sides of the canyon. Instantly, the bottom of the canyon erupted with anguished cries, a cacophony of despair echoing through the air. The general deflected the arrows aimed at him with his sword, rolled off his horse, and took cover between 2 steeds. Shouting to his men, "Form ranks." With their leader's command, the soldiers quickly regrouped, creating a shield wall to fend off the relentless barrage of arrows. Once the shield wall was established, aside from the heavy casualties from the initial volley, subsequent losses diminished. It was not long before the archers on the canyon's heights ceased their onslaught. Before the soldiers could catch their breath, a multitude of bandits appeared at the canyon's entrance, brandishing sharp blades and charging on horseback, howling as they advanced. The frontline soldiers froze in place, caught off guard, and fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. As the bandits pressed deeper into the canyon, they encountered the disciplined lines of the army, where long spears emerged from the shield wall, forming a formidable barrier. The mounted bandits hesitated at the sight of the gleaming weapons, turning their horses to urge the foot soldiers forward. The sight of abundant supplies and military provisions drove the bandits into a frenzy, recklessly charging towards the military formation. Under the young general's command, the soldiers held their ground against wave after wave of attackers. However, as the bandits surrounded both sides of the canyon, the soldiers began to waver under the relentless assault, struggling desperately. At that moment, a burly figure burst forth from the ranks of bandits, wielding a double-edged sword and riding a fierce steed, charging directly into the army's formation. This man was Wu Meng, who, observing the protracted struggle, felt a surge of determination. Armed with his great sword, he dashed forward, cleaving through the front ranks with ease. Seeing the dire situation, the general hastily brandished his spear to confront Wu Meng. Following this breach, the bandits surged forward en masse. Despite the soldiers' valiant efforts and unwavering resolve, they were outnumbered and soon lost their commander, leading to their swift demise. Covered in blood, Wu Meng stood atop the pile of corpses. An expression of ferocity etched across his face. He turned to Lu Er beside him and inquired, "What of our brother's casualties?" Wu Meng waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. Ensure the others are cautious and avoid further losses." Lu Er, brandishing his sword, stepped forward and said, "Leader, we have struck it rich this time. I just calculated 32 carts, each filled with valuable goods." Thus, a group of men, merrily hauling several large carts, made their way into the mountains. In the capital, at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Li Wenjun served as the primary assistant, typically managing internal affairs and assisting Li Heng. However, the past month had rendered him exceedingly busy. Li Heng had 2 sons. His second son was murdered in the streets, and the perpetrator remained at large. Grieving, Li Heng struggled to fulfill his duties, only to be struck again by tragedy, as his eldest son, Li Gang, a promising deputy in the city defense camp, was killed by the newly appointed commander. Upon receiving this news, Li Heng was so enraged that he fainted. Li Heng understood that Zhong could not be touched due to the prince's protection, and in his fury, he fell ill and ceased to manage official business, delegating all responsibilities to Li Wenjun, who found himself overwhelmed. At that moment, Li Wenjun was meticulously organizing the grain records from various counties for the early summer harvest when a panting inner aide rushed in, exclaiming, "It's terrible, sir. There has been an incident with the grain collected from Linglang County." Startled by this news, Li Wenjun momentarily froze, dropping his pen to the floor with a thud. The season was early summer, the leaves were vibrantly green, and the temperature was gradually rising, with the scorching sun blazing overhead, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Chapter 52. Forceful determination. Li Wenjun arrived at the Li residence, and, without pausing to adjust his attire, strode directly inside. Li Heng lay feebly on the bed, a warm towel pressed against his forehead, occasionally coughing lightly. He fixed his gaze on Li Wenjun and, in a weak voice, inquired, "Is there something of importance, Master Zhu?" Coughing, he added, "Given my condition, I fear I am unable to attend to official matters, and I must trouble you to take extra care." Li Wenjun scrutinized the ailing Li Heng, acutely aware that his malady was not physical, but rather a manifestation of inner turmoil. Yet, there was little he could do about it. He addressed Li Heng, "My lord, I am cognizant of your health struggles, but I must report a pressing matter that requires your resolution." Coughing again, Li Heng mustered the strength to sit up. "What is it? Speak, my lord." "The spring tax shipment from Linglang County to the capital has been intercepted by the bandits of Huodo Mountain, and the troops tasked with transporting the supplies have been utterly annihilated." Upon hearing this, the previously lethargic Li Heng immediately straightened up, leaning forward as if he had not comprehended the gravity of the situation. "What did you say? Repeat that." After hearing the news again, his eyes darted about as he pondered. As the Minister of Grain, he was responsible for the tax affairs of various counties. And while the troops dispatched for tax collection were not from his office, he held supervisory duties. This incident occurred during his feigned illness, and thus, he felt no personal accountability. Relieved, he resumed his position on the bed. "My lord, are you not concerned about the loss of supplies?" Li Wenjun pressed. Li Heng gazed at him and lamented, "Alas, my health renders me incapable of handling state affairs. The loss of these supplies is a burden I cannot shoulder. I must trouble you to take on more of the responsibility." Li Wenjun, both anxious and irate, realized that this cunning old fox was clearly evading work. However, he had already devised a plan. Li Heng, unfazed, casually asked, "Oh, is there anything else?" "Noticing your illness, I have brought a remedy for your condition," Li Wenjun replied. Li Heng waved dismissively. "This affliction is beyond the reach of medicine. It is utterly untreatable. My lord, your ailment is one of the heart, and thus requires a remedy of the heart. I am aware that your heart's burden lies with the city defense camp's Zhonghui. I have a strategy to assist you in eliminating him," Li Wenjun suggested, gesturing across his throat. Upon hearing this, Li Heng's spirits lifted, and he sat up eagerly. "Oh, what is your plan? If you can eliminate him, I shall ensure your promotion to the next Minister of Grain." With Li Heng's promise, a smile graced Li Wenjun's face as he leaned in closer. "My lord, the recent loss of supplies presents an excellent opportunity to rid ourselves of Zhonghui." Intrigued, Li Heng responded, "Oh, please, elaborate." "My lord, as the commander of the city defense camp, Zhonghui is stationed not far from the capital, near Huodo Mountain. Logically, it should be the capital's garrison that undertakes the eradication effort. However, the commander of the garrison is the eldest son of the Liang family. If you could persuade Liang Xikong to feign illness and collectively petition the other ministers for the city defense camp to quell the bandits, Zhonghui would surely fail in the endeavor. After his defeat, you could unite with others to accuse him of negligence. At that point, even with the crown prince's protection, he will find it difficult to evade consequences." Li Heng, moved by Li Wenjun's proposal, contemplated the merits of this approach. Though he remained uncertain whether the bandits could indeed vanquish Zhonghui, how can you assure that these bandits will triumph over the city defense camp? Though they may be weak, they are still the capital's military. Mere bandits may not suffice. Li Heng chuckled, clapping his hands in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed with your plan. I shall set out at once, ensuring that Zhonghui meets a fate he cannot escape." With that, he hurriedly dressed, displaying no signs of illness. "I shall speak with Lord Liang. Humph, what of the crown prince's protection for Zhonghui? Offending me will teach him that certain deeds are intolerable in the capital." In the bustling training grounds, a group of soldiers engaged in a spirited contest. Zhonghui stood atop the command platform, observing the scene alongside Zhao Ming, the commander of the Thunderbolt camp. On the training field, a soldier, known as Dog Dan, was single-handedly challenging 3 opponents, charging like a bull, undeterred by the odds, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Zhong Hui turned to Zhao Ming and asked, "What effect do you believe this past month of training will yield?" Zhao Ming, upon hearing Zhong Hui's inquiry, replied with measured confidence, "As the commander has trained the soldiers thus, it is clear you possess your own assurance. I dare not speculate, but I trust it will yield results." Zhong Hui nodded, understanding that prolonged illness could diminish the capital's military strength. If we do not implement substantial reforms, we risk lowering the army's capabilities. The soldiers have exerted considerable effort during training. I have assured the Crown Prince that the city defense camp will be transformed. You must also strive diligently, lest I fail to deliver on my promise. Rest assured, I will spare no effort in training the Thunderbolt camp, and I shall not disappoint your expectations. Zhong Hui patted Zhao Ming on the shoulder. With your words, I am reassured. He descended from the platform, his heart stirred by the fervor displayed by the soldiers. Eager to test his own skills. Chapter 53. The Death Edict. Strangely enough, despite having practiced the technique of Ning Su for some time, he often felt an abundance of strength coursing through his body, yet he was unable to manifest his battle aura outwardly. This predicament caused him considerable frustration. He had sought advice from Cheng Rue several times, but even he could offer no solution, for the cultivation of battle aura depended solely on oneself. This was also the reason why battle aura practitioners were so scarce. Consequently, Zhong Hui found himself in a state of helplessness. He yearned for battle aura, yet he understood that sometimes fate bestowed its gifts, and at other times, it did not. He had come to terms with the fact that possessing a physique stronger than the average person, combined with his martial arts foundation developed since childhood, already placed him above the ordinary. He could even match battle aura users evenly in combat. Thus, the slight regret he harbored was manageable. Just as he was about to practice with his soldiers, a messenger burst through the gates of the training grounds. "Report, Commander. A person has arrived at the camp gate with an imperial edict." Zhong Hui halted in his tracks, nodding in acknowledgement. "I understand. You may leave." Perplexed, he pondered the sudden arrival of an edict just over a month into his new appointment. Curiosity piqued, he strode towards the camp gate. Upon arrival, he spotted a slender eunuch of considerable age, somewhat stooped, standing quietly outside, awaiting his presence. Zhong Hui approached hastily, aware it was best not to provoke such figures. Before he could speak, the elderly eunuch rasped, "You must be Commander Zhong. This old servant pays his respects to you. What brings you here, esteemed eunuch?" Zhong Hui inquired. "I have come to convey the prince's decree." "Commander Zhong, please accept the edict," the eunuch said, raising the silk scroll in his hand. Zhong Hui immediately knelt on one knee, well aware of the necessary etiquette. The acting commander of the city defense camp, Zhong Hui, has trained the soldiers well, fostering their courage and unity. Therefore, I bestow upon him a fine steed and a reward of 100 taels of silver. Furthermore, there are bandits on Huodo Mountain who have plundered state grain and ravaged the populace, inciting deep resentment among the people. Thus, I command the city defense camp to eradicate these outlaws. Upon concluding, the eunuch carefully folded the edict and presented it to Zhong Hui. "Commander Zhong, I must also inform you that the prince requests your presence at the prince's residence this afternoon for further discussions." The old servant excused himself. Zhong Hui nodded. "Safe travels, esteemed eunuch." Watching the eunuch's retreating figure, Zhong Hui fell into contemplation. Having only recently assumed command of the city defense camp, he had not yet reported his training results to the prince. Logically, the prince would not have sent him to confront bandits. Now, however, he was inexplicably tasked with this mission, which undoubtedly held some hidden motives. He resolved to inquire further in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Zhong Hui rode the fine steed bestowed by the prince, making his way with haste to the prince's residence. Before long, he arrived at the grand estate. Dismounting, he entered the gates, where the steward, Old Gon, awaited him. The Zhong Hui of today differed from the one who had first arrived. He exuded less rusticity and more determination. Following Old Gon, he reached the prince's study. Though he had spent some time within the prince's residence, the vastness of the estate still left him somewhat disoriented. The prince was engrossed in organizing documents, and from his appearance, he seemed to be in slightly better health than before, though still bearing signs of fatigue. Clearly, he had not rested sufficiently. Zhong Hui quietly took his place beside the prince, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his duties. Before long, the prince set down his brush, tidied the official documents, and lifted a cup of tea, sipping it slowly. He had grown accustomed to Zhong Hui's silent presence. After taking a sip, the prince turned to Zhong Hui and said, "Yesterday, Li Heng, in conjunction with several ministers, submitted a memorial to me, stating that there is a group of mountain bandits on Huodo Mountain who have stolen tax grain. They sought my decree for the city defense camp to deal with the bandits, and I granted it. Zhonghui, hearing this news, expressed his confusion. Shouldn't this task fall to the capital garrison? Why is it assigned to the city defense camp? The prince set down the teacup and approached him. Liang Qian is ill, and Liang Shi is at home caring for his aging father, unable to attend to matters. Is it truly so coincidental? Zhonghui pondered, feeling a sense of unease. Guanyi glanced at Zhonghui. Do you now realize? There are those in court who are targeting you. Zhonghui scratched his head in bewilderment. He had only been in office for a month. Aside from having dealt with a few individuals at the outset, he had not caused any trouble. Guanyi seized the moment to interject. The Minister of Grain, Li Heng. Understanding dawned on Zhonghui, realizing that the man behind this scheme was indeed Li Heng. He had not anticipated that the power of the Minister of Grain could wield such influence. Could Li Heng truly sway Liang Qian? The Minister of Grain was responsible for managing the grain taxes of all prefectures and held considerable power as a third-rank official, especially since he was allied with Liang Qian. The reason I acquiesced to their request is twofold. First, to assess the training efficacy of the city defense camp, and second, to assist you in restoring the camp structure. At that moment, Zhonghui felt a surge of anxiety. He had not sought trouble, yet it appeared trouble had sought him. It seemed that without imparting a lesson, they would continue to see him as an easy target. Resolute, he knelt on one knee and declared, I shall not fail your highness's trust. I will ensure that this group does not underestimate us. The prince, Guanyi, nodded with satisfaction. According to Li Heng, the bandits on Huodo Mountain number around 5,000, though I suspect it may be closer to 7,000. You should bring a larger force with you for this expedition. Zhonghui nodded in agreement. Guanyi smiled, saying, Very well, I wish you a victorious campaign. Thank you, your highness. With that, both men shared a light-hearted laugh. By dawn, over 3,000 soldiers were fully equipped and ready to march. The troops advanced rapidly, with Zhonghui intent on catching the bandits off guard. However, upon arriving at the bandit camp, they were met with a formidable wall constructed of stone, towering 7 to 8 meters high. Flags fluttered atop the wall, and shadows of soldiers moved about, indicating they had been well prepared. Standing outside the camp, Zhonghui gazed at the stronghold resembling a miniature fortress, startled by its fortifications. He had not expected the mountain bandits of this realm to be so formidable. It was clear now why he had been sent to confront them. It was a scheme to place him in peril. Yet, retreat was not an option. Battle was inevitable. Beside him, Zhang Dapio also stared in astonishment at the camp. He understood that ordinary bandits would not possess such intricate defenses and organized formations. This group was certainly extraordinary. Chapter 54. The low-key scout. He glanced at Zhonghui and said, Commander, this band of mountain bandits is formidable. Without siege equipment, our soldiers cannot ascend. How shall we breach their fortifications? Zhonghui surveyed the surroundings and replied, Let our soldiers cut down trees on the spot to fashion battering rams and siege ladders. We shall attempt a direct assault. Zhang Dabiao cupped his hands in acknowledgement and swiftly turned his horse to the rear, mobilizing troops and felling trees. Zhonghui positioned the soldiers at the front, preparing for a potential ambush by the bandits, while he meticulously observed the mountain stronghold. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. Such a sophisticated defense structure could not have been constructed by these unsophisticated bandits alone. It appeared that they had formidable backing, undoubtedly from military personnel. After nearly an hour, the siege equipment was nearly ready. Once everything was prepared, with a commanding shout, Zhonghui ordered the assault on the stronghold. Given the narrow mountain path, breaching the fortifications proved challenging, with only around 100 men able to advance at a time. Moreover, the bandits were well prepared. Waves of soldiers surged forth. Yet before they could scale the walls, they were repelled. Many fell from the ladders, and the battering ram proved ineffective against the gate. Before Zhonghui could issue a retreat order, Zhang Dabiao boldly charged forward, followed by 100 men. Observing the stagnation of the siege from behind Zhonghui, Zhang Dabiao, disregarding his rank, brandished his phoenix eyebrow blade and surged into the fray. Seeing his daring act, Zhonghui felt a mix of concern and hope. He commanded the archers to unleash a barrage upon the walls to provide cover for Zhang Dabiao. Zhang Dabiao, undaunted, pressed forward, deflecting arrows with swift strokes of his blade. He reached the foot of the wall and ascended the ladder. The bandits had already noticed him, Yet his ferocity was overwhelming. Before they could react, he had already scaled the wall. A group of bandits attempted to push him off, but Zhang Dabiao was too powerful, sweeping them aside as he forged ahead. More soldiers began to climb the wall, following Zhang Dabiao and gradually opening a breach. As the tumult ensued atop the walls, Zhong Hui watched with elation. The stronghold was on the verge of collapse, and once the gate fell, he would lead the soldiers inside. Sun Lao, who had been at the base urging the bandits to guard the gate, realized the dire situation as he observed comrades falling from the walls. He ascended to the battlements wielding his ghost headblade. Upon reaching the top, he beheld Zhang Dabiao, who was cutting through foes with alarming ferocity. Witnessing the ongoing casualties among his brethren, Sun Laohu's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "Brothers, shoot him down with arrows." Thus, arrows began to rain down from the battlements, striking both soldiers and bandits alike, but Zhang Dabiao remained unscathed. Observing this, Sun Laohu seized a nearby bough and, taking advantage of Zhang Dabiao's momentary distraction, aimed an arrow at his back. Sun Laohu, being more skilled than the average bandit, drew the bow with full strength. The arrow flew swiftly. Although Zhang Dabiao sensed the danger, he was just a moment too late and only managed to deflect the arrow's tail, which struck his right shoulder. However, in the heat of battle, he paid little mind to this minor injury. Sun Laohu, witnessing Zhang Dabiao's wound, charged forth with his great blade. The two clashed fiercely, yet Sun Laohu was clearly at a disadvantage. Had Zhang Dabiao not been hindered by his injury, he would have easily dispatched Sun Laohu with a single strike. Despite Zhang Dabiao's valor, his soldiers faltered as the bandits continued to pour in. Zhang Dabiao found himself constrained by Sun Laohu, while bandits armed with long spears targeted the newly ascended soldiers, causing them to be cast down from the walls. The soldiers atop the battlements began to falter, and soon, only a handful remained. Seeing the heavy casualties among his comrades and the dire situation around him, Zhang Dabiao gathered his strength and forcefully swept the bandits away. He then shouted, "Retreat." Just as he finished speaking, Sun Laohu struck at him with all his might. Zhang Dabiao, filled with battle energy, deflected the blow and, with a swift sidestep, executed a diagonal slash with his phoenix eyebrow blade. Sun Laohu, recognizing the imminent danger from Zhang Dabiao's blade, raised his weapon to defend himself. However, the strike sent him flying. With his prowess on full display atop the battlements, Zhang Dabiao instilled fear in the surrounding bandits, who dared not approach him. As the soldiers began to retreat, Zhang Dabiao let out a mighty roar, sweeping his blade to clear a path through the bandits before leaping down from the wall. In an instant, the soldiers retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The bandits, witnessing the withdrawal of the imperial troops, erupted in cheers from the battlements, for this was their first direct confrontation with the army, significantly boosting their morale. Subsequently, Zhong Hui summoned Zhao Ming and several other officers to confer on strategies for assaulting the stronghold. This deliberation lasted throughout the day, but by afternoon, no effective plan had materialized. Zhong Hui, in his tent, was agitated, scratching his head in frustration, for the Firehead Mountain was as unyielding as solid stone, impervious to their efforts. Failing to conquer Firehead Mountain would leave him with no recourse to explain to the prince, inevitably inviting censure from others in the court. Just as everyone was in a state of urgency and confusion, a report from outside the tent drew their attention. Moments later, a scout entered, sent by Zhao Ming earlier that morning to survey the surroundings after Zhong Hui had led the troops away. The scout appeared battered and disheveled, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. Upon seeing his condition, Zhao Ming exclaimed in astonishment, "What has happened? I sent you to scout the terrain. How did you end up like this? Where are the others?" The scout, upon hearing Zhao Ming's inquiries, began to lament his misfortune. Chapter 55, The Village of Firehead General. We were merely surveying the surroundings of Firehead Mountain when we unexpectedly discovered a village at the foot of the eastern slope. Uncertain whether it served as a lookout for bandits, we intended to approach cautiously to investigate. However, to our astonishment, a towering figure emerged from the village, overpowering us all. Had I not fled swiftly, I would likely have perished at the hands of these brigands. Upon hearing this report, Zhong Hui lamented the escalating predicament. He had yet to devise a solution for the bandits on the mountain, and now another group had surfaced below. It was indeed a case of misfortunes befalling him all at once. He resolved to first eliminate the threat at the mountain's base before addressing the issues above. With this in mind, Zhong Hui commanded, "Zhao Ming, ensure the camp is well guarded, and dispatched scouts to remain vigilant against any surprise attacks from the bandits. Zhao Ming stepped forward, replying, "I shall execute your orders, my lord." Zhong Hui nodded and continued, addressing the assembly, "Tomorrow, I shall personally lead 3,000 troops to eradicate these scoundrels once and for all." Firehead Village, a modest settlement nestled at the base of Firehead Mountain, had once coexisted peacefully with the bandits, who, despite their presence, refrained from causing harm. The villagers thrived by utilizing the mountain's resources. Yet, for reasons unknown, the bandits had recently descended upon the area, wreaking havoc and instilling fear, with Firehead Village being their primary target. Were it not for the presence of a remarkably strong individual, the village would have undoubtedly been sacked. This formidable figure was discovered by the village chief while hunting on the mountain. At the tender age of 4, he had been found living alongside the fiercest of iron-eating bears. Seizing the opportunity when the bear was momentarily distracted, the chief brought the child back to the village. Though the chief and his wife were in their 40s and childless, they adopted the boy as their own. From a young age, he exhibited extraordinary strength, subduing the village's fiercest hunting dog by the age of 10, and by 13, he hunted alongside the adults, often matching their prowess. At 17, he even vanquished a starving tiger that had wandered down the mountain. However, this towering figure remained an outcast, rarely conversing with anyone except the village chief and his wife. The villagers privately deemed him a fool. When the bandits attempted to raid the village, their leader was injured by this strong man, leading to a series of defeats for the bandits at his hands. Now, the village chief, alongside the strong man and the able-bodied men of the village, stood at the entrance, gazing down at the unconscious scouts who had been vanquished. These intruders, emboldened by their previous encounter, would certainly learn a lesson today. Seizing the moment, the strong man charged forward, unleashing his strength upon them. Though he refrained from delivering fatal blows, had he wished, they would have surely lost their lives. Upon closer inspection, the village chief realized, to his dismay, that these individuals were not bandits but soldiers, as evidenced by their attire. The strong man, having never ventured beyond the village, was oblivious to the soldier's garb, leading to this unfortunate misunderstanding. The chief recognized the gravity of the situation. Had he inflicted harm, the consequences would have been dire. Nonetheless, he understood that the soldiers would soon seek retribution. The villagers, aware of the impending crisis, began discussing the need to send the strong man away for his safety. The chief, torn by his affection for the boy, ultimately decided he must be hidden away to avoid the looming danger. Just as the chief was preparing to escort the strong man into the mountains, plumes of dust began to rise outside the village. Zhong Hui had arrived with his soldiers. Zhong Hui urged his men onward, intent on catching the bandits off guard before they could organize a defense. However, upon reaching the village outskirts, he was taken aback by the sight of sharpened stakes surrounding the village and a formidable group of villagers armed with weapons at the entrance. It appeared that the bandits had been expecting them all along. Frustrated by the repeated failures of his surprise assaults, Zhong Hui's anger flared. He had not anticipated that his swift strikes would yield no results. Resolving to engage in a more traditional formation, he commanded his troops to array themselves. With a signal from the messenger, the soldiers slowed their pace, filling in ranks and widening the gaps between them, their long spears raised defiantly. As they advanced, their war cries echoed, instilling fear in the hearts of the villagers, who had never witnessed such a display. Yet, the strong man, rather than succumbing to fear, felt a surge of anger. Without a second thought, he seized a massive beam from beside the village and charged toward the soldiers. Zhong Hui, mounted and observing the commotion, squinted as he spotted the robust figure rushing forth with the beam. Was this man seeking his own demise? He signaled a line of soldiers to engage. As the soldiers surged forward, they were met with the powerful sweep of the beam, which sent them flying before they could even raise their spears in defense. The strong man's speed was unparalleled, and the soldiers were caught entirely off guard. After dispatching the first wave, the strong man continued his relentless advance toward Zhong Hui. One of Zhong Hui's lieutenants, witnessing the failure of the soldiers, charged forward with a contingent of his own. Armed with a long spear, he aimed to pierce the strong man as he charged. The strong man, undeterred, lifted the beam higher and barreled toward him, prepared for a direct confrontation. The lieutenant understood that only by matching the strong man's force with the momentum of his horse could he hope to unseat him. Chapter 57. Preserving strength, he stood firm in his position, while his loyal guards swiftly rallied around him, ensuring that Zhong Hui was well protected. The captain of the guard, Zhong Sheng, knelt on the ground, lowering his head as he spoke. I have failed in my duty, allowing the commander to fall into peril. Please, punish me. Zhong Hui helped Zhong Sheng to his feet and reassured him, this is not your fault. There is no need for self-reproach. You may withdraw for now. Understood, he replied, then turned his gaze towards the village chief, softening his tone as he inquired, pray tell, old man, who are you? And what is your relation to the one on the ground? Only after hearing the village chief's explanation did Zhong Hui grasp the full context of the situation. It turned out to be an ordinary village, not a stronghold of bandits, which indicated that this was merely a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, a misunderstanding it may be. But the hulking figure had injured his soldiers, and such an offense could not be overlooked lightly. He scrutinized the village chief, then glanced around the village. Noting the rudimentary defenses and the villagers wielding hoes and clubs at the entrance, which indeed did not resemble those of bandits. Village chief, since what transpired was a misunderstanding, I shall refrain from taking excessive measures. However, you must provide me with an explanation regarding this act of violence. The old man hesitated, unsure of Zhong Hui's intentions. Ignoring the village chief's uncertainty, Zhong Hui addressed a nearby deputy general. You shall lead the soldiers to secure the perimeter of the village and send word to Xiaoying, informing him that there is no threat here, so he may maintain the camp. Yes, sir, the deputy responded. After organizing the troops, Zhong Hui advanced towards the village, followed by the apprehensive village chief and a cadre of loyal guards carrying the injured giant. The villagers, having witnessed the earlier events at the village entrance, felt their hearts leap into their throats when they saw the giant throw a soldier. They feared that the general would vent his wrath upon them. However, upon observing the army's withdrawal and the village chief approaching with a group, they finally exhaled in relief. Yet soon after, a contingent of officers arrived, parting the way. Subsequently, a young general, clad in armor and bearing a somber expression, entered the village alongside the village chief and several men carrying the giant. The villagers, unaccustomed to such sights, were curious about the intentions of this valiant general and followed closely behind. Zhong Hui settled into the village chief's home, where the chief stood beside him, and the guards maintained a vigilant watch, keeping the onlooking villagers at bay. The village chief had never encountered such a display of authority and felt somewhat overwhelmed. Zhong Hui regarded him and asked, how long have you served as village chief? The village chief, sensing the gravity of the moment, replied promptly, I have been village chief for 20 years. Ah, then you must be well acquainted with the situation at Firehead Mountain? Indeed, I have hunted there in my youth. And I know Firehead Mountain quite well, the village chief affirmed. Zhong Hui nodded, continuing, excellent. Now, tell me about the bandits of Firehead Mountain. The village chief pondered for a moment before responding. The bandits have existed for 7 or 8 years, but they were few and unable to even conquer this village. However, in the recent years, they have become increasingly active, often seen marching in groups up the mountain. Despite their numbers, they had not engaged in pillaging until a few months ago, when they began raiding, instilling fear among us all. After listening to the village chief's account, Zhong Hui concluded that the matter was more complex than it appeared. It seemed that Firehead Mountain posed a significant challenge. There must be someone orchestrating these events, for a mere band of thieves could not achieve such feats on their own. He contemplated for a moment before addressing the village chief. Though I understand this is a misunderstanding, the fact remains that my soldiers have been injured. While I am indifferent to the matter personally, I cannot disregard the need to provide an account for my men. Upon hearing this, the village chief immediately knelt, bowing his head repeatedly as he pleaded, General, please show mercy. Spare my giant. If you seek retribution, let me take his place. I implore you to show leniency. Zhong Hui approached him, gently lifting the village chief upright as he spoke with a soothing tone. I do not intend to take your giant's life. You misunderstand. The village chief, realizing that the giant was not to be executed, looked at Zhong Hui in confusion. Zhong Hui continued, I see potential in your giant. I wish to recruit him into the army. With his strength, he could easily rise to the rank of general. Taken aback by the prospect of his giant becoming a general, the village chief struggled to comprehend Zhong Hui's words. Zhong Hui, still supporting him, inquired, what say you? Do you oppose the idea of your giant becoming a general? The village chief, overwhelmed with emotion, began to kneel again, but Zhong Hui held him up. No, I support this wholeheartedly. Thank you, General. I am eternally grateful. Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. The giant, who had always been taciturn, had lost his companion years ago, and now, With no one to confide in, he felt isolated among the villagers. "General, I have no other requests. Only that you take care of him. Here, I bow before you," the village chief said, finally kneeling to express his gratitude. This time, Zhonghui allowed him to kneel, accepting the village chief's earnest plea as a father's heartfelt request. Once the village chief rose, his face radiated joy, evidently relieved that the matter concerning the giant had been resolved. Zhonghui then said, "Come, let us see how the giant fares." With that, he exited the house and headed in the direction of the giant. On the following morning, Zhao Ming led 5,000 troops towards Firehead Mountain. Prior to their departure, Zhonghui specifically instructed him to prioritize harassment over siege, emphasizing the importance of preserving the soldiers' lives. Initially perplexed by this directive, Zhao Ming pondered it for some time without grasping Zhonghui's rationale. However, he did not doubt the bandits' capabilities and believed that Zhonghui, being young, lacked combat experience. With a resolute belief in victory, Zhao Ming decided to resolve the matter in one decisive engagement, thereby alleviating the burden that Zhonghui faced. Chapter 56. Breaking the void unexpectedly. The strength of the towering figure was overwhelming. The moment the gun's tip met the horizontal beam, the deputy general felt a tremendous force collide against his arm, swiftly penetrating his entire being. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, his body was hurled off the horse. The soldiers trailing behind him, witnessing this spectacle, rushed forward to intercept the giant. However, the hulking figure roared like a beast, brandishing the massive beam, sending clouds of dust billowing with each swing and sending wave after wave of soldiers flying. As the giant plunged into the formation, he was unstoppable, leaving no one able to withstand his assault. The soldiers, witnessing his ferocity, were gripped by fear and began to retreat slowly, none daring to advance further. Zhonghui, observing from atop his steed, discerned that this imposing figure relied solely on brute strength, lacking any combat techniques, unlike Zhang de Biao who harnessed battle energy to enhance himself. Such sheer physicality was a rarity, and it seemed a pity for one like him to resort to banditry. However, the immediate priority was to subdue him to prevent further disruption of the formation. He waved his hand to halt the soldiers eager to charge and signaled his personal guard to remain still. Then, he took up a spear and personally advanced. When he was 8 meters away from the giant, he stepped on the stirrup and leaped down from his horse. The giant, noticing Zhonghui's approach, was not foolish. He recognized Zhonghui's distinct attire and understood he must be the leader. He raised the beam and swung it towards Zhonghui, rather than meet the attack head-on. Zhonghui crouched low, executing a bridge-like maneuver to evade the strike. Seeing Zhonghui dodge effortlessly, the giant lifted the beam again and struck down ferociously. Such minor attacks posed no threat to Zhonghui. He nimbly maneuvered, quickly closing the distance, and swept the spear across, landing a blow on the giant's broad back. The giant staggered forward, letting out a furious roar before sweeping the beam backward. Zhonghui deftly dodged again, positioning himself in front of the giant for another strike. However, the impact of the first blow had evidently diminished the effect of his subsequent attack. Furious from the unexpected assault, the giant discarded the beam, opting to engage Zhonghui in hand-to-hand combat. Observing this, Zhonghui also relinquished his spear, preparing for a brawl. The giant, impressed by Zhonghui's willingness to discard his weapon, charged forward. Utilizing his agility, Zhonghui skillfully evaded the giant's attacks, occasionally landing a slap that elicited pained howls from the brute. Despite Zhonghui's apparent ease in handling the giant, he was far from comfortable. The giant's clumsiness belied an astonishing strength. Zhonghui knew that a careless hit could incapacitate him. Furthermore, none of his strikes inflicted meaningful damage, rendering the situation quite troublesome. As Zhonghui pondered how to defeat the giant, he inadvertently misstepped and was struck by the giant's hand. Instantly, a surge of blood rushed to his head as he felt as if he had been struck by a heavy object, propelling him through the air. Elated by this success, the giant lunged at Zhonghui, wrapping his massive arms around him, applying pressure that made it difficult for Zhonghui to breathe. As he struggled to break free, he recalled his battle energy and wondered if he could use it to repel the giant. He began to channel his battle energy, which had reached a plateau. To ascend further, he needed to project it outward. In this dire circumstance, he circulated the energy throughout his body, concentrating it in his hands while feeling the mounting pressure. His body gradually softened, and his head began to feel oxygen deprived, as if surrounded by shadowy figures. just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness. The battle energy in his hands seemed to spiral out of control, coalescing and dispersing with increasing speed. His hands moved with an astonishing velocity. The giant sensed the overwhelming power emanating from Zhong Hui's hands and realized he was losing control. Awakened by the energy coursing through him, Zhong Hui felt a surge of panic as he attempted to harness this newfound strength. Just as he focused intently to control it, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. The giant was propelled backward by a formidable force, soaring 5 or 6 meters into the air, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Zhong Hui's captain, Zhong Sheng, witnessed the situation and led his men to rescue Zhong Hui, only to be taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, the village chief at the entrance had already perceived the unfolding drama and hurried over in distress. As the dust settled, only one figure remained standing. The onlookers focused their attention on Zhong Hui, whose right hand hung limply while he leaned slightly back, his eyes focused, and a faint white glow emanating from his hands. The giant lay on the ground, unconscious from the force of Zhong Hui's explosive battle energy. The battle energy cultivated through breaking the void was extraordinarily potent, capable of overwhelming even a formidable brute like the giant. Approaching the fallen giant, Zhong Hui sought to ascertain whether he was truly unconscious and to gauge the power of the battle energy he had just acquired. As he stepped closer, the village chief of Huodo Mountain hurriedly knelt before him, pleading, "Spare his life, General. The giant is foolish and unaware of his actions. If you demand a life, let this old man pay the price. I implore you, spare him." He bowed repeatedly in supplication. However, when Zhao Ming, who had previously witnessed Zhong Hui's failed assault on the bandit stronghold, arrived at Huodo Mountain, he was astonished by the scene before him. His initial impressions of the bandits' capabilities were naive, and upon witnessing the stronghold firsthand, he realized how simplistic his assumptions had been. Riding at the front of Huodo Mountain, Zhao Ming observed the high morale of the bandits, igniting a flame of indignation within him. Yet, unlike Zhang de Biao, his mind quickly regained its composure. He understood the nature of his mission and recognized that engaging in futile gestures was unnecessary. This was precisely why Zhong Hui had entrusted him with the task. With a clear mind, Zhao Ming ordered his troops to divide into 2 teams of 500 men each, alternating their assaults on the stronghold. He instructed them to advance with ladders only to the walls, then switch to archers for cover, allowing the other team to commence the siege. This back-and-forth tactic placed immense pressure on the bandits, particularly for Sun Laohu, stationed at the walls. The constant reports of soldiers attacking made him believe a large-scale assault had begun, prompting him to scramble to the walls only to find the soldiers retreating like a receding tide. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, another wave of soldiers surged forward, accompanied by the occasional rain of arrows, leaving him utterly beleaguered. Throughout the morning, Zhao Ming's forces launched 27 assaults on the bandits, including several earnest attempts to scale the walls, instilling fear in Sun Laohu. Fortunately, the sheer number of bandits allowed him to maintain a tenuous defense, albeit at the cost of sustaining an arrow wound to his left arm. On the walls of the stronghold, Sun Laohu observed as the soldiers, who had initially intended to assault the fort, retreated in disarray. He collapsed against the battlements, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. However, the nightmare was far from concluded. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Ming, under the orders of Zhong Hui, relentlessly harassed the Firehead stronghold with intermittent attacks. The bandits of Firehead Mountain were mere brutes, lacking in strategy or military acumen. Over these 3 days, the continuous cycle of attack and retreat had rendered the bandits accustomed to the situation. Even when faced with the occasional genuine assault, they merely bolstered their ranks, remaining largely complacent. Sun Laohu, a formidable figure, boldly led a sortie the following day, seeking to diminish the soldiers' bravado. Had it not been for Wu Mang, who hastily intervened upon hearing of Sun Laohu's charge, the gates of the stronghold would likely have been breached. Subsequently, Sun Laohu received a stern reprimand from Wu Mang regarding this reckless venture. At that moment, Wu Mang sat within the treasure hall, surrounded by several leaders of Firehead Mountain, all of whom were agitated by the recent incursions of the soldiers. "Damn it," he cursed, "these people neither successfully attack nor retreat properly. They disturb my sleep. It's infuriating." His frustration boiled over at the thought of the soldiers' actions. Nearby, Lu Er, with a grin, approached him. "Boss, do not be angry. In observing the soldiers' movements these past few days, I believe they are about to withdraw." Wu Mang turned, intrigued by Lu Er's assertion. "Oh, how do you arrive at that conclusion?" Feigning profundity, Lu Er replied, "Boss, have you not noticed that the soldiers' attempts to besiege us seem rather feigned? It appears they cannot capture our stronghold, but are too embarrassed to report failure. Thus, they merely put on a show. I suspect they are wary of heavy casualties and will withdraw by tomorrow." After a moment's contemplation, Wu Meng chuckled. "You make a fair point. Indeed, how astute of you. Here, have a jug of wine." He jovially tossed a flask to Lu Er, who eagerly accepted it and began to drink. Since Wu Meng had ascended to the position of chief at Firehead Mountain, Lu Er's fortunes had risen correspondingly, becoming the overseer of the storeroom. Since taking charge of Luhan's supplies, he had adopted a more confident demeanor, occasionally acquiring fine goods from the storage. His fellow leaders enjoyed a more prosperous life alongside him. Yet this prosperity incited envy among other bandit leaders. In the bandit realm, no one feared the misfortunes of others. Rather, they dreaded the prospect of someone faring better than themselves. Nevertheless, Lu Er was favored by Wu Meng, and while the other leaders were resentful, they felt powerless to act against him. As the group relished the imminent departure of the soldiers and began planning a grand feast, a cacophony of shouts and cries erupted from the dam atop Firehead Mountain. Alarmed, Wu Meng sprang to his feet. At that moment, a bloodied bandit rushed in, breathless with urgency. "Be boss, a large contingent of soldiers has suddenly appeared at the dam. The brothers were caught off guard, and there are heavy casualties." Wu Meng rushed forward, seizing the man. "Damn it, how did the soldiers manage to ascend?" The man, already on the brink of death, succumbed to Wu Meng's grip and perished. Wu Meng cast the body aside, brandishing his formidable blade, and raced toward the dam, with the other leaders hastily following suit. At that moment, the dam of Firehead Mountain was strewn with corpses and severed limbs. The soldiers and bandits clashed fiercely. This time, Zhang Hui personally led over 3,000 men, taking a concealed path to storm the summit of the dam. After 2 days of meticulous reconnaissance by Zhong Sheng and the towering black giant, the route to Firehead Mountain had been thoroughly mapped. Chapter 58. The Tiger Pounces. Today marks the day when Zhong Hui seizes the opportunity of the bandits' momentary lapse in vigilance to storm the stronghold. Leading the charge, Zhong Hui brandishes a long spear, thrusting, sweeping, and slicing with such finesse that he moves through the enemy ranks as if they were mere shadows. This is accomplished without the use of his battle aura. The bandits, witnessing Zhong Hui's prowess akin to that of a war deity, are left paralyzed with fear. His spear strikes like a venomous serpent, leaving none unscathed. He effortlessly disperses those who dare to obstruct him, surging ahead toward the dam. With a thunderous sound, the towering figure of He Dagu emerges. Meanwhile, Zhong Sheng leads his men toward the gate of the stronghold. At the same time, a fierce battle rages at the gate. Early in the day, Zhao Ming anticipated the assault, and, to avoid raising suspicion among the bandits, he and Zhang Dabiao, who had recuperated for 3 days, led 10,000 troops in 2 waves to attack. After 2 feigned assaults that lulled the bandits into a false sense of security, Zhang Dabiao launched a full-scale, genuine attack. Taking the lead himself, he was driven not only by revenge for the previous day's humiliation, but also by a desire to avenge the brothers who had fallen beside him. Seeking to slay Sun Laohu. Thanks to Zhao Ming's previous feints, the bandits atop the walls sensed something amiss, but did not take it seriously. It was only when Zhang Dabiao reached the base of the wall that the bandits, recognizing his imposing presence, scrambled to defend themselves. Sun Laohu, receiving this news, rushed to the walls with his men, sensing that this attack was no mere skirmish. Upon reaching the top, he encountered Zhang Dabiao. Unlike the last encounter, where Zhang Dabiao had relied solely on his own bravery, this time the battleground was a chaotic melee between soldiers and bandits. As Zhang Dabiao ascended the wall, he searched for Sun Laohu and, after considerable effort, spotted him approaching. With a swift movement, he swung his Fengmei knife at Sun Laohu. Caught off guard by the sudden breach, Sun Laohu witnessed one of his men being hurled aside by the force of the blow and instinctively retreated. Upon recognizing Zhang Dabiao, the man who had previously thrown him off the wall, he felt a surge of dread. Zhang Dabiao, fueled by rage, launched himself forward with his knife, the aura of battle radiating from him. Fearful of Zhang Dabiao's ferocity, Sun Laohu barely had time to defend himself before his head was severed in a single stroke, blood erupting from his neck, spraying those nearby. The sight of their leader's demise shattered the morale of the surrounding bandits, who began to retreat in panic. Coincidentally, Zhong Sheng and He Dagu surged toward the gate. He Dagu, resembling an ancient beast, wielded two massive clubs, sweeping through the ranks of fleeing bandits with ease. As the bandits on the walls saw Sun Lahu slain, they fled in disarray. He Degu, undeterred, pressed forward against the tide of retreating bandits, while the soldiers followed closely behind him, charging into the fray. Reaching the gate, Zhongsheng provided cover for He Degu, dispatching a small bandit leader guarding the entrance. Seizing the moment, He Degu lifted the massive beam of the gate, which fell as easily as a castle wall under siege. Wu Meng burst forth from the treasure hall. Upon exiting, he was met with the chaotic scene at the dam, where a fierce battle unfolded between the soldiers and the bandits. His fury ignited. He seized Lu Er by the collar, demanding an explanation for the unexpected assault. Lu Er, trembling in fear, could barely stammer a response as the bandit leader nearby seized the moment, revealing Lu Er's prior actions of removing the scouts from the hidden path. Wu Meng's rage reached a boiling point as he struck Lu Er across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. "Speak. Why were the scouts removed?" he barked. Lu Er's silence only fueled Wu Meng's wrath further. In a fit of anger, he raised his ghostly blade and cleaved Lu Er in two, leaving the onlookers gasping in horror. After dispatching Lu Er, Wu Meng surveyed the surrounding bandit leaders, declaring, "Let this be a warning. Any of you who dare to defy me will meet the same fate." The assembly nodded in agreement, fear etched on their faces. With a smirk, Wu Meng brandished his weapon and bellowed, "Let us eliminate these treacherous soldiers." Meanwhile, at the dam, Zhong Hui continued to wield his spear with unmatched ferocity, determined to hold the line against the bandits and buy time for Zhao Ming's assault. Wu Meng, rallying his men, charged toward the soldiers, shouting, "Kill." He raised his ghostly blade, a weapon far more devastating than Zhong Hui's spear. As Wu Meng advanced, Zhong Hui took notice of him. Wu Meng was a whirlwind of death, his enemies falling before him like wheat before a scythe. Clenching his newly acquired long knife, Zhong Hui pressed forward to confront Wu Meng, his loyal guards rallying behind him, vowing to protect their leader at all costs. Chapter 59, Inextricable from the Battlefield. It was evident that a vast void surrounded Wu Meng, while a formidable wave of adversaries surged towards him. "Ha ha ha, what a thrill this is. It has been ages since I savored such exhilarating carnage. The leader's might is undeniable. Ha ha, my comrades, eradicate these wretched officials without mercy." Upon uttering these words, Wu Meng beheld Zhong Hui charging towards him with a substantial entourage. The other bandits also took note of Zhong Hui's approach, swiftly converging upon him. As the bandits encircled them, Zhong Hui began to sense the mounting pressure. Initially, he had been caught up in the fervor of battle, oblivious to his surroundings. But as the bandits closed in, he realized he was in a precarious situation. The bandits relentlessly surged forth, each wave overwhelming him, and in his haste, he had inadvertently separated himself from his guards, leaving him isolated. As Zhong Hui pondered how to escape the encirclement, an instinct warned him of danger from the side. Without turning his head, he unleashed his battle aura, sending all nearby adversaries sprawling. The eruption of his aura stirred a cloud of dust around him. As the dust settled, two figures emerged. Zhong Hui, gripping his dull blade, raised it to deflect Wu Meng's thunderous strike. To his astonishment, Wu Meng managed to withstand his unleashed aura and retaliated with a formidable counterattack. Realizing that the bandit before him was also a master of battle aura, Zhong Hui braced himself. Wu Meng, equally taken aback, noted that he had exerted 80% of his strength only to be met with resistance from this foe. Following the blocked attack, Zhong Hui did not retreat but instead attempted a deceptive slash, aiming to end Wu Meng's life in one fell swoop. However, Wu Meng, having earned his rank as the second-in-command of Huodo Mountain, was no novice. He deftly adjusted the angle of his blade and swiftly retreated, narrowly evading Zhong Hui's strike. "Huh, I did not expect you to possess some skill, you wretched cur. But today, you shall witness the might of my ghost head blade." With that declaration, Wu Meng swung his formidable blade towards Zhong Hui's head. The two engaged in a fierce contest, their blades clashing in a struggle of strength and skill. While Zhong Hui and Wu Meng fought fiercely, his loyal guards were embroiled in a chaotic melee with the surrounding bandits. Despite their numerical superiority, the perilous situation compelled Zhong Hui's guards to fight with reckless abandon to protect their leader, fearing for their own lives should they fail. Yet, this ferocity came at a significant cost, leading to mounting casualties among Zhong Hui's ranks. Observing the growing losses among his guards, Zhong Hui felt a pang of regret for his reckless advance. Trapped by Wu Mang, he was consumed by anxiety. In the heat of battle, such urgency could prove catastrophic. Masters of combat, every move was life or death, and amidst the tumult, Zhong Hui and Wu Mang found themselves locked in a relentless struggle. Wu Mang's strength was formidable, each of his strikes eliciting cries of despair from Zhong Hui. However, Zhong Hui's agility allowed him to evade the brunt of Wu Mang's fierce blows, leaving scars upon his adversary. Had the battle continued in this manner, victory would undoubtedly have belonged to Zhong Hui. Yet, the misfortune lay in the fact that they were entrenched in the bandits' lair, and Zhong Hui's aggressive advance had diminished his forces. With a portion of his men dispatched to open the camp gate, only a scant few remained by his side. Tragically, his loyal guards began to fall one by one, and as he witnessed their demise, Zhong Hui's heart sank into chaos. This disarray caused him to falter momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Mang capitalized on Zhong Hui's misstep. With his blade pressed against Zhong Hui, he delivered a forceful blow, sending Zhong Hui sprawling. Commander, just a short distance away, Dog Egg witnessed the scene unfold. After dispatching a bandit, he saw Zhong Hui being flung away by Wu Mang and shouted in alarm. Unfazed by the cries, Wu Mang lunged forward, determined to seize the moment and eliminate Zhong Hui before the opportunity slipped away. He closed the distance with fervor, raising his ghost headblade for a devastating strike aimed at Zhong Hui's head. No. As the battle raged with fervor at Huito Mountain's dam, a contemplative figure sat in the rear courtyard of the mountain's slopes. Since being placed under house arrest by Wu Mang, Xuan had not been idle, diligently organizing the remnants of the cold weapons left by Zhongdang. He had anticipated Wu Mang's coup, yet reflecting on Zhongdang's words, he feared that if Wu Mang ascended as the leader of Huito Mountain, their stronghold would be doomed. Such thoughts filled him with lament. At heart, he never wished to be a bandit. Circumstances had forced him into this life. Through his cleverness, he had gained Zhongdang's favor and risen to the position of third in command at Huito Mountain. However, his nature was incompatible with that of the bandits, leading to a disconnect. His orders were often met with insubordination. Lost in his musings, he was interrupted by a series of muffled thuds from outside. Moments later, the courtyard door swung open. Is the third in command here? A figure entered. Upon recognizing the visitor, Xuan stood in shock. Lu Han, what brings you here? The newcomer was Lu Han, who had been relieved of his post guarding the warehouse. As he rushed to Xuan's side, he exclaimed, Third in command, Huito Mountain has fallen. Wu Mang will likely be unable to withstand the government troops. I have come to help you escape. Upon hearing this grave news, Xuan sank wearily into his chair. Lamenting, the leader has failed me. I could not defend Huito Mountain. Do not blame yourself, third in command. It is entirely Wu Mang's fault. We must flee while the government troops have yet to arrive. Understanding the urgency, Xuan shook off his despair and swiftly rose to follow Lu Han down the mountain. At that moment, Wu Mang raised his ghost headblade, closing in on Zhong Hui, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, bang! A thick log struck Wu Mang, sending him hurtling away. Seizing the moment, Zhong Hui, who had been knocked to the ground, quickly pushed himself up, grasping his long knife. The blade poised against Wu Mang's neck. Wu Mang's trajectory aligned perfectly with Dog Egg, who charged toward him. The collision propelled Wu Mang onto Zhong Hui's blade. In a flash, Wu Mang found himself airborne, the blade slicing through his neck. Dog Egg's impact not only directed Wu Mang onto Zhong Hui's blade, but also sent him flying far away. Blood gushed from Wu Mang's neck, tracing a vivid arc through the air as he soared, droplets scattering like crimson confetti in the atmosphere. Chapter 60. A misstep. Wu Mang had been soaring through the air, his mind yet to catch up with reality, when he suddenly found himself sprawled on the ground, lifeless. The once formidable second-in-command of Huito Mountain had met his demise. Wah! The second-in-command is dead? Oh no! Brothers, flee! Run! The bandit leader trailing behind Wu Mang, witnessing the complete loss of morale among the bandits, began to scatter in all directions. A few of the more formidable leaders, however, stood their ground. I dare anyone to retreat. Those who falter shall face execution. With only a handful of adversaries remaining, one of the leaders rallied the troops. Do not fear, brothers. If we vanquish them, we shall become the true rulers here. At that moment, the voices of the officials and soldiers from outside the dam echoed in the air. Kill them all. Annihilate this band of bandits. Spare not those who surrender. Lay down your arms and submit. Zhao Ming and Zhang Dapio finally arrived with the soldiers who had breached the bandit camp. The surrounding bandits, upon realizing their leader was dead and hearing the battle cries of the soldiers, lost all desire to fight. Even the threats from their leaders could not halt their frantic escape. Those unable to flee promptly cast down their weapons, crouching in submission. Seeing the bandits retreat, Zhong Hui felt a wave of relief wash over him. The earlier skirmish had left him with a painful blow from Wu Meng's blade, and his insides felt like they were in turmoil. His personal guards quickly surrounded him, ensuring his safety. The situation atop the dam was now entirely reversed, with Zhong Hui's soldiers encircling the area. The campaign against the bandits had finally reached a conclusion. Zhong Hui surveyed the surroundings and bellowed, "Do not let a single bandit escape." "Understood," Zhang Dapio responded, rallying the soldiers. "Come on, let us slay them. Not a single bandit shall get away." He then brandished his phoenix eyebrow blade and charged ahead. "Commander, I have arrived late. Please forgive me." Zhao Ming hurriedly approached Zhong Hui, kneeling before him. Zhong Hui placed his left hand on his chest while raising Zhao Ming with his right, patting him on the shoulder. "You have done exceptionally well. Rise." He then turned to the towering figure behind Zhao Ming, staggering over to him and giving a thumbs up. Hee. The large man felt slightly embarrassed at being publicly praised for the first time, scratching his head awkwardly. Just then, Zhong Sheng stormed over in a fury, landing a punch on Dogdan, knocking him to the ground. "I entrusted you to protect the commander, and this is how you safeguard him?" Taken aback by the sudden blow, Dogdan was about to retaliate, but upon hearing Zhong Sheng's reproach, he immediately deflated. As Zhong Sheng raised his hand to continue, Zhong Hui grasped it firmly. Realizing it was Zhong Hui holding him back, Zhong Sheng promptly knelt. Dogdan failed to protect the commander, putting him in grave danger. As captain of the personal guards, I must bear the consequences alongside him. Please punish us, Commander. Seeing Zhong Sheng's action, Dogdan followed suit, kneeling as well. I failed to protect the commander and willingly accept punishment. Zhong Hui regarded the kneeling Zhong Sheng and Dogdan, then glanced around at the wounded guards. He stepped forward and helped them both to their feet. "You are not at fault. It was my recklessness that led us into danger and resulted in the loss of so many brothers." Upon hearing this, Zhong Sheng knelt again. Commander Zhong Hui waved his hand, signaling him to remain silent. "This was my error. You need not say more. I shall ensure that the lives of our fallen brothers were not lost in vain, Zhao Camp Commander." He continued, "Ensure that the rations we have collected are securely stored, and distribute the spoils among all soldiers. Those who have slain the most enemies shall receive more. Those severely injured shall receive double the share, and the families of the fallen shall receive 3 shares. Zhong Hui issued the command with utmost authority. "Understood. Thank you, Commander." "Much appreciated, Commander." The soldiers, invigorated by Zhong Hui's words, felt a surge of enthusiasm, their praises ringing in the air. Once the commotion settled, Zhong Hui addressed Zhao Ming. "Later, add my portion to the fallen guard's shares." "Commander, have we not already allocated 3-fold compensation to the deceased soldiers? Why must you then relinquish your own?" "These men died for my sake. They protected my life, yet I failed to consider theirs. That is my fault. Mere material wealth cannot compare to the loyalty of these soldiers." Hearing Zhong Hui's words, Dogdan and the other guards clenched their fists, emotions swelling within them. Zhong Sheng dropped to one knee, shouting, "I am willing to die for the commander." In unison, the surrounding soldiers knelt, echoing, "We are willing to die for the commander. We are willing to die for the commander. We are willing to die for the commander." At that moment, as Zhong Hui listened to the fervent cries of his soldiers, a swell of pride surged within him. The wild wind whipped against his face, yet it could not dissipate his fervent passion. A man is born in this world to wield a 5-foot sword, to achieve extraordinary feats. On the official road leading to the capital, a troop laden with carts and horses marched. The day after the extermination of the Huodo mountain bandits, Zhong Hui commanded the entire army to disband and return. The soldiers on the official road wore bright smiles. Although many had been injured in battle, their gains were substantial, primarily due to Zhong Hui's magnanimity. They were astonished to discover that the spoils collected from the bandits were remarkably rich, with 18 chests filled with jewels alone, not to mention the treasures seized by the bandits. Nevertheless, no matter how bountiful the spoils, Zhong Hui declared, all will be distributed among the soldiers. This single statement made every soldier feel they had not followed the wrong leader, and they erupted in joyous cheers. A general needs soldiers who are brave and capable, and soldiers yearn for a general who loves and generously rewards them. This battle against Huodo Mountain had deepened the soldiers' respect for their young commander, solidifying their resolve to follow Zhonghui. For Zhonghui, it was indeed a significant gain. His youth set him apart. Never had a commander of the city defense battalion been so young. Youth often implied a lack of experience, leaving soldiers with a sense of immaturity in leadership. Yet this campaign against the bandits showcased to all his calmness, wisdom, and courage. Chapter 61. The death of the young marshal on the eve of their assault on Huodo Mountain. Zhonghui convened all the generals to elucidate the rationale behind their harassment of the mountain over the past 3 days, and to issue the command for the following day's attack. He instructed Zhao Ming and Zhang Dabiao to lead an offensive with over 10,000 men, while he would personally take a detour to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Initially, Zhao Ming and Zhang Dabiao opposed the plan, disapproving of their commander engaging in such perilous endeavors. However, Zhonghui silenced their objections with a resolute demeanor. Thus commenced the scene of the siege on Huodo Mountain. Though none spoke it aloud, each soldier harbored a profound admiration for their leader. In private, they would boast of their commander, who dared to navigate through the dens of thousands of bandits, questioning if they possessed such prowess. Their leader was indeed courageous, young, and capable. Following him, they felt invincible. Unbeknownst to them, Zhonghui was the unwavering backbone of the current garrison, exemplifying the unity of a military force. At that moment, atop his steed, Zhonghui was in high spirits. Despite distributing all spoils of war among the soldiers, even relinquishing his own share, his loyal guards, including Zhong Sheng, presented him with a remarkable artifact during the post-battle cleanup. This item was the very first auction sword, the Mingjian. Zhonghui had coveted this sword since its initial appearance at the auction, but it was snatched away by an elder who disrupted the proceedings, thus extinguishing his hopes. To his astonishment, the sword had resurfaced here, a fortuitous find indeed. Upon grasping the hilt, a chill coursed through his hand. As he swung the blade, it emitted a resonant hum through the air. The sword's weight was perfectly balanced, and it glided effortlessly through the air, its intricate patterns a testament to its quality. A splendid sword. Zhonghui felt a deep affection for this weapon. As a Chinese individual, he held a unique sentiment towards swords from a young age. His childhood dream was to roam the world with a sword, upholding justice and aiding the impoverished. However, as he matured and acquired skills, that aspiration faded into obscurity. Today, as he felt the solidity of the sword in his grasp, those innocent hopes resurfaced. Haha, indeed a fine sword. I shall make an exception and accept it. Seeing Zhonghui's delight, Zhong Sheng and the others shared in his joy. At that moment, Zhao Ming approached. Commander, could this be the Mingjian? Zhonghui glanced at him, raised the Mingjian, and performed a flourish. The resonant sound seemed to announce to all, I am here. Upon confirming the sword's identity, Zhao Ming's face fell with alarm. Commander, this sword is ominous. Zhonghui shot him a glance, dismissing his concerns. However, Zhong Sheng and the others were taken aback and hastily inquired, General Zhao, what is wrong with this sword? Zhao Ming explained, this sword belonged to the great General Chang Sheng, who never tasted defeat in battle throughout his life. Yet, he ultimately met a lonely end. Since then, every individual who wielded this sword has met a solitary demise, devoid of companionship, without exception. Hearing this, Zhong Sheng and the others turned pale, realizing they had inadvertently gifted their commander a cursed sword. At that moment, Zhonghui's voice cut through the tension. Life and death are decreed by fate. Wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. Fate is self-attracted. How could it be altered by a mere weapon? Such superstitious notions should not plague soldiers like us. If we attribute every consequence to external objects, we would find countless omens in this world. Henceforth, cease spreading such rumors. Should they destabilize the morale of the troops, beware. For I shall not hesitate to punish you. Upon hearing Zhonghui's words, Zhong Sheng and the others fell silent. Indeed, as the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. Even if they did not believe it, the examples before them instilled a sense of unease. Nevertheless, judging by Zhonghui's demeanor, they could not persuade him to part with the Mingjian. Thus, they buried their apprehensions deep within. Ever since Zhonghui acquired the Mingjian, he had been in a state of bliss, grinning widely, to the point where it made the surrounding soldiers feel somewhat awkward, as though their commander was excessively jovial. Big guy, who bestowed upon you such a name? Why are you called the Black Giant? At that moment, the Black Giant stood beside Zhonghui, and the surrounding generals could no longer endure Zhonghui's incessant inquiries. Consequently, They placed the simple-minded black giant at the forefront to engage with Zhong Hui, and predictably, Zhong Hui initiated a casual conversation with him. My uncle named me, claiming that such a name would ensure longevity. Haha, longevity? How could a name dictate one's lifespan? Your uncle must have lost his wits. The black giant, perplexed by Zhong Hui's jest, could only respond with a blank stare. That's what my uncle said. I do not know. Very well, the name Black Giant might suffice in the village, but from now on, you are my general, Zhong Hui's general. Such a name is unsuitable for a general. It carries a negative connotation. I shall bestow upon you a new name, Guangqi. What do you think? Before the Black Giant could comprehend the change, Zhong Sheng nudged him. Aren't you going to thank the commander? Oh, thank you, commander. Good. Guangqi, you shall follow Zhong Sheng from now on. Zhong Sheng, take good care of him. Zhong Sheng complied. Meanwhile, the Black Giant remained bewildered, struggling to grasp the rapid succession of events. Zhong Hui, however, was unfazed by Guangqi's confusion and continued to admire the Mingjian. Inside the royal palace of the capital. Chapter 62. Fierce battle. I privately believe that there must be a significant force nurturing this band of mountain thieves. Otherwise, they would not be so formidable. This is the message personally written by His Highness, from Zhong Hui. Upon reading this briefing, the Crown Prince did not perceive Zhong Hui as exaggerating. He had already received reports regarding the situation at Firehead Mountain, and according to his understanding, the circumstances were even more perilous than described by Zhong Hui. He initially thought that Zhong Hui would be unable to complete the task, and had already contemplated how to excuse him before lifting the city defense restrictions and reorganizing the troops. However, much to his surprise, Zhong Hui indeed eradicated the bandits with minimal casualties on his side. He increasingly believed what the high priest had said. Zhong Hui was indeed the legendary figure. With this thought, he eagerly anticipated meeting Zhong Hui, the young man who had already begun to shine. 3 days later, Guan Yi encountered Zhong Hui in the study of a side hall within the royal palace. Your Highness, I have come to report back, Zhong Hui said, preparing to kneel. Guan Yi hurriedly stepped forward to assist him, commenting, Commander Zhong, you have worked hard this time. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I have fulfilled my mission and have not disappointed you. I have read the report you submitted. Excellent, excellent. I truly did not misjudge you. You have indeed astonished me this time. Your Highness, you flatter me. I merely relied on good fortune this time. I possess no remarkable skills, Zhong Hui modestly replied. Hearing Zhong Hui's humble words, Guan Yi recalled the content of his report and couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, regardless. You have accomplished a great feat. Remember to attend the morning court tomorrow to receive your official appointment and rewards. I shall ensure you are generously rewarded. Upon hearing Guan Yi's promise of a substantial reward, Zhong Hui felt somewhat flattered and quickly expressed his gratitude. Upon entering his home, he found Yi Hao tidying the courtyard. However, it was midsummer, and there were hardly any fallen leaves. Judging by Yi Hao's actions, it seemed to be a task born out of boredom. Zhong Hui nodded, glanced around, and inquired, Uncle Yi, where is Xiao Dai? Why haven't I seen her? Just then, Yi Dai walked in carrying a basket of vegetables. Speaking as she approached. Before Yi Hao could respond, Yi Dai spotted Zhong Hui. He smiled and stepped forward to greet her, but unexpectedly, the cheerful demeanor of Yi Dai took a sharp turn. Her face darkened instantly. Humph, she huffed, leaving a single word before storming off, leaving Zhong Hui standing there, bewildered and awkwardly smiling. What? Uncle Yi, what happened to Xiao Dai? Who made her angry? Yi Hao shook his head helplessly. This girl has a peculiar temper. I am unsure myself. Please do not take offense, young master. When Zhong Hui awoke, it was already evening, roused by Yi Hao's knocking on the door. After freshening up, he approached the table. The sight of a bountiful meal, replete with fish and meat, made his stomach rumble. After more than 10 days of battling bandits, he had not enjoyed a proper meal, and the array of delicacies before him was tantalizing. Xiao Dai worked hard all afternoon to prepare this, Yi Hao said with a smile. Zhong Hui picked up a slice of meat to taste. It was delightful. Xiao Dai's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Come, Uncle Yi. Let us sit down and eat together, he said, lifting his bowl and eagerly digging into the food. As he savored the meal, he suddenly remembered that someone was missing. Not caring that his mouth was still full, he asked Yi Hao, Uncle Yi, where's Xiao Dai? Why haven't I seen her? Yi Hao set down his utensils with a sigh. Ah, this girl prepares the food but then disappears. She doesn't even call for anyone. Let her be. She will know to eat when she is hungry. Let us eat first. Zhong Hui also set down his bowl. No, we cannot eat without her. Uncle Yi. You go ahead. I will find her. This time, Yi Hao did not stop him. He resumed eating on his own. Zhong Hui stepped out to the backyard and glanced at Yi Dai's room, where a light was flickering. He approached and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Dai, why aren't you eating? Hurry, Uncle Yi and I are waiting for you. Seeing no response from within, he knocked again, 3 times this time. Knock, knock, knock. He thought to himself, what if something has happened to her? He began to knock forcefully, preparing to break the door down. With a swift motion, the door opened. Zhong Hui, hand raised, was unsure where to place it, awkwardly smiling. Yi Dai stood by the door, glaring at him in silence. Her eyes slightly red and glistening with unshed tears, completely lacking her usual vivacious charm. Seeing her in such a state, Zhong Hui felt a surge of compassion and anger. Clenching his fists, he demanded, which scoundrel has bullied you? Tell me, no matter who he is, I will make him pay. As he stepped forward to comfort Yi Dai, she yelled before he could approach. Besides you, who else would dare bully me? With that, she slammed the door shut, nearly striking Zhong Hui's nose. This action left Zhong Hui utterly perplexed, his mouth agape in shock as he stood outside the door, uncertain of what had transpired. After a long moment, he finally reacted, knocking on the door again. Xiao Dai, open the door. Let us have a proper discussion about how I have bullied you. Don't leave the conversation half finished. Ah, this girl is truly strange. In the course of a month, many events unfolded, beginning with Zhong Hui's official appointment and reward the following day. This was Zhong Hui's first entry into such a solemn and grand occasion, vastly different from his impressions drawn from television dramas. At least 50 ministers stood on either side of the grand hall, yet none knelt in greeting, nor was there any scene of heated debate among the officials. The atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Chapter 63. Suppressing bandits. As Zhong Hui entered the grand hall, he immediately sensed a solemn silence enveloping the chamber. All the ministers directed their gazes towards him. To be frank, any ordinary individual lacking mental fortitude would likely feel intimidated. However, Zhong Hui was not an ordinary man. Having emerged from the treacherous fires of Huodo Mountain, he possessed the ability to steady his mind. Even so, he still felt a tinge of discomfort, a sensation far less exhilarating than facing blades in battle. He had no desire to linger in the hall for even a moment longer than necessary. At the highest point of the hall, the dragon throne was unoccupied. It was not the emperor who conferred his position, but Guan Yi. The entire process was rather intricate. Although Guan Yi had already briefed Zhong Hui, the actual commencement of proceedings caught him by surprise. First, a eunuch announced that His Majesty was unwell and could not attend the court. Following that, the decree regarding the pacification of bandits was read aloud. Once the eunuch completed these announcements, the Crown Prince Guan Yi stepped forth from the lower hall to present the formalities and allow Zhong Hui to report on the suppression of bandits. Only then did Zhong Hui have the opportunity to speak, and the wait had tested his patience. After he concluded his report, Guan Yi began the conferral of rewards. Zhong Hui was promoted from deputy commander of the capital defense camp to commander, granted a 7th-rank nobility title, and awarded 500 taels of silver and 100 bolts of silk. Zhao Ming and Zhang Dabiao from the capital defense camp received 8th-rank titles, each awarded 400 taels of silver and 50 bolts of silk. Other generals received 200 taels of silver and 10 bolts of silk each. The rewards this time were considerably more generous than usual for suppressing bandits, as 3 individuals were elevated in rank. Moreover, these honors were granted to the capital defense camp, which had been dubbed a haven for corruption. Naturally, some officials were discontent, and before the awards could be fully conferred, one stepped forward to protest. Your servant has a matter to address, proclaimed Hu Tu, a senior official of 3rd-rank nobility. Crown Prince Guan Yi, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired, what issue do you wish to raise? Your Highness, the capital defense camp is a persistent ailment of the city. To bestow such rewards after a mere bandit suppression may incite discontent among the military. I beseech your Highness to reconsider. Just as Guan Yi was about to respond, Liang Qian, a 2nd-rank official, interjected, whose words are misguided. This took Zhong Hui by surprise, as he had assumed Liang Qian was aligned with Li Hong, the Minister of Grain. Let us not dwell on the past. Since Commander Zhong has taken charge of the capital defense camp, it has transformed remarkably. Circumstances evolve, and we must not view the capital defense camp through the lens of its former failings. Hu Tu was poised to retort when Grand Minister Han Dao spoke up. Liang's perspective holds merit. Hu's concerns reflect the doubts of many ministers. However, We cannot remain shackled by past impressions. We must promote truly capable generals and breathe new life into the state. With Han Dao's intervention, Hu Tu fell silent. Observing the situation, Guan Yi declared, Han is correct. Enough of this discourse, Hu. Today's audience and rewards have concluded. If there are no further matters, we shall adjourn. Thus, Zheng Hui's inaugural court session concluded smoothly. Bolstered by the support of Crown Prince Guan Yi and Grand Minister Han Dao, averting any potential complications. However, Liang Qian's stance left him pondering, uncertain whether the man was genuinely assisting him or harbored ulterior motives. Upon exiting the court, Zheng Hui walked alongside Han Dao. You performed admirably this time. I did not expect that at such a young age, your first command would yield such commendable results. Your future is boundless. Your praise is unwarranted. It was merely fortune. Zheng Hui replied modestly. Nonetheless, you have now stepped into the realm of power. Your actions and words can no longer be reckless. You must think carefully before proceeding. Your conduct impacts not only yourself, but also those around you. As you saw today, even the rewards were met with skepticism. If you err, there will be no shortage of those eager to impeach you. I and the Crown Prince may protect you momentarily, but we cannot ensure your safety indefinitely. Zheng Hui bowed in gratitude to Han Dao. Thank you for your guidance. I shall heed your words. Han Dao smiled reassuringly. Indeed. However, should circumstances warrant, do not hesitate to act boldly. Young man, it is vital to possess vigor. Haha. Zheng Hui laughed along with Han Dao, yet the latter remarked. The emperor's health declines day by day. He uttered this as he approached his carriage, leaving Zheng Hui taken aback, unable to inquire further before Han Dao departed. Men are not to be trusted, he muttered under his breath as he resumed his cleaning, applying a bit more force than necessary. Zheng Hui recalled that Xiao Dai was still upset with him, prompting him to dismiss such thoughts. As Han Jin left, Zheng Hui approached Yi Dai and diligently assisted her with the cleaning. I do not require your help. Leave me be, she retorted. Yet Zheng Hui stubbornly continued to wipe the table. You humph. Yi Dai flicked a cloth at him. After contemplating, Yi Dai recognized the validity of Zheng Hui's words. Turning to him, she asked, Do you truly not know? Where did you go the past few days? I was out suppressing bandits. Zheng Hui replied, bewildered. Suppressing bandits? That is all you ever talk about. You disappeared for days without a word. I had no idea if you were alive or dead. Do you know how worried I was? Her eyes began to glisten with tears. Upon seeing Yi Dai's distress, Zheng Hui felt flustered. Please, don't cry. The more he urged her, the more she felt aggrieved, and tears streamed down her cheeks unbidden. Even in the face of perilous battles, Zheng Hui remained unflappable. Yet at this moment, confronted by a girl's tears, he was utterly disconcerted. I admit my fault. I should not have left without informing you. This was my first expedition, and many details were unprepared, leading to my hurried departure. Xiao Dai, I promise, next time I go anywhere, I shall inform you beforehand. Please, do not cry, he murmured softly, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to offer her. Chapter 64. A visit. Yi Dai managed to rein in her emotions, using Zheng Hui's handkerchief to wipe away her tears as she gazed at him. You must keep your word, she insisted. I assure you, I will. Zheng Hui promptly replied upon noticing that she had ceased crying. Very well, I shall forgive you this time. In that instant, Yi Dai became acutely aware of how her current demeanor starkly contrasted with her usual self. Without waiting for Zheng Hui to respond, she turned away, her cheeks flushed, and dashed out. Zheng Hui was left speechless, unable to utter a word before she vanished. Over the course of the past month, numerous events had unfolded, not least of which was Zheng Hui's formal appointment the following day. This marked his inaugural entry into such a solemn and dignified setting, vastly different from the portrayals in television dramas. The Grand Hall was flanked by no fewer than 50 ministers. However, there were no subjects kneeling in reverence, nor were there scenes of heated debates among officials, creating an atmosphere of harmony. As Zheng Hui entered the court, he felt the weight of silence enveloping the hall. All eyes were fixed upon him. Truth be told, had it been an ordinary person lacking mental fortitude, they would likely have felt intimidated. Yet Zheng Hui was not an ordinary individual. Having emerged from the treacherous trials at Fire Mountain, he possessed the ability to steady his nerves. Nonetheless, he still felt somewhat uneasy. This sensation was far less preferable than facing blades and spears, and he was reluctant to linger in the hall for even a moment longer. At the highest point, the dragon throne remained unoccupied, for it was not the emperor who conferred his appointment, but rather Prince Guan Yi. The entire process was rather intricate. Although Xuan Yi had already briefed Zheng Hui, the actual commencement caught him off guard. First, the imperial eunuch announced the emperor's ill health, preventing him from attending court. Following this, the decree proclaiming Zheng Hui's success in pacifying bandits was read aloud. Once the eunuch completed the announcements, Prince Xuan Yi stepped forth from the dais to formally present Zheng Hui's achievements regarding the suppression of banditry. At last, it was Zheng Hui's turn to address the assembly, a moment that tested his patience considerably. After he recounted his exploits, Prince Xuan Yi proceeded to bestow rewards. Zheng Hui was promoted from deputy commander of the capital defense camp to commander, awarded a noble title of the 7th rank, along with 500 taels of silver and 100 bolts of silk. The other commanders, Zhao Ming and Zhang Dabiao, were each granted a noble title of the 8th rank, receiving 400 taels of silver and 50 bolts of silk each. The remaining officers were each awarded 200 taels of silver and 10 bolts of silk. This round of rewards far exceeded the typical bounties for suppressing banditry, with 3 individuals receiving titles. Naturally, some officials voiced their discontent. Before the rewards could be fully announced, one spoke up. "Your servant has a matter to present." The speaker was the venerable Hu Tu, an official of the 3rd rank. Prince Xuan Yi, maintaining a serious demeanor, inquired, "What is it you wish to convey?" "Your Highness, the capital defense camp has long been a source of trouble. To bestow such rewards for a mere bandit suppression could incite discontent among the military. I urge your Highness to reconsider." Just as Xuan Yi was about to respond, Liang Qian, an official of the 2nd rank, interjected, "Hu Xijian's perspective is misguided." This surprised Zheng Hui, who had assumed Liang Qian was aligned with Li Hong, the director of grain affairs. Let us not dwell on the past. Since Commander Zheng has taken charge, the capital defense camp has undergone a remarkable transformation. Circumstances evolve, and we must not judge based on outdated perceptions. As Hu Tu prepared to retort, the Grand Minister Han Dao interjected, "Liang Xikong speaks wisely. Hu Xijian's concerns echo the sentiments of many ministers. However, we must not be shackled by previous impressions. We ought to promote truly capable generals and inject fresh vigor into the state." With Han Dao's intervention, Hu Tu refrained from further comment. Observing the situation, Xuan Yi declared, "Han Xiang is correct. Enough, Hu Qing, do not prolong this discourse. The morning court session is concluded, and all ministers have labored diligently. If there are no further matters, you may disperse." Thus, Zheng Hui's first morning court session concluded under such circumstances, which could be deemed relatively smooth, especially with the support of Prince Xuan Yi and Grand Minister Han Dao, mitigating the potential for further complications. However, he found Liang Qian's stance perplexing, leaving him uncertain of the man's true intentions. Upon leaving the court, Zheng Hui walked alongside Han Dao. "You performed admirably this time. It is remarkable that at such a young age, you achieved such victories in your first command. Your future is indeed promising." "Your praise is unwarranted. It was merely luck," Zheng Hui replied modestly. "Nevertheless, you have now stepped into the realm of power. Your actions and words cannot be reckless. Every decision must be considered carefully, as your conduct affects not only you but those around you. You have witnessed the skepticism surrounding today's rewards. Should you err in your words or actions, there will be no shortage of those eager to impeach you. While I and the prince may safeguard you temporarily, we cannot guarantee your protection indefinitely." Zheng Hui bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your counsel, Han Xiang. I shall heed your words." Han Dao smiled with satisfaction. "Indeed, however, should circumstances warrant, you need not be overly cautious. A young man should possess some spirit. After all," he chuckled. Zheng Hui mirrored his laughter. "The emperor's health has been steadily declining," Han Dao remarked as he approached his carriage. Before Zheng Hui could inquire further, Han Dao's entourage departed. "Men are truly a troublesome lot," Zheng Hui muttered as he continued to clean the table, applying a bit more force than necessary. He recalled how Yu Dai was still upset with him, dispelling any lingering thoughts of the previous conversation. After Han Jin left, Zheng Hui approached Yu Dai, offering to assist her in tidying up. "I do not require your help. Go away," she retorted, yet Zheng Hui persisted in wiping the table. "You humph," Yu Dai exclaimed, flicking a cloth at him. After a moment of contemplation, she conceded that Zheng Hui had a point. She turned and asked sharply, "Do you truly not know? Where have you been for the past few days?" Chapter 65, Life or Death. "I went to eliminate bandits a few days ago," replied Zheng Hui, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. "Eliminate bandits? Eliminate bandits? That is all you think about?" For days you've been away without a word, and I didn't even know if you were alive or dead. Do you have any idea how worried I've been?" Yi Dai's eyes began to well with tears as she spoke. Seeing Yi Dai in such distress made Zhong Hui uneasy. "Please, don't cry." However, the more he urged her not to, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Though he had faced countless perils without flinching, the sight of Yi Dai's tears left him utterly flustered. "I admit, this was my fault. I shouldn't have left without informing you. This was my first expedition, and I was unprepared and left in haste. Little Dai, I promise that next time I go anywhere, I will notify you beforehand. Please, stop crying," Zhong Hui said softly, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Yi Dai managed to compose herself, and as Zhong Hui dabbed at her tears, she looked up at him. "You must keep your word. I assure you, I will." Seeing her tears dry, Zhong Hui responded promptly. "All right, then I forgive you this time." With that, Yi Dai suddenly became aware of how unlike her usual self she appeared, and, without waiting for Zhong Hui to speak, turned away, her face flushed, and dashed out. "Hey!" Zhong Hui barely had the chance to say anything before she was gone. Since Zhong Hui entered the court, the atmosphere within the palace had become subtly strained. He could not quite articulate the feeling, yet it seemed abnormal. It was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, yet no ripples disturbed the surface. The serenity felt oddly unsettling. The most notable change was that Li Heng, the Minister of Grain, had resumed his duties in court, behaving as if he were a stranger to Zhong Hui. Aside from his cold demeanor towards Zhong Hui, everything else seemed exceedingly ordinary. As the saying goes, vengeance for a slain child is inescapable. Yet, what could possibly lead someone to relinquish such a deep-seated desire for revenge and instead dutifully attend court? This piqued Zhong Hui's curiosity about what could have prompted such a transformation in Li Heng, allowing him to set aside his profound enmity. Although Zhong Hui had been the one to kill Li Heng's son, he understood that actions had consequences, and he accepted that Li Heng had every right to retaliate. He vividly remembered how Li Heng had schemed against him, nearly costing him his life during the mission to eliminate the bandits at Huatu Mountain. However, since Li Heng had chosen to remain calm, Zhong Hui found himself without grounds to confront him, and a peaceful coexistence seemed preferable, as if they were even. After the battle at Huatu Mountain, Zhong Hui had surpassed his previous limitations, ascending from the first to the second layer of battle energy. This should have been a cause for celebration, but after an examination, Cheng Rue concluded that there was a hidden danger in his battle energy. The intensity of his training in the condensed void energy was too fierce, and with an unstable foundation, his rapid advancement posed risks. Within just half a year, he had achieved what would take others years, yet this rapid progress had left his internal state precarious and volatile. Zhong Hui listened to Cheng Rue's exaggerated concerns, but felt no sense of alarm. The power within him was formidable, and he felt capable of maintaining control without significant issues. He simply needed to heed Cheng Rue's advice and stabilize his energy, continuing his practice methodically. Understanding this, Zhong Hui relaxed and focused on solidifying his battle energy. Naturally, he was aware of the principle that fullness leads to emptiness. He recognized that although his pace of cultivation surpassed that of others, his foundation remained fragile, making him susceptible to inner demons. He had cultivated for merely half a year, yet had already achieved what would typically take others years of effort. He felt a sense of satisfaction. If he were to pursue further shortcuts, it would only serve to unsettle him. Upon arriving at the camp, Zhong Hui found Kuang Qi scratching his head, wide-eyed and dazed as he listened to Zhong Sheng impart various knowledge. "Kuang Qi, how is your learning coming along?" Upon hearing Zhong Hui's voice, both men halted immediately. Standing at attention, at ease, Zhong Hui nodded. "What have you learned?" "Sir, I have been teaching Brother Kuang Qi most of the essential matters regarding the camp, including military rules, orders, and various requirements." When Kuang Qi realized Zhong Hui was going to question him, he became anxious. "Let me ask you, what are the 7 major prohibitions in the military?" "I know this one. They are light troops, slow troops, thieving troops, deceptive troops, traitorous troops, disordered troops, and mistaken troops. I memorized them for 5 whole days." Kuang Qi exclaimed, visibly excited. "Good, you may not need to elaborate on the specifics, but you must remember these 7 prohibitions and the 54 punishments. If you happen to violate them, I cannot guarantee your safety. Rest assured, I will ensure Brother Kuang Qi is thoroughly instructed," Zhong Sheng replied, understanding Kuang Qi's capabilities. Zhong Hui patted Zhong Sheng's shoulder. "This is a significant responsibility. Work hard, for once this task is complete, I will have another important assignment for you. Upon hearing Zhong Hui's words, Zhongsheng immediately knelt down, pledging his commitment. I will diligently fulfill the task assigned by the commander. You may rest easy. Chapter 66. The rich dominate with Zhongsheng's assurance. Zhong Hui decided not to linger. Fearing the sight of Zhongsheng in distress would stir his compassion, better to remain unseen. Returning to the grand account, he discovered an old leather tome in the cabinet, which he opened and began to study meticulously. This ancient manuscript detailed the original regulations of the City Defense Corps. At its inception, the Corps comprised 5 regiments with over 50,000 troops. However, due to the relentless encroachment of the capital's wealthy families, the Corps had devolved into a mere stepping stone for their offspring, profoundly altering its structure. To mitigate the impact, the Emperor subsequently downsized the Corps from over 50,000 to fewer than 30,000, establishing this reduced form as the norm. Patience was essential. Progress would need to be gradual. After all, the City Defense Corps had maintained its current configuration for many years, and overhauling it would prove quite complex. With numerous tasks ahead that could not be expedited, having comprehended the organizational structure from the tome, Zhong Hui personally surveyed the camp's surroundings. It was apparent that the existing territory was insufficient for expansion, making the selection of a new site critically important. Additionally, Zhong Hui envisioned introducing other elements. After clarifying the old regulations, he requested an expansion order from Guan Yi. Upon receiving Guan Yi's approval, Zhong Hui officially embarked on the arduous journey of expanding the City Defense Corps. Once all the necessary paperwork was finalized, for months had elapsed. Today, Zhong Hui found himself with some leisure time and decided to inspect the City Defense Corps, curious to see if the troops adhered to protocol in his absence. He arrived quietly at the camp entrance, even instructing the messenger to refrain from announcing his presence. As he stepped into the military encampment, a familiar sensation washed over him. This place, forged from iron and blood, exuded a robust spirit that felt comforting. Weapons were arranged in neat alignment before the tents, and the sounds of drills resonated from the training grounds. Following the recent battle at Huodo Mountain, the 2 regiments had recruited new soldiers who needed basic combat training before they could engage in paired drills. Zhong Hui made his way toward the training ground when he encountered 2 individuals. Greetings, Commander. We pay our respects, Commander. Upon seeing Zhong Hui, the 2 immediately approached him. Observing the half-kneeling figure of Quang Chi, Zhong Hui was taken aback. Apart from his unaltered accent, Quang Chi was no longer the clumsy giant brought from Huodo village. He appeared more spirited and confident, no longer exhibiting the shyness of his earlier days. Though still somewhat naive in demeanor, adorned in dark battle armor, he presented a striking image. What are you 2 preparing to do? Zhong Hui inquired. Commander, we intend to practice horsemanship outside the camp. The training ground is too small for us to fully express ourselves. Zhong Hui assessed the 2 and glanced toward the training ground. Very well. Postpone your practice for now and gather the other regimental commanders. I have something to discuss with them. Understood. With that, the 2 dispersed to fulfill his request. Zhong Hui had initially intended to observe the soldiers' drills, but the conversation with Zhongsheng reminded him of the pressing matters awaiting his attention in the camp. Inside the grand tent, Zhong Hui sat at the head, while Zhao Ming, Zhang Dapio, Su Hua, Zhang Xing, and Quang Chi stood attentively before him. Commander, why did you not send word in advance of your arrival? We could have lined up to welcome you. Zhong Hui cast a glance at Su Hua and replied, Enough with the formalities. Do I need to notify you of my presence in my own camp? That is not the case. It's just. Enough. I have summoned you all for a matter of great importance, so let us dispense with unnecessary chatter. Recognizing the gravity of the moment, Su Hua stood respectfully at the side, refraining from further comment. Zhong Hui surveyed the group and spoke. I have 3 matters to discuss with you. First, I plan to expand the City Defense Corps. The atmosphere lightened as the men below visibly relaxed. Having spent several years in this cramped corps, the prospect of expansion brought them great joy. Before they could fully revel in the news, Zhong Hui continued. The second matter is that His Majesty has granted me permission to expand the establishment of 2 regiments, which I intend to initiate in the spring of next year. What? Expansion? Zhang Dapio exclaimed, seemingly incredulous. Is there a problem with this decision? Commander, are we truly expanding the City Defense Corps? Su Hua asked, his disbelief palpable, given the Corps' previously tarnished reputation. Before they could bask in the joy of this news, Zhong Hui pressed on. As for the third matter, he paused for effect, causing a wave of tension to ripple through the group, each fearing bad tidings. The third matter pertains to the expansion of the Swift Wind, Thunderbolt, and Blazing Fire regiments, with plans to increase each by 5,000 troops. Commander, is this true? Xuan stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. The prospect of the City Defense Corps expansion had already filled him with elation, but now the notion of each of their regiments receiving an increase was almost unfathomable. The expansion of the City Defense Corps could yield benefits, at least in terms of numbers, instilling a sense of confidence among comrades and promising an increase in corresponding salaries. However, the immediate effects on their positions would likely be minimal, merely a source of happiness. Yet the impending expansions of their respective regiments signified not just a change in status, but also an increase in actual power. The greater the number of troops under their command, the higher their standing within the court would inevitably rise. Chapter 67. The disparity between clouds and mud. Zhang Dabiao was so overwhelmed with excitement that he found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, his heart brimmed with reverence for Zhong Hui, the young commander who had steadily transformed the City Defense Battalion into a formidable force, reviving its former glory. Today, Zhong Hui had already bestowed upon them an abundance of surprises, and everything they had yearned for had materialized. However, only Zhao Ming remained deep in thought. His head bowed in contemplation after hearing the succession of good news. Zhong Hui observed Zhao Ming and inquired, "Commander Zhao, do you harbor any concerns regarding this expansion?" Zhao Ming lifted his gaze and replied, "Commander, I am indeed thrilled about the expansion of the City Defense Battalion. However, the enlargement of the camp is no trivial matter, especially the establishment of 2 new battalions. First, the camp itself must be expanded. Secondly, we must consider who will lead these 2 battalions and whether the soldiers will trust their new commanders. These are pressing issues that require resolution." Zhong Hui listened intently to Zhao Ming's analysis, nodding in satisfaction. He turned to Zhang Dabiao and Su Hua, saying, "You two should learn from Zhao Ming. You must focus on the essentials. The expansion of the City Defense Battalion is not merely the primary concern. The crux lies in successfully establishing the 2 new battalions, thereby rendering the City Defense Battalion genuinely robust." Rising to his feet, Zhong Hui continued, "Look at yourselves. Upon hearing about the expansion, you are brimming with enthusiasm. Remember, the expansion of the City Defense Battalion is not solely my responsibility. It requires your collaboration as battalion commanders. The burden you bear is substantial, and many matters cannot be perceived merely at face value." Zhang Dabiao and Su Hua felt a tinge of embarrassment. They had indeed overlooked this aspect. The prospect of change had filled them with joy, causing them to neglect the underlying complexities. Reflecting on it now, they recognized the intricacies involved. The subordinate officers, in truth, possessed limited capabilities. Previously, they had merely existed in a state of complacency, and had it not been for Zhong Hui's stringent policies, they would not have achieved any progress. Finding 2 qualified individuals from this group to ascend to the rank of battalion commander would indeed pose a challenge. Unable to address Zhong Hui's concerns, Zhang Dabiao and Su Hua lowered their heads in shame. "Well, these matters are not for you to handle. I will see to them. As for the rest, just manage your own affairs, and do not create any disturbances during this period. That alone would be a significant help to me." The 3 responded in unison, "Rest assured." Commander, Quan Shi, since joining Zhong Hui in the capital, had rarely left the City Defense Battalion. This was his first opportunity to explore the bustling capital. For someone emerging from the humble Firehead village, the experience of strolling through the city was both foreign and intriguing. He eagerly looked around, attempting to absorb the sights along the way, reminiscent of Zhong Hui's own arrival in the capital. Zhong Hui glanced at Quan Shi and playfully asked, "Quan Shi, what do you think of the capital?" Quan Shi grinned foolishly and replied, "It's much larger than our village, and there are far more people. I can hardly take it all in. Indeed, what you are witnessing is the largest city in all of Zhongchu, far superior to your village chief. Do not worry. In due time, there will be much more for you to see. From now on, you shall serve as my captain of the personal guard." As Quan Shi continued to gaze around, he paused at this declaration and asked, "So, if I become an officer, what will happen to Captain Zhongsheng? He will naturally have other duties. You need not concern yourself with that. Now, let us first find you a weapon that suits you." Quan Shi, who had been preoccupied with thoughts about his elder brother Zhongsheng's fate, perked up at the mention of acquiring a weapon, eagerly trailing behind Zhong Hui. Fearful of losing his way, the Bai Lian Lu, established over a century ago in the capital, was a true century-old establishment. Anything forged by Lien Lu was guaranteed to be of exquisite quality. After learning about Lien Lu from Cheng Rui, Zhong Hui had longed to visit, hoping to acquire a suitable long weapon for himself. Traversing the main thoroughfare and heading west along Wangfu Street, they arrived at Kaiyuan Gate. Continuing south along the city wall, they came upon a dilapidated building. Looking up, they saw the words by Lien Lu scrawled haphazardly above the door. Zhong Hui briefly questioned his memory. How could such a rundown place be the renowned by Lien Lu? It appeared even more meager than the ordinary blacksmith shops and was devoid of the bustling atmosphere expected of a century-old establishment. However, despite his doubts, he resolved to enter and investigate. The door was slightly ajar, and he reached out to push it open. To his surprise, when he did so, he found himself momentarily frozen. Quan Chi, noticing Zhong Hui's pause, approached and asked, "Commander, what is it?" As Quan Chi joined in pushing the door, they discovered it was stubbornly resistant. Together, they exerted their strength, managing to nudge it open just a crack. After a brief struggle, Zhong Hui, slightly fatigued, leaned against the door. To his astonishment, the door swung open with a loud creak. Once the door opened, Zhong Hui was greeted by an unexpected sight. From the outside, Bai Lien Lu appeared to be a decrepit little building, but upon entering, they found it to be surprisingly spacious. Both Zhong Hui and Quan Chi were taken aback for a moment before maneuvering around a pile of weaponry and venturing deeper inside. As they passed the armory, Zhong Hui was met with the resounding clinks of hammers striking metal, revealing a starkly imposing black structure before them. This building was a far cry from the shabby exterior they had encountered. Zhong Hui could not help but exclaim, "Now this is what a century-old establishment should look like." This time, Zhong Hui approached with caution, tapping on the door rather than impulsively pushing it open. After 2 knocks, the door creaked open, and the sound of hammering grew even louder. An elderly man appeared at the entrance, silently observing Zhong Hui and Quan Chi before gesturing for them to enter. Upon entry, they found themselves in a grand hall adorned with an array of weaponry. Zhong Hui gazed at the gleaming blades and instinctively touched the sword in his grasp, a wave of indescribable emotions washing over him. Above, numerous artisans were diligently crafting weapons, the rhythmic sound of hammers echoing from above. They specialize in forging weapons for the imperial guards, the elder stated. Chapter 68. At a loss for words upon exiting the grand hall and traversing a corridor that meandered through several corners, they arrived at the entrance of a chamber. The elderly man gestured invitingly, prompting Zhong Hui to push the door open. More guests have arrived." A deep voice resonated as a robust, middle-aged man approached. "I wonder if you are here to commission weapons, or perhaps for repairs." Upon learning that Zhong Hui was interested in crafting a weapon, the man's enthusiasm was instantly piqued, and he began to elaborate on the services offered. Zhong Hui, though not particularly knowledgeable in this realm, listened attentively. As the middle-aged gentleman passionately detailed his craft, he suddenly noticed the sword hanging at Zhong Hui's waist, which appeared strikingly familiar. "Is that the Ming's sword?" he inquired with an air of incredulity. Zhong Hui nodded in acknowledgement, caught off guard by the abrupt question. The man, seemingly overwhelmed by a moment of disbelief, exclaimed, "Might I request to examine the Ming sword?" Zhong Hui, bewildered by this unexpected turn of conversation, hesitated momentarily. The middle-aged man, realizing his faux pas, quickly apologized, "Forgive me. I lost my composure. What connection does this sword have with you?" Curious, Zhong Hui unsheathed the sword and inquired further. The man explained, "This sword is the creation of the first master blacksmith of the 100 Refinements Forge, a testament to the pinnacle of sword-making craftsmanship of its era. Please wait here. I shall fetch the workshop master immediately," he said, dashing out before Zhong Hui could respond, leaving him and Quan Chi in the room. Zhong Hui, feeling a touch of helplessness, gazed around the space. The walls were adorned with an array of weapons, meticulously arranged with an air of sophistication. Despite the chilly weather outside, the interior was warm and inviting, serving as a reception area for clients of the 100 Refinements Forge, beautifully insulated from the clamor of the forge itself. One could not help but admire the legacy of this century-old establishment. Zhong Hui found a table, beckoning Quan Chi to join him. Pouring 2 cups of tea, they began to sip. It was curious that despite the pervasive scent of iron and fire, the tea was refreshingly fragrant, creating a stark contrast. Since arriving in the capital alongside Zhong Hui, Quan Chi had seldom ventured beyond the city defense camp. This was his first opportunity to explore the bustling metropolis. For someone hailing from the humble Firehead village, the experience was both foreign and fascinating. He scanned his surroundings, eager to imprint all the sights into his memory. Reminiscent of Zhong Hui's own first impressions of the city. Guangxi, what do you think of the capital? Zhong Hui asked with a smile. Guangxi chuckled innocently. It's bigger than our village, and there are more people than I can count. Indeed, you are witnessing the largest city in the Central Chu region, far grander than your village. Fear not. In time, you shall see much more. From now on, you shall serve as my captain of the personal guard. Guangxi, still gazing around, paused momentarily to process Zhong Hui's words. What about Captain Zhongsheng? He asked, perplexed. He will have other duties to attend to. You need not worry about him. Now, let us find you a weapon suited to your needs. Momentarily distracted by thoughts of his brotherly figure, Zhongsheng, Guangxi's spirits lifted at the mention of acquiring a weapon, and he eagerly followed Zhong Hui, keen not to lose sight of him. The 100 Refinements Forge boasted a history of over a century, a veritable institution in the art of weapon crafting. Having learned about it from Cheng Rui, Zhong Hui was eager to visit and procure a suitable long weapon for himself. Navigating through the main street and proceeding west along Wangfu Street, they arrived at Kaiyuan Gate. Following the city wall south, they came upon a dilapidated building. The door bore the crooked inscription of 100 Refinements Forge. Zhong Hui briefly doubted his bearings, questioning how this shabby establishment could possibly be the esteemed forge. It appeared more forlorn than many ordinary blacksmith shops, lacking the vibrancy expected of a century-old establishment. Nonetheless, skepticism notwithstanding, he resolved to enter and investigate. The door was ajar, and as he reached to push it open, he froze in place. Noticing Zhong Hui's hesitation, Guangxi approached and asked, Commander, what is wrong? Upon observing Zhong Hui's actions, Guangxi pushed the door alongside him, only to discover it was stubbornly resistant. Together, they exerted considerable effort before managing to nudge it slightly ajar. After a short struggle, Zhong Hui, feeling fatigued, leaned against the door. To his surprise, it swung open with a resounding creak, revealing a hidden expanse within. From the outside, the 100 Refinements Forge appeared as a mere shabby shack, but upon entry, they found the interior remarkably spacious. Zhong Hui and Guangxi were taken aback momentarily before navigating past the towering piles of weaponry. As they rounded the corner, the rhythmic sound of hammers striking metal filled the air, revealing a stark, imposing black structure that stood in stark contrast to the exterior's dilapidation. Zhong Hui marveled. Now this is the visage befitting a century-old establishment. This time, he refrained from impulsively pushing the door open. Instead, he approached and knocked gently. After 2 taps, the door swung open, amplifying the clanging of hammers. An elderly man greeted them, silently ushering Zhong Hui and Guangxi inside. Upon entering, they were welcomed into a grand hall, where an array of weapons and equipment gleamed under the light. As Zhong Hui surveyed the brilliant arms, he instinctively touched the Ming's sword at his side, a profound and indescribable feeling enveloping his heart. Chapter 69. The ringing sword above the grand hall. Numerous artisans were engaged in crafting weapons, their hammers resonating from above. They were dedicated to forging arms for the imperial guards. An elderly man spoke up. Exiting the grand hall, they traversed a corridor, rounding several corners until they arrived before a chamber. The elder gestured invitingly, and Zhong Hui stepped inside. Oh, another guest has arrived. Zhong Hui turned towards the voice, where a robust middle-aged man approached. Might I inquire if you are here to commission weapons, or to repair them? Upon hearing that Zhong Hui sought to forge a weapon, the man immediately expressed keen interest, enthusiastically elaborating on his services. Zhong Hui, somewhat unfamiliar with the intricacies of weaponry, listened attentively. As the middle-aged man was passionately explaining, he suddenly noticed the sword hanging at Zhong Hui's waist, which appeared strikingly familiar. Is that sword you possess the ringing sword? The abrupt inquiry caught Zhong Hui off guard, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. The man, seemingly struck by a revelation, exclaimed, May I have the honor of examining this ringing sword? Zhong Hui, bewildered by the sudden shift in conversation, had just been discussing weapons, and now the man was requesting to see his sword. Noticing Zhong Hui's hesitation, the middle-aged man quickly regained his composure and apologized. Forgive me, I momentarily lost my decorum. What connection does this sword have with you? Curious. Zhong Hui unsheathed the sword from his waist and asked, What is its significance? The man replied, You may not be aware, but this sword is the creation of the first master forger at the 100 Forge Pavilion, representing the pinnacle of sword craftsmanship of that era. Please wait here. I shall fetch the pavilion master immediately. Without awaiting Zhong Hui's response, he dashed out, leaving Zhong Hui and his companion, Quang Qi, in the room. Zhong Hui, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced around at the walls adorned with an array of weapons, meticulously arranged and exquisitely crafted. Despite the chilly weather outside, the interior was warm and inviting, serving as the reception area for the 100 Forge Pavilion, effectively insulating them from the clamor of the forge. It was a testament to the establishment's long-standing heritage. Zhong Hui found a table, invited Quang Qi to sit, and poured 2 cups of tea. Strangely, amidst the pervasive scent of iron and fire throughout the pavilion, the tea was refreshingly fragrant, creating a striking contrast. After a brief wait, sounds of activity emerged from outside. Who among you possesses the ringing sword? The voice arrived before the figure did, and soon, an elderly man with a white beard entered. Recognizing the newcomer, Zhong Hui bowed respectfully, with Quang Qi imitating his gesture. There is no need for such formalities, young friend. I am Lu Shi. May I inquire your name? The elder, known as Lu Shi, addressed Zhong Hui. I am Zhong Hui, here to commission a weapon, and I hope the master can assist me. Lu Shi waved his hand dismissively. No need to rush. Visitors to the 100 Forge Pavilion are typically here for weapon crafting. If you have a need, we shall certainly fulfill it. Thank you, master. Zhong Hui replied. May I ask if you could take a look at the ringing sword? Without further ado, he handed the sword over. Lu Shi received the ringing sword with both hands, his gaze brimming with excitement as he delicately caressed the blade. Suddenly, a resonant hum emanated as Lu Shi drew the sword, producing a melodious ringing sound. Zhong Hui observed as Lu Shi treated the sword with the tenderness one might reserve for a beloved child. This truly is a concealed-edge sword. Exquisite, simply exquisite, Lu Shi remarked, his excitement palpable. After a moment, he carefully sheathed the sword and returned it to Zhong Hui. Puzzled, Zhong Hui inquired, Master, you mentioned a concealed-edge sword. Is that the name of this sword? Lu Shi composed himself and explained, concealed edge does not refer to the name of a sword. It signifies the quality of the blade. This sword was forged by a master craftsman long ago, who, after achieving renown, crafted only 7 such blades, each of which was of concealed edge caliber. Since then, every forger at the 1,000 Hammer Pavilion has aspired to create a sword of similar excellence. Concealed edge? A sword can be classified into grades? Zhong Hui was intrigued by this new terminology. Lu Shi, noticing Zhong Hui's puzzled expression, patiently elucidated. Indeed, weapons are categorized by quality. We generally classify them into 5 grades. Weapons forged by ordinary artisans are of the cutting-edge grade, with the rare exception of a few that attain the molten iron grade. In contrast, weapons produced by a prominent workshop like the 100 Forge Pavilion are at least of molten iron grade, with skilled artisans capable of crafting at the 1,000 forging level. However, the ultimate aspiration for all swordsmiths is to create a concealed-edge weapon, which is no simple feat. Zhong Hui marveled at the intricacies involved in weapon forging. I had no idea there were so many considerations in creating a weapon. Naturally, in any craft, achieving mastery requires dedication to perfection, Lu Shi replied. It seems our fates are intertwined, my young friend. Haha, indeed. Enough of this. I appreciate your allowing me to present the legendary concealed-edge sword. Now, tell me what weapon you wish to forge, and I shall personally oversee the process. Upon hearing that Lu Shi would personally craft a weapon for Zhong Hui, both Zhong Hui and the middle-aged man in the room were taken aback. I am deeply grateful for your assistance, Master. Chapter 70. Wealth is risky. Zhong Hui initially intended to be polite, but after a moment's reflection, he decided to agree directly, for the master himself was undertaking the task, thus ensuring quality. Subsequently, Zhong Hui began to sketch the designs for the weapons and agreed on the dimensions before handing them over to Lu Shi. However, when Zhong Hui learned the cost of crafting these weapons, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. Given his current monthly salary, it would take him at least 10 years to afford just one of these weapons, and he had commissioned 6 in total, 1 for himself, 1 for Quang Qi, 1 for each of the 3 major camp commanders, and 1 for Zhong Shang. At this rate, even selling himself would not suffice to cover the expenses. Master, my financial situation is rather tight. Would it be possible to? Before Lu Shi could respond, a middle-aged man behind him retorted, Brother, you are simply ungrateful. Master Lu personally forges weapons for you, something many in the capital can only dream of, and you dare to complain about the price. Hold your tongue, Lu Shi interjected. Continuing, I understand your predicament, young friend. However, you must acknowledge that you get what you pay for. Our crafts set by Lian Lu are always priced according to their worth. Since you are facing difficulties, let us make a compromise. I will forge 2 basic grade weapons for you, and for the remaining 4, my disciples can craft them at a more affordable price. How does that sound? With Lu Shi having made such an offer, Zhong Hui had no choice but to nod in agreement and leave by Lian Lu with Kuang Qi. He was deep in thought about how to earn the most money in the shortest time possible. Although Lu Shi had given him the best deal possible, it still seemed beyond his reach, and he needed to find a way to obtain funds. Upon his arrival, he had envisioned making a fortune and traveling the world. However, fate had led him to this point without choices. Now was the time to compel him to realize his original aspirations. Yet, when the moment arrived, he found himself utterly at a loss. As Zhong Hui walked along, his head bowed in contemplation, Kuang Qi obediently followed behind. Sensing Zhong Hui's troubles, but clearly unable to assist him, Commander Zhong? Suddenly, a woman's voice called from behind. Zhong Hui turned to see a familiar face, though he could not recall where he had seen her before, leaving him puzzled. After pondering for some time and failing to remember, he asked, "Excuse me, may I know who you are?" "Miss Chuaying. We met at the auction house of Jubao Zhai. I suppose Commander does not remember," she replied. Zhong Hui smacked his forehead, recalling. "Ah, you are that businesswoman." "Businesswoman?" Commander jesting, she laughed. "I am merely a humble merchant, hardly a strong figure." Zhong Hui found it awkward to explain the term strong woman and could only respond with an embarrassed smile. "What brings you here, Miss Chui?" he asked, aware that Chuaying would not approach him without reason. Given his current financial predicament, he hoped to glean some advantage from their interaction, thus he agreed to her request. As they walked, Chuaying showcased her remarkable talent as a merchant, engaging Zhong Hui in delightful conversation, quickly discerning his preferences. Of course, it was also possible that Zhong Hui was eager to share this information. Upon arriving at Fengxian Lu, Zhong Hui stood before the establishment, feeling nostalgic. The last time he visited, he had encountered Yi Dai. He wondered what fortune awaited him this time. They ascended to the top floor and settled into a private room. After exchanging pleasantries, Chuaying got straight to the point. "Brother Ming, I trust you have surmised that I did not come to seek you without cause." Zhong Hui nodded while savoring a dish. To be frank, the cuisine at Fengxian Lu was exquisite, and he could not resist indulging a bit more each time he visited. His dining etiquette was already rather refined, while Kuang Qi unabashedly devoured food directly from the plate. Zhong Hui attempted to intervene several times, but to no avail. Noticing that Chuaying and her attendant had yet to touch their chopsticks, he ceased his attempts to restrain Kuang Qi, resolving that he would not bring him along again to avoid embarrassment. "Brother Ming, to be candid, I have encountered some troubles and require your assistance," Chuaying stated. "Oh, what could the esteemed Miss Chui possibly need help with?" Zhong Hui inquired, genuinely perplexed, as he believed there was little in this world that money could not resolve, especially given her family's standing in the court. "This is a lengthy tale. Perhaps you are not aware that the flow of goods in the capital must pass through the inspections of the city defense camp." Zhong Hui nodded, responding, "I must admit I am not well versed in the specifics of the city defense camp. I delegate those matters to my subordinates. I have not delved into the details. Are there issues?" "Originally, there were no problems. However, since your appointment, the city defense camp has raised the import and export taxes on bulk goods by over 50%. For several months, I have been incurring losses and, out of sheer necessity, I have come to seek your help." Zhong Hui, upon hearing this, slammed his hand on the table, startling Kuang Qi, who was holding a dish. Chuaying was taken aback by Zhong Hui's sudden display and immediately stood to calm him. "Brother Ming, please do not be angry. This situation is not the fault of the city defense camp." Zhong Hui paused, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Chuaying hastily explained. "The situation is as follows. When the capital was not well developed, to prevent goods from flowing out, an export tax was imposed. For goods exceeding 5 carts, a tax of 10% of the total value was levied. At that time, the volume of exports was low, so it was not an issue. However, as the capital has grown, the number of vehicles for import and export has increased significantly. For merchants like us, dealing with hundreds of carts of goods, adhering to the old tax rate would render profit impossible. Thus, we merchants established a customary agreement with the city defense camp." Chapter 71. The Ancient Divine Weapons. The regulation stipulates the exemption of export taxes, imposing only a carriage and horse tax instead. However, once this rule was established. It was never recorded in the penal register. Ah, I see. So this export tax was never collected before. It was merely replaced by the carriage and horse tax, correct? Well, rest assured, I am aware of this matter now. Such unreasonable taxation will be expunged from the tax ledger, declared Zhong Hui with a grand gesture. Cui Ying was overjoyed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Ming. Just as she finished speaking, a maid entered from outside and whispered a few words in Cui Ying's ear. After listening, Cui Ying smiled at Zhong Hui and said, Brother Ming, you have assisted me greatly, and I have a small token of appreciation to present to you. Oh, what is it? There is no need for formality. This was simply an unreasonable demand, and I merely did what was right. The maid handed Zhong Hui an envelope, which he opened with curiosity. Dear Brother Ming, I noticed you exiting the 100 Refinements workshop and inquired about your recent creations. I learned that you forged several weapons. In gratitude for your significant help, I present this bill as a humble gift, and I hope you will accept it. Upon opening the envelope, Zhong Hui discovered it contained the bill for the weapons he had ordered from the 100 Refinements workshop, fully paid. Gazing at the bill, he felt a pang of regret for the loss of several broken-grade weapons. This instruction lasted for a month. Zhong Hui finally understood the feelings of Zhong Sheng from earlier. A simple principle took him at least 5 attempts to grasp, leaving him quite vexed. Nevertheless, a silver lining emerged. Zhong Hui's small courtyard gained a livelier atmosphere. He trained Guangqi in battle energy, while Yi Hao diligently swept the fallen leaves nearby. As autumn deepened, the old tree in the courtyard shed its leaves incessantly, an endless cycle of sweeping and falling. Thankfully, Yi Hao possessed the patience to regularly tidy up the courtyard. Yi Dai rested her hands on the stone table in the yard, propping her chin on her hands, lost in thought as she watched Zhong Hui, a leisurely uncle, a pondering girl, a harried youth, and a bewildered strong man created a tranquil tableau in the courtyard. As days passed, autumn gave way to winter, and the weather began to change, casting a white veil over the entirety of the capital. Meanwhile, preparations for the expansion of the city defense battalion were fervently underway. Zhong Hui had resolved to initiate the conscription process as soon as spring arrived, delegating the task to Yu Ho Wang Xuan. This decision took everyone by surprise, including Wang Xuan himself, who initially appeared bewildered by the unexpected honor. However, Wang Xuan was not one to shy away from ambition. Upon regaining his composure, he promptly accepted the task. Conscription was both laborious and advantageous. Gaining the authority to recruit soldiers meant that those seeking quality recruits would have to curry favor with Wang Xuan. Thus, this conscription also signified an elevation of his own influence. It seemed that Zhong Hui intended to elevate Wang Xuan's status. Zhong Hui regarded Wang Xuan and inquired, Wang Yuho, we are looking to recruit nearly 30,000 troops. What preliminary plans do you have? Please share. Thank you for your guidance, Commander. Wang Xuan responded with a bow. I propose that we conduct the conscription in 2 phases. We shall initiate the first round in spring, and after 6 months of training, we will hold the second round in autumn. I am concerned that an influx of new recruits may dilute the overall quality of the city defense battalion, hence my plan. Zhong Hui nodded in agreement. Your idea is commendable and can be implemented. However, I must stress one point. It is better to have fewer but competent recruits than to indiscriminately fill the ranks with unworthy individuals. Understood, Wang Xuan affirmed. And he began to arrange the conscription tasks. In addition to entrusting Wang Xuan with the conscription, Zhong Hui promoted Zhong Sheng to the position of the new battalion commander of the city defense. Interestingly, Zhong Sheng's unit was named Dark Knight, a distinctive title. Moreover, apart from promoting Zhong Sheng, all details regarding this unit remained highly confidential. No one was privy to the nature of Zhong Sheng's battalion, and he conducted the conscription entirely on his own. Zhong Hui even designated a secluded area in the newly established camp for Zhong Sheng to train his troops, shrouding everything in an air of mystery. It was evident that Zhong Sheng would become a formidable asset for Zhong Hui. However, regarding the selection of a commander to train the new recruits post-conscription, Zhong Hui had yet to come to a decision, which weighed heavily on his mind. Each time this matter arose, he felt the frustration of having insufficient capable subordinates. Yet, as winter had just begun and spring was still some time away, he remained hopeful of finding a solution. I have told you countless times to guide the internal airflow to reach the Huagai, Zhong Hui exclaimed, jabbing his finger at Quan Chi's chest. Oh, Quan Chi stammered, flustered under Zhong Hui's scrutiny, and began to clumsily attempt the technique. Zhong Hui sighed in exasperation as he observed the chaotic movement of energy within Quan Chi. Young master, perhaps you should take a break. Do not overexert yourself, Yi Dai suggested, unable to bear the sight any longer. Very well, you may rest for a while. I too am feeling somewhat fatigued, Zhong Hui said to Quan Chi. Upon hearing Zhong Hui's permission to rest, Quan Chi felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He collapsed onto the ground, motionless, resembling a lifeless figure. Save for the rapid rise and fall of his chest that confirmed his vitality, Zhong Hui found himself in a deeper quandary. He had initially believed that teaching Quan Chi would be a simple task, but a month had passed without any progress. Quan Chi had yet to grasp even the fundamentals, filling Zhong Hui with a sense of despair. In the 72nd battle, titled The Winter, Yi Dai, perceiving Zhong Hui's distress, approached him and said, Young master, winter is upon us. We must procure the necessary items for the season. My father has already gone to purchase charcoal, so why not accompany me to select some fabric? If you find something to your liking, I shall fashion a winter garment for you. Zhong Hui, feeling somewhat fatigued from his teachings to Quan Chi, welcomed the idea of stepping outside for some fresh air. Very well, I shall accompany you, he replied, turning to Quan Chi to say, You stay at home and focus on your training. Repeat what I just taught you, and be sure to engage your mind in contemplation. Understood, Quan Chi responded reluctantly. Regardless of Quan Chi's progress, Zhong Hui meandered through the bustling streets, momentarily forgetting his troubles. The onset of winter brought an evident increase in foot traffic, as many prepared for a stable and secure winter season. Young master, this fabric is quite fine, Yi Dai remarked, holding up a piece of cloth against Zhong Hui. Indeed, it is, he replied, uncertain of what would look well on him, allowing Yi Dai to handle the selection freely. After all his earnings and rewards were entrusted to her, and he never concerned himself with such matters. This piece is also commendable, she continued. Suddenly, loud shouts erupted from outside the shop, followed by the sound of thundering hooves. Zhong Hui stepped to the entrance to witness a group of riders hastily departing, raising a cloud of dust. What is occurring, young master? Yi Dai inquired, joining him at the door. Zhong Hui shook his head, uncertain. Although he did not comprehend the situation, an instinct told him that something significant was about to unfold. He decided he must visit the prince's residence to ascertain the circumstances. Before he could finish his thought, several carriages rushed past the street, which he recognized as belonging to the Bureau of Crafts. Typically, such carriages would not leave the imperial city, and their large numbers stirred his sense of unease. Yi Dai sensed the gravity of the situation as well and nodded. Please be cautious, young master. 3 days later, the weather in the capital grew increasingly frigid, and households ignited their charcoal fires. Zhong Hui was at home, warming himself with Yi Dai and her father while discussing post-winter arrangements when they were interrupted by a knock at the door. A palace attendant, whom Zhong Hui had not seen before, entered and respectfully addressed him. Commander Zhong, His Highness requests your presence for an urgent matter. Did His Highness specify the nature of the matter? Zhong Hui inquired. The prince did not disclose details, but he appeared rather anxious and instructed me to summon you immediately. The attendant replied. Zhong Hui nodded. Understood, I shall go at once. He turned to inform Yi Dai and her father before hastily departing with the attendant towards the prince's residence. As they journeyed toward the palace, Zhong Hui observed a steady stream of soldiers on the streets, their attire indicating they were not from the city defense corps. He knew the movements of his own troops well, and aside from the city defense, only the capital garrison could mobilize forces so swiftly within the capital. Clearly, something significant was amiss, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon seeing Zhong Hui arrive, an elderly eunuch approached briskly, speaking softly, Commander, please follow me. His Highness is awaiting you. The eunuch led Zhong Hui toward the palace, and despite his frail appearance, he moved with surprising swiftness, compelling Zhong Hui to stride briskly to keep up. May I inquire your name, esteemed eunuch? Zhong Hui felt it prudent to gather information about palace affairs to avoid being caught unawares. I am Eunuch Chao. I am unaware of the urgent matter at hand, but you shall learn soon enough upon meeting His Highness, the eunuch replied. Zhong Hui understood that the eunuch was likely aware of the situation but chose not to divulge any information. He did not press further, knowing that clarity would come soon enough. After a short walk, they arrived at the Hall of Governance. The eunuch halted and turned to Zhong Hui, stating, Commander, we have arrived. His Highness awaits you inside. I shall not enter. Thank you, eunuch, Zhong Hui replied, stepping into the grand hall. Upon entering, he observed several dignitaries already seated. Among them were a few unfamiliar faces, but he recognized the high priest, seated at the first position on his left. The seat opposite him remained vacant. Also present were the Minister of Works, Liang Qian, the advisor who had previously obstructed his reward, and a robust middle-aged general clad in military attire. Prince Xuan was seated at the head of the table, his eyes slightly closed, hand resting on his forehead. Commander Zhong has arrived. Please take a seat, Xuan said upon noticing Zhong Hui's entrance. Zhong Hui bowed and took a place at the far right end of the table, aware of the hierarchical order. Those present were high-ranking officials. While he held a mere 7th-class title, his ability to sit there was likely due to his position as the leader of the City Defense Corps. In the hall, the ministers murmured among themselves, and from their expressions, it was evident they had surmised the situation. Zhong Hui observed the imposing middle-aged man beside him, whose robust physique and chiseled features exuded an air of authority. In a low voice, Zhong Hui introduced himself. I am Zhong Hui, the current commander of the City Defense Corps. May I inquire your name, General? The middle-aged man glanced at Zhong Hui and replied in a deep voice. I am Liang Shi of the capital garrison. Their exchange was devoid of pleasantries. The general spoke with the efficiency characteristic of a soldier. Although they held similar ranks, their titles differed significantly, with Liang Shi likely holding 2 or 3 ranks above Zhong Hui. Sensing Liang Shi's brevity, Zhong Hui refrained from further conversation, choosing instead to rest his eyes. Before long, a figure stumbled into the hall. Chapter 73. The tower is on the brink. Upon seeing the visitor, Xuan immediately descended from his position to greet him, prompting all those present in the hall to rise. The newcomer was none other than Han Dao, the Grand Minister of Zhongqiu. As Han Dao entered the hall, Xuan stepped forward to assist him. I apologize for my tardiness, Your Highness, Han Dao said while bowing. Xuan supported him and softly replied, Minister Han, you need not say such things. Given your frail health, I would not have hurriedly summoned you unless the matter at hand were of great significance. He guided Han Dao to the first seat on his left, then turned to address the assembly with a grave expression. Please take your seats. What I am about to discuss pertains to the safety of our nation and the stability of our realm, so I urge you all to exercise utmost caution. Upon hearing this, the faces of the attendees grew solemn. Xuan continued, Recently, my father has fallen seriously ill and is unable to rise from his bed. Last night, his condition worsened, and the imperial physician believes he may not survive until morning. The ministers seated in the hall reacted with varying degrees of astonishment, some appearing indifferent, likely having anticipated such news. I have summoned you all this morning to deliberate on how we should proceed following my father's passing. Each of you is a pillar of our nation, and I will require your guidance in this matter. Han Dao was the first to respond, stating, Your Highness, you are too kind. It is our duty as ministers to share the burdens of the state, and we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to this cause. Please rest assured. The others echoed his sentiments, affirming their commitment. Xuan nodded slightly and was about to speak further when a young eunuch rushed into the hall. Your Highness, the Emperor has awakened and wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, Xuan quickly made his way towards the door, but then paused to address Zhong Hui and Liang Shi, saying, Generals Zhong and Liang, accompany me. The two generals promptly stood and followed Xuan out, leaving the other ministers to murmur among themselves. Seeing Xuan exit, Han Dao stood to preside over the affairs of the hall. He gestured with his hands to quiet the assembly, stating, Esteemed colleagues, this is a crucial time for our empire. We must discuss the agenda following the emperor's demise to ensure a smooth transition. As he spoke, the ministers fell silent, attentively listening to Han Dao's words. Xuan, Zhong Hui, and Liang Shi proceeded towards the emperor's quarters. On the way, Xuan spoke to Liang Shi, General Liang, given the current turmoil, I fear the city defenses may be insufficient. Please assign troops from the Jingji camp to set up checkpoints at the eastern and northern exits of the capital, scrutinizing those entering and leaving. Additionally, dispatch more personnel to patrol the Jingji area and inform all surrounding agencies to bolster their defenses to prevent any disturbances. Liang Shi responded respectfully, understood, and hurried off to execute Xuan Yi's orders. After Liang Shi departed, Xuan Yi intended to assign a task to Zhong Hui. But before he knew it, they had arrived at the entrance of the Yangsheng Palace, the emperor's residence. Upon reaching the palace, Xuan Yi refrained from giving further instructions to Zhong Hui and hurried inside. The vicinity was bustling with eunuchs and palace maids. Zhong Hui followed Xuan Yi into the palace and spotted several elderly physicians standing nearby. Continuing deeper into the palace, They beheld the emperor as legend described. In this moment, Zhong Hui, though technically unqualified to meet the emperor, was not challenged due to Guan Yi's presence, and Guan Yi's urgency rendered etiquette irrelevant. Zhong Hui gazed at the emperor lying in bed, and in that instant, the emperor did not exude the expected majesty. Instead, he appeared to be a frail old man, teetering on the brink of life and death. By the emperor's bedside, Guan Yu was leaning over, her eyes slightly red, suggesting she had been crying. And she was softly sobbing. Although the emperor rarely engaged in state affairs, he held a profound affection for his daughter, perhaps due to her resemblance to her mother. Upon noticing Guan Yi's arrival, the emperor opened his eyes slightly and weakly uttered, "You have come. Seeing you brings me peace." "Father." Guan Yi choked on his words, tears streaming down his face at the sight of the frail emperor. "You must take care of your sister." The old emperor gestured for Guan Yi to come closer. Guan Yi immediately approached and knelt by the bed. The emperor gazed at him, his voice faint. "Promise me. Do not marry your sister to someone she does not love. Do not allow her to become a pawn in political games. Let her be happy." Cough. Cough. "Father, please take your time." Guan Yi knelt by the bed, nodding vigorously. "Father, I understand. Rest assured, I will take good care of my sister, ensuring she does not marry someone she does not love, nor will I allow her to be drawn into politics." Observing Guan Yu's sorrowful tears, Zhong Hui felt a pang of empathy. Her once lively demeanor had been overshadowed by the gravity of her father's impending death. "Do not grieve. I am merely going to accompany your mother," the old emperor said, smiling faintly. Zhong Hui observed this smile closely. It was pure, reminiscent of an elder who had found solace and hope. At that moment, Zhong Hui suddenly perceived that death might be a form of liberation for the emperor. Just as this thought crossed his mind, everyone began kneeling and weeping, with Guan Yu crying out loudly. Outside, the waiting eunuchs received word and dispersed, ringing bells and chanting. In the 23rd year of Zhaoda, winter, the emperor passed away, and the heavenly pillar fell. 3 days later, the weather in the capital grew increasingly cold, and every household lit charcoal fires. Zhong Hui was at home, warming himself with Yi Dai and her father, discussing matters for the winter, when he heard a knock at the door. The visitor was a servant from the palace whom Zhong Hui had not encountered before. Upon entering, the servant respectfully addressed Zhong Hui, "General Zhong, His Highness has urgent matters to discuss with you, and requests your immediate presence." "What is the nature of the matter?" Zhong Hui inquired. Chapter 74. Crisis in the Imperial City. Though His Highness did not explicitly state it, his anxious demeanor prompted me to hasten and inform the commander. Zhong Hui nodded, acknowledging the urgency, and promptly departed after relaying a brief message to Yi Dai and her daughter. As he made his way towards the princess residence, Zhong Hui observed the streets teeming with soldiers. The attire of these men was clearly not that of the city defense battalion, and given his position as commander, he was well aware of any troop movements within the city. The only other force capable of mobilizing swiftly in the capital was the capital garrison. It was evident that something significant had transpired. Otherwise, the garrison would not have entered the city so freely. With this thought, Zhong Hui quickened his pace. Upon spotting Zhong Hui, the elderly eunuch hurried over, speaking in a gentle tone. "Commander, please follow this old servant. His Highness is awaiting you." Leading the way to the palace, the eunuch, despite his frail appearance, moved with surprising swiftness, compelling Zhong Hui to stride briskly to keep up. "May I inquire your name, esteemed eunuch?" Zhong Hui felt it prudent to familiarize himself with the palace affairs to avoid being caught unawares should any issues arise. "Master Chow," the eunuch replied. "I am unaware of the happenings within the palace, but you shall soon learn the details upon meeting His Highness." Zhong Hui understood that the eunuch was likely privy to the situation but chose to remain silent. After a brief walk, they arrived at the Hall of Diligent Governance. The eunuch halted and turned to Zhong Hui, stating, "Commander, we have arrived. His Highness awaits within. I shall not enter." "Thank you, Master Chow," Zhong Hui replied, stepping into the hall. Upon entering, he found several individuals already seated. Aside from 3 or 4 unfamiliar faces, he recognized the Grand Priest from their previous encounter. Seated in the first position on the left, the seat opposite him was empty, while to the right sat the Minister of Works, Liang Qian, the deputy minister who had previously hindered his reward, and a robust middle-aged general clad in military garb. At the head of the table sat Prince Guan Yi, his eyes slightly closed, resting his hand on his forehead. Upon noticing Zhong Hui's arrival, Guan Yi spoke, "Commander Zhong has arrived. Please take a seat. We shall begin once everyone is present." Zhong Hui bowed respectfully and took the last seat on the right. He was acutely aware of the hierarchy in the room. All present were esteemed officials, while he held a mere 7th-class nobility rank. His presence here was likely due to his position as the commander of the city defense battalion. The ministers engaged in hushed whispers, their expressions grave, as they seemed to speculate on the unfolding events. Zhong Hui turned to the middle-aged general beside him, who exuded an imposing presence, his muscular arms and chiseled features giving him an air of authority. Zhong Hui leaned in and introduced himself. I am Zhong Hui, the current commander of the city defense battalion. May I inquire your name, General? The middle-aged man regarded Zhong Hui briefly before responding in a deep voice. Xianxia of the capital garrison. Their exchange was devoid of superfluous pleasantries. His military demeanor was evident in his concise manner of speaking. Although their ranks might be comparable, Liang's nobility undoubtedly surpassed Zhong's by 2 or 3 levels. Acknowledging this, Zhong Hui chose to remain silent and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. Before long, a staggering figure appeared at the entrance. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Guan Yi promptly descended to greet him, and all present rose in respect. The newcomer was Han Dao, the Grand Chancellor of the Central State. As Han Dao entered, Guan Yi swiftly supported him. I apologize for my tardiness. I implore your highness for forgiveness. Han Dao said as he bowed. Guan Yi, steadying him, responded softly, Do not speak such words, Chancellor. Your health is of utmost concern. Had it not been for the gravity of this matter, I would not have summoned you in such haste. He assisted Han Dao to the first seat on the left and turned back to the assembly, his expression somber. Please be seated. What I am about to discuss pertains to the safety of our nation and the stability of the realm. I urge you all to exercise the utmost caution. As these words echoed in the hall, the atmosphere shifted, and the expressions of the ministers grew grave. Guan Yi continued, a few days prior. My father fell gravely ill and is now unable to rise from his bed. Last night, his condition worsened, and the imperial physician has forewarned that he may not survive until morning. The assembled ministers reacted with a mix of astonishment and resignation, some seemingly having anticipated this news. I have urgently convened you all to deliberate on the arrangements following my father's passing. You are the pillars of our state, and I shall rely on your wisdom in these matters. Han Dao was the first to respond. Your Highness, you speak too highly of us. It is our duty as ministers to share the burdens of the state. Rest assured, we shall devote ourselves to this cause. The others echoed his sentiments, affirming their commitment to serve diligently. Guan Yi nodded, prepared to speak further, when a small eunuch rushed in from outside. Your Highness, the Emperor has awakened and requests to see you. Upon hearing this, Guan Yi quickly made his way to the door, only to pause and turn back to Zhong Hui and Xianxia, saying, Commanders Zhong and Liang, please accompany me. Zhong Hui and Xianxia promptly rose to follow Guan Yi outside, leaving the other ministers to converse among themselves. Observing Guan Yi's departure, Han Dao stood to preside over the proceedings, gesturing for silence. Esteemed colleagues, this is a critical moment for our empire. We must carefully deliberate on the agenda following the emperor's demise to ensure a smooth transition. As Han Dao spoke, the assembly quieted, their attention focused on him. Guan Yi, Zhong Hui, and Xianxia proceeded towards the emperor's quarters. Along the way, Guan Yi addressed Xianxia, Commander Liang, we are in a tumultuous time. I fear the city defense battalion may lack sufficient personnel. Please deploy the capital garrison at the eastern and northern checkpoints to scrutinize those entering and exiting the city. Additionally, reinforce patrols in the surrounding areas and alert all nearby institutions to enhance their defenses, preventing any opportunistic disturbances. Xianxia responded respectfully, understood, before hastening off to execute Guan Yi's directives. Once Xianxia departed, Guan Yi intended to assign tasks to Zhong Hui. However, as they walked, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Royal Health Palace, the Emperor's residence. Chapter 75, departed to heaven upon arriving at the Health Palace. Guan Yi did not continue assigning tasks to Zhong Hui, but hurriedly entered the hall. The surroundings were bustling with eunuchs and palace maids. Following Guan Yi inside, Zhong Hui beheld several elderly physicians standing nearby. As they ventured deeper, they encountered the fabled emperor. In this moment, Zhong Hui found himself in a position unworthy of an audience with the emperor, yet as he trailed behind Guan Yi, the onlookers dared not intervene, and Guan Yi's urgency rendered formalities irrelevant. Gazing upon the emperor, who lay upon the bed, Zhong Hui felt incongruity with the revered image he had anticipated. Instead, he beheld a frail, dying man teetering on the precipice of life and death. Beside the emperor, Guan Yu was prostrate, her eyes red from recent tears, gently sobbing. Though the emperor seldom engaged in state affairs, he harbored profound affection for his daughter, perhaps due to her resemblance to her mother. Upon noticing Guan Yi's arrival, the emperor weakly opened his eyes and spoke, "You have come. Your presence brings me solace." "Father," Guan Yi responded, tears streaming down his face at the sight of the frail emperor. "You must take good care of your sister." The emperor gestured for Guan Yi to approach. He knelt at the bedside as the emperor continued in a feeble voice, "Promise me, do not marry your sister to someone she does not love. Do not let her become a pawn of politics. Ensure her happiness." Cough, cough. "Father, please take your time." "Did you hear me?" Guan Yi nodded vigorously. "Father, I understand. Rest assured, I will care for my sister and will never allow her to marry against her will, nor will I involve her in political affairs." Watching Guan Yu weep, her tear-streaked face resembling a flower in the rain, Zhong Hui felt a pang of sorrow. She had once been so lively, and the death of her father would undoubtedly be a heavy blow. "Do not grieve. I am merely going to accompany your mother," the emperor said, managing a smile. Zhong Hui observed this moment. The smile was pure, akin to an elder's hopeful gaze. In that instant, he contemplated that death might indeed be a form of liberation. Just then, everyone began to kneel and weep, with Guan Yu's cries echoing loudly. Outside, the waiting eunuchs received the news and dispersed, ringing bells and chanting. In the 23rd year of Zhaoda, winter, the emperor passed away, the heavens trembled. In the first year of Zhongchu, the 183rd year, in the winter of Zhaoda's 23rd year, the great emperor departed. The news of the emperor's death reached the hall of diligent administration. Upon hearing this, the ministers immediately descended to their knees, bowing in the direction of the health palace, performing the ceremonial 3 kneels and 9 prostrations, loudly proclaiming, "Long live the emperor." This bow constituted their final homage to the great emperor. Soon, the next ruler would ascend, and most of them would transition into ministers of the new dynasty. Inside the health palace, Zhong Hui also knelt at once. Having witnessed the emperor's demise, likely one of the few who bore witness to such a moment. After kneeling for a while, a eunuch approached to arrange the emperor's remains, at which point everyone was asked to exit the hall. Zhong Hui, alongside Guan Yi and Guan Yu, departed the health palace, observing Guan Yu's despondent demeanor. Her spirit visibly diminished. Zhong Hui glanced at Guan Yi, whose exhaustion was evident, the toll of recent days manifesting on his already fragile body. Fearing for his friend's health, Zhong Hui was acutely aware that should Guan Yi falter, the balance of Zhongchu would be irrevocably altered. As he contemplated offering comfort, he realized that the moment had transformed. He was no longer the man he once was in the Half-Moon Mountains. Now, he stood beside a man destined to ascend to the throne, inheriting the mandate of heaven. After bidding farewell to Guan Yu, Guan Yi turned to Zhong Hui, though weary. A resolute spirit sustained him, seemingly bestowing him with inexhaustible vigor. "Commander Zhong, I will need your assistance moving forward." Zhong Hui replied, "The weary one is not merely me. You must also take care of your health and not overextend yourself." Guan Yi disregarded Zhong Hui's impertinence, instead perceiving a reflection of the young man he had encountered in the mountains. He smiled gently. "Next, you must ensure the defense of the capital is thorough. There must be no missteps. I understand your garrison is understaffed, so I have allocated some troops from the capital garrison to assist you. I hope you do not take offense." Zhong Hui solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, I understand your intentions and will not disappoint you. I know what must be done next. You must also take care of yourself." With that, he turned to leave. "Indeed," Guan Yi nodded, watching Zhong Hui's retreating figure. In the midst of his responsibilities, Zhong Hui provided a rare source of solace. This unrefined youth, with ideals that seemed discordant with the world, allowed him to experience a sense of camaraderie devoid of hierarchy. In the hall of diligent administration, a group of ministers deliberated on the arrangements for the new monarch's ascension. With the former emperor's passing, the state could not endure a day without a ruler. The new emperor's coronation must be executed promptly, followed by the former emperor's funeral rites. Han Dao spoke first. "Gentlemen, 3 days from now is an auspicious date, suitable for the new emperor's ascension. Time is of the essence, and I urge you all to contribute your utmost efforts." Sikong Liang Qian interjected. 3 days may not suffice. Setting aside the materials required for the new emperor's heavenly offerings, the repairs to the altar alone will take at least 7 days. With such a tight schedule, many tasks may overlap, leading to complications that will be difficult to manage. At that moment, Guan Yi entered from outside, prompting the ministers to rise in respect. There is no need for excessive formalities. Han Xiang, when shall the ascension take place? Your Highness, 3 days hence is the chosen auspicious date. We have deliberated and agreed upon the coronation ceremony in 3 days' time. We ask for your understanding regarding the tight schedule. Guan Yi waved his hand. 3 days will suffice. The coronation should be conducted simply, without unnecessary complexity. After the ascension, we shall properly arrange for my father's funeral. Chapter 76. Unambiguous upon hearing these words, the crowd was inevitably touched. The coronation ceremony of a new emperor marks the most glorious moment for a sovereign, and historically, wise rulers have refrained from expressing a desire for simplicity regarding such an important occasion. When Guan Yi spoke, the ministers were taken aback and, moved by his sentiment, knelt in unison, exclaiming, "Your Highness is wise." Zhong Hui hastened from the palace to the city defense camp. The emperor's passing was a grave matter that allowed no room for negligence. Arriving in haste at the defense camp, he had no time to inspect the barracks. Instead, he summoned the 4 principal commanders, including Zhong Sheng and Yu Ho Wang Xuan, to the main tent. The urgency of the summons was due to a critical matter. He had just received word that the emperor had passed away that morning. The moment those words escaped his lips, the faces of the gathered men turned pale. The emperor's demise posed a significant test for the city defense camp. In the capital, a city without walls, the usual patrol forces were already stretched thin, and the current situation would undoubtedly prove more severe than before. Zhao Ming furrowed his brow and said, "Commander, if we wait until our forces are fully organized with 5 battalions, we could deploy them all. However, at present, we only have 3 battalions, totaling less than 30,000 men. How can we possibly patrol the entire capital? The imperial city is guarded by the Imperial Guard. Therefore, we need not intervene there. The eastern and northern main thoroughfares are managed by the capital garrison, which also patrols the perimeter. Our responsibility is to secure the upper capital, along with the southern and western gates," Zhong Hui explained. Zhang Dabiao interjected, "Aren't the 4 main thoroughfares of the capital our territory? Why must the capital garrison oversee them? We should manage our own domain." Su Hua, standing nearby, chimed in. "Manage? With what? Just your meager forces and the fire battalion? You should tend to a single gate, instead of overestimating your capabilities." Su, what do you mean by that? If you don't clarify, this matter won't end well today," Zhang retorted. Observing their bickering, Zhao Ming interjected to defuse the tension. "The expansion has yet to commence. Our city defense camp is short-staffed. Given the emperor's passing and the ensuing turmoil, we must prioritize safety." Zhong Hui looked at the 3 of them and declared, "Enough of this. Once this situation is resolved, we shall immediately begin recruiting for the city defense camp, ensuring that the organization is complete by the end of next winter." "Commander speaks wisely," Zhao Ming affirmed. "Now, I will assign tasks. Guan Yi's ascension requires a heavenly sacrifice and a proclamation to the world. The edict is to be drafted by the advisor, Hu Tuesday. Despite his name, Hu Tu is meticulous in his duties. We shall first inform the citizens through the edict, followed by a formal announcement to neighboring states. The sacrificial rites will be presided over by the Grand Chancellor Han Dao, with assistance from the ceremonial officer Cui Bo for the ancestral rites. Over the past 3 days, Han Dao has tirelessly managed the preparations for the altar. As a senior official of 3 reigns, he is aging and afflicted by illness. Yet he remains steadfast in overseeing the rites. Thanks to Han Dao's leadership, all arrangements for the sacrificial rites have been completed within these 3 days. During this time, Zhong Hui did not engage in the patrol duties of the city defense camp. His emotions were particularly complex. The Crown Prince Guan Yi had assigned him a special task, to accompany Princess Guan Yu to the western outskirts to alleviate her sorrow. Zhong Hui was chosen for this task because Guan Yi trusted him, and Guan Yu was familiar with him. Furthermore, few dared to accompany the princess. Initially reluctant to accept this assignment, Zhong Hui soon realized how pitiable Guan Yu was. Born into royal lineage, had it not been for her loving father, her fate might have led her to marry into a foreign royal family, spending her life with a stranger. Having lost her mother at a young age, with a father who was perpetually melancholic and a brother consumed by his duties, she had grown up in solitude, which often gave her an air of capriciousness. In truth, she was quite reasonable. Understanding their shared acquaintance, Zhong Hui decided to assist her. Thus, he left his post at the city defense camp to accompany Guan Yu on her excursion to the western outskirts. It was, in fact, Zhong Hui's first opportunity to unwind and truly appreciate the scenery of the western outskirts. His previous days had been so filled with duty that he had never taken the time to notice the beauty surrounding him. Thank you, Zhong Hui suddenly spoke. Thank me for what? Guan Yu, lost in thought, was momentarily bewildered by his comment. Zhong Hui gazed at the snowy landscape around them and said, Thank you for allowing me to pause and admire the beautiful scenery. I had never realized that the most exquisite views were right beside me. Girls often possess a delicate sensibility. What may seem like a trivial remark to one could carry profound meaning for another. Initially intent on listening, Guan Yu's heart raced when she heard Zhong Hui's words about the beauty beside him. She glanced at herself, her cheeks flushed, lowering her head in shyness. The weight of her earlier melancholy lifted in an instant. Zhong Hui, mistaking her flushed face for the cold, thought to himself how delicate the princess was. After a brief stroll, he felt compelled to remove his long robe and drape it over her shoulders. As he looked at her, he suddenly found this side of Guan Yu quite endearing. Guan Yu hardly registered Zhong Hui's words. Her mind was preoccupied with his earlier gesture. Her thoughts were in disarray, for no one had ever shown her such meticulous care. On the following day, the capital was blanketed in snow once more. And this time the snowfall was heavier, creating a thick layer on the ground. As usual, Zhong Hui accompanied Guan Yu for a walk in the snow. The stifling air indoors was hardly conducive to cheerfulness, prompting Zhong Hui to suggest they venture outside. With Zhong Hui by her side, admiring the thick snow, he mused that no matter the location, a beautiful snowy landscape always brought joy. He noticed that Guan Yu was walking with her head down, seemingly lost in thought. In a moment of childish whimsy, Zhong Hui scooped up a handful of snow, fashioned it into a ball, and hurled it at Guan Yu's back. Unfortunately, his aim was slightly off, and the snowball struck her head instead, causing her to stumble. She turned around, eyes wide with surprise, gazing at Zhong Hui, a clump of snow still resting atop her head. Chapter 77. The Sword of Ascendancy. Zhong Hui gazed at Guan Yu's expression and burst into laughter, clutching his belly. Ha ha. Ha ha. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he laughed so heartily. It was amusing to see the once willful little demon transformed into this state. Guan Yu, initially taken aback and confused, gradually grew indignant. Watching Zhong Hui's relentless laughter, she impulsively scooped up a handful of snow and hurled it at him. Realizing the impending mischief, Zhong Hui swiftly retreated. However, he was no match for Guan Yu's speed. A snowball struck him squarely on the head, knocking him to the ground. Hee hee. Ha ha. Guan Yu was filled with delight. Observing Zhong Hui's disarray, a mischievous grin reminiscent of her earlier demeanor appeared on her face. Not to be outdone, Zhong Hui seized a handful of snow from the ground and retaliated. Yet, Guan Yu was prepared and dodged deftly. You dare strike me? I am a princess. You dare strike a princess? She exclaimed, and with that, she scooped up another handful of snow. Unyielding, Guan Yu matched his actions, and soon they were engaged in a spirited snowball fight, exchanging snowballs with fervent enthusiasm. Thus commenced a tumultuous snowball battle, grand enough to astonish the heavens and evoke tears from the spirits. Before long, both were adorned with snow. Fortunately, they were alone. Had anyone else witnessed this, Zhong Hui would surely have been accused of treason for attacking a princess. For 3 days, Zhong Hui remained by Guan Yu's side, engaging in conversation, strolling, playing, and helping her forget her sorrows. Although the pain of losing her father could not be erased, her sorrow was no longer as pronounced as it had been initially, and laughter often graced her face. On the 4th day, it was the day of Prince Guan Yi's ascension to the throne. Early in the morning, officials gathered at the altar of heaven, located in the eastern suburbs. For this occasion, the Imperial Guard commander was tasked with ensuring the emperor's safety during the ceremony. Commander Feng Sheng, a middle-aged man, caught Zhong Hui's attention due to a small scar on his right cheek and the 2 missing fingers on his left hand, marks likely acquired in battle. Not far away, Zhong Hui also spotted Liang Shi, the commander of the capital garrison, who maintained his usual demeanor of forbidding approach. With the leaders of the 3 great garrisons assembled, security was assured. Not even a grasshopper could intrude. This was Zhong Hui's first participation in the legendary coronation ceremony, and he felt a surge of excitement. After a brief wait, the prince's procession arrived. Adorned with a crown and dressed in royal robes, Guan Yi, with a long sword at his waist and a solemn expression, approached the altar, flanked by a retinue of ceremonial guards. As Guan Yi arrived, the officials bowed in reverence, accompanied by the sound of drums and music. Following the rhythm of the drums, Xuan ascended the altar, where an elder awaited him. The Grand Priest, responsible for drafting ceremonial rites and presiding over the heavenly sacrifices, was now busily engaged in his duties. The altar was tiered, with the Grand Priest stationed on the lower level, while Xuan was to ascend to that level first. Once he stood upon it, the Minister of Rites, Chui Bo, entered with the edict from the late emperor. The officials, upon seeing the edict, knelt thrice in reverence. Chui Bo then presented the edict to the Grand Priest, who ascended to the second tier with it. As the Grand Priest reached the second level, the music ceased. Xuan then climbed to the second altar, where 2 tables were set on either side, adorned with offerings, and a large cauldron stood at the front. The Grand Priest first proclaimed the late emperor's decree, declaring Xuan as the new emperor. Then, Xuan performed his first bow, offering a sacrifice to the heavens. Casting the meat into the cauldron, his second bow was to the earth, and the meat was again cast into the cauldron. For the third, he bowed to the ancestral spirits, kneeling thrice and bowing 9 times before the tables. Following this, the Grand Priest read the edicts and proclaimed the new emperor's virtues and mandates. Once the new emperor's decree was read, the music resumed, and the new emperor completed the sacrificial rites. The ceremony lasted the entire morning, concluding with the officials kneeling thrice and bowing in submission as they welcomed the new emperor to his throne. Thus, the coronation ceremony came to an end, and Xuan officially ascended as emperor. Zhonghui was surprised that a simple coronation could consume an entire morning. It bore a striking resemblance to ceremonial events on Earth, albeit with a more solemn air. After the rites concluded, the emperor was escorted into the palace by the imperial guard. Watching Xuan depart, Zhonghui felt a wave of relief wash over him. Over the past 3 days, he had been shuttling between the capital garrison and Guanyu, managing various affairs while also providing her companionship. Although Zhao Ming, Zhang Depio, and Su Hua assisted him, certain matters fell beyond their jurisdiction, necessitating Zhong Hui's personal involvement, which proved quite taxing. With the coronation behind him, Zhonghui finally had a moment to rest. Following Xuan's ascension, a general amnesty was declared. He anticipated that soon, envoys from other nations would arrive to pay their respects. It had been over a month since Xuan's ascension, and the weather in the capital began to improve, with foreign envoys gradually arriving to extend their congratulations. From the southwestern Wind Kingdom, the southeastern Dantian Empire, and the 3 northern kingdoms neighboring Zhongchu, emissaries had already come, yet the envoys from the northern Dali Kingdom were still absent. Since Xuan began overseeing the late emperor's funeral rites, Zhonghui had not seen Guanyu. However, he found this beneficial, as it alleviated his burdens. At that moment, though, Zhonghui furrowed his brow, having just exited the palace, still processing Guanyu's earlier words. The envoy from the Dali Kingdom was expected to arrive in the capital the following day, led by the 3rd prince, known as the Light of Dali, Hou Yu. Guanyu requested Zhonghui to accompany the Minister of Rites, Zhou Ji, to receive the envoy. Given that Hou Yu was a prince, security measures would need to be heightened. Receiving foreign envoys typically necessitated a degree of cordiality, a task Zhonghui found particularly tedious, as he detested the intricacies of diplomacy and the subtle machinations of court life. However, with the commander of the capital garrison absent and the Imperial Guard commander unable to act without orders, Zhonghui found himself the only available option. Furthermore, the primary responsibility of reception lay with the Minister of Rites, leaving Zhonghui primarily to oversee security without the need for direct involvement. Since Xuan had assigned the task, Zhonghui, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to shoulder the responsibility. The next morning, he set off with his personal guard, heading straight for the Minister of Rites' office, where Zhou Ji awaited him at the entrance. Zhou Ji, a robust elder clad in simple attire that neither flaunted wealth nor suggested poverty, conducted himself with utmost propriety. Having held the position of Minister of Rites for over a decade, he had garnered significant favor from Guanyu. Old Zhou, I apologize for my tardiness, Zhonghui said as he dismounted and approached hurriedly, offering his apologies. Zhou Ji chuckled softly. Commander Zhong, you are too hard on yourself. It is merely my habit to arrive early. The time has yet to come. Chapter 78, A Marriage Alliance? I must further my studies under the esteemed Zhou Lao. When shall we depart? Since the commander has arrived, let us set off at once. A group of people began their journey. Zhou Ji took a carriage while Zhonghui rode a horse, with a ceremonial escort leading the way northward. As midday approached, A banner procession began to appear on the northern official road. Zhou Ji and Zhong Hui had already been waiting along the way. Upon spotting the banner procession, Zhou Ji remarked to Zhong Hui, "They have arrived." Zhong Hui, upon seeing this, immediately organized the troops to tidy their appearances and line them up to welcome the procession. After a brief wait, the banner procession arrived, splitting into two lines, revealing a grand carriage crafted from precious fragrant wood, topped with a luxurious fur canopy. Adorned with curtains of exquisite gems, drawn by a pair of spirited steeds, and draped in a silk carpet of the finest quality. From the carriage emerged a young man with an elegant demeanor and refined features, dressed in a long blue silk robe embroidered with intricate beast patterns. Moving gracefully and exuding courtesy, Zhou Ji approached and bowed, stating, "I am Zhou Ji, the Grand Minister of Rights, here at the behest of His Majesty to welcome His Highness, the third Prince of Li State, Prince Hou Yu." Prince Hou Yu returned the gesture, saying, "I apologize for keeping the Grand Minister waiting. I wonder if the third prince prefers to continue by carriage or to ride. It is quite stifling inside the carriage, and I have long wished to admire the grandeur of the capital, so I shall ride instead." Observing Prince Hou Yu mount his horse, Zhou Ji followed suit. His movements fluid and agile, betraying none of his advanced age. Prince Hou Yu, witnessing Zhou Ji's dexterity, exclaimed in surprise, "The Grand Minister is quite aged. Perhaps you should ride in the carriage." "Huh. It is but a matter of riding a horse. What difficulty could there be? Since we have esteemed guests, it is only fitting that the host extends his hospitality. Allow me to accompany the third prince in appreciating the sights of the capital. The presence of a grand minister like you is indeed a blessing for the state of Chu. Your Highness is overly gracious. There are many more capable than I. I am but a humble servant." Zhong Hui listened to their exchange, trailing silently behind them, finding their polite yet insincere dialogue tiresome. Zhou Ji conversed with Prince Hou Yu, mostly discussing the customs and notable anecdotes of the capital, and they appeared to enjoy each other's company. Zhong Hui reflected that had he been the one to receive the prince, their journey would have been marked by an unbearable silence. Zhou Ji's brilliance lay in his ability to deftly redirect the conversation away from any mention of state matters, showcasing his linguistic prowess and meticulous thought, a testament to his decade-long service as Grand Minister of Rights. After conversing for some time, without yielding any useful information, Prince Hou Yu candidly revealed his true purpose for visiting the capital. "Grand Minister, I must be frank. My journey to the capital is not solely to congratulate the new emperor, but also to discuss a significant matter." "Oh, and what might that be?" Zhou Ji inquired. Feigning ignorance, "I have heard that the princess of your esteemed nation, Princess Guan Yu, possesses both grace and beauty. I humbly seek the hand of Princess Guan Yu in marriage, in hopes of forging an alliance between our two states." The most pronounced reaction to Prince Hou Yu's declaration was not from Zhou Ji, but rather from Zhong Hui, who sensed trouble upon hearing the mention of Guan Yu. When he learned of the prince's intentions to marry her, his heart sank, as if struck by a hammer. Before Zhou Ji could respond, Zhong Hui interjected. "The late emperor left a decree stating that the princess's marriage is hers to decide. His Majesty has no authority to interfere, and I fear you may be disappointed." Prince Hou Yu fixed his gaze on Zhong Hui for a moment before turning to Zhou Ji and asking, "Who is this person?" Zhou Ji slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to introduce Zhong Hui. "This is..." Prince Hou Yu waved his hand, interrupting, "There is no need. A mere guard does not warrant recognition." He then turned back to Zhong Hui, saying, "How presumptuous. When the master speaks, when does it become the place of a servant to interject? Zhou Durin, your discipline is lacking." Zhou Ji, hearing this, replied coldly, "I fear the third prince has misinterpreted. This is the commander of the capital's defense forces, accompanying me to welcome you." "A mere commander of the defense forces?" Prince Hou Yu squinted at Zhong Hui, as if he could not discern his true status. Zhong Hui clenched his hands tightly, struggling to control his emotions and suppressing the urge to retaliate. His dignity was at stake. If only his own guards were present, they might have taken matters into their own hands. It was evident that Prince Hou Yu's previous remarks were an affront to Zhong Hui, who, despite his armor and commanding presence, was dismissed as insignificant. "Commander Zhong, do not let this man provoke you. After all, the state of Li is not on friendly terms with us. Do not trouble yourself, Grand Minister. I see no reason to engage with someone whose intellect is still developing." Haha, indeed. The news of the third prince of Li seeking to marry the Princess Guan Yu of Chu spread rapidly throughout the capital, and it was not difficult to deduce who was behind the dissemination of such information. even before any formal agreement was reached. Prince Hou Yu and his entourage were already eager to circulate the tale, inciting fury among certain factions. The following day, the third Prince of Li entered the court to pay his respects. In the imperial court, he first congratulated the new emperor and discussed matters of state, deliberately omitting any mention of the marriage alliance, conveying a clear intention of mere goodwill. After the audience, Xuan Yi summoned Zhong Hui to the Hall of Governance. Seated comfortably, Xuan Yi held the royal edict and a report from Prince Hou Yu. You have heard the rumors circulating in the capital regarding the third prince's intentions to marry my sister, have you not? Zhong Hui regarded Xuan Yi. Although he had ascended to the throne, the essence of the diligent crown prince remained unchanged. Indeed, your majesty, I am aware. However, during today's court session, Prince Hou Yu made no mention of the marriage alliance. What do you think is on his mind? Zhong Hui pondered for a moment before responding. Chapter 79. Who steps forth? Perhaps he was waiting for your majesty to speak first. Yet, I fail to comprehend why he holds such unwavering faith that your majesty would initiate the conversation. Xuan Yi wore a pained expression. As I initially grasped the reins of governance, the various nations ostensibly came to pay their respects but were, in fact, here to probe the strengths and weaknesses of Zhongqiu. The kingdom of Feng, with its meager influence, can be disregarded, while the great Qin Empire has seen its royal family decline in recent years, leaving it incapable of concern. Only the Li Kingdom, our perennial neighbor, remains a constant source of conflict. The arrival of the third prince of Li Kingdom is undoubtedly intended for me. Upon finishing, Xuan Yi handed a report to Zhong Hui, detailing the movements at the northern border, where the Li Kingdom has begun to amass troops. I suspect that come spring, the Li Kingdom will act, believing that I might seek an alliance through marriage. Zhong Hui, after perusing the report, spoke gravely. The Li Kingdom, insignificant as it is, harbors ambitions of grandeur. In my opinion, regardless of their endeavors, they cannot stir significant turmoil. I am prepared to battle the Li Kingdom on your majesty's behalf, to demonstrate the might of our nation and shatter their delusions of a marital alliance. Xuan Yi gazed at Zhong Hui with appreciation, acknowledging his loyalty. I am aware of your sentiments, and rest assured, I do not regard the Li Kingdom with any seriousness. The notion that they wish to wed my royal sister is but a foolish dream. However, a matter of greater significance looms. I have invited him to the banquet at Yuqing Pool this evening. Do tidy yourself and attend as well. Court banquets are exclusive events held by the royal family to honor foreign dignitaries, reward loyal subjects, or celebrate birthdays, taking place at Yuqing Pool, located at the outskirts of the imperial city. The guest list is flexible, dictated by the emperor's preferences, rendering it a relatively informal gathering. In the afternoon, Zhong Hui donned a relaxed white outfit, preparing for the occasion. Han Jin had arrived early at Zhong Hui's residence, also invited and ready to accompany him to the palace. Though it was a royal banquet, it felt more like a gathering of extraordinary talents, as Xuan Yi had invited a plethora of remarkable young individuals. One could only wonder what his intentions were. Brother Zhong, Han Jin remarked, I must say, you seem to be thriving of late. It truly stirs my envy. Zhong Hui regarded Han Jin with curiosity. Me? What do you mean? Are you not aware? Only individuals of the fourth rank or above may attend the emperor's banquet. Yet, you are the very first young talent invited by His Majesty. Does that not astound you? Zhong Hui could only manage a dry chuckle. Such privileges stemmed from his close relationship with the emperor. It was simply fate, an advantage others could not replicate. As they approached the gates of Yuqing Pool, the security for the emperor's banquet was naturally stringent. The imperial guards and the city defense troops could not be compared. The former donned full armor, while the latter wore half armor and leather. The imperial guards wielded fine weapons, whereas the city defense troops were equipped with blunt blades and soft bows. The disparity in their equipment was akin to comparing a noble scion to a beggar. Upon witnessing the guards' superior armament, Zhong Hui recalled the weapons he had commissioned for his officers, wondering if they were ready and if he could find a moment to inspect them. After presenting their credentials, the two entered Yuqing Pool, which was already bustling with activity, despite the banquet not yet commencing. Numerous young individuals were in attendance, including a few who left a lasting impression on Zhong Hui, such as Guan Ji, with whom he had clashed upon arriving in the capital, and Han Jin's brother, Han Lai, alongside Liang Feng, all of whom Zhong Hui had previously interacted with. Once seated, the festivities commenced, and soon the key figures of the banquet made their appearance, beginning with important ministers from Zhongqiu, followed by the third prince of the Li Kingdom, Hou Yu, and a host of Li envoys. After everyone settled, the emperor finally emerged. The banquet began with a performance of dance and music. The dancers from Zhongchu exhibited grace and fluidity, while the dancers from the Li kingdom exuded exotic charm, each captivating in their own right. Zhonghui and Han Jin were entranced. Zhonghui had witnessed numerous dances. Yet aside from the unparalleled performance he had seen at Yage Pavilion, he had not encountered such artistry. The opportunity to appreciate the world's dance once more was profoundly appealing. After the first dance concluded, a Li envoy approached the center of the banquet and addressed Guan Yi. "Your Majesty, we have heard of the many young talents in Zhongchu. Today, we, the Li Kingdom, bring forth 3 valiant warriors, eager to witness the prowess of Zhongchu's youth. What say you, Your Majesty?" Guan Yi regarded the envoy, recognizing that the challenge had been set forth. "Very well, since the envoy finds such pleasure in this, let our young talents engage in friendly competition, which will undoubtedly enliven the banquet." As soon as Guan Yi finished speaking, 3 young warriors stepped forth from the Li envoy. The first was a robust man, dark-skinned and muscular, exuding an air of raw power. The second seemed frail, so thin that a gust of wind might topple him, starkly contrasting the first. The third figure, shrouded in a black veil and robe, emanated an aura of mystery. Guan Yi immediately inquired about the last warrior. "Why does this valiant one conceal his face?" "Your Majesty," the envoy replied, "he has suffered from a peculiar affliction since childhood, rendering his appearance rather unsightly. To avoid startling Your Majesty, he wears a veil. We hope for your understanding." With the envoy's explanation, Guan Yi chose not to delve further into the matter. Shortly thereafter, servants erected a platform for the competition in the midst of Yuhua Pool, marking the official commencement of the contests. The first challenger from the Li Kingdom was the brawny man, who cracked his knuckles and leaped onto the platform, brimming with confidence. "Who will step forth to face him?" Guan Yi inquired. "I shall." The speaker was a slender young gentleman, whose frame seemed scarcely robust enough to contend with the Li warrior. His name was Feng Yu, and despite his delicate demeanor, he was the grandson of the current head of the Feng family, Feng Sheng. Han Jin smiled, savoring his drink. Chapter 80. Countermeasures. Zhonghui gazed at Han Jin, having discerned the outcome of the match from the latter's eyes. However, the burly man from Ligua remained blissfully unaware, laughing heartily at the black-clad figure before him, as if he could effortlessly dispatch him. Feng Yu silently regarded the imposing figure, his right fist clenched, and without hesitation, he launched a fierce strike at the man's head. The burly man, witnessing Feng Yu's advance, halted his laughter, assuming a stance to counter with a decisive blow. Yet, to the astonishment of all Ligua's emissaries, an unexpected turn of events unfolded in the instant they made contact. The burly figure was sent hurtling backward, leaving everyone aghast. Zhonghui, taken aback, could hardly believe that Feng Yu had defeated the man in a single strike, and so utterly at that. He questioned his own abilities. Realizing he would not have been able to achieve such a feat, the youth, younger than him, appeared remarkably formidable. Conversely, Han Jin was unfazed, as if he had anticipated this very outcome. Unbeknownst to many, the Feng family's approach has always been one of full force, striking with all their might from the very first blow, catching opponents off guard, a tactic that had led many to their downfall. However, if one could withstand their initial onslaught, the likelihood of their victory increased as the match progressed. Upon hearing Han Jin's explanation, Zhonghui felt enlightened. It was clear now, Feng Yu's style, combined with his slight build, often misled opponents into underestimating him, yielding surprising results. With the first match concluded, the Ligua emissaries felt a sense of frustration at the unexpected strength displayed by Feng Yu. They could only pin their hopes on the next contender. At that moment, the second participant from Ligua, a frail-looking man, stepped onto the stage. Following the triumph of the first match, the crowd surged forward, eager to impress the emperor. Ultimately, Guan Yi selected the newly crowned martial champion, Xuan, a young man of notable talent and similar age to Zhonghui. Xuan, hailing from humble beginnings, had topped this year's imperial examination and was one of Guan Yi's key protagonist. Observing the frail figure before him, he remained vigilant. Aware of the lessons learned from the previous match, he sensed that this seemingly frail opponent was anything but ordinary. The man coughed twice, then fixed his gaze intently on Xuan. Only Xuan could comprehend the intense discomfort that ensued under that scrutinizing stare, sending chills down his spine. Indeed, the man before him was not to be underestimated. As the man's aura intensified, Xuan wasted no time. He gathered his strength, formed his fist, and struck out at the man. Yet, the frail figure remained unmoved, standing as resolute as a statue. Just as Xie Yuan's fist was about to connect, the unexpected transpired. With a resounding impact, Xie Yuan's fist struck the man, but it was he who was propelled backward, leaving the audience in disbelief. The one who flew away was not the frail man, but Xie Yuan himself. The spectators could hardly fathom the scene before them. Xie Yuan's blow had indeed landed. Yet he was the one sent reeling, while the man remained stationary throughout. Confusion spread amongst the crowd, and even Zhong Hui was perplexed until a realization dawned upon him. This resembled a technique that utilized an opponent's force against them. However, he also understood that such a method could inflict harm upon the user as well. If he were correct, this was the legendary Seven Injuries Fist. Perhaps the reason for the man's frail appearance was an overextension of his own power. Xie Yuan, stunned by the sudden setback, had never encountered such a situation before. He had unleashed his punch, only to be met with a force that rebounded back upon him, leaving him unable to evade the damage. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust and approached his enigmatic adversary with caution, pondering strategies to counter the unexpected power displayed moments ago. Yet, the man would not remain idle. With a sudden burst of speed, he surged forward, appearing weak but moving with the swiftness of the wind, and struck out with a palm, sending Xie Yuan flying once more. Gasps filled the audience as they realized the vast disparity in strength. Xie Yuan was utterly defenseless against this seemingly sickly opponent, whose prowess far exceeded that of his peers. Just as Xie Yuan regained his footing, the man launched another strike. However, Xie Yuan had proven his mettle, having risen above many talents to reach this point. Faced with the unexpected assault, he demonstrated his quick reflexes, narrowly avoiding the incoming attack. Yet the man was relentless, transforming his palm into a claw, pursuing Xie Yuan without respite. Sensing he could not evade indefinitely, Xie Yuan retaliated, meeting the man's claw with a punch of his own. He understood the man's attacking style, but had little time to devise a countermeasure as the relentless assault continued. Though the man appeared frail, he proved to be anything but weak in combat. Throughout their exchange, Xie Yuan found himself on the defensive, and unless a miracle occurred, defeat seemed imminent. Just when the spectators believed the outcome was sealed, Xie Yuan resolved to take a bold gamble. Throughout their encounter, he had observed that the man only employed the peculiar rebounding technique during their first clash. Since then, he had not utilized it again. This indicated that the man had not been transferring any power during his subsequent attacks. Uncertain of the potential repercussions, Xie Yuan decided to commit fully, channeling his energy into a singular, decisive strike. Chapter 81. The oddity as the man struck with an open palm. Xie Yuan concentrated all his strength in his left hand and braced himself to absorb the blow with his body. In that fleeting moment of impact, he retaliated with a strike of his own against the man. To everyone's astonishment, rather than being flung away by the force of his own attack, Xie Yuan and the man were both propelled backwards, blood splattering onto the ground as they collapsed, motionless. "Quick, summon the royal physician," a servant cried out. Guan, observing the escalating intensity of their duel, sensed something amiss. He had not anticipated that Xie Yuan would choose a path of mutual destruction. Seeing the two of them lying on the ground, he hastily called for the physician to attend to them. Xie Yuan was a young talent whom he valued, and any mishap during such a contest would represent a significant loss. Servants rushed onto the arena to lift the two unconscious combatants away, while the physician hurried to render aid. The unexpected turn of events left the spectators in shock, prompting the third prince of Li country to step forward. "Your Majesty, I never anticipated that this splendid contest would devolve into such chaos. However, I have instructed my subordinates that the upcoming matches are to be conducted with restraint. You need not worry, Your Majesty." Guan nodded in response, saying, "The competition is secondary, harmony is paramount. We must practice restraint and hope that we do not witness a recurrence of the earlier spectacle. Now, who will step forward to challenge the final warrior from the country?" Despite the earlier mishap, the enthusiasm of the crowd remained undeterred. Everyone wanted to make a favorable impression before the emperor. Guan Yi's head throbbed from the abundance of volunteers. Choosing a contender now represented a stance on his part. He did have someone in mind, yet that individual showed no inclination to seize the opportunity, much to his frustration. In the next moment, his eyes brightened as he spotted an unexpected participant. "Han Jin, what do you mean by this? As far as I know, you are a student of the Han School, are you not?" Guan Yi addressed Han Jin, who lingered in the corner. To everyone's surprise, Han Jin had decided to involve himself. Not only Guan Yi, but the other young talents were aware that Han Jin lacked any combat skills. Perhaps he simply found amusement in the situation. The audience, harboring a sense of mockery, prepared to witness the grandson of the Han patriarch embarrass himself. "Your Majesty, you must be mistaken. It was not I who wished to compete, but rather Captain Zhong beside me. He is the one eager to challenge the warrior from the country." Han Jin brazenly deflected the attention toward Zhong Hui, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention to him. Han Jin observed the ongoing match between Feng Su and Xie Yuan against the Li country warrior, while Zhong Hui beside him exhibited no desire to engage in battle. His grandfather had informed him that this contest, ostensibly a martial competition, was in fact an opportunity for the emperor to nurture promising young talents. Those selected would naturally become favored candidates for future cultivation, destined for wealth and prestige as long as they performed well. Han Jin was indifferent, wishing only to enjoy the moment longer. However, Zhong Hui, as a friend, was someone he genuinely wished to see flourish. The current opportunity presented itself, yet Zhong Hui was reluctant to seize it, much to Han Jin's discontent. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, Han Jin prompted Guan Yi to call upon Zhong Hui. Now, Zhong Hui faced two paths. He could sever ties with Han Jin, declaring he had no involvement, thereby escaping unscathed, while Han Jin might not be so fortunate, either facing a debilitating defeat or incurring the emperor's wrath, even with the Han patriarch's protection. He would not evade punishment, something Zhong Hui wished to avoid, as Han Jin's desire for him to compete was rooted in goodwill. The second option was to acknowledge his own wish to participate, dissociating himself from Han Jin, thus allowing Han Jin to retreat unscathed. It was evident that Zhong Hui had no choice. He rose and addressed the assembly. "Your Majesty, it was I who wished to participate in the contest. Perhaps due to our distance, you may not have noticed, but I desire to spar with the envoy from the country." Guan Yi regarded Zhong Hui with satisfaction. He had intended for Zhong Hui to step forward to face the challenge. Yet Zhong Hui had remained aloof, appearing unaffected until now, and all had unfolded as he had hoped. He genuinely wished to cultivate Zhong Hui, yet the latter displayed no ambition to advance. Zhong Hui descended from his seat and approached the arena. As he did, he gave Han Jin's shoulder a couple of reassuring pats, indifferent to whether Han Jin grasped his intent. Zhong Hui's opponent was the final warrior from Li country, a figure shrouded entirely in a black cloak. To be honest, Zhong Hui held a deep disdain for such individuals who felt compelled to cloak themselves in mystery, as if harboring some untoward secret. However, at this moment, he sought a swift resolution, eager to conclude the match and retire. He resolved to adopt Feng Su's aggressive strategy, launching himself at the opponent with all his might from the outset. As Zhong Hui and the black-cloaked figure faced each other on the platform, Zhong Hui, though unsure of his opponent's strength, presumed it could not be too weak. Without exchanging words, they engaged in combat, trading blows with fervor, each strike landing with palpable force. This match promised to be the most captivating of the three. Yet, while the audience reveled in the spectacle, Zhong Hui found himself in a precarious situation. He had unleashed all his combat prowess from the very start, yet the opponent remained unfazed. Despite the apparent intensity of their exchange, Zhong Hui had already exhausted his strength, while the black-cloaked figure displayed remarkable ease. He remained oblivious to the extent of his opponent's capabilities. Zhong Hui had contemplated how he would deal with Han Jin following this bout. He recognized that remaining inconspicuous was wise. These individuals were all eccentric, and he wondered how he could possibly compete with them, relying on his martial spirit. Who knew how formidable this individual's martial prowess truly was? He was not one to focus on cultivating and leveling up. It was increasingly clear to Zhong Hui that the black-cloaked figure possessed overwhelming strength, far surpassing his own, and victory seemed an insurmountable challenge. However, he was loath to disgrace himself in front of the young talents of Chu, especially before Guan Yi, an emperor who harbored great expectations for him. Everyone understood that disappointing him could yield unfavorable consequences. Even if he could not win, he was determined to put forth a valiant effort. The spectators began to notice Zhong Hui gradually falling behind, and the third prince of Li country stifled a laugh. The black-cloaked figure was not one of his own, but rather someone he had encountered on the way. In truth, he did not even know the identity of this enigmatic warrior, only that they possessed formidable combat abilities. Zhong Hui had previously spoken carelessly in front of him. Chapter 82. The Void. Recognizing that brute strength was insufficient, Zhong Hui relied on his innate advantages and employed cunning techniques to confront the cloaked man. As a Chinese, Zhong Hui understood that the essence of Chinese martial arts lies not only in its elaborate forms, but also in its formidable techniques. When he focused, Zhong Hui became a force to be reckoned with. With each hook, caress, elbow strike, kick, and deft dodge, he left the cloaked man in a state of disarray. Initially, the cloaked man held the upper hand due to his superior strength. However, as the battle progressed, Zhong Hui moved with the agility of a monkey, evading each of the man's strikes from seemingly inexplicable angles, only to retaliate before the man could react, which proved quite vexing. The cloaked man's fierce attacks were effortlessly neutralized by Zhong Hui's peculiar techniques, rendering his efforts futile and inciting growing irritation within him. Within a mere 3 minutes, he had endured no fewer than 20 strikes from Zhong Hui. Though these blows were not fatal, they were nonetheless excruciating. Incensed, he unleashed his full internal energy. Observing this, Zhong Hui swiftly retreated. The cloaked man entered a state of combat, disregarding the surroundings as he prepared to engage with his internal energy. It was critical to note that once unleashed, internal energy could not be retracted, leading to either death or severe injury for both parties involved. Engaging in such a manner before the Emperor of Zhongchu was undoubtedly an affront to his authority. Cease. How dare you act violently in the presence of His Majesty? You insolent wretch! Seize this disrespectful scoundrel. The crowd erupted in outrage, rising to condemn the envoy from Li Nation. The imperial guards encircled the cloaked man, awaiting the command from Xuan to apprehend him. The third prince of Li Nation, sensing the precariousness of the situation, quickly intervened. Your Majesty, I must admit my oversight. A report has just arrived stating that this individual is not one of our brave warriors, but rather a foreign spy who has infiltrated our delegation, attempting to sow discord between our nations. It was only due to the warrior's masked visage that we failed to recognize him. I implore your Majesty to punish this treacherous infiltrator and avenge our brave warrior. Xuan paid no heed to the prince's words, his gaze intently fixed upon the combatants on the stage. Neither individual displayed any sign of distraction despite the commotion surrounding them. The cloaked man continued to manipulate his internal energy, oblivious to the encroaching guards and the princess' pleas. Zhong Hui, too, was wholly concentrated on his opponent, sensing his own internal energy surging within him, almost yearning to be unleashed, yet he refrained from doing so. This indicated that his internal energy was being stirred by the cloaked man's power. Such a revelation filled him with exhilaration. He sensed that this match could be his opportunity for advancement. Xuan observed the two combatants, both resolutely still. Withdraw. What catastrophe warrants such a commotion? The fighters have yet to call for a halt. Why the urgency? Everyone, please settle down and observe closely. Though he harbored concerns for Zhong Hui, the sight of Zhong Hui's unwavering form inexplicably instilled a sense of trust in him. He believed Zhong Hui possessed the confidence to emerge victorious, thus allowing the duel to continue. As Xuan concluded his statement, the two combatants sprang into motion. Stalwart as a bell, swift as thunder, they engaged in a fierce contest of internal energy, their powerful forces clashing and scattering in all directions. The spectators, fearing for their safety, hastily retreated. Although Xuan stood far from the platform, a cadre of palace guards shielded him from the fray. The duel on stage captivated the audience, the clash of internal energies resembling a grand spectacle enriched with visual effects. Yet, Zhong Hui felt his energy waning. He had only attained the second level of internal energy, while his opponent appeared to be at the pinnacle of the third level. Despite his youth, the cloaked man's formidable cultivation was indeed formidable. Nonetheless, the disparity in their strengths was stark. The cloaked man's internal energy far surpassed his own. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Zhong Hui resolved to gamble on a bold strategy, rebuild from the ashes. He concentrated his internal energy, channeling it into his left hand. The energy cultivated through the void technique was imperceptible to the untrained eye. He feigned pouring all his strength into his right hand, forming a fist and launching it toward the cloaked man. The cloaked man, perceiving Zhong Hui's posture, appeared calm, as if anticipating a mutual demise. He extended his left palm, firmly absorbing Zhong Hui's punch, while channeling his internal energy into his right hand, witnessing its escalating power. Zhong Hui's lips curled into a slight smile, just as I anticipated. The cloaked man struck Zhong Hui's abdomen, forcing his internal energy to surge into him. Simultaneously, Zhonghui, just before the blow landed, unleashed his gathered energy upon the cloaked man's chest. In that fleeting moment of contact, blood arched through the air like a poetic gesture. Zhonghui, having staked everything on this final move, unleashed a forceful and relentless strike. Even the cloaked man, at the apex of the third level of internal energy, could not withstand it. However, the cloaked man merely intended to inject his energy into Zhonghui's body, hoping to create a clash within, rather than to deliver a lethal blow. Thus, the aftermath of their confrontation was evidently disparate. The cloaked man fell to the ground, lifeless, while Zhonghui executed a perfect backflip, landing gracefully on one knee. The spectators realized the outcome was clear. The imperial physicians and attendants, along with the guards, rushed to the stage. As they subdued the cloaked man, Zhonghui raised a hand to halt the physicians and attendants from approaching. He felt a chaotic energy roiling within him, devoid of his own internal energy, akin to a small house left uninhabited, filled only with a few unruly huskies, with predictably disastrous consequences. Kneeling, eyes closed, Zhonghui focused on managing the tumultuous energy within him, occasionally spitting blood, indicating a dire condition. Your Majesty, tonight's events have revealed our grave oversight, disrupting your banquet. We are filled with remorse and humbly seek your forgiveness, declared the envoy from Li Nation as the duel concluded. Chapter 83. Disturbance. Xuan Yi was extremely irate at the occurrence of such an incident. If anything were to happen to Zhonghui, he would demand an explanation from these envoys of Li. Well, that will be all for today. Everyone is weary. Let us disperse, Xuan Yi addressed the crowd. Upon hearing his words, the assembly promptly began to depart. Han Jin hurriedly rushed to the front stage, observing Zhonghui, for it was he who had pushed Zhong onto the contest platform. Should anything befall Zhong, Han Jin would bear the weight of immense guilt. After dismissing the crowd, Xuan Yi remained behind, uncertain of Zhonghui's current condition. He had invested considerable effort in nurturing this individual, and he could not afford any setbacks. Han Xiang approached, casting a glance at his grandson, then at Zhonghui, remaining silent. However, Han Jin, noticing his grandfather's gaze, instinctively recoiled, aware he might have committed a transgression. The onlookers gathered around the contest platform, eager to discern Zhonghui's state. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, debris erupted from the stage, and dust enveloped the air, startling the spectators. Protect Han Xiang. Protect His Majesty. Amidst the chaos, a voice emerged from the swirling smoke. Cough, cough. What on earth is going on here? Before the dust could settle, Zhonghui covered his mouth and leaped off the contest platform, landing directly in front of Xuan Yi. The latter, patting Zhong on the shoulder, expressed relief. It's good to see you're unharmed. Your Majesty, not only am I unscathed, but I have also elevated my own capabilities, Zhonghui proclaimed, releasing his profound energy which flowed like water from his hands, subsequently exploding upon impact with the ground, creating a sizable crater. Profound energy, third layer, external manifestation of energy. Xuan Yi, delighted by this announcement, was taken aback when Zhonghui continued, Your Majesty, may I be entrusted with the black-robed individual? Oh, what do you intend to do with him? Xuan Yi inquired, intrigued. My enhancement of power is entirely due to this person. He harbors no intent to kill me. As for the use of profound energy during the contest, it was merely a result of uncontrollable force during martial exchanges. I hope Your Majesty might show clemency. You are the victor of the contest. It is only proper that I reward you. As for him, consider it a gift from me, and you may handle him as you see fit. Thank you, Your Majesty. The spectators were bewildered. They could not comprehend Zhonghui's motives for wanting the very individual who had nearly cost him his life. This rationale, however, was something Zhonghui could not disclose openly. Han Jin, glancing at the still-dazed black-robed figure, queried in confusion, Brother Zhong, are you not considering administering personal justice? You do realize that such actions are illegal. Han Jin was utterly perplexed, questioning what utility this individual could possibly have. Could he merely serve as a bed warmer? He regarded Zhonghui with a peculiar expression. Zhonghui, not hesitating, retorted sharply, Speak. Why did you push me onto that stage today? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, prepare to languish in bed for the rest of your days. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, feigning an intent to discipline Han Jin. Seeing Zhonghui's demeanor, Han Jin hastily defended himself. Brother Zhong, please. I was merely looking out for your well-being. For my well-being? You nearly led me to my demise. And you dare claim it was for my benefit? Well, I certainly did not anticipate his prowess, but you were even more formidable. Tomorrow, your Majesty's reward for you shall be substantial. Besides, did you not mention you also enhanced your abilities? You would not have improved without my intervention. So rather than harbor resentment, you ought to express gratitude. Zhong Hui, upon hearing Han Jin's remarks, could only chuckle in disbelief. This fellow had a plethora of convoluted reasoning. Nonetheless, it was true that he had indeed gained from the battle. Thus, Zhong Hui chose not to press Han Jin further. After all, he had reaped immense benefits from this encounter, reveling in the sensation of the softening, profound energy coursing through him. After dismounting, Zhong Hui hoisted the black-robed individual and made his way to his quarters. This figure reminded him of the black-robed individuals from the previous tumult at the auction house, and he pondered their potential connections. He recalled vividly that his palm had struck the black-robed person's chest, only to find it surprisingly pliable. His initial thought upon being sent flying was that this black-robed figure was a woman. Furthermore, he had felt fluctuations in his own profound energy during her manipulation of it. Driven by curiosity, he had requested this person from Guan. Carrying the black-robed individual to his room left Zhong Hui feeling quite fatigued. He gazed at the figure reclining on the bed and reached out to remove her mask. "Ah, wait, you're still awake?" Zhong Hui exclaimed as Sui Yuding entered the room, hurriedly tidying up to mask her own unease. "Weren't you going to attend a banquet, my lord? I presumed you might indulge in some wine, so I prepared a bit of soup to help you sober up," she said, placing the bowl on the table. "Oh, that's fine. You may leave it there. I'll drink it once I finish tidying up. You should retire for the night. It's getting late, and staying up late is detrimental to your complexion." Zhong Hui urged her to depart, anxious that Sui Yuding might uncover the truth. Yet, Sui Yuding had no intention of leaving. Observing Zhong Hui's efforts, she approached him. "My lord, allow me to assist with the tidying. You should go drink the soup." Zhong Hui, noticing Sui Yuding drawing closer, swiftly grasped her shoulders. "Ah," she gasped lightly, as this was their first moment of intimate contact. Zhong Hui, unfazed, pushed her towards the door. After dealing with Sui Yuding, he directly approached the bed and removed the black-robed individual's mask. "My word," he involuntarily exclaimed. Before him lay a woman. Indeed, a strikingly beautiful woman, though not exceptionally captivating. She possessed an endearing charm. Confirming his suspicions, Zhong Hui glanced at his left hand before turning his gaze back to the black-robed figure's chest. Chapter 84. Seizing the moment. There was nothing at all. No wonder he could not recognize her. Upon seeing the black-robed woman in such a state, he felt momentarily perplexed. He prided himself on not being a frivolous person, yet the sight of an injured and beautiful woman lying on his bed left him at a loss for words. He resolved to carry her to the guest room first and discuss the matter with Sui Yuding and the others tomorrow. Just as he lifted the woman, a loud bang echoed as the door swung open. Zhong Hui turned back to see Sui Yuding, her mouth agape in astonishment as she gazed at him. At that moment, Zhong Hui's posture was indeed quite undignified. He held the black-robed woman in his arms, mid-motion, as if to stand. "Young master, what are you doing?" Before Zhong Hui could respond, Sui Yuding was the first to inquire. Seeing the situation, Zhong Hui hastily tossed the black-robed woman onto the bed and rushed outside. Yuding, it's not what you think. Please don't jump to conclusions." After pursuing her, he initially believed he would need considerable time to explain why a bound woman lay on his bed and why he was in such a position. However, as he stumbled through his incoherent explanations, Sui Yuding surprisingly nodded in belief. She was well aware of Zhong Hui's character. "I'm sorry, Yuding. I shouldn't have let things get to this point. This time, it was my fault." Zhong Hui felt a surge of guilt at her words. Sui Yuding simply smiled at his admission. She understood him. If he claimed there was nothing amiss, she was certain it was true. It is curious how sometimes the most absurd situations can seem the most credible. This was the conclusion Zhong Hui reached at that moment. Fortunately, Sui Yuding believed him, rendering any misunderstanding irrelevant. After clearing things up with her, they both returned inside. Since Sui Yuding was now aware of the woman's presence, he thought it best to let her handle the situation, sparing himself the embarrassment of taking action. As Zhong Hui pushed the door open, an unsettling premonition struck him. There was a murderous intent. Sure enough, within moments, a flash of cold light sliced through the air as a sleek black dagger shot out from behind the door. A sharp sense of danger surged through Zhong Hui, triggering an explosive release of his cultivated power from the realm of Ning Su, channeling all his strength toward the dagger. Bang! The door shattered under the force. and a cry emanated from behind the splintered wood. Moments later, a figure was sent flying, crashing against a cabinet with a resounding thud, rendering them unconscious. Sui Yuding's eyes widened in shock. This was the second time that night she had been startled. She had not anticipated Zhong Hui's prowess. Previously, she could threaten him with a knife, but now, it seemed she might not even be able to lay a finger on him. Nevertheless, astonishment aside, she hurried inside to check on the condition of the black-robed figure. Zhong Hui himself was taken aback by the incredible force he had unleashed, enough to shatter the door. This was merely a reflexive counterattack. Had he consciously summoned all his power, the results might have been catastrophic. He began to feel increasingly like the protagonist of a novel, capable of vanquishing gods and demons, invincible in all the world. Sui Yuding rushed over, observing the black-robed woman lying on the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. She promptly checked for signs of life. She's still breathing. What should we do next? Sui Yuding inquired of Zhong Hui. First, search her for any weapons. Examine everything for blades. Then bind her with cowhide rope, and only afterward, we can attend to her wounds. We must ensure she cannot escape. Understood. Sui Yuding nodded and began her search. What happened? Such a commotion has even disturbed Yi Hao, who was resting. He hurried over to inquire. Oh, it's nothing, Uncle Yi. Please return to bed. We can handle this minor issue. Yi Hao looked incredulously at the shattered door and the disarray within the room. About to press for more information when Sui Yuding swiftly approached and gently urged him away. Father, please go to bed. It's just me and the young master here. Reluctantly, Yi Hao departed, bewildered by the situation. The following day, Zhong Hui rose early to receive his rewards at court. Feng Su and Xie Yuan were granted silver and silk, while Zhong Hui, having exposed the traitors of the Li Kingdom and emerged victorious in the competition, was elevated to the rank of first-class nobility, though he received no monetary reward. Zhong Hui now held the rank of sixth class, his status steadily rising. Yet this time, no one protested the awards. With Guan Yi now emperor, it was evident to anyone with sight that he was nurturing Zhong Hui and the others. To voice dissent now would jeopardize one's future prospects. Zhong Hui felt no joy in his elevation. For him, rank held little significance. He possessed no sense of hierarchy, and his thoughts were more consumed by the black-robed woman at home. The emissaries of the Li Kingdom observed the awarded individuals with envy, particularly the third prince, who had confidently assumed his side would win. He believed that by showcasing their martial prowess and presenting treasures to please the Emperor of Chu while reiterating the peaceful relations between their nations, the marriage proposal would naturally follow. However, he had underestimated the capabilities of Zhong Hui and his companions. Originally, only 2 from the Li Kingdom were to participate in the competition, but they had hastily decided to send a third. The first was the kingdom's foremost warrior, a standout among the 3,000 royal guards. The second practiced a unique technique, undetectable to others, and through his sickly appearance, he would catch opponents off guard, delivering lethal strikes without fail. As they prepared for battle, Hou Yu worried he might not restrain his strength, cautioning him to hold back. Yet, to his surprise, the opponent fought with reckless abandon, especially in the court banquet, catching Hou Yu completely off guard. Chapter 85. The Black-Robed Woman. As for the figure cloaked in black, their appearance was merely a misunderstanding. Prior to arriving in the capital, I encountered such a person on the main road, and a series of miscommunications ensued, leading to a fierce altercation between the black-robed individual and my subordinates. Eventually, we reached an amicable resolution. Upon learning of the black-robed person's intentions, I contemplated using them to pit my skills against those from Zhongqiu. Upon returning home, as I stepped outside, Sui Yuding emerged from within. Young master, the young lady has awakened. However, she sustained 2 injuries last night, and her condition is quite frail. Furthermore, she exhibits a strong sense of wariness. Understood. Please fetch some food. I shall go and see her, I replied, stepping into the room. Upon entering, I beheld the black-robed woman, weakly reclining on the bed, her gaze fixed out the window, as if lost in contemplation. You are awake. How do you feel? I inquired. The black-robed woman ignored my question. I chuckled awkwardly. Last night, had you not launched a surprise attack, we would not be in such a predicament today. I lingered by the bedside, but seeing her maintain her stoic demeanor and utter silence, I realized that extracting any information from her was futile and turned to leave. What do you intend to do with me? She asked just as I crossed the threshold. As winter yielded to spring, the snow melted away and the weather grew warmer. The recruitment efforts for the City Defense Battalion were underway with fervor. Over the past month, more than 10,000 had enlisted. It must be said that Xuan had his own methods for recruitment. In addition to enlisting within the capital, he established 8 additional recruitment points around the city. The recent campaign to eradicate the bandits of Huodo Mountain had greatly enhanced their reputation, and with the approval from above, the recruitment process proceeded remarkably smoothly, with each point consistently filled to capacity. However, Xuan was discerning in his selections, ultimately capping the numbers at around 15,000. My intention for Xuan was to first expand the 3 main battalions before initiating a second round of recruitment for a 4th battalion. This approach was motivated by considerations of military efficacy, as well as the challenge of finding suitable commanders. Promoting individuals from within the ranks also required time. Having only been in the City Defense Battalion for less than a year, appointing a battalion commander hastily would appear imprudent, especially given my limited familiarity with the deputy commanders. For the training of the new recruits, I similarly entrusted Xuan with the responsibility. I anticipated that his standing among the soldiers would significantly rise, establishing him as a pivotal figure among the battalion commanders. Currently, Xuan occupied a position of authority, second only to myself throughout the battalion. This was something I was pleased to witness. As the first to support me, he had initially offended many while striving to implement my military orders. His current status was well-deserved. During the new recruit training, I decided to adopt a different approach. The battle at Huodo Mountain had imparted many lessons. First and foremost was the understanding of tactics. As someone hailing from Earth, I often found myself yearning to introduce the military strategies I observed on military channels into this world. However, the experiences at Huodo Mountain revealed to me that warfare with cold weapons diverges significantly from that of firearms. The chilling blades and the information conveyed via foot soldiers rendered warfare more prolonged and brutally merciless. I grasped the importance of information in warfare. As articulated in The Art of War, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Understanding the dynamics of the battlefield and the surrounding terrain is of utmost significance. Thus, I instructed Zhongsheng to prepare the Night Raiders, an ancient special forces unit dedicated to intelligence gathering, terrain reconnaissance, and executing specialized missions. This unit would be under my direct guidance. Although I had not served in a special forces capacity, I had conducted extensive research on special training and, combined with my analytical insights, I anticipated no significant issues. This was merely the first step of my plan. The second step would involve gradually imparting the principles of large-scale combat to the soldiers through their training. Large-scale combat entails the coordinated efforts among multiple arms of service. Currently, the troops were primarily divided into cavalry, infantry, and archers. Despite the variety of arms, there was a lack of coordination. The prevailing strategy involved archers providing cover, infantry engaging in the front lines, and cavalry delivering the finishing blow. In a cavalry-dominated army, the strategy typically commenced with heavy cavalry charges, followed by archer support for infantry assaults, with the interbranch coordination limited to this. However, I envisioned a different approach, one of intricate specialization among the various arms, fostering cooperation among them, and employing diverse formations to maximize their effectiveness. I intended for each battalion to master different tactics for varying circumstances. Before this could transpire, the new recruits must first become proficient with sword and shield. Each battalion would be required to maintain 5,000 sword and shield soldiers, supplemented by the Mandarin duck formation. This formation comprised 6 men per squad, with 3 long weapon soldiers positioned in the center, flanked by a sword and shield soldier on each side to protect the wings, and a crossbowman stationed behind to provide assistance as needed. Each squad would array themselves in an alternating front and back configuration, with 6 small squads forming a larger battle formation. This methodical approach was tailored specifically for the Thunderbolt Battalion. The Thunderbolt Battalion belonged to Zhao Ming, who lacked cavalry. Thus, my strategy of integrating multiple infantry units with archers was ideally suited for them. Furthermore, Zhao Ming's approach was characterized by steady and calculated tactics, making this formation particularly fitting for his style. As for Zhang Dabiao's Fire Battalion, I did not impose any significant adjustments. Instead, I allocated the limited 3,000 cavalry to the Fire Battalion and specifically trained them in the arrowhead formation, with cavalry at the forefront, followed by infantry, primarily long weapon soldiers, supported on the flanks by sword and shield soldiers. This unit would undoubtedly sweep across the battlefield like a raging inferno, charging towards the enemy. Regarding Su Hua, I was astonished to discover that his battalion primarily consisted of archers. Chapter 86. The minor breathing technique. Many believe that Su Hua's army, with its abundance of archers, was easily susceptible to being overrun by heavy infantry. However, Zhong Hui understood that the multitude of archers was precisely the advantage possessed by Su Hua's Gale battalion. He meticulously devised a formation centered around archers, deploying them in a wide array, arranged in 4 layers, interspersed in pairs. The front was fortified by 2 layers of spear-wielding soldiers serving as a barrier, while cavalry flanked the sides, and sword-and-shield soldiers provided support on the flanks, capable of assisting the spearmen while also defending against any threats from behind. This configuration maximized the safety of the archers while simultaneously amplifying their offensive capabilities. Zhong Hui was confident that such troop arrangements would prove formidable on the battlefield, presenting a challenge that the enemy would find difficult to withstand. After undergoing retraining and reconfiguration, the 3 battalions had truly become blazing fire, swift wind, and thunderous lightning. When these 3 units coordinated their efforts, they epitomized the saying, as swift as the wind, as gentle as the forest, aggressive as fire, and unpredictable as shadows. Upon sharing these tactical configurations with several battalion commanders, they all expressed their approval. They preferred this tailored approach to formations over the monotonous standard arrangements. However, adapting to these formations required diligent digestion of the concepts to fully grasp their intricacies. Although Zhong Hui's explanations were straightforward, their flexibility demanded a keen tactical mindset. Only then could they be effectively applied, avoiding mere adherence to form. "Commander, how did you come up with this?" "I've never heard such things before," inquired Zhang Dapio, scratching the back of his head. While he was familiar with formations, he found himself somewhat perplexed by the notion of adapting them on the fly. "You simpleton, can you compare yourself to the commander's insights?" "I believe this is precisely why he is our leader," Su Hua interjected, offering an uncalled-for compliment. Zhong Hui, overhearing their exchange, chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "I am not as extraordinary as you suggest. Even if I hadn't mentioned it, others would have eventually figured it out. I merely stand on the shoulders of giants, drawing inspiration from their wisdom." "Commander, you are too modest. This tactic is something I have never encountered before. It can only be attributed to your exceptional talent," Su Hua remarked, giving a thumbs up. Observing Su Hua's gesture, Zhang Dapio scoffed slightly. Once Zhong Hui had finished outlining the matters concerning the military camp, the remaining task was for each battalion commander to interpret their understanding independently, a lesson that Zhong Hui could not impart. However, he had taught with great detail, while Quang Chi, following Zhong Hui's guidance, had been diligently practicing, albeit with little success. Still struggling to grasp the fundamentals. "With the way you're teaching him, who knows how long it will take for him to learn the intricacies of the arcane energy?" A clear female voice suddenly chimed in from beneath the corridor. Zhong Hui and the others turned to see a woman in a black robe propped against a pillar, gazing at them. In recent days, under the care of Sui Yuding, the black-robed woman had begun to regain her strength. Her injuries had healed by half. And aside from feeling somewhat weak and having sluggish circulation, she could now walk with little difficulty. Thus, she often ventured out of her room to explore. Through her observations, she had come to realize that Zhong Hui was not a malicious individual, and his earlier statement about making her a maid had merely been a scare tactic. Unable to bear watching Zhong Hui teach Quang Chi such rudimentary skills, she felt compelled to speak up. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Zhong Hui inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing his question, the woman leaned away from the pillar, shook her hands, and leisurely stepped into the courtyard. "The breathing technique you are teaching him is the minor breathing technique, which is unsuitable for someone of his constitution to cultivate." Zhong Hui, intrigued by this new term, asked, "What is the minor breathing technique? Does breathing technique really have distinctions between major and minor?" The woman, sensing Zhong Hui's ignorance, lifted her chin with an air of superiority and disdainfully replied, "You don't even know the minor breathing technique? I truly wonder how you have managed to reach this level of cultivation." The minor breathing technique is a fundamental method for beginners in arcane energy, a foundational practice that every apprentice must learn. However, for him, studying the minor breathing technique would be somewhat of a waste. Waste? Waste what? Zhong Hui questioned, still perplexed. "Of course, his innate talent," she replied. "His constitution does not necessitate starting with the minor breathing technique. It is akin to trying to fill a large barrel using a spoon. It's exceedingly difficult to fill it completely." Upon hearing her words, Zhong Hui began to see the logic in her reasoning. Huang Qi had been studying arcane energy under his tutelage for quite some time without displaying any signs of progress. He had assumed it was due to Huang Qi's lack of comprehension. It now appeared that the fault lay with his own methods. Since you are aware that my teaching methods are flawed, you must have a better approach, Zhonghui stated. The woman merely smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. Recognizing her demeanor, Zhonghui surmised that she intended to leverage this knowledge as a form of coercion. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhonghui, the commander of the City Defense Battalion. The woman, upon hearing Zhonghui's name and title, expressed surprise. You are not from Zhongqiu. How is it that you became the commander of the Zhongqiu City Defense Battalion? She inquired, pointing at him curiously. Zhonghui, noticing her reaction, chuckled and said, strictly speaking, I am not from this continent. I hail from the other side of the Half-Moon Mountain Range. As for how I became the commander of the Zhongqiu City Defense Battalion, that is a long story. As Night Yuo listened to Zhonghui, she slowly turned her head. You mean you came from the other side of the Half-Moon Mountain Range? Yes, Zhonghui affirmed. I came from the other side of the mountain range. Is there something amiss with that? You, what are you doing? Night Yuo exclaimed, suddenly realizing what he meant and loosening her grip. Zhonghui, watching Night Yuo hastily retreat, narrowed his eyes, sensing that there was more to this situation than met the eye. The following day, Zhonghui prepared to inquire with Night Yuo about Huang Qi's arcane energy training methods, hoping to extract further information in the process.